Chapter 1. Transmigration into a novel. Madam, must we truly leave the estate? You have just awoken, and your health is still fragile. Perhaps it would be prudent to remain here. Yu Miaomeng paid no heed to the young maid's concerns, her gaze fixated intently upon her reflection in the bronze mirror. What is this predicament? Her face, coated in a layer of white paste, bore two conspicuous blushes like large daisies, and her lips, painted a vivid cherry red, appeared grotesque. A frown marred her brow as she observed the absurdity before her. And then, to her dismay, the meticulously drawn, slender brows transformed into an alarming inverted V shape. The sight made her eyes twitch uncontrollably. It was utterly horrifying. Stiffly, she lowered her gaze, taking in the somber white gown that resembled mourning attire, and promptly stripped it off entirely. Her skin, flawless and translucent as jade, shimmered with an alluring luster. Yet, this form was alarmingly gaunt, with ribs starkly visible, while her bosom was disproportionately ample, creating a disconcertingly bizarre impression. The grotesque aesthetic left her dazed, her mind clouded with confusion, but a sense of foreboding welled up within Yu Miaomeng as she abruptly turned and inquired, "What is your name?" The maid, Xiang Tao, was rendered speechless by the sight before her, her eyes wide with fear as she stammered, "I am but a humble servant named Xiang Tao." It was settled. Yu Miaomeng now confirmed her fears. She had transmigrated into a novel. For someone who delighted in skipping chapters, her current reincarnation was inexplicably vexing. In essence, this book was a tale of ruthless conquest and deep, tormenting love, narrating the rivalry between two royal brothers vying for the affections of a single woman, culminating in the younger brother usurping the elder's wife and ultimately murdering him to seize the throne, confining the heroine as a mere footnote. Yet, she had not assumed the role of the fabled heroine nor that of a scheming antagonist, that Yu Miaomeng, a nameless supporting character sharing her name, appearing infrequently and lacking any significant persona. However, this insignificant character boasted a formidable lineage, with a noble princess mother and a general father, both of whom were acquaintances of the protagonists in the narrative. Princess Su Yin, a cherished offspring of a war hero, was raised in the Empress Dowager's palace, known for her gentle and virtuous temperament, evoking both admiration and sympathy. General Yu Huayuan was renowned for his loyalty and integrity, destined for greatness, yet he perished prematurely while defending the former crown prince, the novel's second male. Stricken by grief, Princess Kongping succumbed to despair, leaving her daughter an orphan even before she could grasp the world, growing up within the palace and receiving an exceptional title as Princess Zhao Ning. These thoughts coursed through her mind. Yu Miaomeng furrowed her brow in contemplation. This juncture in the story, the male lead had ascended to the throne, while the female lead remained imprisoned. What trials awaited this supporting character next? "Madam, shall we still proceed?" Xiang Tou's voice broke through her reverie. Yu Miaomeng cast one last glance at the garish figure reflected in the mirror, nearly incensed to the point of collapse. In her previous life, she had possessed a 36D bust, an alluring figure, and long legs, everything one could desire, merely a breath away from becoming a celebrated figure in the socialite circles. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she vehemently tore off her mourning garments, parading around her inner chamber in the light of day. "Xiang Tao, go fetch some water, I must wash my face." Xiang Tao, dumbfounded, perceived her mistress as utterly deranged, lost in a frenzy of love. Heart aching for her, she could only continue to weave comforting words, attempting to assuage her distress. "Madam, it is certain that the young master harbors feelings for you. When he arrives shortly, you shall be able to soar together." The young master? Indeed, the protagonist is entangled in a melodramatic plot. Upon hearing young master, Yu Miaomeng was suddenly taken aback, having forgotten that she was still bound to her wretched husband. How unfortunate! Now that she was here, what else could she do but strive to survive? With a slight grimace, she expressed her annoyance to the girl before her, who was spouting nonsense with wide eyes. "You go prepare some water for me, I wish to bathe. Also, prepare a roasted chicken, for I am famished." Xiang Tao hesitated for a moment, then her face brightened with delight. "Yes, madam. How could you possibly starve yourself every day? It's time to nourish yourself properly. I shall prepare it right away." Yu Miaomeng sighed once more. Though this body was pale and emaciated, one could discern that it had a decent foundation, even bearing some resemblance to her previous life. If she did not engage in self-sabotage, she could certainly possess a stunning visage, with a curvaceous figure that was both alluring and elegant. Alas, that insipid young master preferred delicate, fragile maidens who evoked sympathy. In the novel, this Yu Miaomeng was infatuated to the point of losing herself, deliberately dressing in a manner that accentuated her frailty. Her fair complexion was artificially made paler in an attempt to appear delicate, while she starved herself to achieve a frail silhouette, binding her chest tightly. What others achieved through fitness, she was foolishly trying to emulate through self-deprivation, engaging in absurd acts of self-pity. Lost in such disheartening thoughts, Xiang Tao returned. "Madam, the water is ready." Yu Miaomeng, with such a face, could not endure a moment longer. She plunged into the water, vigorously scrubbing herself, but before she could even peel away a layer of skin, she fainted from hunger. Xiang Tao, frantic, wept and hurried about, and after a considerable time, Yu Miaomeng finally stirred, groaning as she opened her eyes. After a brief moment of bewilderment, she managed to squeeze out a few tears. In her previous life, she was a wealthy young lady, living extravagantly and radiantly, possessing beauty, figure, and lineage. Yet, she suffered from a congenital heart condition. She perished suddenly at the tender age of 20, with so much wealth left unspent, only to be reborn into this fate. What a stroke of misfortune. Yu Miaomeng appeared dejected, her stomach churning at the thought of the clicked plot that lay ahead. Xiang Tao, filled with worry, hurriedly brought over a teapot. "I have never seen a woman capable of devouring 2 whole roasted chickens at once. You are truly impressive, madam." Yu Miaomeng's pride was bruised by the blunt sincerity of the earnest maid. Forgetting her embarrassment, she glanced at the teacup before her, a wicked smile gracing her lips. "Which may prepare today's tea?" Xiang Tao cautiously replied. "It was Xiang Mei, madam." No matter how little Yu Miaomeng had read of the storyline, she was well aware of the events that were about to unfold. The original character had been infatuated with the young master of the Qinjian Marquis since childhood. Yet, the more she pursued him, the less he valued her. Initially, it seemed tolerable, but as time passed, Jiang Yi grew increasingly impatient, and soon his demeanor turned cold. He even began to harbor regrets about their union, neglecting the main courtyard entirely since their wedding night for 3 long years. Today, indeed, marks the day when the two individuals consummate their union, a consequence of recent events. Jiang Yi's beloved is the cousin of the Duke of Qinjian's household, the enchanting Lu Yi, a delicate flower who appears timid and frail, easily toppled with a mere push. Alas, Jiang Yi finds himself captivated by her charms. A few days prior, the astute Lu Yi orchestrated a melodrama, feigning a fall into the water. The original protagonist, unable to defend himself, leaped into the lake to prove his innocence, subsequently succumbing to unconsciousness. The incident stirred considerable commotion, yet due to palace constraints, Jiang Yi was compelled to acquiesce. However, today, Lu Yi conspired with those in the main courtyard to lace the tea with a sedative. After succumbing to the effects, Jiang Yi's initial intentions turned to fury, transforming what should have been a romantic encounter into an outlet for his wrath. Thus, the trio convened, culminating in a world where one was left injured. The original protagonist, a fervent romantic, was thoroughly harmed, yet the relentless woman remained undeterred, continuing her self-imposed dieta, quintessential example of folly. A.S. Yu Miaomeng recalled this. She cast a fleeting glance at the tea, then turned her attention to Xiang Tao. "Is there a manor among my dowry? How many silver notes do I possess?" After much hesitation, Xiang Tao timidly replied, "Madam, you entrusted your dowry to the Duchess upon your arrival, and you stated that as the heir's wife, your dowry should be confiscated to contribute to the Duke's household." This was utterly more disheartening than Wang Baochuan foraging for wild vegetables. Yu Miaomeng inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her ire. Not a single manor or shop was retained. "How many silver notes remain?" Yes, indeed," Xiang Tao stammered, hastily adding, "There is a small manor, though it is remote and modest. The Duke's household looks down upon it, with 3,000 taels in silver notes." Remaining, Yu Miaomeng abruptly rose to her feet. "Let's go to the manor." Xiang Tao, pale with fear, was about to speak when an unusual noise emanated from outside the door. Chapter 2. Departure at this early hour, it was improbable for Jiang Yi to arrive so soon. Yu Miaozhen gazed out the door, her heart calm and composed. Xiang Mei stealthily entered, her head bowed as she cautiously curtsied. "Madam, I wish to serve you more tea." "Ah, the wretched girl can indeed act." Yu Miaozhen rolled her eyes. "Xiang Mei, how long have you been by my side?" Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xiang Mei's heart quickened. 3 years, madam. I was brought along with Xiang Tao when we were 12. Yu Miaozhen replied in a languid tone, "Oh, you were so young yet so cunning." Hardly resembling a mere 15. Xiang Mei's face flushed crimson, her anger simmering as she pinched her thigh to maintain her composure. She quickly knelt in supplication. "I am but loyal to you, madam, destined to serve you for a lifetime." Yu Miaozhen regarded her leisurely, her voice softening. "Alas, you are dismissed." "No, you are sold." Xiang Mei was taken aback, realizing the benefits yet to be reaped. She hastily cried out in desperation, "I have done nothing wrong. You cannot treat me this way." Yu Miaozhen feigned indifference, aware that Xiang Mei had betrayed her and harbored ill intentions. The original owner had made perilous blunders, and the depths of this household were treacherous. Her situation was dire. It was evident that this place was unsuitable for prolonged stay. She ordered Chen Tao directly, find a few people to bind her. On our way to the estate, I shall personally sell her. In an instant, Xiang Mei, no longer able to feign incapacitation, sprang towards the door. Chaos erupted throughout the courtyard. Yu Miaozhen, feeling irked, was about to rise to investigate when a deep reprimand echoed from outside. "Impudent! What manner of conduct is this? Yu Miaozhen, is this how you govern your courtyard? Oh, the audacity of a wretched cucumber to scold her. A foolish creature courting disaster." Yu Miaozhen rose to exit and beheld a courtyard filled with kneeling figures, with Xiang Mei sobbing dismally behind Jiang Yi. She observed the commotion for a moment before her gaze shifted to a tall, robust man clad in narrow-sleeved riding attire, his countenance stern and formidable. He bore an expression of dismay. With a scoff, she remarked, "Jiang Yi, whom do you dare to shout at? I am merely disciplining a servant. What concern is it of yours? If you wish to coddle her, take her back with you." At her words, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Jiang Yi, initially taken aback by her unfamiliar yet charming visage, was further astonished by her audacity. As his face flushed with indignation, he felt his dignity erode. "Yu Miaozhen, do not overstep your bounds. He has been rendered bedridden due to your actions, yet you remain unrepentant. Begone." Yu Miaozhen harbored a deep disdain for such foolish men. Blinded by ignorance, it was no wonder he was manipulated by a woman. "Jiang Yi, let me inform you, your dear cousin bribed this servant to poison my tea, intending to frame me." Jiang Yi stood dumbfounded for a moment, struggling to comprehend her accusation. "You are beyond redemption. Yi is gentle and virtuous. How could she harm anyone? Are you not simply delirious with your desires? It is you who, in your unreasonable antics and malicious gossip, shall find me never setting foot in this residence again." Such words are not only venomous, but also carry a humiliating undertone. Upon witnessing his disgraceful demeanor, Yu Miaozhen could not suppress a derisive laugh. Surely, he must be a fool. With such an appearance, he still dares to exude confidence. "Very well, go seek your cousin. After 3 years of marriage, you have favored your concubine over your wife. I shall demand a divorce." Jiang Yi, upon seeing her face unadorned, experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, a peculiar sensation washing over him. He dismissed her words as mere jealousy manifesting itself in yet another ploy. He understood that this princess would traverse mountains and endure flames for him. Having pursued him for so many years, she would not easily sever their bond. He regarded her with disdainful laughter. "If a divorce is what you desire, then so be it. Do not come to regret your choice." Yu Miaozhen's smile faded. In this courtyard, someone dared to administer poison. Who knows what other dangers lurk here? She must depart this place swiftly, and regarding her dowry, it requires careful consideration. Though uncertainty gnawed at her, she could not allow her resolve to waver, lest Jiang Yi overpower her. She adopted a deliberately assertive tone. "The dowry I require must be prepared within a month. Once it is returned in full, I shall arrange for your beloved cousin to be placed elsewhere." Despite your unseemly appearance, you are still a man, and I trust you will not covet a woman's dowry. Furthermore, I demand a return of all items I previously bestowed upon your cousin and those concubines, converted into silver notes. Jiang Yi, stung by such humiliation, seethed with rage. Rest assured, your trifling dowry holds no allure for me. Yu Miaomeng cast a scornful glance his way. I have recently suffered injury from a fall into water, and the atmosphere in this residence is intolerable. I shall retreat to the countryside for recuperation. Jiang Yi frowned, intending to dissuade her, but her contemptuous gaze stifled his words. Very well, but do not return within a few days, demanding to come back. Yu Miaomeng felt satisfaction bloom within her. Turning away, she found further words loathsome. Yi, hearing no response, watched her frail silhouette retreat into the inner chamber, his expression growing cold as he kicked aside a nearby fragrant plum and stormed off. Quickly, gather those jewels and silver notes. Do not bring back a single white garment. They are ill-omened. Upon entering her room, Yu Miaomeng immediately set about her tasks. Xiang Tao, uncertain of her feelings, hesitated before cautiously advising. Madam, you married at 17 and have been wed to the heir for 3 years. He will surely come to the main residence today. Once he arrives, he will inevitably recognize your virtues, and when you bear the heir to the marquis. Yu Miaomeng hastily interrupted. The more I hear, the more nauseating it becomes. My stomach protests vehemently, threatening to retch. From now on, address me as princess. Do not call me madam again. I have no fondness for men as filthy and repulsive as Jiang Yi. Xiang Tao, ever loyal. Dare not speak further. I understand my mistake. Yu Miaomeng sighed once more. Xiang Tao was not without merit, but the fate that befell her in the narrative was far from pleasant. Though the book was read in a disjointed manner, she was acutely aware that the Duke of Qingnian's household would soon be embroiled in a struggle for imperial power, ultimately leading to their downfall and demise. The original protagonist, seemingly oblivious, seized the opportunity to accompany Jiang Yi to his doom with fervent cries. However, fate took a turn. The deceased parents of the original character had previously earned merit, which ultimately spared the Duke's household from annihilation, relegating them instead to exile. Subsequently, Lu Yi betrayed Jiang, prompting him to reflect and, having turned over a new leaf, compelled the original character to endure a life of hardship alongside him, subsisting on meager rations, an expression of deeply felt affection. At this moment, Yu Miaomeng recalled this narrative arc, feeling as though she had been forcefully subjected to an unpleasant experience. Utterly repulsed. Now she had arrived. Yet, her mind was shrouded in uncertainty, as she remained oblivious to the book's concluding outcome, leaving her to ponder how this differed from a reckless pursuit of demise. My lady, everything has been prepared, came the announcement. As Yu Miaomeng contemplated the Duke's impending fate, a significant character from the text suddenly came to her mind. She lowered her voice and inquired, Xiang Tao, have you heard of the King of the North? The Duke's misfortune was decreed by this very monarch. Xiang Tao shook her head, replying, this servant has not heard of him. Disappointment washed over Yu Miaomeng. In truth, the latter half of the story proved even more riveting. The female lead, after enduring imprisonment, bore a son who was none other than the King of the North, a figure destined to emerge victorious in the end. In the unfolding tale, he not only assassinated the male lead, who was the emperor, but ascended to the regent's throne, wielding power with ruthless abandon, resulting in a blood-soaked court marred by massacre and tyranny. According to Yu Miaomeng's analysis, such actions bore little resemblance to those befitting a prince, instead evoking the likeness of historical tyrants, methods both brutal and merciless. It was worth noting that this King of the North was of a similar age to her. Such a perilous character was one she could not afford to approach. Her objective was clear, to distance herself from the narrative and survive. My lady, the carriage is ready. Shall we depart? With a decisive gesture, Yu Miaomeng exited the estate. After selling Xiang Mei midway, she felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. She lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. It was early May, brimming with the exuberance of spring, with rivers, mountains, and verdant meadows in the distance painting a picturesque scene. On this outing, She was accompanied solely by Xiang Tao and a few loyal servants who had once attended her mother. She called for the carriage to halt. So Su, I wish to alight and take a stroll. Su Chuan cast a quick glance around and solemnly cautioned, Your Highness, please do not venture too close to the riverbank. The waters are perilous. Yu Miaomeng stepped down from the carriage, her smile radiant. Fear not, I shall not wander far. With that, she made her way toward the river's edge. Yet, in a twist of fate, the absurdity of the situation unfolded unexpectedly, leading her to an unforeseen encounter with a man by the roadside, a scene both ludicrous and startling. Chapter 3. The reluctance to save. As Yu Miaomeng approached, she spotted a ghastly pale hand beside a large stone on the riverbank, resembling that of a living corpse. Stifling her gasp, she cautiously leaned forward. Her gaze became inexplicably fixed upon the scene before her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she beheld a man lying there, his face obscured. However, the river had soaked through his garments, causing his long robe to billow in the water, leaving her momentarily entranced. His narrow waist and long legs were quite remarkable. Was this something she ought to witness? How striking he appeared. Yu Miaomeng scolded herself for a few seconds before nonchalantly diverting her gaze. Having seen enough, she reached for the nearby Xiang Tao peach, preparing to flee. As she tugged at the peach, it wobbled, and upon turning her head, she caught sight of the man submerged in the river. Not daring shout in alarm, she hurriedly leaned closer and whispered, Your Highness, there is someone in the river. Yu Miaomeng maintained her composure, yet her ears burned with embarrassment as she strode forward with an air of tranquility. The young girl was oblivious to the scene. But at 20 years of age, Yu Miaomeng mused that she had better things to focus on than the sight of a man. Her attention was directed towards the birds instead. Just pretend you didn't see anything, she instructed. Xiang Tao, understanding her cue, fell silent. Having only glimpsed the man's shoulder, she recognized the distinction between genders and felt they should avoid any semblance of impropriety. Yu Miaomeng's steps grew light, her mind in disarray. As a well-educated young woman of the 21st century, the thought of ignoring someone in peril tugged at her moral compass. Yet, she felt paralyzed by fear. In her previous life, she had lived in comfort and leisure, spending her days sequestered in a sprawling villa, indulging in solitary amusements. Any endeavor that might provoke intense emotional upheaval was beyond her reach. Her sole source of intellectual sustenance had been an array of romance novels, which had left her mind riddled with frivolous notions, tales of tragic love, and melodramatic plots. Take, for instance, the infamous Tomato novel network. The abundance of cliches within its stories was overwhelming. The tropes, often drawn from endless reserves, had become the benchmark of the genre. Based on her extensive experience, she concluded that the most perilous narrative was that of a wild man found by the roadside. One should not approach such a figure carelessly. The mildest outcome might entail an exhilarating game of pursuit, while the most severe could lead to heart-wrenching betrayal or even imprisonment in a darkened room, culminating in a dramatic reunion akin to a funeral pyre for a spurned lover. Once one found themselves ensnared in such a situation, it would not suffice to dismiss it with a casual remark. These scenarios could very well spell doom. Though Yu Miaomeng harbored such thoughts, her steps inadvertently slowed. Casting a sympathetic glance at Xiang Tao, she halted and quietly inquired, Do you have any silver with you? Your Highness, the banknotes are with Granny Lu. The remaining silver coins are all I carry, Xiang Tao replied, puzzled. She quickly unfastened her pouch. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Miaomeng took the coins and made her way towards the riverbank. Noticing Xiang Tao following closely behind, she recalled the enticing sight by the water and the alluring scene. Clearing her throat, she interjected, Xiang Tao, wait for me by the stone. Do not glance into the river. I will give him the silver, and then we shall return. Xiang Tao's expression conveyed disapproval. Your Highness, by the riverside there is water. It may dampen your shoes. Allow me to go, the maid suggested. Yu Miaomeng waved her hand dismissively, insisting, Trust me, if my shoes get wet, I'll simply change them in the carriage. She was not far from the riverbank, and with hurried steps, she soon reached the large stone from earlier. Peering over, her gaze was steady this time, devoid of any distraction. The man in the river seemed to have lost his hairpin, his face now obscured by disheveled strands, revealing only the faint outline of a high nose and fair skin. She averted her eyes, cautiously placing her purse into the palm of his trembling hand, murmuring to herself, "Brother, I cannot save you. Take this money. Do not hesitate. It is all I have, just an abundance of coin. Should you not survive, remember that grievances have their origins. Do not come seeking vengeance upon me." Having uttered these words, she felt a slight relief. Just as she was about to turn away, she hesitated, draping her shawl over the man's thigh. A warm flush crept to her cheeks as she feigned a casual tone. "Brother, this is quite unsightly. A modest cover can preserve your dignity. No need to thank me." She adjusted the purse and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a chilling grip seized her hand, and she gasped, "Ah!" Turning back, she found a hand as pale as death clutching her tightly, the icy touch sending shivers down her spine. Xiang Tao rushed over, witnessing the scene, and quickly reassured her. "Do not be afraid, Your Highness. He is alive. Just release his hand." Perhaps due to the man's severe injuries and unconscious state, Yu Miaomeng managed to free herself. Terrified, she abandoned thoughts of the purse and the man's fate, pulling Xiang Tao and fleeing towards the carriage. From a distance, she spotted Su Chuan approaching. Concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Your Highness, are you well?" Yu Miaomeng's complexion paled, anxiety gripping her as she replied in a trembling voice, "I am fine. Let us depart. I am weary and wish to rest at the estate." Su Chuan glanced towards the riverbank, but refrained from asking further, and soon they set off. Upon arriving at the estate, Yu Miaomeng understood why the Duke of Chengyin's residents regarded this place with disdain. This property was acquired by the Yu family. Years ago, Yu Huayuan, brimming with ambition yet unable to fulfill it, passed away prematurely, leading to the gradual decline of the Yu family. Their capabilities dwindled, resulting in this remote and unremarkable estate. She resided in a modest house of blue bricks and tiles, comprised of 2 courtyards separated by an archway. The front and backyards connected, resembling 2 quadrangles built together, simple yet clean, and she found it quite endearing. After dinner, Yu Miaomeng sat on her bed in a daze, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Her thoughts were incessantly drawn back to the wounded man, and the more she pondered, the more her heart felt conflicted, an inexplicable turmoil enveloping her. Feeling stifled, she glanced at Xiang Tao, who was organizing the boxes, and lazily rose to her feet. "Xiang Tao, I shall take a walk outside. You need not accompany me. Your Highness is still early. Allow me to join you for a stroll," the maid offered. Yu Miaomeng shook her head in refusal, reassuring, "Rest assured, this secluded and tranquil village is perfect. I shall take a leisurely stroll by the river." Subsequently, disregarding Xiang Tao, she stepped beyond the courtyard. Her spirits noticeably lifted. The verdant mountains and fields, accompanied by curling wisps of smoke, exuded an essence reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world. As she admired the surrounding scenery, she ambled towards the riverbank, where the crystal-clear waters flowed gently, the setting sun casting a serene glow over the placid surface. In this enchanting moment, she felt an urge to compose a poem, yet after much contemplation, her mind remained a blank canvas. All she could muster was the simple thought, "The environment is delightful." Upon reaching the shade of several grand trees by the river, she was about to sit and rest when her eyes caught sight of her own pink shawl fluttering on the riverbank. This delicate garment had been draped over the man's thigh earlier that afternoon. Yu Miaomeng was momentarily taken aback, a wave of anxiety washing over her as the once peaceful riverside suddenly felt ominously strange. Her hair stood on end, and she instinctively turned to flee. However, before she could take a step, a powerful force yanked her back, and a strong arm encircled her waist, holding her captive. Her back pressed tightly against the man's broad chest. A chill akin to a piercing wind sent shivers down her spine. They were uncomfortably close, his heated breath brushing against her ear. Then, to her horror, she watched as her shawl slowly coiled around her neck, the grip tightening gradually. When the world. Chapter 4. Fright in the face of resistance and vehement cursing, Yu Miaomeng decisively chose to concede. It was not the moment for rebellion or bravado. As she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, the air thick with an aura of danger, The grip around her neck tightened at just the right angle, inducing a slight suffocation while still allowing her a few breaths. Her entire being was overshadowed by the towering figure of the man behind her, creating an extremely chilling atmosphere. With trembling hands, Yu Miaomeng grasped the cloak around her neck, stammering, "Sir, let us speak calmly." "You." The two words dripped with oppressive weight, spoken in a low tone, devoid of warmth. "You dog, still trying to act cool. If you have the guts, just kill me." Yu Miaomeng's heart roared in defiance, yet her lips feigned innocence. "It is not me. We do not know each other." She was certain now. He was the injured man from the afternoon. Reminiscing about those moments filled her with regret. It served her right for meddling. A chilling, mocking tone escaped him, low and cold. "Not acquainted? Don't you wish to kill me? If not acquainted, then that's even better." Sensing the suffocating grip intensifying, Yu Miaomeng realized he was a madman, intent on violence in broad daylight. "My apologies." But she had to save herself. With a fierce elbow jab backward, she heard a muffled thud behind her and seized the opportunity to retaliate. However, she underestimated the height disparity, and her strike went slightly awry. Though the man evaded somewhat, he still felt the brunt of her attack. Both froze for a moment, the perilous situation suddenly suspended. "Oh dear, so soft and so shameful. I'm sorry, I truly did not mean to." Without lingering on the embarrassment, Yu Miaomeng seized the moment while he stood momentarily rigid, yanked the cloak from her neck, and, as she turned to retreat, she delivered a swift kick. Perhaps due to his severe injuries, the man, already weakened, fell straight down from the force of her unexpected maneuver. Trembling, Yu Miaomeng removed the cloak from her neck, observing the man sprawled by the riverbank, surmising he had floated down with the current, fortuitously arriving at this spot. She felt an acute awareness of his high danger level. Without a moment's hesitation, she dragged the unconscious man further away and tidied up the area where they had fought. Once again witnessing the peril of neglect, her legs grew weak, and she stumbled back to the courtyard. Xiang Tao, filled with concern, had just prepared to venture outside when she spotted the princess's figure and hurriedly approached. "Your Highness," Yu Miaomeng, still shaken, commanded directly, "I wish to bathe." "Yes, I shall prepare it at once." As the sky darkened, Xiang Tao did not ponder further and headed to the kitchen. Yu Miaomeng resided in the main quarters of the back courtyard. Once inside her chamber, she sat before the copper mirror, her reflection somewhat indistinct. Yet she could discern the red marks on her neck. Anger and guilt surged within her. Although there was a misunderstanding between them, her temper flared, and she could not shake off the simmering frustration. She recalled the bodyguards hired in her previous life, once again disdaining the foolishness of her current self. A fool seeking torment, truly maddening. It is truly a shame to see the princess's title squandered, leaving her devoid of dignity and security. Contemplating her plans, Yu Miaomeng managed to suppress her anger somewhat. After bathing, she sat on her bed, attended by Xiang Tao, who was applying medicine to her wounds. She could not help but offer some words of comfort. "Xiang Tao, I am fine. It is merely a minor injury, and the medicine will suffice." "My lady, you must not think so despondently. You are too wonderful for the heir to treat you as a mere concubine while disregarding his wife. How could you even consider ending your life?" Xiang Tao wept openly, resolved to remain by the princess's side to prevent her from making foolish decisions. Yu Miaomeng felt deeply insulted by such misunderstandings. How could that filthy man, Jiang Yi, possibly occupy her thoughts? "Enough, you may take your leave. I am weary," she said dismissively, uninterested in explaining herself to a Navi girl. When the candlelight was extinguished, Yu Miaomeng lay in bed, suppressing her inner discomfort and forcing herself to sleep. Exhausted from a day filled with attempts to escape and the distress of being choked, she soon succumbed to slumber. One must not engage in morally questionable actions, for pleasant dreams can take a bizarre turn. In the sweltering summer, her youthful curiosity led her to secretly watch some risque art films depicting amorous acts. To avoid any adverse effects, she quickly closed the video after a few glances and lay down to catch up on her sleep, inadvertently experiencing her first spring dream. In her dream, a man with disheveled hair appeared, his prominent nose and pale skin captivating her. His cool, smooth hand gently caressed her chest and gradually traced her neck. She inexplicably found this sensation comforting and took hold of his hands, which felt remarkably pleasant. Soon, the man leaned down, and they embraced tenderly, sharing soft kisses. As her nightgown was lifted, his hand gripped her slender waist, her cheeks flushed with a hint of anticipation. She yearned to see his face, yet it remained elusive. Just as she was lost in her reverie, the scene abruptly shifted. She found herself trapped in a cage, surrounded by darkness. Before she could comprehend her predicament, a pale hand grasped her throat. A chilling voice echoed, "Why did you not save me? If you dare to flee, you shall be confined, destined to be my little slave, trapped in my bedchamber as your punishment." The man then dragged her from the cage and tossed her onto the bed, choking her while kissing her lips and with a sudden rip. "Ah, no!" Yu Miaomeng awoke in a panic. She preferred solitude while sleeping, so Xiang Tao rested in the adjacent room. However, the commotion stirred Xiang Tao from her worries, prompting her to rush to the door. "My lady, I am here. Have you had a nightmare? I wish to attend to you." Yu Miaomeng, her voice urgent, called Xiang Tao come in. Upon entering, Xiang Tao noticed the princess had already donned her attire, leaving her somewhat puzzled. "My lady, it is late. Should you require anything, I am at your service. Go fetch Su Chuan. We shall head to the riverbank together," Yu Miaomeng commanded before striding purposefully out. The greatest virtue of Xiang Tao lies in her reticence and adherence to propriety. Upon noticing the severe countenance of the princess, she swiftly dashed toward the courtyard. Under the cloak of night, chaos ensued in the small yard, and when Yu Miaomeng stepped outside, Su Chuan had already been waiting respectfully for some time. Su Chuan was not particularly skilled, merely possessing some martial prowess. His mother, Lu Momo, had been the wet nurse of Princess Comping, and he had received kindness from the Su family since childhood, rendering him utterly loyal. He spoke little and approached to pay his respects, inquiring, "Princess, what are your commands?" Yu Miaomeng refrained from elaboration, simply instructing him, "You need not question my actions. Follow my arrangements." The group soon arrived at the riverbank, where the darkness enveloped them, and despite the lantern's glow, visibility remained limited. Yu Miaomeng suppressed her tumultuous emotions, her brow furrowed, and her heart entangled with apprehension. She reluctantly accepted her fate, having fallen into the same pit twice. The dream had been frighteningly vivid. Moreover, she worried about the man, if he were still alive. Would he seek revenge for their previous entanglements and confrontations? The thought of being abducted in the dead of night or suffocated in her bed by such a perilous man was daunting. Whether the life-saving grace she had shown him would bear any weight remained uncertain. Alternatively, it might suffice to keep him close and, once he recovered, send him away, clearing any lingering grievances. As she pondered this, an odd sensation washed over her. The scene from a recent dream was both real and exhilarating. Yu Miaomeng quickly reined in her reckless thoughts, clutching the lantern as she meticulously searched the area. However, after wandering along the riverbank for some time without encountering anyone, her anxiety escalated. Returning to the spot where she had once been choked in broad daylight, her heart began to race inexplicably in the stillness of the night. The moonlit water seemed to emanate a sinister aura. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glimmers on the water's surface, while the leaves rustled in the trees, punctuated by occasional strange bird calls. Yu Miaomeng took a hesitant step back, engulfed in a vague sense of fear. She anxiously scanned the distance for Su Chuan and Xiang Tao, her voice trembling. "Let us return." No sooner had she spoken than a hand grasped her ankle. In that sudden moment, her already weak legs buckled, sending her sprawling to the ground. Panic surged through her, and she thought, "I am doomed." Darkness clouded her vision as she truly felt her life slip away. Chapter 5. Shen Rang. Yu Miaomeng felt an overwhelming urge to dispatch this insufferable man, who had a penchant for seizing her hands, clutching her feet, and constricting her throat. What kind of creature was he? Was he even human? The absurdity of the situation escalated further. It was as if his hand were affixed to her ankle, immovable. Despite the desperate attempts of Yu Miaomeng and her companions to pry him away, his grip remained steadfast. The man's pallid wrist was taut with visible veins, betraying the effort he exerted. Sichuan strained with all his might, yet the hand remained obstinately in place. Observing the princess's fury, which seemed poised to ascend to the heavens, he found himself in a quandary. "Your Highness, this hand truly cannot be moved," he confessed. Yu Miaomeng had entered a state of furious agitation, her wrath surging like a tempest. "It hurts terribly. Force him away." After a brief pause, Sichuan spoke of blunt truth. "Your Highness, I fear that should the man awaken suddenly, he might inadvertently harm you." Yu Miaomeng froze for a moment, her fury dissipating slightly as she conceded. Ultimately, the three of them proceeded side by side, with Yu Miaomeng positioned in the center, Xiang Tao supporting her on the left, while Sichuan bore the weight of the man on his back. One would presume such a formation would facilitate swift movement. However, after over half an hour of laborious progress, it was Yu Miaomeng who suffered the most. At merely 15 years of age, Xiang Tao weighed no more than 70 or 80 pounds, and after a brief stint of carrying her, she found herself unable to continue, unwilling to overburden a minor. Yu Miaomeng nearly hopped back into the courtyard, her right foot, which had been gripped, forced to rise. Midway, her right leg seized with cramp, eliciting cries of pain and tears streaming down her face. Upon finally returning to the front courtyard and managing to hoist the man onto the bed, she noted that the prolonged duration had lessened the grip around her ankle considerably. In haste, she reached to pry his hand away, threatening vehemently, "If you do not release me, I shall slay your younger brother. Do you believe me?" Whether her threat resonated or the man truly comprehended her words, he unexpectedly released his grip. Yu Miaomeng, filled with exhilaration, stood up, but before she could revel in her success, her left leg, having been improperly exerted, seized up as well. She cried out in agony. Xiang Tao, Xiang Tao, carrying a basin of warm water, rushed into the room. Upon witnessing the scene, she hurried to assist. "Your Highness, did you not just injure your right leg? How has your left leg succumbed as well?" She approached to stretch the afflicted foot, then began to knead her calves. After enduring a prolonged episode of suffering, Yu Miaomeng's legs finally regained a semblance of their former strength. She could manage a few steps, albeit only back to the rear courtyard. Not once did she cast a glance at the man on the bed. She was resolute. Upon his awakening, she would promptly expel him. Once in the back courtyard, she reclined on the bed, finally feeling a sense of survival. Even the strongest constitution could not withstand such trials, especially considering the frailty of her body prior to these events. Xiang Tao sat at the foot of the bed, massaging her legs gently, and spoke softly, "Your Highness, having endured such exertion and injury to your leg today, shall we still venture to the capital tomorrow?" Yu Miaomeng, reclining languidly, replied, "Of course we shall go. This princess has numerous matters to attend to on the morrow." Xiang Tao, sensing the finality in her tone, refrained from further inquiry. "The young lady shall rest for a while. I shall return to attend to her later." Yu Miaomeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fatigue of her maid. "You have toiled throughout the day. Go and rest." Before she succumbed to slumber, an inexplicable thought of the man from the front courtyard crossed her mind. What an utter nuisance. With that lingering frustration, she drifted into sleep. The entire modest residence fell into a profound silence as Shen Rang in the front courtyard slowly sat up. The room remained unlit through the moonlight. He cast a glance at the unfamiliar garments adorning him, his gaze imbued with inscrutable meaning. Reflecting on the events of the afternoon, his brows knitted into a deep and cold frown, exuding an enigmatic severity. A princess? Which princess? The royal family was currently dwindling. The daughters of those noble lords had all been wed, and it was inconceivable that one would venture to this secluded abode at the foot of the mountain. He glanced at his palm, and an innocent figure inexplicably flashed through his mind, an imbecile who trailed behind Jiang Yi daily, lacking any decorum, inviting ridicule. "Princes Cao Ning." Yu Miaomeng. Shen Rang recalled her nonsensical words by the river on 2 occasions, along with her audacious behaviors, rendering his already pallid visage even more unappealing. Flattery and debauchery. Her actions were a far cry from those of a refined lady. She must possess some peculiarity. Moreover, was everything that transpired today mere coincidence or a nefarious plot? Contemplating the assassination attempt, his gaze turned frigid. This bout of poisoning had gradually sapped his strength, leading to his unfortunate fall to the valley below during the perilous encounter. He had regained consciousness around noon, though his moments of lucidity were fleeting. Never did he anticipate crossing paths with such an eccentric woman. He sat quietly, his eyes lowered, scanning the direction of the rear courtyard, forcing himself to suppress the surging tide of murderous intent. Shen Rang thought of those in the capital, their godlike beauty illuminated and obscured by the moonlight, their expressions tinged with weariness. Life and death were matters of indifference to him. Yet, while he could indulge in self-deception, he would not allow others to manipulate him. Shen Rang understood that should he refrain from making his presence known upon returning to the capital, his men would locate him within 3 days at most. He recalled the faces of those searching along the riverbank in the evening, their countenances despondent. He harbored a deep disdain for everything associated with the capital. This sudden wave of annoyance, devoid of reason, swept over him. He had no desire to engage in a deadly game with those fools. Leaning against the couch, he suppressed a multitude of thoughts, preparing to depart this place in 3 days and return to the northern frontier. The night deepened, enveloping the small abode in complete tranquility. The following day, Yu Miaomeng awoke well past dawn. After stretching her legs, she found them no longer painful, and her spirits lifted considerably. After partaking in breakfast, Xiang Tao approached to report, "Princess, the carriage is ready." Yu Miaomeng was quite pleased. "Let us set forth." Xiang Tao inquired softly, "Princess, should I not go to old Madame Lu to procure some silver notes? There are so many items to purchase, and what if—" "No need," Yu Miaomeng interjected sternly. "What nonsense! How could I possibly spend my own money at this moment?" She had resolved to embark on a month-long shopping spree in the capital, intending to procure the very best in food, clothing, and all necessities. Indeed, she planned to seclude herself for a month. She could forego meals, but she could never compromise on beauty. At present, her physique is utterly unsightly, failing to meet her expectations and standards. Moreover, after enduring such self-imposed torment for so long, she intends to summon a physician to complement her yoga practice and beauty regimen, ensuring a complete transformation within a month. With the physician's presence, she could also attend to the man in the front courtyard, hastening his recovery to facilitate his departure. As Yu Miaomeng contemplated this, she cast a glance at the closed room in the front courtyard, pondering the man's fate, alive or dead. Seemingly casual, she inquired, "Xiang Tao, is that man still alive?" In a hushed tone, Xiang Tao replied, "Your Highness, this morning, Uncle Su mentioned that the man clung desperately to his undergarment last night and ultimately had to be provided with an outer garment. He also remarked on the man's extraordinary beauty, claiming he was strikingly handsome, almost unreal. From a young age, Yu Miaomeng had been an ardent admirer of beauty, proudly holding the title of a lifelong diamond member of the Aesthetic Society. For her, no man could escape her discerning scrutiny regarding physique and appearance. She recalled the man's pronounced nose and fair complexion, inexplicably reminiscing about her clandestine spring dream. A twitch of her lips betrayed a hint of embarrassment, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. "You've simply encountered too few men. It's hardly remarkable. How handsome could he possibly be?" Cautiously, Xiang Tao countered, "That is not the case, Your Highness. This morning, I secretly stole a glance and caught a glimpse of his profile. He is indeed very handsome." Presently, Yu Miaomeng held no favorable impression of that wretched man. In fact, she felt a considerable psychological shadow looming over her, as if her body had suddenly recalled memories, causing her neck, wrists, hips, thighs, and ankles to twitch unexpectedly. Before boarding the carriage, she took one last look at that room, curling her lips in disdain. Handsome indeed. That man was born to be a punching bag. He was utterly unworthy of her interest. Chapter 6. Debt repayment seated in the jolting carriage. Yu Miaomeng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She longed for the modes of transport she had previously dismissed. Once, she had scoffed at the ostentatious starry canopy and derided the emblem that resembled a pitchfork. Now, she mused that all was but ephemeral. In essence, acquiescence was not her disposition. She demanded sumptuous garments and exquisite delicacies in equal measure. She pondered relentlessly on how to reclaim her status as a wealthy and beautiful woman, enduring the oppressive heat and irritability, and finally arrived in the capital just before noon, heading straight for the bustling Zhuke Street. Xiang Tao cautiously lifted the curtain of the carriage, peering through the narrow slit. With a furtive glance, Yu Miaomeng silently cursed the feudal remnants that stifled young women, though her words remained gentle. Xiang Tao, be bold and look outside. They cannot see me. Yet Xiang Tao was quite anxious. Since the princess's marriage into the marquis's household, she had not stepped beyond its gates. As a marquis's wife had consistently found ways to obstruct her. Simple-minded, she struggled to grasp the situation, but instinctively sensed the malice behind the marquis's wife's actions. Initially, she had voiced her concerns to the princess, but after facing severe punishment, she had lost the courage to speak up again. With this thought in mind, she cautiously inquired, "Princess, shall we return to the marquis's residence today?" Yu Miaomeng had experienced a tumultuous day prior, leaving her little time to reflect on the circumstances of her original self. Firstly, she had committed the grave error of skipping chapters in her reading. Secondly, she had exited the estate too hastily, failing to confront the scoundrels, leaving her unaware of the specifics regarding her adversaries. After some contemplation, she deemed them insignificant. Her primary concern was whether she had a powerful ally to rely upon. She resolved to take advantage of circumstances, leveraging her position to rise up and command the elements, which constituted the best strategy. She needed to grasp the essence of her role as a princess. Thus, she would soon find herself in a position to intimidate others. With a semblance of clarity in her heart, she spoke with calm assurance. "Xiang Tao, Nurse Lu was my mother's wet nurse. Surely, she must know many things?" Xiang Tao nodded. "Yes, I and Xiaomei were purchased by you 3 years ago. I am unaware of the matters concerning the princess and the palace." With this information, Yu Miaomeng felt reassured and did not press further, casually directing, "We shall not return to the marquis's residence. After our shopping, we will return to the estate. Furthermore, all matters shall be addressed once I have regained my beauty. In my current state, this princess lacks the inclination to engage in anything else." Subsequently, the group enjoyed a simple lunch at an inn before making their way to the finest jewelry shop in the capital, Linglong Pavilion. Upon seeing a somewhat slender young lady accompanied by only a small maid, Manager Li deemed her attire unsatisfactory for a personal greeting and instructed a servant to attend to her. Was he to judge her worth based on her appearance? Yu Miaomeng fixed her gaze on the lean manager, her tone laced with coldness. "Come here." Taken aback for a moment, Manager Li quickly regained his composure and, recognizing the importance of the situation, approached with a smile. "How may I assist you, young lady?" Yu Miaomeng's penchant for beauty was piqued. She found the manager's striking features invigorating, particularly his exceptionally elongated face, which left her in awe. Adopting a facade of calm, she averted her gaze and softened her tone. "Manager, please bring forth your finest pearls." Upon hearing the praise, Master Li's smile grew genuinely brighter. He promptly presented the pearls and, in his habitual manner, began to boast. "My dear lady, behold these exquisite pearls, a rarity found solely in our Linglong Pavilion. Whether set in a hairpin or fashioned into a headpiece, they are utterly unparalleled." Yu Miaomeng cast a cursory glance downward. They were passable, not overly large, marred by depressions and fissures. "Grind this entire box into powder. I shall make do with it," she replied. Master Li was left dumbfounded. This box contained large, round pearls, an exceedingly rare find, and to reduce them to powder seemed an utter waste. Hesitantly, he inquired, "My lady, such a substantial box of pearls comes at a considerable price. Are you suggesting—" "What? Are you afraid I cannot afford them?" Yu Miaomeng retorted, turning her gaze to the slender shopkeeper as she produced a pre-prepared token and several different styles of jade pendants. This token granted her a semblance of authority. And after the recent water incident, Jiang Yi, feeling guilty, had specifically sent it to her as compensation. It was an opportune moment for her to act. The authenticity of the token could be discerned by any shopkeeper, yet there was only one such token. Thus she intended to pawn the jade pendants left in her possession by Jiang Yi. "I will settle the account. After my departure, you may collect your payment from the estate today." She placed the pendants on the counter. Masterly, now more cautious, could not ascertain which noble family this young lady hailed from. He took the pendant, asking with utmost care, "May I inquire which estate you represent? Might I see your token?" Yu Miaomeng graciously revealed it. The Jiang family of the Chengyan Marquisate. Nobility abounds in the capital, and it is not uncommon for royal relatives to emerge unexpectedly. The Marquis himself may lack prowess, yet his heir possesses a respectable reputation. No longer hesitating, Masterly instructed a young attendant to grind the pearls into powder, subsequently presenting the most exquisite headpiece. "My lady, this is the finest jewelry from Linglong Pavilion. Please, let me know if you find anything of interest. I shall deliver everything to the Marquisate." Having previously owned diamonds weighing dozens of carats and numerous jewels exceeding 7 figures, her standards were naturally elevated. While these adornments were splendid, they lacked the finesse she desired. Adhering to the principle of not missing out on an opportunity, she patiently examined the offerings. "I will take these personally. You may proceed directly to the Marquisate to collect your payment. By the way, if they inquire at the estate, simply relay that the heir is aware of the purchase. There is no need to elaborate." Jiang Yi held a prominent position within the estate, his jade pendant inscribed, ensuring the doorman would not be negligent. After stating her terms, she fixed her gaze intently on an object adorning the wall, something she had coveted since her entrance, and pointed decisively. "Is that whip for sale?" "Indeed," replied Masterly, retrieving the riding whip. It was not large, yet its handle was adorned with gold and jade, embellished with sizable rubies, exuding an exotic charm and remarkable beauty. "You possess a discerning eye, my lady. This is the prized treasure of Linglong Pavilion, recently acquired, reportedly from beyond the borders." Yu Miaomeng took the whip, cracking it twice, feeling the rush of wind, instantly recognizing its formidable power. She was exceedingly pleased. "I shall take it. Henceforth, it will serve as my whip for dealing with unruly dogs." Time was of the essence, and tasks were plentiful. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to speak, she left her jade pendant and signed the receipt, clutching the pearl powder and jewelry as she departed the shop. She then made her way to the grandest fabric store in the capital, the Jinula. There, Yu Miaomeng engaged in a thorough shopping spree, acquiring a substantial amount of ready-to-wear garments. Subsequently, she selected the finest jade silk, intending to fashion it into delicate camisole nightgowns. This jade silk, second only to genuine silk, was her exclusive choice for sleepwear. She would settle for nothing less. She believed that while sacrifices might be made for others, she must never compromise her own desires. Additionally, she chose several types of leather to craft a few pairs of slippers, asserting her right to dress as she pleased in her own domain. Afterward, she pulled along the dazed and uneasy Xiang Tao to select ample fabrics for their few servants. Before departing, she cast a glance at the men's garments and, recalling the disheveled man in the front courtyard, whimsically picked out a few pieces. Ultimately, she signed the name of that unsavory man and left behind another jade pendant before heading straight to the largest apothecary, the Tongxin Hall. There, she procured the finest blood swallow, along with an assortment of premium ingredients such as bird's nest, ginseng, ajiao, deer antler, dendrobium, and reishi mushrooms. Her next stop was the renowned cosmetic shop, the Hanxiang Building, where she wholesale purchased an entire box of the most expensive white jade cream and anti-aging balm, ensuring she did not overlook makeup essentials, securing lipsticks and blushes alike. By the end of her shopping spree, her carriage was filled to the brim. Yu Miaomeng then instructed Su Chuan to rent a larger vehicle to accommodate their acquisitions. As they settled into the carriage, Xiang Tao remained lost in thought, trembling with anxiety. Cautiously she spoke, "Your Highness, those jade pendants were gifts from the young master. If we pawn them, what if? Moreover, we have purchased so many items. What if the Countess refuses to pay? We currently do not possess such a sum. It amounts to several tens of thousands of taels. Do not worry. We shall not bear the cost." Yu Miaomeng reassured her, thinking of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was a man who exuded an air of pride and dominance. He would never allow any shame to befall his household. Even if that old scheming matron refused to part with money, that unsavory man would certainly do so. The Marquis's household had held her dowry for 3 years, and the interest accrued each year was irretrievable. Thus, it would suffice to settle debts with goods. It was a shameless act to usurp another's dowry. It is a fundamental principle that debts must be repaid. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Yu Miaomeng adjusted her attire. Today, she still had one crucial matter to attend to. Chapter 7. The Dr. Xiang Tao observed the secluded and dilapidated alleyway, perplexed as to why the princess had not chosen one of the larger apothecaries. Located in the southern part of the city, Tian Shui Alley predominantly housed common merchants and tradespeople. Although not bustling, the street was lively due to the numerous locals. Yu Miaomeng strolled leisurely with Xiang Tao, having encountered an intriguing character while reading. During the confiscation of the Marquis's residence, a miraculous doctor had emerged among the populace, declining an official position in court to ultimately serve the community as a healer, with his apothecary situated in Tian Shui Alley. She merely wished to enlist this doctor for a month of recuperation. After all, wealth is meaningless without life to enjoy it. Additionally, she could not afford to be physically drained during future confrontations, impacting her performance. Upon reaching the Huichun Hall, however, she found it deserted. The establishment, though modest, was impeccably clean, imbued with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. After observing the interior for a moment, she called out, "Is anyone here? May I inquire if Dr. He is present?" Moments later, the curtain on the right side was lifted, revealing a slender young man in his 20s. Handsome, yet possessing a gentle, somewhat aloof demeanor. He sure and observed the pair with keen eyes, his gaze flickering with recognition. Could it be her? Princess Yu Miaomeng of Zhaoning. What brings her to this impoverished alley instead of remaining at the curry favor with Jiang Yi? Seeing that the woman before him seemed oblivious to his identity, he averted his gaze, speaking in a calm tone. "May I ask what brings you here, miss?" Having skimmed through her reading, Yu Miaomeng was unaware that she had inadvertently revealed her identity. She candidly stated, "I have heard of Dr. He's remarkable medical skills. I am experiencing some health issues and would like to invite you to my estate for a month of treatment." He sure and smiled gently, declining, "You flatter me, Mississippi. I am but an ordinary doctor, of no particular distinction. You might seek someone more suitable on Juke Street." Yu Miaomeng had already anticipated that this doctor would be difficult to persuade, as those disinterested in fame and fortune tend to be elusive. With sincerity etched on her face, she replied, "Dr. He, I reside on an estate just outside the capital, which is indeed somewhat distant. However, I do not wish to impose. Nevertheless, I have a patient at my estate who is in dire need of your expertise. Might you accompany me today to provide a consultation and prescribe some remedies?" Such a proposition, framed as a retreat to advance, would be hard for a doctor of high moral integrity, one who saves lives, to refuse. He sure and found her request peculiar. Raising his gaze to scrutinize her, he deliberately probed, "Might you disclose your estate's name? I must ascertain the location we are to visit. To be candid, I am currently burdened with pressing matters and cannot be away for too long. If your estate is too far, I may not be able to attend." Yu Miaomeng met his gaze and smiled. "Who I am is of little importance. Though my estate is secluded, it is not far from the capital. After your consultation, Dr. He, you may leave at your convenience." Upon her words, they exchanged glances. He sure and silently regarded her for a moment, then smiled softly. "In that case, please wait a moment while I inform my brother, and we may set off." Yu Miaomeng nodded and casually inquired, "Dr. He, do you happen to know if there are any midwives nearby? I wish to purchase a few." Hishan listened intently, a profound expression crossing his face as he increasingly perceived the peculiarity of the princess. Although the young lady appeared to be in poor health, she did not come from a humble background. Was she truly unaware that a matchmaker would lead suitable suitors to her family for selection? After all, the chaotic realm of matchmaking was hardly a fitting environment for a lady. Yu Miaomeng sensed an element of probing in his words, and a sense of caution enveloped her. No further inquiries could be made. She could only nod in gratitude, thanking Dr. He for his counsel. Once they exited the pharmacy, her thoughts drifted back to the fleeting yet robust silhouette she had glimpsed earlier. The text had clearly stated that Dr. He had no close relatives. She inquired softly, "Is Dr. He.'s brother also a physician?" He seems quite tall, not much resembling you. Shen lowered his gaze, offering no elaboration. He is not my biological brother. Yu Miaomeng, observing his demeanor, felt an inexplicable unease, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. After all, she had been the one to seek him out. Thus she suppressed her strange thoughts and hurried towards the estate. By the time they returned, it was early evening. Yu Miaomeng noticed Shen gazing intently at the river. She smiled and remarked, "Isn't it beautiful here? This river is quite long, and the water is remarkably clear." Shen did not turn to face her. His voice barely above a whisper, "Is it? The water is clear." Yu Miaomeng did not catch his words clearly and led her companions to the front courtyard, where they proceeded with the examination in the main room. Shen meticulously checked her pulse, maintaining a composed demeanor, yet internally he was restless. After a prolonged diagnosis, he finally stepped back. Yu Miaomeng, fearful of mortality, felt a sense of urgency. "Dr. He, how is my health?" Shen, still with lowered eyes, took a moment before responding, "Miss, your health is not gravely compromised. It is merely a result of previous deficiencies. Dietary supplements will suffice." In other words, she had been quite starved. Recalling the pain from her cramping the previous day, Yu Miaomeng came to understand that she could not place all the blame on the man next door. It was likely that her body had been subjected to such turmoil that it was now malnourished and severely lacking in calcium. In this day and age, even pigs were not deficient in calcium. Yu Miaomeng's expression froze momentarily. Shen packed away his medical kit, glancing at the sky, his gaze lingering on the adjoining room, his calm eyes harboring curiosity. He pondered the identity of the other patient, whether male or female, and the nature of their ailment. If it were a lady, she ought to be received in the main hall. Meanwhile, Yu Miaomeng was still grappling with her thoughts about the pig, feeling utterly frustrated, and casually replied, "I'm not familiar either. It's a man. That door seems as if it were locked tight. No one can enter. Please, Dr. He, do take a look. If he has offended in any way, as a compassionate healer, do not stoop to his level." Reflecting on the man's alarming antics from the previous day, she felt a lingering dread. Such a distinguished and elite physician like Dr. He must not suffer any indignities. Unable to restrain herself, she began to ramble. "If he suddenly acts violently, Dr. He, please be cautious and protect yourself. If necessary, you must retaliate. Self-defense is your right, alas." Before she could finish her words, she looked up to find him already leaving the main room, leaving her somewhat perplexed. In such a hurry? Her mind suddenly became chaotic, and after furrowing her brows for a moment, she proceeded to the next room. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld Shen standing at the door of the side room, knocking. Yu Miaomeng inexplicably sighed in relief. This was indeed the proper course of action. Otherwise, she might have suspected that there was some clandestine relationship between the two. She stepped forward, glanced at the firmly shut door, and quietly explained, "This man has been in a state of unconsciousness and always locks the door. Dr. He, I hope you won't take offense. Since you are already here, please take a look at his injury. I will have someone pry the door open. Is that acceptable?" Shen nodded without hesitation. "As a physician, I cannot bear to see patients suffer. I apologize if I have caused any trouble. It's of no consequence. Dr. He, your noble character is greatly admired." Yu Miaomeng replied, setting aside her doubts and directly instructing Su Chuan to force the door open. She had endured a long day and felt weary, her legs aching, and before she could express her intention to take her leave, the person beside her spoke first. "Miss, you appear fatigued. Perhaps it would be best for you to return and rest. I will thoroughly study your prescription and personally prepare your medicine when the time comes." Grateful for such sincere words, Yu Miaomeng smiled as she prepared to depart, saying, "It is late. Dr. He, if you wish to stay the night, I have arranged accommodations. If you prefer to return to the capital, I will make the necessary arrangements." Shen maintained a composed demeanor. "It seems I may impose upon you today. The city gates are likely to close soon." Yu Miaomeng, ever accommodating, replied, "Then please make yourself at home." After exchanging a few polite remarks, she turned and returned to the rear courtyard. Shen gazed at her slender silhouette for a long time, only withdrawing his gaze when the sound of the door being opened reached his ears. He cast a glance at the inner room concealed behind the screen. urged Su Chuan to leave, and his emotions deepened as he slowly stepped inside. Chapter 8. Variables upon clearly discerning the visage of the man before him. Xian let out a sigh of relief. The individual was none other than the northern prince, Shen Rang. After an arduous search, he had finally found him, albeit not too late. He hastily approached and retrieved a piece of incense from his medical kit, igniting it. After a brief moment, the man on the bed stirred, his cold, unyielding gaze fixed upon Xian, devoid of any discernible emotion. "What brings you here?" The prince's pallid complexion was strikingly adorned with exquisite features. However, the sharpness of his facial lines somewhat diminished that beauty. His bone structure was noble, with profoundly defined contours, rendering his appearance remarkably impactful and stunning. Xian stole a glance before quickly lowering his eyes and offering a respectful bow. "Your Highness, my presence here is unexpected, but I have managed to concoct the antidote." Shen Rang sat up, his gaze deep and frigid, his tone indifferent. "How many days will it take to detoxify?" Xian responded, "This poison, known as aconite, is difficult to detect when ignited as incense. While it is not fatal, it gradually weakens the afflicted. It appears that your Highness was poisoned in the northern frontier, and the symptoms only manifested upon reaching the capital." Shen Rang's expression betrayed impatience, his demeanor languid and weary. "There is no need for such details. I'm already aware of the incense's issues. How long until it is resolved?" Xian raised his gaze, his expression intricate. "Detoxification requires a period of rest, approximately 1 month. Your Highness's strength must be gradually restored to avoid further bodily harm. This is the most prudent course of action. 1 month is too long." Shen Rang replied, his demeanor unfazed. "I must return to the northern frontier soon." Xian furrowed his brow, attempting to reason. "The border is stable. Your Highness has been away since the age of 4, and after 13 years of annual military campaigns. It has been 15 years since you last returned to the capital with honor. His Majesty's summons undoubtedly indicates a desire to see you. Why invite unnecessary troubles? Furthermore, with Princeton stirring up trouble nearby, remaining in the capital would allow us to apprehend him all at once. Your Highness, why allow others to scheme against you? I am genuinely concerned about your poisoning." After hearing such earnest counsel, Shen Rang's expression remained unchanged, his voice laced with apathy. A few simple, clean words escaped his lips. "Uninteresting, uninterested." Xian felt a constriction in his chest. As a physician, he understood the afflictions of the prince before him all too well. Beneath his inherently cold-blooded exterior lay a capricious and merciless temperament, even twisted and brutal, indulging in unchecked behavior. The prince's indulgence in these matters stemmed from a lack of anything he valued, including his own life. A man weary of the world cannot be understood through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Most critically, the prince's thoughts shifted without any apparent rationale. He could kill with little hesitation, only to reverse his decision at the last moment. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Yet, others remained utterly oblivious to the inner workings of his mind. With this realization, Xian refrained from further discourse, steadfastly adhering to one point. "If your Highness wishes not to linger here, then please return to the capital to detoxify and recuperate. A month at most is all that is required. Your Highness must take care of your health." At this juncture, Shen Rang recalled the peculiar woman present in his vicinity and inquired in a low voice, "How did you arrive here?" The visitor summoned was a young lady, an unexpected presence. Xian reflected on the events of the afternoon, finding the coincidences strikingly improbable. The Princess Xiaoning. As a physician, Xian possessed an exceptional ability to discern facial features and expressions, ensuring that he seldom forgot a countenance. Although many years had elapsed since he last beheld Princess Xiaoning, he was unequivocally certain of her identity. Shen Rang remained unperturbed, his tone resolute. "It is not her." He found the situation intriguing, speaking with a hint of significance. "Your current reputation is not so formidable. How did she come to know of your medical practice?" Xian too found this puzzling. Her demeanor and speech bore little resemblance to the past. She was poised and vibrant, a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, she appeared to have immense faith in Xian's medical skills. Initially hesitant due to his concern for the prince, he had intended to decline her request. Yet the princess insisted that there was a patient in the village who required a physician, prompting He Xian's decision to investigate further. Upon hearing this, Shen Rang's expression shifted slightly. Are you suggesting she specifically sent for you to tend to my injuries? He Xian nodded affirmatively. Shen Rang found this peculiar woman quite amusing. The previous afternoon, she had delivered silver to him, and upon their next encounter, she had kicked him down while he was exhausted from a confrontation. Now, she was seeking a physician on his behalf. She was not Yu Miaomeng, but rather an anomaly. Her presence near him seemed too coincidental to be ignored. Shen Rang spoke with a measured tone. This woman cannot remain. I have no fondness for the peculiar, nor for the unusual. He Xian understood the history. Princess Zhao Ning's parents had achieved great merit, ensuring her a life of ease and luxury, provided she did not court disaster. He hesitated. My lord, she indeed bears little resemblance to Princess Zhao Ning, yet her appearance is identical. At this juncture, he recalled the pulse he had taken earlier and quickly added, My lord, I examined her pulse this afternoon. She still harbors lingering toxins within her body. Having been poisoned, one could not possibly remain unscathed, especially given the substantial amount of residual poison in her system. Such toxins would gradually diminish one's vitality, leading to an unremarkable death. This implied that Yu Miaomeng should have perished by now. It was inconceivable for someone who had been poisoned and was expected to be dead to appear here. Shen Rang, a skeptic of supernatural entities, found himself grappling with a reality that transcended his understanding. What poison? Can you neutralize it? He perceived her as consistently odd. Altering his approach, he commanded, Send word to Qin Ke and Yang, instructing them to investigate the affairs of the Duke of Cheng'an post-haste. He Xian comply, my lord. Qin Ke and Yang have been searching for you, while Moying remains at Huichan Hall awaiting news. Mentioning Moying reminded him of the insufferable old man on the dragon throne, causing Shen Rang's expression to darken. Let him remain on standby. He Xian raised his gaze, inquiring, My lord, when shall we return to the capital? Shen Rang surveyed the modest and tidy chamber, responding leisurely. It is merely a period of recuperation. Anywhere would suffice. This place, along with the capital, does not please me. However, it is comparatively more agreeable here, and, moreover, something intriguing has emerged. Shen has developed a modicum of interest, as he intends to meet this variable on the morrow. The following day, as dawn broke, Yu Miaomeng found her eyelids incessantly twitching. For a young lady burdened with few worries, she attributed it merely to a lack of rest the previous night. After applying a facial mask made from a small box of 100 taels of white jade cream, mixed with pearl powder, and adorning her face with makeup, she glanced into the mirror. Quite satisfactory, yet still rather unattractive. An urgent internal adjustment is necessary. After a moment of vexation, she began to rummage through the garments and jewelry she had collected the day before, selecting a gown of delicate canary yellow satin, while Xiang Tao presented a matching shawl. Yu Miaomeng had a particular fondness for shawls, as they draped elegantly over her elbows, enhancing her ethereal appearance. Upon glancing at the color presented, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Please fetch me a shawl in vibrant red, along with a ruby hairpin and necklace. This bold clash of colors, while aesthetically pleasing, was somewhat unconventional. The contemporary young ladies of the boudoir often favored modest and serene attire. Thus Xiang Tao hesitated in her praise. Your Highness, this ensemble is quite different. It is indeed lovely. Yu Miaomeng smiled reassuringly. Fear not. This princess is well aware of her choices. She was not foolish. She understood the nuances of attire and behavior appropriate for each occasion and company. After partaking in her morning meal, Yu Miaomeng busied herself once more. Xiang Tao, sift through those silks and select the red and white ones. I wish to sew some camisole nightgowns. Inquire if Aunt Wang knows how to sew garments. If so, present her with this design. Xiang Tao took the design and, upon a cursory glance, found it perplexing. Your Highness, what is this for? I have never encountered such a thing, but it appears simple enough for me to create. Yu Miaomeng felt a surge of joy at her words. She had brought only 5 attendants with her this time. Lu Mama, her mother's wet nurse, was advanced in age, while Su Chuan and Aunt Wang, along with their daughter Qiao Zhen, were loyal and diligent across 3 generations. Aunt Wang and Xiao Zhan had always managed the kitchen and were indeed overwhelmed with tasks. With a smile, she remarked, "Xiang Tao, do your utmost, and there shall be rewards for your efforts." Just as she finished speaking, the voice of Aunt Wang resounded from outside. "Your Highness, Su Chuan says that the doctor from yesterday wishes to see you." Chapter 9. The meeting Yu Miaomeng resided in the rear courtyard. Although it was adjacent to the front courtyard, the strict Lu Mama forbade any male visitors from entering freely. Upon hearing the name of Dr. She inexplicably thought of that man. Could it be that he was nearing his end? It would be quite inappropriate for him to pass away in her abode, especially since they were merely strangers. How could this man be so ignorant of the unspoken rules? Yu Miaomeng bore a heavy expression, akin to a hapless soul reluctantly summoned to collect a corpse, and she proceeded directly to the front courtyard to find Shen, who was waiting for her. She immediately inquired, "Where is he? Surely nothing has truly happened?" Shen was utterly taken aback by her question, momentarily rendered speechless. Just as he was about to respond, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the man standing at the door of the side room. He gestured for the oblivious woman before him to turn around. Yu Miaomeng, already somewhat irritable, was conscious of her public demeanor and was determined not to appear foolish. Thus, she suppressed her frustration. Upon noticing the gesture, she turned, albeit with a sense of confusion. The moment she did, her mind went blank. Goodness, family. The handiwork of heaven is indeed unfair. This man was not merely acceptable. He was beyond what one could dare to desire. His visage was exquisitely perfect, with long, arched eyebrows and eyes that were both delicate and striking, framed by long eyelashes that cast a shadow on his high-bridged nose. He appeared almost unreal. As the morning sunlight cascaded down, it seemed to gild his tall and slender figure in a halo of light. He exuded an aura of chastity, coupled with an intense chilliness. With skin as smooth as jade and a demeanor as enchanting as the moon, he was truly a paragon of beauty. Was this, perhaps, the fabled flower of the high ridge? Only when Yu Miaomeng regained her senses did she realize her legs had unwittingly carried her directly in front of him. The thought of her current disheveled state left her feeling utterly mortified. Clearing her throat, she forced out a somewhat affected tone. "Hello, I trust you are well now." Such a voice was truly jarring, and she felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over her. "Thank you for your assistance, miss," he replied, his voice clear and melodious, akin to the sound of jade striking against jade, rich in texture. Yu Miaomeng recalled her earlier assumption that he had succumbed, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She even found herself reminiscing about that springtime dream, the alluring image of him lying in the river, and the memory of leaning against his chest when she was nearly strangled. It was maddening. She let out a hollow laugh. Not at all. She then lamented how she had been nearly choked to death, oblivious to the fact that his voice was indeed quite pleasant. "No, Yu Miaomeng, regain your composure." Suddenly, she looked up sharply. "You thank me? Do you remember what transpired before?" "Naturally," he replied, his gaze as deep as frozen ice, imbued with a profound chill and darkness, scrutinizing Yu Miaomeng from a position of authority. No one had ever dared to look him in the eye, let alone fixate on his face. This woman truly astonished him. Her earlier demeanor suggested she had been starving for years, as if she wished to undress him and consume him whole. This absurd notion surfaced, causing him to pause momentarily, his emotions shifting unexpectedly, anger rising within him. He collected his thoughts, his gaze steady, recalling some memories while others remained elusive. "What do you remember?" Yu Miaomeng asked, her heart racing. "Aside from the fact that I saved you, what else?" Shen Rang's expression was inscrutable, his tone profound. "I remember grasping a piece of driftwood, holding it tightly in my hands. Had I not clung to it so fiercely, the consequences would have been dire." Yu Miaomeng's thigh twitched involuntarily, and she awkwardly inquired, "What else?" Shen Rang nonchalantly replied, "That is all. I have forgotten many things." He recalled the audacious provocations of this woman, though he was not overly concerned. A sense of discontent brewed within him, and his patience was wearing thin. Amnesia? The unfolding of events was rather melodramatic. Yu Miaomeng, skeptical, began her inquiries. "Do you remember your name?" Shen Rang nodded. What is it? He remained silent. Where is your home? He shook his head. Where are you going next? He did not respond. Are you married? He shook his head again. Engaged? He continued to shake his head. How old are you? This time, Shen Rang reacted, a faint, unfriendly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Isn't it obvious how old you are, miss? Yu Miaomeng, accustomed to the rhythm of nodding yes and shaking no, was momentarily taken aback by his speech. After a brief pause, her guilt surged, nearly causing her to lose her composure. I'm not sure. Shen Rang's tone was intriguing. So you do not recognize me. If that is the case, why did you save me? What kind of game is this? Yu Miaomeng closed her eyes, avoiding his gaze, and resolutely said, Indeed, since we are strangers and you have awakened, it would be best for you to leave. This man exuded a captivating yet perilous aura, coupled with an air of divine inviolability. He was cold yet dangerous, truly unique and utterly unapproachable. Shen Rang maintained a composed demeanor, appearing harmless, his tone casual. However, I do not wish to leave. It was the first time she encountered someone so brazenly naive. Had she not witnessed his murderous intent before, she might have been truly charmed by him at this moment. Yu Miaomeng spoke candidly. Let me be frank with you. You nearly killed me before. Are you aware of that? Your deliberate attempt to harm and your failed murder are heinous actions. I cannot afford to keep you as a single, beautiful woman. I must not place myself in danger. Heinous? Shen Rang scoffed internally. It was merely murder. What was so heinous about it? The woman before him appeared dazed and lost in thought. He noted the subtle flicker in her eyes, his voice steady yet laced with allure. Zhaoning? Yu Miaomeng did not respond. His gaze sharpened, probing once more, his voice a low murmur. Yu Miaomeng. Huh? What is it? Upon hearing her name, Yu Miaomeng snapped back to reality, her mouth moving faster than her mind could catch up. Shen Rang observed her reaction, his gaze penetrating. Such a faint sound elicited a response from her. One's reaction cannot be deceived, much like the practice of martial arts, where muscle memory forms unconscious reflexes that cannot be feigned. She was not the original Yu Miaomeng, yet she was indeed Yu Miaomeng. He lowered his eyes in contemplation. Rare was the encounter that left him puzzled. The appearance of this woman by his side was too coincidental, perfectly so, as if it were fate. Had it not been for her, he would likely have been rescued within 3 days and would have returned to the northern frontier, perhaps never to return to the capital. He could not deny that after he sure mentioned Yu Miaomeng yesterday, so many peculiarities had piqued his interest. Otherwise, the notion of a month of recuperation would have meant nothing to him, and he would have dismissed it entirely. No one could sway his thoughts. No one could alter his decisions, unless he chose to do so himself. At this moment, he felt a sudden thrill. A desire to both kill her and tease her arose within him. To kill or to keep. Chapter 10. Ailments. Yu Miaomeng was indeed lost in thought moments ago. The man before her presented an astonishing visual impact, truly breathtaking. She felt an air of unreality. Had she never encountered him, she would not have been so conflicted. A dish rich in color, aroma, and flavor lay before her, yet she could only observe, feeling quite peculiar about it. Moreover, how could such a handsome man have fallen into the river? As she pondered these thoughts, she heard a faint voice calling her name. Upon responding, she sensed something was amiss. Doubting her own hearing, she looked up, nearly blinded by the striking beauty before her. Truly, the world had lost its way, and the allure of male beauty reigned supreme. No wonder she felt dizzy. He was undeniably captivating. Feigning calmness, she inhaled the faint, fresh scent emanating from the handsome man and inquired about the earlier incident. Sir, how do you know my name? Shen Rang gazed at her for a considerable time before averting his eyes. I did not speak just now. Yu Miaomeng, unconvinced, retorted, I distinctly heard you. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? Shen Rang lifted his eyelids to glance at her. I have no interest in you. What did you say? Yu Miaomeng's pride flared, and she shot back. Are you unwell? Who gave you permission to be interested in me? Does your good looks make you exceptional? Where was your bravado when you fell into the river? To be honest, you choked me and I struck your arm. Let's leave the past behind and consider us even. It's broad daylight, and you're drawing too much attention. Just leave quietly by evening. With that, she dramatically flicked her sleeve, huffed disdainfully, and turned to flee. Their first encounter ended in discord. Shen Rang's brows furrowed, a hint of irritation clouding his demeanor, as this was the first time he had been so openly affronted. He found it astonishing that this woman could misinterpret his words so thoroughly. When he expressed disinterest, he referred not to the sordid matters between men and women. In his eyes, all people and matters held little distinction. There was no separation of gender or species, only the difference of whether he cast a glance or chose to ignore. Shen Rang found her behavior bizarre, her manners, etiquette, and attire all peculiar. Her speech was laced with crude expressions, and her mind seemed consumed with illicit thoughts. A woman of such character, he mused, would be better off removed from existence. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Yixian awaiting him. Yixian scrutinized the prince closely, feeling a twinge of concern for the princess. He had overheard the confrontation outside the room, where the prince had spoken more to a woman than usual. After a moment's pause, Yixian furrowed his brow and spoke. "Your Highness, General Yu and Princess Camping are both loyal and righteous individuals. The news from the Duke of Cheng'en's residence will arrive by evening. You may decide afterward." Shen Rang maintained his usual demeanor, his voice low and somber. "This woman is peculiar. It would be wise to dismiss her." Yixian found it difficult to decipher the prince's intentions and pondered the potential tumult should Princess Zhao Ning's demise be confirmed. The outcome is likely to be uneventful and not particularly troublesome. The reason lies within Princess Zhao Ning herself, who has transformed her once prosperous life into this dismal state. She could have enjoyed the privileges of being the most cherished princess in the capital, yet she chooses to wallow in the mud for the sake of a man. Such a person is beyond rescue. He sighed and quietly inquired, "Where do you plan to settle after leaving tonight, Your Highness?" Shen Rang was uncertain of his destination. He appeared to possess everything, yet seemed to lack all. A sudden wave of irritation washed over him. The long lashes cast a shadow across his face, and his tone bore a hint of weariness and chill as he replied, "We shall discuss it later tonight. I can find a random residence." Yixian understood that although the prince had not returned to the capital openly, he was well favored by the emperor and had received numerous rewards, with splendid houses and estates aplenty. Contemplating the emperor, his gaze became complex, and he suppressed his thoughts to suggest, "Your Highness should arrange for someone to accompany you. Perhaps I could remain here." "No need. You may leave," Shen Rang said, leaning against the headboard of the bed, idly toying with a blood-red ring. Upon seeing the prince in such a state, Yixian sensed trouble. He held his breath and dared not linger. Thus he returned to the capital. Sunlight poured into the room, illuminating half of it while the bed lay in shadow, creating a contrast of brightness and gloom. Shen Rang reclined, his expression placid, long lashes lowered to obscure the emotions in his eyes. He raised a hand to shield his forehead, feeling a twinge of pain at his temples. His body weighed down by an exhaustion that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Even his internal organs began to protest, nausea rising, his heart feeling constricted, and his breath stifled. Such peculiar sensations often manifested when he was troubled, with no remedy in sight. After a long while, he lifted his eyelids, his gaze aimlessly drifting until it unexpectedly landed on the garments laid out on the table. They were the ones delivered by the slender maid that morning, said to be purchased for him by Yu Miaomeng. He had dismissed them earlier, yet now they seemed utterly baffling. Red, white, apricot, green, blue, and purple. His temples throbbed at the sight, as if his entire head were beginning to ache. Shen Rang furrowed his brow and closed his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. This woman truly left him speechless. Yu Miaomeng's emotions that morning resembled a roller coaster, fluctuating between highs and lows. Leaning on the couch, she reminisced about that man, undeniably handsome, yet possessing a rather troublesome tone. His aura, a unique blend of pristine cleanliness and icy aloofness, was particularly striking. Lost in her thoughts, she pondered throughout the day. After finishing her dinner, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Xiang Tao, has that man in the front courtyard departed?" Xiang Tao shook her head, replying, "My lady, when I went to the front courtyard to fetch dinner, I inquired with Uncle Su, who said that the man has not left his room all day." Yu Miaomeng nodded in understanding. "Very well, when he departs, have him take those garments with him, and provide him with some silver for his journey. She was accustomed to resolving matters with money. A little financial generosity would ensure a pleasant parting, leaving no debts between them. Thus, after today, their grievances could likely be settled once and for all. As Yu Miaomeng glanced at the sky, she realized that after spending the entire day in repose, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, making it an opportune moment for a leisurely stroll. Xiang Tao, accompany me for a walk. As the two passed through the front yard, Yu Miaomeng's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the side room. The door to the side room was broken and slightly ajar, revealing nothing within. Furrowing her brow, she averted her eyes and ultimately exited the courtyard, heading directly towards the riverbank. It is often said that staying indoors breeds tranquility, yet stepping outside invites unforeseen events. Before Yu Miaomeng could reach the river, she spotted a carriage approaching in the distance, causing her heart to skip a beat, sensing an ominous presence. She instinctively felt that the visitor bore ill intentions. Chapter 11. The Stabbing in the Distance. An ordinary flat-topped carriage approached, driven by a man. Upon sighting it, Xiang Tao felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly exclaimed, "Your Highness, the driver is named Li Mu, a close attendant of the young master." Yu Miaomeng's expression grew grave. The occupant of the carriage was certainly not Jiang Yi. Indeed, as she observed, the person dismounting was a portly matron of modest stature, her elongated face marred by excessive flesh. Upon seeing this woman, Xiang Tao trembled with fear, whispering, "Your Highness, it is Granny Cui, the lady's confidant." A wave of realization washed over Yu Miaomeng, who stood her ground with composure as Granny Cui offered a perfunctory greeting, her words lacking respect. "The servant has been commanded to request the lady's return to the residence. As a matron of a noble family, the lady should dutifully honor her in-laws and serve her husband, ensuring the continuation of the family line. How could she venture out unaccompanied? What an audacious and presumptuous servant!" Yu Miaomeng chose to disregard her, casting a glance at the taciturn Li Mu, her heart racing with alarm. A robust adult man with ill intentions could spell dire consequences. Given her precarious situation before leaving the residence, it was fair to say that her demise would not create much of a stir, hence her desire to escape. Should the people from the Marquis's household resort to coercion, seeking to harm or abduct her, she would undoubtedly be in peril. Yu Miaomeng touched her sleeve and directed her gaze at Li Mu, coldly inquiring, "Did the young master send you to fetch me?" Granny Cui's eyes glinted with derision. This young lady seemed perpetually entangled with the young master, yet it was merely her own delusion. Her patience was waning, for she was well aware of the few companions accompanying the young lady, an aged Lu Momo and her son and daughter-in-law. With a curt tone, she urged, "My lady, we must depart immediately to return before the city gates close." Yu Miaomeng feigned ignorance, pressing Li Mu once more, "Why do you not answer my question?" Li Mu felt a swell of frustration. He had intended to accompany the young master on a journey beyond the capital, but due to an injury sustained prior to departure, he had remained at the Marquis's residence on standby. Having followed the young master since childhood, he was acutely aware that the current young lady was not favored, and he had pressing official matters that prevented him from leaving the capital at will. However, as a servant, he could not defy the orders of the lady of the Marquis, even at the risk of punishment. Thus, by any means necessary, he was obliged to escort the young master's wife back today. Lowering his gaze, he spoke in a deep voice. "The young master has dispatched his subordinate to bring the lady back to the residence." Yu Miaomeng's expression softened, her demeanor visibly brightening as she sighed. "Since it is the young master's arrangement, I shall return." Turning to Granny Cui, she added, "You may board the carriage first. I need to confer with Xiang Tao for a moment, so she can bring my trunk back to the residence tomorrow." Granny Cui appraised her, noting the significant transformation in the young lady's appearance, almost as if she were a different person. Yet, urgency filled her heart, and she paid no heed to such thoughts as she climbed aboard the carriage. Yu Miaomeng turned to Xiang Tao and instructed, "You should return promptly. Ensure that everything is organized well, and have Su Chuan and the others assist you in tidying up the back courtyard." Xiang Tao boldly lifted her head and glanced over, catching a glimpse of the coldness in the princess's eyes. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Lu Mama, having suffered from prolonged illness, resided in the corner room of the rear courtyard, where a back door led directly into the mountains. Suppressing her fear and anxiety, Xiang Tao dared not disobey the command. She lowered her head and hastily paid her respects before swiftly departing. Yu Miaomeng was not a saint sacrificing herself for others. However, she believed that there was no need for Xiang Tao and her companions to be entangled in her affairs. Moreover, it was far better for her to flee alone than to delay with a group. She turned and approached the carriage, taking a quick glance at Li Mu's position, silently apologizing to the horse. Without further hesitation, she plunged a knife into the horse's flank with her left hand. Yu Miaomeng's actions were unexpected and executed with remarkable speed, causing the injured horse to rear wildly and gallop away into the distance. Li Mu, heedless of Cui Mama's loud cries for help, looked at Yu Miaomeng in astonishment, his resolve hardening as he prepared to seize her. He had to return home before the city gates closed, for he also needed to convey news from the capital to the young master. Yu Miaomeng did not resist fiercely, merely feigning evasion. Li Mu glanced at the knife she had snatched and coldly remarked, "I am merely acting on orders." As Yu Miaomeng turned to flee, she was seized by the arm. In the midst of her flailing limbs, her right hand wielded the knife and struck Li Mu's thigh. He let out a pained scream, instinctively releasing his grip to clutch his wound. Before he could endure the pain and apprehend her, he received another stab to his side. Yu Miaomeng's two small knives, purchased from the iron shop the previous day, were hardly lethal instruments. Weapons such as knives and daggers were strictly regulated and nearly impossible to acquire. She dashed towards the small courtyard with the utmost speed, the wind rushing past her ears rendering her deaf to all sounds. Bursting into the courtyard, she glanced back as she closed the door, relieved to see that Li Mu had not pursued her. She hastened toward the corner gate of the rear courtyard and spotted Su Chuan's anxious figure from afar, her heart lifting with joy. In moments of peril, having a companion nearby alleviated much of her fear. Just as she prepared to approach him, a thought struck her. There was an injured man in the guest room. Yu Miaomeng rushed closer and inquired, "What about the man in the guest room?" Su Chuan frowned. "I sent someone to call him, but he refuses to leave." Yu Miaomeng was taken aback, feeling a mix of urgency and frustration. "Did you not inform him of the danger and urge him to hide?" Su Chuan, with a sense of helplessness, replied, "I told him everything, but he paid no heed." Yu Miaomeng found herself torn between conflicting emotions, her mind oscillating between that handsome face, a life of privilege, and the weight of moral culpability. If he were merely a stranger on the street, it would be one thing to disregard his fate for her own safety. Yet, having inadvertently rescued him, knowing full well that danger was imminent, she could not bear to escape alone. Her conscience weighed heavily upon her. What a calamity! This man was sent by heaven to torment her. Gritting her teeth, she commanded, "You go to the mountain and protect Xiang Tao and the others. I will return to find him. Li Mu merely wishes to capture me, but dares not kill me." Su Chuan could not rest easy, ultimately choosing to conceal himself and follow her from a distance. As Yu Miaomeng returned to the front courtyard, the main gate remained firmly shut, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief as she hurried towards the side room. Upon forcefully kicking the door open, her frustration threatened to overwhelm her. After all, she had just escaped and attempted an assassination, yet this man lay on the bed, utterly motionless. Yu Miaomeng approached him and shoved him with considerable force, exclaiming, "Get up and come with me." Shen Rang, having alleviated some of his headache, found his mood surprisingly not too dismal. However, being so abruptly jostled was a novel experience for him. It was indeed astonishing to be both kicked and pushed for the first time. His gaze deepened, and in a calm tone he inquired, "What is the matter?" Yu Miaomeng hurriedly conveyed her urgency. "Someone is trying to capture me. I fear I will bring you trouble. We must leave at once." Shen Rang sat up, his expression composed and indifferent, observing her fearless demeanor. He slowly uttered two words, "I will not." Despite the urgency of the situation, Yu Miaomeng had already arrived, and although she found the calm demeanor of this insufferable man quite handsome, she had no time to indulge in that thought. Without hesitation, she seized him and began to pull him along. The toxins in Shen Rang's body had not been completely purged, and as she exerted considerable force, he stood up and exited the room in accordance with her pull. He was not fond of being touched by others. Breaking free from her grasp with an expression of irritation, he admonished, "Impudent." Yu Miaomeng was cast aside, barely comprehending his words, when the courtyard door was forcefully kicked open. She glanced towards the entrance, her face betraying a look of terror. Chapter 12. Anomaly. 3 individuals intruded into the courtyard. Li Mu and 2 imposing men clad in black, their faces obscured by masks. After a moment of stunned silence, Yu Miaomeng's mind raced with conspiracy theories. Could it be that someone truly intended to assassinate her? Almost as if to validate her suspicions, the 2 masked figures approached the door of the side room, swords drawn. Instinctively, Yu Miaomeng darted behind the dog-like man, casting a glance at his reaction. Remarkably composed, he resembled an ice sculpture, utterly unfazed. "Brother, could you possibly show some reaction?" At that moment, she felt that this man was disturbingly indifferent to life, while she herself was gripped by a fear of death. Just as she contemplated pulling him away, a swift kick landed on her backside. The force was deftly calculated, pain-free yet imbued with a gentle push. Propelled by inertia, she stumbled far forward, barely managing to regain her balance before falling flat on her face, right in front of the archway leading to the backyard. Though it wasn't the time to dwell on such matters, the indignity of being kicked was overwhelming. Her image as a wealthy and graceful woman was shattered in an instant. Internally fraught, Yu Miaomeng lifted her gaze to see Su Chuan and Li Mu engaged in combat. Turning back, she noticed one of the black-clad men lunging forward, his sword aimed at the man's back. Had she not been pushed away, the blade would have found its mark in her. An urgent conflict raged within her between fleeing and assisting, ultimately propelling her to seize a wooden stick from the corner and rush forward. Shen Rang had taken the antidote. Though the poison was neutralized, he was still recuperating, and his strength had not fully returned. Yet he could still evade. The assailants did not seek his death, but rather aimed to inflict severe injury. After shoving the foolish woman aside, he prepared to defend himself. Though he held little value for his own life, he would not stand idly by to be struck, a disgraceful fate he refused to accept. Lacking a weapon, he found himself on the defensive, sensing danger approaching from behind. But it was too late to react. Such occurrences were commonplace on the battlefield, and he barely paid heed. Just as he grasped the sword, the fierce wind behind him had vanished. Turning around, he was met with an astonishing sight, one he would likely never forget. Yu Miaomeng, having exhausted her energy fleeing from the river, was left with a frail body, starved of sustenance. At that moment, she charged forward, wielding a thick wooden stick, striking the black-clad man on the back of his head with all her might. She anticipated that this would incapacitate him, but to her dismay, he swiftly turned to seize her. Terrified, she ducked and dashed away, abandoning all pretense, and found herself in a corner near the entrance of the front courtyard. Suddenly, the air was filled with feminine screams and the anguished cries of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Realizing she had fled into the wrong area, where her future sustenance was kept, panic surged within her. Amidst the chaos, her foot landed on a chicken while her hand grasped a duck. The inevitable fall came, and she tumbled down, her body smeared with chicken droppings. In that moment of impending doom, Yu Miaomeng felt tears of frustration welling up. For a fleeting instant, she contemplated that perhaps death would be preferable. Perhaps in the next life, she would awaken as the beloved princess of the villa. Yet, the fierce instinct for survival surged within her, igniting a desperate desire to live. She cast a glance at the man in black, who seemed equally disdainful of the chicken droppings on her clothes, and bolted out the door. As she ran, she beheld a godlike figure, a man wielding a sword, standing against the backdrop of the setting sun, exuding an air of cold elegance and unblemished beauty. His visage akin to that of a deity, strikingly exquisite. At that moment, she felt a sudden difficulty in breathing, overwhelmed by a mix of anger and shame, as tears mingled with dirt cascaded down her cheeks, blurring her vision. Yu Miaomeng wished fervently for a bolt of lightning to strike her unconscious. Anything would be preferable to this public humiliation. Before she could dwell on her predicament, a sharp pain pierced her neck, plunging her into darkness and rendering her unconscious. Shen Rang surveyed the chaos in the courtyard, and for the first time, the perpetual ice of his expression cracked. Mo Ying, accompanied by others, approached and knelt in deference. "Your Highness, I have arrived late. I beseech your punishment." Shen Rang stood tall beneath the setting sun, his tone icy. "Who commanded you to leave the capital without permission? Do you fail to comprehend my words?" He cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling figure. "Keep your distance from me." Mo Ying lowered his head to the ground, mustering the courage to speak. "Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. Please return to the palace." "I am not a prince. Why should I return to the palace?" Shen Rang's expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. "You have never been loyal to me. Do you think I would hesitate to kill you?" Montauk Ying respectfully implored. "I request that you allow me to remain by your side for your protection." Shen Rang found this notion laughable. He had grown accustomed to placing Mo Ying in perilous situations while simultaneously fearing for his life since he left the capital at the age of 4. Mo Ying's loyalty was divided between him and the one seated upon the dragon throne. Such loyal shadow guards were numerous, and he could never eliminate them all. At times, he contemplated eradicating everyone, while at others he longed for solitude. The incessant complications surrounding him were a source of great frustration. Shen Rang discarded the sword in his hand, his eyes dark and swirling with suppressed rage, his voice flat. "Do as you wish, but keep your men away from me." Mo Ying harbored unspoken frustrations. He and the Nighthawk and Qin Ke were the 3 chief shadow guards of the Northern Prince. While he and the Nighthawk operated in secrecy, Qin Ke protected the prince openly, each commanding substantial forces. Yet, he bore a secondary identity as the leader of the Royal Shadow Guards, sworn to serve each emperor. The Northern Prince was destined to be the next emperor. However, he had been discovered by the prince a decade ago. He had expected death, but continued to serve as the head of the prince's shadow guards. Since then, he understood that the prince did not trust him. Yet he also deemed him unworthy of death. Unfortunately, those who served him were loyal solely to the prince, and thus, they too were inevitably drawn into peril. Mo Ying observed the entrance of the Nighthawk, and Qin Ke bowed his head and retreated. Although Qin Ke was a shadow guard, his constant presence in the light had rendered him relatively less somber. Upon seeing the prince unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Your Highness, we have uncovered the matter regarding the Chengyan Marquisate." Shen Rang entered the adjoining chamber, casually selecting a chair to sit upon, and began to peruse the information. Despite having departed the capital at the age of 4 and only returning in secrecy, he possessed an intricate web of intelligence regarding the affairs of the capital, from officials to the inner workings of households. On the night of his wedding, Jiang Yi was aware that he had not consummated the marriage. Yet the fact that 3 years had elapsed without such intimacy left him perplexed. He was a year younger than Yu Miaomeng, and their lives had never intersected. A woman of little consequence and a man who harbored self-righteousness and dubious intentions were not worthy of his regard. He recalled that the Empress Dowager had shown a modicum of compassion towards Yu Miaomeng in his youth. It was indeed a disgrace for the Chengyan Marquisate to treat her so poorly, the blame resting squarely upon her own shoulders. By diminishing her own worth and degrading herself, she could not complain about the dismal state of her life. Shen Rang, upon observing part of the situation, noticed something amiss. The peculiarity had arisen the day before when Yu Miaomeng unexpectedly sold a treacherous maidservant and hastened to leave the estate, only to return that very night to rescue him. Furthermore, just yesterday, she had spent several tens of thousands of taels in the capital, and the Marquisate had yet to settle the account for that silver. Shen Rang set aside the letter in his hand and instructed, "Locate the maid who was sold, and keep a watchful eye on the Chengyan Marquisate. Report any unusual occurrences without delay." He found it hard to believe that a person presumed dead could still be alive, and it seemed that Yu Miaomeng was oblivious to the fact that she had been poisoned. All these anomalies indicated that the Chengyan Marquisate harbored more than one hidden variable. Chapter 13. Bad Debts. When Yu Miaomeng awoke once more, it was already the 3rd hour of the following day. She lay in bed for a full 10 minutes, her mind inundated with the memories of yesterday, culminating abruptly at the most mortifying moment of her life. Was this an attempt to suffocate her in embarrassment? She tossed aside the covers and buried her head within, inhaling deeply and feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She was clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Feigning nonchalance, she rose just as Xiang Tao entered with hot water. Xiang Tao's eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept for an extended period, and she approached with caution. "My lady, do you still feel any discomfort?" Yu Miaomeng cleared her throat and inquired about the developments following the previous day's events. "How did I return? What of Li Mu and the others? What of Su Chuan?" Xiang Tao replied softly, "My lady, yesterday, I and Aunt Wang Qiaojin first ventured into the mountains behind. Uncle Su later carried Lu Momo up, before descending the mountain to find you. Uncle Su instructed us that if neither he nor you returned, we should hide until nightfall before venturing out. He also entrusted me with a jade pendant, advising that in dire circumstances, I should seek your family in the northern frontier to make decisions on your behalf. However, as time passed, and neither you nor Uncle Su returned, I took a furtive glance into the front courtyard when the sun set and the moon rose high. At this point, Xiang Tao's expression grew peculiar, her voice dropping even lower. I saw you and Uncle Su both slumped against the wall, unconscious, and that young gentleman." Yu Miaomeng drew in a sharp breath, pressing for more details. "What happened to him?" The young gentleman sat by the stone table in the courtyard, sipping tea under the moonlight. Upon noticing me, he uttered only 8 words. Xiang Tao hesitated, visibly reluctant to continue. Upon hearing the mention of tea, Yu Miaomeng was on the verge of an outburst, her anger escalating with each passing moment. "What are those 8 words?" he said. "They were not dead. Take them away." Xiang Tao could not utter the word dead, considering it a grave disrespect, and thus stammered for some time before responding. Once she finished, she timidly continued with her report. "My lady, that young gentleman also sustained an injury to his arm." Yu Miaomeng, setting aside her anger, pressed for further information. "And what of Li Mu and the others?" Xiang Tao bowed her head to answer. "I inquired, and that young gentleman merely spoke 2 words. Few words indeed. That insufferable man pretends to be profound." Yu Miaomeng, now regaining her composure, asked in a steady voice, "What are those 2 words?" Xiang Tao dared not delay. He said, "Ran away." Yu Miaomeng's expression hardened, resembling someone who had been grievously wronged. She had been knocked unconscious the previous day. Who could fathom what transpired thereafter? The mere thought of someone attempting to take her life ignited a fury within her. She had fallen from the heights of a noble heiress to such a dismal state in the blink of an eye. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the presence of that insufferable man had played a significant role. He had entangled her in his troubles, and she, in turn, had ensnared him. It was a fair exchange. Neither could cast blame upon the other. At this juncture, she deemed it imperative to prioritize 2 matters. Firstly, to procure more servants and guards. The more, the better. Secondly, to engage in rigorous training, enhancing her physical strength to wield a whip with proficiency. Only with improved stamina could she mitigate the likelihood of stumbling and falling. The mere thought of falling led her to recall the comical state she had been in yesterday, and how that wretched man had allowed her to languish in a yard, covered in filth, waiting for her demise. Yu Miaomeng was utterly shattered. Her spirit had plummeted to an all-time low. She was fiercely protective of her dignity, and within a mere 3 days in this lifetime, she had completely lost the grace she had maintained in her previous existence. The desire for vengeance surged within her, a fervent wish to reclaim her honor. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the assassins had been drawn to her, and that man had suffered due to her entanglements. Perhaps it was best to let go. As long as she remained unembarrassed, it was others who would bear the shame. With a well-crafted persona, who would care about the past of a great beauty? Thus, her plan to enhance her beauty must commence without delay. With this thought, she felt the urgency of her task. She hastily finished her breakfast, took a fragrant peach, and went to the front courtyard to discuss the matter of purchasing individuals with Su Chuan. Su Chuan, still shaken, spoke candidly, "Your Highness, I am not well versed in martial arts, and my ability to protect you is regrettably limited. The Yu family still has the matriarch alive, along with an elder brother, a cousin, and a distant relative. Though the Yu family has fallen from grace, some guards remain." His demeanor was somewhat anxious as he quietly suggested, Perhaps I should send someone to the northern frontier to deliver a message. Upon hearing this, Yu Miaozhen leaped with joy, her excitement palpable. Having read so little, she was unaware of the Yu family's circumstances, but the mention of a brother piqued her interest. Forgetting her pretense, she inquired directly, "I have a brother? Did my mother not only give birth to me?" Sichuan looked perplexed, furrowing his brow. "Your Highness has forgotten?" The eldest son of the Yu family was adopted by the matriarch to ensure the lineage of the first branch. Furthermore, he paused momentarily before continuing. The matriarch hoped that having a male heir would provide you with support in the future. However, you have not been close with the Yu family, and the matriarch used to visit you annually, though you may not have seen her. 3 years ago, she sent you a dowry, but has not returned since. Yet another troublesome affair. Observing Su Chuan's anxious demeanor, it was clear that the original owner had caused considerable chaos. Despite the Yu family's decline, they had sent numerous gifts, indicating their affection for her. Yu Miaozhen sighed, deciding to set aside thoughts of the Yu family for now. The search for her family could wait until after her divorce, and once she had stabilized her situation. She firmly rejected the suggestion, "The northern frontier is too far, and I do not wish to worry my grandmother. It is far quicker for me to purchase someone." After a moment of contemplation, Su Chuan spoke again, "Your Highness, acquiring a maid is straightforward, but procuring a guard is considerably more challenging. Only in cases where officials are punished and their households raided might guards be sold. Generally, ordinary officials are not permitted to keep guards unless they are royal relatives or from long-established noble families." Yu Miaozhen found this quite problematic and decided to prioritize the matter of acquiring a maid. She rose to glance at the courtyard. The chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs had been moved outside, and the small yard was tidied up. There was no commotion from the side rooms, and, as she reflected on previous events, she suddenly perceived that the man seemed to harbor a tendency towards despair and melancholy. No wonder he was so pale, cocooned indoors, deprived of sunlight for so long. It would be strange if he were anything but pale. Sichuan followed the princess's gaze towards the side room and whispered, "Your Highness, yesterday when I was subdued by Li Mu, I was suddenly struck with a blow. Upon regaining consciousness, it was already the midnight hour. Out of suspicion, I sought to inquire about that man, yet it was already late, and he had not yet retired. Upon seeing me, he exhibited no surprise and merely uttered a few words. 'The man has fled. They shall not return.' He then shut the door. He hesitated and continued, 'Your Highness, that man possesses martial prowess and is striking in appearance. It is evident he does not hail from an ordinary background. How do you wish to proceed with him?' This question had not crossed Yu Miaozhen's mind. After all, they were meant to part ways yesterday. Yet the unfortunate events of the evening transpired, and that man had sustained injuries as a consequence. Sending him away now seemed rather inappropriate. She felt a sense of vexation. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to recover before deciding his fate. Sichuan, though sensing something amiss, could find no flaw in the circumstances. He had observed that the man was indeed skilled in combat and could easily fend off adversaries. He chose to remain silent on the matter. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of wailing and screams erupted from outside the courtyard. Yu Miaozhen furrowed her brow and rose to her feet, feeling as though misfortune had befallen her. What calamity was unfolding now? Chapter 14. Anomaly. The quaint courtyard inhabited by Yu Miaozhen is nestled beside mountains and water, with several villages situated not far from it. Though these villages lie just outside the capital, they are steeped in poverty, with many villagers lacking any land of their own. The estate of Yu Miaozhen encompasses the forested hills behind her and most of the surrounding fields. Thus, she holds the title of landlady, with the majority of villagers serving as her tenants. The harvests from these lands are typically sufficient for a household's survival in years devoid of natural disasters, which is why instances of selling children are rarely encountered in these villages. The villagers are well aware of the presence of their landlady and tend to keep their distance from the courtyard, striving to avoid any displeasure. Therefore, the commotion occurring today is indeed unusual. Yu Miaozhen, irritated by the sounds of small hooves outside the courtyard, decided to investigate. Accompanied by Su Chuan and Xiang Tao, she opened the courtyard door, only to witness a frail little girl being pinned to the ground by a burly woman. Just as the woman raised her hand to strike again, Yu Miaozhen furrowed her brow and commanded, "Stop." Upon hearing the voice, the woman instinctively looked up, her fierce demeanor still evident. However, upon seeing the figures at the door, her eyes darted, and she quickly adopted a sycophantic smile. "My dear lady, I am merely here to discipline this disobedient child and would never intend to disturb you." With that, she struck the girl on the ground a few more times, berating her as she did so. "You should not run about and disturb noble individuals. You deserve to be punished severely." Yu Miaozhen remained silent, observing the scene unfold. The woman, sensing the lack of amusement, eventually ceased her actions. "From where did you abduct this child?" Yu Miaozhen asked, her expression neutral and her voice steady. "This is my territory. Who granted you permission to come near?" The woman paused, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected demeanor of the noble lady before her. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "My lady, this child, named Daya, was purchased by me for a mere 2 taels of silver, with a written contract to prove it. I exchanged money for her with her mother. Moreover, her mother is still in Xia village. A simple inquiry would confirm this. I, Lu Pa, have been in this line of work for decades. I would never act recklessly." Shifting her tone, the woman continued, "If you wish to buy her, I cannot ruin my reputation. I have many fine goods at my disposal. This girl, whose life is of little worth, can be considered a gift to you." Yu Miaozhen did not cast a glance at the girl on the ground. Instead, she gazed deeply at Lu Pa and firmly dismissed her. "I will not buy her. Cease this noise. It is quite bothersome." With that, she turned and led the sympathetic Xiang Tao and the hesitant Su Chuan back into the courtyard. Lu Pa stood in stunned silence for a long moment before dragging the girl back to her nearby cart. Once inside, she began to vent her frustrations at Daya. "Useless wretch, why did you not beg for mercy just now? It would have been better if I had struck you dead." On the cart, 3 girls, aged around 15 or 16, sat in silence. Suddenly, one of them, possessing a rather ordinary appearance with a fair complexion, spoke up. "Lu Pa, if that is the case, please let me disembark at the city gate." Lu Pa retracted her stern demeanor, smiling as she said, "Miss Sulan, please make yourself at home. However, I cannot return this silver." Who would have thought that this young lady was unlike others? While other noble women detest such degrading matters, she simply pretended not to see. Sulan was well aware of the character of such individuals, avaricious and self-serving. How could they ever relinquish the morsels that had landed in their mouths? She chose to ignore the latter part of Lu Pa's statement, smiling gently. "You worry too much, Lu Pa. Who doesn't he know that you are the epitome of propriety? Rest assured, there will be no mistakes." Lu Pa, upon hearing this subtle jab, felt no displeasure. "Do not worry, my dear. Today, I merely went to the countryside to purchase a little maid." Inside the carriage, an awkward silence enveloped them until they reached the city gates. As Sulan alighted from the carriage, she finally breathed a sigh of relief after navigating through the winding paths. However, just as she pushed open the dilapidated courtyard gate, before she could step inside, she was struck and abducted. The once crowded and dilapidated alley fell into an eerie silence, as if everything that had just transpired was but a mirage. Though Yu Miaozhen entered the courtyard with composure, her heart was far from unperturbed. Rarely, a man lounged on a recliner beneath the eaves, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested he was not to be approached. The courtyard resembled a traditional Sihiyuan, with only Shen Rang residing in the left wing. Not far from the wing stood a large tree, beneath which rested a stone table. Yu Miaozhen directly seated herself on a stone bench, taking in the man beneath the eaves with keen observation. His posture was languid and nonchalant, his legs long, waist slender, nose straight, and lips soft, exuding an aura both despondent and alluring. After a moment, she discreetly diverted her gaze. Such beauty was indeed captivating. Lost in her thoughts, Xiang Tao cautiously approached, stammering before summoning the courage to speak. "Your Highness, I have saved a bit of monthly silver." Yu Miaozhen felt both gratitude and a sense of melancholy. She did not blame Xiang Tao for her compassion. Any conscientious 15-year-old witnessing the earlier scene would surely feel some distress. She sighed. "It is not that I do not wish to help her, but today's events are too peculiar. That old woman is suspicious." Xiang Tao froze, having been sold by her own father. She empathized with the girl who had been beaten. Yet, if the situation posed a risk to the princess, she would certainly refrain from meddling. She hurriedly apologized. It was my overstepping. Yu Miaomeng waved her hand, indicating that assistance was not impossible, but must remain discreet. If I were to rescue her today, the villagers might imitate her, kneeling and wailing for attention, making our lives untenable. Moreover, we have yet to confirm whether there truly is a girl named Iya in Shaohe village who was sold by her mother. This matter must be verified. In her previous life, Yu Miaomeng had been extraordinarily wealthy, with resources abundant enough that her desires were effortlessly fulfilled, viewing all possessions through the lens of mere preference. Matters resolvable by wealth held little significance for her. Although this era lacked the concept of moral coercion, helping others must be approached with moderation. As a newcomer, she understood the necessity of exercising caution. Today's occurrences were peculiar, both fortuitous and strange. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Miaomeng instructed Su Chuan to send Fang Shan, the head of the estate responsible for the tenants, to inquire in Shaohe village about the matter at hand. Having spoken, her gaze shifted to the solitary flower in the courtyard, the noble and elusive Gao Ling Zhihua. At that very moment, the flower seemed to gaze deeply into her soul, unable to withstand the allure of those profound and captivating eyes. Yu Miaomeng diverted her gaze and recalled the events of the previous day. The bitterness of resentment gnawed at her, prompting her to reckon the score. That person, yes. You. Are you aware that I saved you yesterday? Had it not been for my intervention, you would have been pierced through the back by now. Although the results of the interrogation had yet to be delivered, Shen Rang could surmise the general circumstances with considerable accuracy. Today, he donned the black attire sent by Qin Ke, tailored to his specifications. The fabric was ordinary, yet the fit accentuated his elongated and upright figure, broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, his physique neither overly robust nor frail. Standing thus, he resembled a living figure from a painting, exuding a blend of vitality and subtle dominance. Shen Rang, with a hint of languor in his expression, remarked, I see. Thank you once again for saving my life. With 2 debts of gratitude, how might I repay you? What is this ploy? Yu Miaomeng detected the familiar scent of a melodramatic trope, saving a life, and then what follows an offer of devotion? Such a fortuitous prospect? Chapter 15. Leaving in the mind of Yu Miao, a plethora of melodramatic scenarios surged forth, with various classic and romantic scenes easily igniting her imagination. After a moment's reflection, the admirable qualities of the Sunshine Girl brought her back to the right path. She attempted to conceal her intentions, adopting the demeanor of a virtuous maiden, executing a strategic retreat disguised as advance. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is greater than the heavens. How do you wish to repay me? Shen Rang gazed at her quietly, retorting, How do you wish for me to repay you? Yu Miao was momentarily taken aback, the favorable circumstances swiftly crushed. She suddenly perceived that this man possessed little beyond an appealing visage and physique. Lacking patience to spare, she pressed on with a straightforward inquiry, What is your name? Shen Rang, unfazed, replied, I forgot. Yu Miao, slapping the table in mild frustration, countered, The last time I asked if you remembered your name, you nodded. Now you say you forgot? Are you jesting with me? Is that so? Then I am Shui Rang. He replied with a tone that regained a semblance of nonchalance. Unmarried, without a residence. Yu Miao longed to inquire about his age, yet recalling his previous response, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she refrained from asking further. Instead, she continued her interrogation. What did you do before? Shen Rang surveyed her leisurely, a slave. This was utterly absurd. Yu Miao intended to express her indignation. Yet the serious demeanor of the man before her inexplicably quelled her anger. She approached him, stepping closer to the eaves, examining him from a near distance, and found his features even more three-dimensional and profound, his brows and eyes exquisite, his skin translucent and fair. His stature was tall and lean, devoid of any corpulence. Instead, he exhibited a remarkably clean and sharp physique. Based on her years of experience, she surmised that beneath his garments lay at least 6 well-defined abdominal muscles, with his waist and arms undoubtedly possessing strength. With a comprehensive scrutiny, every angle devoid of flaw, she remarked, Could it be that you are the son of a humble family, fleeing under the cover of night from the clutches of a vicious noblewoman? Or perhaps a pitiful illegitimate son, persecuted and expelled by a wicked stepmother? Or maybe a lowly child sold into the world of pleasure, who grew up and fought to escape his confines? Upon hearing this, Shen Rang's brow twitched, suddenly realizing he had never truly understood this peculiar woman. Yu Miao, unable to discern the change in his expression, exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the most sought-after persona, a handsome, strong, and tragic overlord?" Finally, a shift appeared on Shen Rang's face, his eyes filled with scrutiny. He grasped the meaning of her earlier words, yet the last phrase, though unclear, hinted at something profound. Handsome, strong, and tragic? He mused, struck by the unexpected brilliance of her words. He recalled the message delivered from the Duke's residence the previous night, rife with uncertainties. He speculated that Zhao Ning must have perished long ago, and this woman before him could perhaps be an ordinary soul returned to this realm. Life and death, reincarnation and conclusion were all part of the celestial cycle. Without death, there could be no life. Regardless of her past, she was now the daughter of Yu Huayuan and Princess Kongping. If she posed no threat to him, then all would be well. As for those transgressions, embraces, indecent gazes, and the like, he currently concealed his identity. Thus, how could one speak of punishment? Shen Rang reflected on all his arrangements, gradually withdrawing his thoughts. He was eager to see what further antics this audacious, eloquent woman might devise. His voice was cool and detached. "Miss, I do not comprehend your words." Yu Miaomeng, in her previous life, had been carefree and impulsive, often expressing sentiments that others found peculiar in moments of excitement. She felt a twinge of embarrassment and, upon hearing his claim of misunderstanding, a sigh of relief washed over her. She swiftly returned to the previous topic. He asserted that he was a slave. Truly, did he not regard her intelligence? Who was he trying to deceive? Yu Miaomeng boldly countered. "How can it be that I cannot procure a slave like you? I happen to need a few guards. Would you be interested in the position?" The leap from slave to guard was nothing short of monumental. "What say you? Do you hold any interest?" Shen Rang appeared to find her words amusing, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Not interested." Yu Miaomeng deemed him excessively troublesome, her patience waning, and irritation creeping in. "Why not? I have no desire to be a guard." Shen Rang reined in his imposing demeanor, adopting a languid posture that exuded danger. His reasoning was not without merit, leaving her momentarily speechless. "No, I cannot allow you to enjoy my hospitality without reciprocation. You must serve as my guard and heed my commands." Shen Rang lifted his eyelids, his tone inscrutable. "Heed your commands?" Yu Miaomeng, naturally dull to subtlety, had never needed to read others' expressions in her previous life of affluence. Yet at this moment, she sensed a hint of peril. She refused to be subdued and promptly dismissed him. "Then leave. This humble abode cannot accommodate one of your stature." Shen Rang's deep-set gaze bore into her, "But I do not wish to leave." This was utterly infuriating. Yu Miaomeng, confronted with his ethereal beauty, found that his icy demeanor did nothing to diminish his allure. She felt as though they were speaking different languages, utterly incapable of meaningful communication. Suddenly recalling the previous day's events, she questioned him with bewilderment. "In such peril yesterday, why did you not flee? Had it not been for you, I would have long since escaped to the mountains." Shen Rang, perplexed himself, replied with a somber tone. "Then why did you return to seek me?" Yu Miaomeng found the question oddly perplexing. "Because I cannot let you suffer because of me. Should you be harmed or encounter misfortune in this small courtyard, I will be plagued by guilt." Guilt? Shen Rang had never experienced such a frivolous sentiment. Yu Miaomeng, unwilling to squander any more time, she had to venture out to procure help, pressed on impatiently. "Every time I inquire, you counter with a question. Do you perceive me as easy prey? I ask you again, why did you not run yesterday?" "If I did not wish to run, I would not flee." Shen Rang had learned many things, yet kneeling, bowing, and fleeing were not among them. Yu Miaomeng was deeply stirred by his calm demeanor, a sudden sense of relief blossoming within her. This dog of a man is not particularly suited to be a guard. He appears utterly disinterested in his own existence. Can he genuinely protect her? His failure to shield her from harm certainly stems from a lack of interest rather than any sense of morality. Yu Miaomeng found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to deal with him. Their relationship had not yet reached the point of open hostility. Yet, she felt torn between wanting to dismiss him and the reluctance to do so. Shen Rang cast a fleeting glance in her direction, absorbing every nuance of her reaction before surveying the modest courtyard around them, and spoke slowly, "Allow me to remain, and I shall grant you one favor in the future." This statement lacked the definitive authority of a command or the thunderous impact of an ultimatum, yet it possessed an undeniable force, an inexplicable aura of persuasion. Yu Miaomeng scrutinized him, her gaze wandering up and down, sideways, laden with skepticism. "Good sir, one moment you forget your own name, and the next, you assume a new one. One moment you claim to be without a home, and the next, you declare yourself a slave. One moment you wish to depart, and the next, you wish to stay. Rather than promising me a favor in the future, I propose you grant me a favor now. Accompany me to the capital, where I shall procure a few sane individuals to remedy your condition." Shen Rang, surprisingly unperturbed, was instead amused by her indignation. He replied with a cold laugh. "You are correct. I indeed possess an ailment." This candid admission bewildered Yu Miaomeng, evoking an unexpected sense of guilt as if she had been caught in an unseemly act. She felt utterly drained, as if a part of her very essence had been siphoned away. The sensation was beyond description, worse than the humiliation of having fallen into a pile of filth. She conceded defeat, struggling to recall any grand figures in literature who had faced such a fall from grace. Once more, she found herself melancholic over the disjointed narrative for a fleeting 3 seconds. Raising her gaze, their eyes met, pure, untainted, and profoundly enigmatic. An indescribable atmosphere enveloped them both. Chapter 16 Accompaniment. The modest carriage ambled along the road, and Yu Miaomeng found herself staring at the exquisite flower of the high ridge, feeling an unfamiliar disdain for herself for the first time. How had she, Yu Miaomeng, fallen to such depths? Once a paragon of wealth and beauty, she now barely retained the allure of her complexion. Such a flawless young man could hardly endure hardships alongside her. It was truly a blow to her dignity. As the benefactor, she ought to exude an air of lavish generosity and possess considerable financial resources. It was her duty to properly care for this handsome gentleman who had nowhere to call home. Yu Miaomeng's mind was awash with nonsensical thoughts as she glanced at the man, who had remained silent and downcast since boarding the carriage. Though both were 20 years of age, the man before her possessed an enigmatic quality that rendered his age indiscernible. He exuded a unique charm, embodying a profound sense of maturity coupled with a dispassionate solitude. She discreetly withdrew her gaze, surprised by his obedient demeanor. With a brotherly affection, she offered a gentle compliment. "I thought you would not accompany me to the capital. I am pleasantly surprised by your agreement." Shen Rang lifted his eyes slightly, his expression inscrutable and his tone languid. "It is not for your sake. I simply wish to see what lies within my mind." Yu Miaomeng was momentarily taken aback. Forcing a chuckle, "Your memory is remarkable." "Is it?" Shen Rang's words bore an enigmatic undertone. "If only I had not lost my memory. Perhaps I could recall more useful matters." Yu Miaomeng hesitated, realizing certain details of the past were best left unexamined. She masked her unease with calm reassurance. "There will come a day when your memories return. Do not dwell on it too much." Then, with a countering remark, she inquired, "But why did you choke me at that time? Were you trying to kill me?" Shen Rang looked at her, his expression unreadable, his voice low and languid. "Did I? When did that happen? I do not recall such an incident." Unable to discern any deceit in his words, Yu Miaomeng reluctantly accepted his response. Noticing her reaction, Shen Rang's gaze shifted slightly, as if casually asking, "What is your name, young lady?" "I must know the name of my savior." "I am Yu Miaomeng," she replied, "Miao, as in a marvelous, and Zhen, as in the verdant leaves. Is it not lovely? My father chose it." After a brief pause, she became more cautious, realizing that revealing a lady's name was not to be taken lightly. "Is that so?" Shen Rang mused, aware that Yu Huayuan was one of the current emperor's and the late crown prince's companions, though his knowledge was limited. He refrained from exposing this and instead agreed with a hint of profundity. It is indeed a beautiful name, but one must also learn to cherish it. Without granting Yu Miaozhen a chance to respond, he continued, "What noble family do you hail from? How is it that you find yourself in this remote and humble abode at the foot of the mountain?" Yu Miaozhen's peculiar thought process surfaced, and she became quite displeased, instantly forgetting the earlier matter of names. "What is wrong? My little abode has yet to be tidied. Who do you look down upon? Am I not here to procure your assistance? Just wait," she added, brimming with confidence. "In the days to come, I shall broaden your horizons, ensuring you witness and hear things you have never encountered before." Shen Rang, adept at discerning the intricacies of human emotion, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He fixed his deep-set gaze upon her and inquired softly, "I have heard them refer to you as a princess. Are you truly a princess? What is your title?" Momentarily taken aback by the mention of her title, Yu Miaozhen found herself at a loss. What was it again? As she pondered over the book she had read, a vague recollection began to surface. Upon remembering this identity, a sense of pride surged within her. "Zhaoning. I am Princess Zhaoning, and you must treat me with the utmost respect from now on. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall impose a penalty upon you." Shen Rang was amused by her triumphant demeanor, though a cold smirk graced his lips. "Oh really? How do you intend to punish me, little princess?" The way he uttered this seemingly casual phrase, "little princess," with his soothing and textured voice was so delightful that it sent shivers down her spine. To mask her embarrassment, Yu Miaozhen sternly corrected him. "You cannot call me little princess. You must precede it with an honorific." "Understood, Princess Zhenjin," he replied, and witnessing her reddened ears, a fleeting smile graced Shen Rang's lips before it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He ceased his teasing, suddenly losing interest, and lowered his gaze, falling into silence. Yu Miaozhen, left in disarray by the wind, felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Her heart had reached an oddly precarious state. It wasn't love that stirred within her, but rather an unsettling anxiety. In summary, having been too steadfast in her past life, the soil of this realm was indeed difficult to till, and this mere sense of unease was hardly worth noting. During the remainder of their journey, they maintained a tranquil coexistence, each respecting the other's space. Their route was discreet, and their attire notably understated. The driver was Fang Shun, a loyal servant of the Yu family. Given that the estate had encountered peril the previous day, Su Chuan remained behind to safeguard Lu Mama and the others. Upon entering the city gates, Fang Shun quietly inquired, "Princess, we have arrived in the capital. Which brothel shall we visit?" Yu Miaozhen was uncertain, so she instructed Fang Shun to inquire further. "Uncle Fang, please find out which establishment is reputable. Money is no object." After the carriage came to a halt, Shen Rang's profound gaze concealed intentions that were difficult to decipher. When Fang Shun returned, naming the 3 largest brothels, Yu Miaozhen instinctively glanced at him, wavering in her decision. "Which one do you suggest we visit?" Shen Rang silently regarded her for a moment before responding, "Whichever the little princess chooses." After all, they were all under his watchful eye. Yu Miaozhen quickly realized that he was not someone she could rely upon. He was merely a beautiful fade, deserving only of her occasional pity. She chose the one with the most pleasant name, as her inclination towards beauty influenced her other preferences. The visually appealing, the melodious, and the entertaining, all that could capture her gaze was cherished, and that was immutable. "Yanshun Tower," she declared. At first glance, it did not sound like a brothel. Yet it was indeed the largest in the capital, encompassing a myriad of establishments, both reputable and disreputable, with all manner of individuals, including exotic beauties from beyond the borders and strong slaves. Yu Miaozhen pondered for a moment, then looked at Shen Rang, somewhat apprehensive. "Will you disembark? Your appearance is rather striking. Might it attract unwanted attention or lead to trouble?" She was exceedingly worried, resembling a neurotic fool, and in the brief span of 3 days, she had developed a paranoia of victimization without witnessing any tangible benefits. Shen Rang cast a fleeting glance at her before gracefully descending from the carriage, his movements fluid and aesthetically pleasing. This only served to accentuate how clumsily Yu Miaozhen stumbled behind him, resembling an ungainly creature. Enraged, she raised her hand and called out, "Shen Rang, come help me." Shen Rang had never interacted with a woman prior to encountering Yu Miaomeng, and he had no desire to engage with her. However, reminded of his current status as a servant, he reluctantly complied. He stepped forward, grasped her slender arm, and steadied her before promptly releasing his grip, leaving her unaware of the warmth of his palm. She pondered whether he found her repulsive, perhaps due to some perceived filth clinging to her, or perhaps it was simply because of her lack of beauty. With her fair complexion, striking features, and long legs, she resolved to reclaim her allure within the month. Frustrated and with an unflattering expression, Yu Miaomeng strode directly towards the side entrance of the estate. Yet, before she could approach, she was intercepted. Chapter 17. Negativity. Before her stood a robust man, seemingly in his 30s, whose expression was neutral yet not menacing. His name was Shen Rang, and he maintained a relatively amicable demeanor as he inquired, "Might this young lady be in search of someone to purchase? May I ask which household you represent? A steward will soon arrive to assist in selecting individuals for the esteemed family." Yu Miaomeng instinctively glanced towards her bodyguard, finding him composed and reassuring, which filled her with satisfaction. With such support, her confidence surged. "Is it not permissible to come and choose? I'm a matriarch. My word is final." Shen Rang did not respond. In establishments like Yin Chunlu, it was uncommon for anyone to brazenly come to procure individuals, for the trade of human lives ran deep with peril. Those in the know understood the unspoken rules. Just as Yu Miaomeng was about to speak again, she noticed Shen Rang's demeanor shift as he exhaled softly. "Ah, I see. Please, follow me," he said, leading the two through a side entrance into the residence. Navigating through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a serene and elegantly adorned room, Yu Miaomeng surveyed the furnishings, noting that the entire suite was crafted from the finest Wangwali wood, exquisitely carved. Aside from a few understated decorative items, the walls bore several grandiose paintings. The room exuded a clean, minimalist aesthetic devoid of any overtly feminine touches. Having seen her fair share of opulence, she recognized that simplicity often conceals profound meaning. Even the paintings hinted at a certain sophistication. Noticing that Shen Rang had already seated himself, she leaned in and whispered, "Do you think the owner of such an establishment is exceedingly wealthy?" Shen Rang, accustomed to her peculiar musings, merely nodded in a noncommittal manner. What do you mean by him?" Yu Miaomeng retorted, displeased. "You ought to ask me why I think that, or how I came to know it." Shen Rang lifted his gaze to meet hers, his tone earnest as he queried, "How do you know?" Yu Miaomeng's eyes sparkled as she beamed with pride. "The wood upon which you sit is recognizable to me. It is the finest Wangwali. Each of those unassuming vases holds considerable value. And while those paintings may not be masterpieces, they clearly originate from a talented hand." Shen Rang's dark eyes lazily swept across the room, lingering on the paintings. His interest peaked, a smirk playing on his lips. Talented? What use is talent? Merely a shackle attached to one's being. Yu Miaomeng found this assertion troubling. She countered, "Talent is indeed valuable. For a student from a modest background, talent might alter the course of fate." Shen Rang lowered his gaze, his tone indifferent. "Precisely because he wishes to alter his fate, he bears the weight of those shackles." Yu Miaomeng struggled to articulate what was amiss with his reasoning, but sensed an underlying negativity. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke, "Not everyone is devoid of desires. Even shackles may serve a purpose. We must all strive to move forward, mustn't we?" Shen Rang turned to regard her, complexity etched across his features, his eyes deep and contemplative. Suddenly, he perceived a hint of forthrightness in her, her thoughts remarkably lucid. After a brief pause, he unexpectedly concurred, "You are correct." Yu Miaomeng always sensed his discontent, yet she refrained from indulging him. The atmosphere grew somewhat stagnant, just as she contemplated uttering a few words. A knock resounded from outside the door. She called out, "Come in." Shortly thereafter, Shen Rang entered, accompanied by approximately 30 young maidens. A slight alteration in his demeanor was noticeable, as a faint smile graced his face. "Ladies, these are well-trained maids, all around 13 years of age." The maids stood in 5 rows, each consisting of 6 girls. Yu Miaomeng walked over, inspecting each row, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Accustomed to extravagance, she nearly made an impulsive decision to purchase them all, but reconsidered upon realizing the limited space in her small courtyard. Instinctively, she first scrutinized their faces. After all, these maids would remain by her side, and mere beauty would not suffice. In a gentle tone, Yu Miaomeng inquired, "Which of you possesses the finest needlework?" Upon hearing her words, 3 stepped forward, eliciting her approval. Adorned in lovely garments, camisoles, and slippers, they were indeed suitable. After selecting 2, she further asked, "Who among you is the most skilled at hairstyling?" This time, 5 girls stepped forth, but she chose only one who appeared the cleanest and most charming. Growing increasingly pleased, she then asked, "Which of you possesses the greatest strength?" Such a requirement was rarely posed within the ranks of maids, yet 2 girls did indeed step forward. Yu Miaomeng's delight grew as she observed the contrasting physiques of the 2, one slender, the other robust, and she decided to keep both. After selecting 5 maids, and once they had retreated, she turned to Shen Rang and inquired, "Do you have any guards here?" She added, "They must not be unattractive, should possess good physiques, be tall, not overweight, and must maintain cleanliness." Shen Rang hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head to respond, "Yin Chun Lu will prepare according to the guest's requirements. But the young lady will need to wait a few days. Good goods are worth the wait. As long as there is no absolute denial, I shall be content." Yu Miaomeng stated decisively. She articulated her needs, "I require 10 at once. When I return to the capital and reclaim my residence, I shall procure more." Shen Rang's brow furrowed slightly as he hesitated this. "I fear there may not be that many available." Yu Miaomeng remained undeterred, exuding an air of affluence. "No matter, reserve the best for me, and I will return for more." Shen Rang's head drooped lower, and he muttered, "Rest assured, young lady, I will keep an eye out." Yu Miaomeng produced her purse and inquired while retrieving silver notes, "How much for 5 maids? Is a deposit required for the guards? How long until I can come to select the guards?" As Shen Rang wrote the invoice, he replied, "Each maid costs 20 taels, and we cannot confirm the price for the guards yet. We can send someone to your residence when the time comes." Yu Miaomeng intended to seclude herself at her estate for an entire month, yet without the protection of guards, she felt a profound sense of insecurity. "My estate is rather small and hard to locate. I shall return in 3 days. I will acquire a few. What does that sound?" After a prolonged pause, Shen Rang finally agreed, "Very well, I will prepare promptly for the young lady." At last, Yu Miaomeng handed over the silver, and Shen Rang produced the contract of servitude for signature and seal before arranging for someone to proceed to the official authorities to handle the remaining matters. Once the affairs were concluded, she called out to the departing Shen Rang, recalling the information that Fang Shan had gathered in Xia village. With a serious expression, she stated plainly, "Manager Sher, I have a request that requires your assistance. Could you help me procure a person from someone known as Lupa? I will cover all expenses." This was hardly a significant matter for Yanchun Tower, although Lupa had a notoriously poor reputation. Shen Rang did not inquire further and readily agreed. "Please do tell. What is the name of the person you wish to acquire?" A smile danced in Yu Miaomeng's eyes as she replied, "A young girl from Xia village, named Daya." As the room fell silent once more, Shen Rang's gaze was filled with curiosity as he observed the jubilant Yu Miaomeng, perplexed by her daily exuberance. The act of purchasing someone, seemingly a straightforward endeavor, carried profound implications. Lost in thought, Shen Rang's eyes shifted subtly, and a faint smile graced his lips, a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Chapter 18. Power. By the time the group returned to the manor, it was already the late afternoon. Shen Rang immediately settled into a recliner beneath the eaves of the side room, displaying a level of delicacy surpassing even that of the princess, Yu Miaomeng. Despite her irritation, Yu Miaomeng refrained from confronting him and led the others to sit on the stone bench beneath the trees. Shen Rang disregarded the bustling activity in the courtyard, reclining with his hand resting on his forehead to shield his eyes from the sun, relishing the gentle breeze that offered him a sense of comfort. Having grown up, He had never shared such a confined space with a woman for an extended period. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had traveled by carriage, which was hardly fit for a prince or princess. He pondered how the deceased Zhao Ning had managed to endure in silence until just 4 days prior. Yet, after this outing, he found himself unexpectedly devoid of the usual disdain he harbored. An image of a pair of round, bright eyes inexplicably flashed through his mind. He scoffed, acknowledging that, though difficult to articulate, there were indeed some redeeming qualities to her appearance. Yu Miaomeng, witnessing the disheveled state of Dia, felt a pang of injustice. Dia, the eldest daughter of the family at merely 13 years of age, had been sold by her own mother, driven by her grandmother's preference for male heirs, who intended to sell Dia to secure funds for her younger brothers. The woman known as Heir Hua had consented to this. If Dia were to be sent off as a child bride, the family would only receive a few sacks of grain. Selling her to Lu Po would yield a greater monetary return. Lu Po was notorious, the only one who frequently ventured into the countryside to procure young girls, particularly those with appealing features. Reflecting on Shi Zhong's words, the disappearance of Lu Po had left the area in disarray. The old witch, burdened by her conscience, had evidently incurred the wrath of a righteous hero who had intervened on behalf of the innocent. Yu Miaomeng fixed her gaze upon Dia and inquired, "Do you blame me for not rescuing you yesterday?" Dia, kneeling and looking up, did not weep. Although her eyes lacked brightness, they were undeniably pure. "I do not blame you, Mississippi. It was that old woman who dragged me away. I did not run to her." "I understand," Yu Miaomeng replied softly, "because you did not plead with me, nor did you even look at me." Summoning her courage, Dia tremulously asked, "If I had cried out for help yesterday, would you have saved me?" Yu Miaomeng was taken aback by the question. Though she wished to cause no harm, she also did not want to conceal the truth, even if it stemmed from kindness. Life is a journey of growth. When confronted with the harsh and unjust circumstances of existence, one must overcome them to be reborn. If one fails to do so, no one can save them. She withdrew her smile and met Dia's gaze earnestly. "I do not know. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. However, whether I choose to save you or not is ultimately my prerogative." After speaking, she noticed Dia's expression of tentative understanding and chose not to elaborate further, instructing Xiang Tao to attend to Dia's wounds. As long as loyalty was maintained, she would ensure their continued importance in her plans. Her attention then shifted to the remaining 5 young women, her heart brimming with joy. They were her core team, the foundation for a future filled with promise. Fond of beauty, Yu Miaomeng first turned to the sweet-faced girl adept at hairstyling. "How old are you this year, and what was your name before?" The girl responded, "I am 14 this year and had no name before. I humbly request a name from you, Mississippi." Having finished, she knelt down to express her loyalty. Yu Miaomeng understood that she had to name all 5 individuals herself. With a smile, she declared, "Then you shall be called Jinju." At that moment, inspiration struck her, and a stream of fruit-themed names emerged. The 2 with good sewing skills were named Mangosteen and Mulberry. She held high hopes for the 2 strong girls, bestowing upon them her most cherished fruits, lychee and cloudberry. Yu Miaomeng had already planned ahead, entrusting the reliable Xiang Tao with her silver notes and valuable land deeds. The skilled Jinju would manage her cosmetics and clothing. The kitchen was of paramount importance, overseen by Su Chuan, with Aunt Wang and her daughter Xiao Zhan responsible for her meals, which gave her great peace of mind. The remaining lychee and cloudberry would train with her, and later, they would also learn martial arts to protect her closely. Thus, Yu Miaomeng finally felt a sense of relief, hoping her bodyguards would be in place in 3 days. Having arranged these matters, she turned her gaze to the relaxed man, their eyes meeting at that instant. Shen Rang had witnessed the entire process and remarked in a deep tone, "The princess is truly benevolent and kind-hearted, rescuing others from peril, which is commendable." "Are you referring to Dia?" Yu Miaomeng blinked, somewhat perplexed. Shen Rang raised his hand to shield his eyes, appearing unwilling to engage in further conversation. Exhausted from the day, Yu Miaomeng had no desire to bicker with him and chose to let it be for now. After finishing her evening meal in the courtyard, she retired for the night. At the hour of high, the night was tranquil, and the small courtyard lay in serene silence. Shen Rang opened the window, and a refreshing chill wafted in. Standing in the darkness, he gazed up at the bright moon, his figure poised and solitary, his eyes cold and unwavering. Wen Ying and Qing Ke entered the courtyard. They hesitated to approach, instead standing silently after saluting, awaiting his command. After a lengthy pause, Shen Rang turned his gaze towards them, his expression devoid of warmth. "Come in," he commanded. Inside the room, Ying was respectfully reporting on the events of the previous day. "Your Highness, Li Mu and Granny Cui were sent by Madame Wan of the Chengyan Marquisate, aiming to discreetly bring the princess back to the Marquisate. Li Mu was supposed to attend to Jiang Yi, but when you fell from the cliff and went missing, Jiang Yi led a search party. My subordinate nearly killed Jiang Yi at that time, but was protected by Li Mu, sustaining injuries that kept him in the capital. It was precisely due to his wounds that the princess was able to wound him twice." Granny Cui mentioned that Madame Wan had no ulterior motives. She simply wished to bring the princess back to clarify why she was causing disturbances under the Marquisite's name. Li Mu also intended to deceive the princess into returning using Jiang Yi as a pretext, never anticipating her vehement reaction. As for the two individuals who accompanied Li Mu to the small courtyard, they were sent by Guo Wenchang, a cousin of Princeton. Li Mu noted that he saw the princess fleeing and did not intend to intervene, but encountered those two searching nearby as he left. Remembering Madame Wan's instructions, he decided to join them in the small courtyard, never expecting to find Your Highness here. Those two were secretly arranged by Guo Wenchang and are not from the Dark Art. It seems he seeks to locate you to gain favor with Princeton. The two individuals were perhaps promised substantial rewards by Guo Wenchang in advance, and seeing you alone and poisoned, they dared to take the risk of approaching to assassinate. Shen Rang listened with great ennui. The trio of An Wang, Jiang Yi, and Guo Wenchang seemed to him a waste of time with each additional glance. An Wang, Shun Sheng, the sole prince of the current emperor, Jian Pain, harbored grand ambitions but was ultimately lacking in wisdom and strategy. As the last scion of the late crown prince, he was of a similar age to Shun Sheng. Moreover, he commanded the military authority over the entire northern frontier. It would not be an exaggeration to say he held sway over half the realm, making him a thorn in Shen Cheng's side. The latter, at present, remained oblivious to his true nature, rendering him irredeemably foolish. Shen Rang mused that perhaps a degree of ignorance was not entirely disadvantageous. This poisoning and assassination attempt were willingly embraced by him, serving as an ample justification and opportunity to distance himself from the individual seated upon the dragon throne. Shen Rang despised events slipping beyond his control. The freedom to act according to one's whims necessitated sufficient power to stand atop the highest echelons. Unless he chose to descend, none could dare to move a finger against him. Contemplating the enigmatic Duke Chengyan's residence, his eyes darkened with uncertainty as he turned his gaze toward Qing Ke. Has that child been interrogated? When will Jiang Yi return to the capital? Chapter 19. The peculiar encounter, the coldness in the prince's words alerted Qing Ke, who hastily reported back. The woman known as the Sixth Granny was not a respectable midwife. She peddled neither proper servants nor virtuous maidens. Her movements were erratic, wandering from place to place, either purchasing or deceiving, always selecting only the most beautiful young women. The destinations of these girls were mostly remote areas outside the capital, including brothels, hidden courtesans, and various manors, none of which promised a good fate. The Sixth Granny recounted that a certain matron, around 40 years of age, had approached her, urging her to find a way for the princess to buy a few girls, one of whom was named Salon, intended to be placed beside the princess. Initially, the Sixth Granny was reluctant, aware that her dealings were murky. Yet, when the matron revealed the location of the estate, she found herself swayed. Recently, she had been lingering in nearby villages, particularly in Xiaohe village, where 3 families wished to sell their daughters, with one family's daughter being the fairest of them all. She had already intended to venture to Xiaohe village to procure the girl, and upon hearing the matron's proposition, she felt as though fortune had smiled upon her, prompting her agreement. Upon interrogation, Sulan revealed that she was the granddaughter of Madame Wan, the wife of the Marquis of Chengyan, and her family had long since received imperial favor. However, She had a younger brother suffering from serious illness, and although she was technically free, she felt burdened by this circumstance. The substantial financial support from Madame Wan had piqued her interest. Salon stated that Madame Wan had instructed her to first remain by the princess's side without revealing her true intentions, with further instructions to follow. Shen Rang observed with a depth of understanding, finding the situation exceedingly intriguing. Shen Shang was the sole prince of the emperor, the last surviving heir of the previous crown prince, with a naturally antagonistic relationship. Therefore, he had thoroughly investigated everyone associated with Shen Shang. He was well acquainted with Madame Wan, the grandmother of Yu Miaomeng, as she was a cousin of Shun Cheng's mother, Consort Gua. To elaborate on Madame Wan's background, her grandfather, Wan Peng, hailed from a humble farming family and rose to the position of bachelor at the Hamlin Academy, earning a reputation for his integrity and uprightness. Unfortunately, his wife was unworthy, leading to misfortunes over 3 generations. He had unwittingly married a shrew, resulting in a disharmonious union, and his descendants were equally inept, culminating in a tragic end where he was driven to death by his own son. Wan Peng had but one son, Wan Sheng, who was exceptionally handsome but known for his debauchery and gambling tendencies. Nonetheless, he fathered a beautiful daughter, Wan Shi, also known as Yuru. Wan Shi had grown accustomed to a facade of nobility while living in squalor, and her means of marrying into the Marquis's household were far from honorable. With such a background, her aspirations were both lowly and high, and she sought to control every situation, often failing to recognize the intelligence of others. Thus, it was not surprising that such a woman would arrange for someone to bring Yu Miaomeng back to the manor. However, the next day, when Li Mu and his companion did not return, she swiftly sought out the 6th granny to position the maid named Salon. This peculiar turn of events raised suspicion. How could a marquis's wife be acquainted with a wandering midwife associated with courtesans? Shen Rang had always dismissed the women of the inner chambers, believing them beneath his notice, and had never entangled himself with them. Yet, he had found himself inextricably linked to Yu Miaomeng. Leaving for the northern frontier was not out of the question. For after all, they were merely women, incapable of stirring significant troubles. Yet, he found himself unwilling to depart, for reasons he could not articulate. Shen Rang rose to his feet once more, opening the window to gaze at the stone table outside, where lay the flowers meticulously gathered by Yu Miaomeng, now wilted under the moonlight. He recalled the woman's radiant smile as she held the blooms, a blend of foolishness and innocence. Fixating on the wildflowers, an unfamiliar sensation fleetingly crossed his mind. He found himself instinctively more forgiving towards Yu Miaomeng, a feeling both strange and ineffable. Lowering his gaze to conceal his thoughts, he inquired in a deep voice, "When will Jiang Yi return to the capital? Has the Wan family made good on their promise to pay the silver?" After all, with 2 parties gone without a trace, the Wan family must have been thoroughly frightened. They would dare not cause further trouble before Jiang Yi's return. This evening, the Wan family settled the silver, totaling 56,000 taels, when the shopkeepers visited again. Princeton has taken this as truth and arranged for Jiang Yi to search along the route to the northern frontier for the prince. If he returns to the capital, it will likely take at least a month. Shen Rang recalled Yu Miaomeng's exuberant proclamation about secluding herself for a month. Her sparkling eyes seemed to hint at something that would astonish him upon her return. He found himself perplexed by the woman's intentions. Yet today, he felt he understood a fragment of it. After all, they resided in the same courtyard, and Yu Miaomeng was never idle. It was nearly impossible not to notice her relentless energy within 100 meters. She prepared so much, seemingly for the sake of her appearance. In Shen Rang's eyes, there usually existed a clear distinction between men and women, yet he found himself frowning as he recalled her face. After a moment's contemplation, he could not discern beauty from ugliness, but what lingered most vividly in his memory were her bright and clear eyes. Beneath the night sky, his gaze appeared particularly cold. A moment later, he smirked ironically. A sudden thought had crossed his mind, one so absurd that it seemed almost ludicrous. He wished to take this woman under his wing, even to grasp her within his palm. Such a notion was indeed preposterous. However, for a woman so simple and innocent. He could easily protect her with a mere lift of his hand. His eyes deepened with contemplation as he turned to issue commands. Exercise greater caution in the arrangements. Ensure this place is secure. Proceed with the plans I've set forth. Do not trouble me unless it is of great importance. After night, Hawk and Qing Ke bowed and vanished into the darkness. Shen Rang lay down, finding a peculiar amusement in the strategies he had devised. It seemed that this month would not be devoid of intrigue. The following day, Yu Miaomeng, having purchased 40 garments, considered that she would become increasingly voluptuous within a month, carefully selecting styles along with sizes. Today, after much deliberation, she chose a moon-white satin dress, cinched at the waist with a matching brocade sash. Her hair was simply styled with a hairpin, and she adorned herself with minimal embellishments, ultimately selecting a pink shawl. As she gazed into the copper mirror, she seldom felt so satisfied and lovely. Thus, her spirits soared early in the morning, until she encountered someone by the riverbank. It was now May, with the spring breeze gentle and life flourishing. Sunlight danced upon the river, creating a shimmering spectacle. At the riverbank, lush green trees flourished, and a figure clad in white sat beneath them, illuminated by the interplay of water and greenery, resembling a picturesque scene. In the stillness of the morning, a figure sat by the river, radiating an ethereal glow, as if with a moment's distraction, one could ascend to immortality. Yu Miaomeng could not help but glance down at herself, pouting in discontent. Truly, without comparison, there is no suffering. Her previously buoyant mood was instantly dashed. Before she could approach, Shen Rang turned to regard her, and with a single glance, he rendered Yu Miaomeng immobile. The reason was simple. His gaze was frigid, his countenance exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Irritated, Yu Miaomeng's voice dripped with reproach. What kind of look is that? This is my territory. Shen Rang leisurely adjusted his recliner to face her before resuming his seat, his cold stare fixed upon her in silence. Yu Miaomeng surveyed his face, suppressing the barbs of criticism that teetered on her lips. She simply could not find a point of attack. In this direct confrontation, she could not help but notice how exquisitely the white attire suited him. To say he was merely a rare flower was an understatement. He resembled a heavenly snow lotus. With determination, she averted her gaze, as she could hardly tolerate someone imposing their superiority upon her. Moreover, where did he even acquire such a recliner? With hands on her hips, she commanded, "Get up. This is my recliner, my domain, and I, the princess, shall sit here." Shen Rang studied her for a moment, sensing that if he remained seated, this woman might very well be driven to madness. It was perplexing. He had finally found a tranquil spot early in the morning, yet she had emerged at such an hour. Reluctant to engage in dialogue, he acquiesced and stood. Content with his concession, Yu Miaomeng lifted her chin, adopting an air of unyielding pride. She stepped forward to kick the recliner, aiming to elegantly shift it to a new position before sitting down gracefully. As the saying goes, one should not overreach their capabilities. She had not anticipated the weight of the recliner. With her neck arched and eyes unmindful of her footing, she lost her balance amidst the myriad small stones by the riverbank, her delicate embroidered shoes ill-suited for the terrain, and tumbled down. Shen Rang observed her, bemused as she twisted her neck, placed her hands on her hips, glared at him, and lifted her legs. As she teetered on the brink of falling, having never encountered a woman before, he was unsure how to react. Trained for years in martial arts, his body instinctively responded without thought, and he naturally stepped back, retreating 2 large paces. Accompanied by a cry of distress, the riverbank fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 20. Angry Yu Miaomeng lay sprawled on the ground, utterly mortified. She propped herself up on her arms, her entire body smeared with damp earth and grime. Pouting in indignation, she instinctively looked up, hoping for someone to assist her in standing. Shen Rang, with his typically aloof demeanor, wore an unusual frown, prone to cleanliness and unsure of how to respond. He gazed at her for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. "You are filthy. Do not touch me." After Yu Miaomeng sat there for an extended period in a daze, she suddenly sprang to her feet, wiped her eyes, and dashed away. Shen Rang experienced a fleeting moment of stiffness. Casting a glance at the tree, he inquired in a low voice, "Did I say something amiss? Why is she crying?" The dark guard, Yi, assigned to watch from the tree, was at a loss for words. He could only reply, "Your Highness, perhaps the princess is hurt from her fall." Shen Rang, struck by a sudden realization, contemplated for a moment before dismissing the matter and reclining back in his chair. He initially thought this incident insignificant, hardly giving it a second thought. However, he soon noticed that Yu Miaomeng had not set foot in the courtyard for 5 days, nor had the guards, who were usually incessantly chattering, ventured out to procure anything. The once bustling courtyard had become eerily tranquil, reminiscent of his time in the northern frontier's royal residence. This sensation was neither entirely unpleasant nor entirely agreeable. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. If there had been any changes over the past 5 days, it was merely the persistent, delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen, with no culinary offerings delivered to him. It was not until today, 5 days later, that he began to discern a deeper meaning. Could it be that Yu Miaomeng was upset? What could have possibly provoked her ire? Shen Rang lay languidly beneath the eaves. Perplexed, observing a maid preparing to exit the courtyard, he called out to her, "Where are you going?" The maid, Li maintained a composed demeanor and paused momentarily before replying. "The princess has instructed me to go to the capital to procure guards." After assessing the woman before him, Shen Rang's expression remained indifferent. After a few moments of observation, he diverted his gaze and replied coolly, "Very well, you may go." The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, but he sensed that this peace was destined to be short-lived. As the afternoon twilight approached, while fishing by the riverbank, Shen Rang spotted several riders approaching, trailing a horse-drawn carriage. He gathered his belongings and sauntered back toward the small courtyard, anticipating the inevitable commotion that would ensue. Upon entering, he was greeted by the rare sight of the absent Yu Miaomeng seated at the stone table. Their eyes met, and she audaciously rolled her eyes at him. Such audacity warranted a reprimand. Little did Yu Miaomeng realize that this man was indeed contemplating a swift punishment for her insolence. In truth, when she had fled that day, she had been genuinely angry. In her previous life, she had never experienced a fall, not even a minor bump, having been raised in a sheltered and privileged environment despite her frail constitution. Yet in this new realm, despite holding the title of princess, she found herself devoid of any substantial advantages. All the comforts and benefits required her own relentless effort to attain, and she had faced perilous situations on multiple occasions. The sole point of pride she could claim was having encountered an extraordinarily handsome man, yet even he was insufferably irritating. She has always been vain, and the incident from 5 days ago was too embarrassing. Not to mention, it was her own carelessness that led to it. She could only suffer in silence. At most, she could condemn that man for his lack of morals, as he simply avoided her when she fell. However, with the passage of time, her anger had long dissipated. As she pondered this, Yu Miaomeng noticed the male lead entering the courtyard, cast a fleeting glance, and forcibly averted her gaze. What is so remarkable about being handsome? Once she has had her fill of looking, she would forget him and nurture a better, more obedient companion. She mused further. Even the most handsome must eat. With such tantalizing meals daily, doesn't he feel a pang of hunger? In that moment, a plan formed in her mind. Tomorrow, she would concoct something new to make a grand impression in this small courtyard. Lost in thought, Li stepped forward, her greeting posture impeccably proper. "Your Highness, I have brought back 4 guards and they are waiting outside." Yu Miaomeng felt quite pleased with this young girl, Li, who was the eldest and most composed among all the maids, capable of handling any task adeptly. She realized she couldn't oversee everything herself from now on. She only needed to manage the bigger picture, ensuring that those around her were utilized to their fullest potential. Exceptional employees always earn their employer's favor. Her voice was gentle as she said, "Thank you, Li. Please let them in." Subsequently, 4 robust young men, around 20 years of age, entered the courtyard. Their potent masculine presence overwhelming and somewhat startling. Yu Miaomeng immediately stood up to take a closer look. While none were exceptionally handsome, their features were well-defined and striking, albeit a bit cold in expression. She felt satisfied and chose the tallest and most handsome among them to inquire, "From where do you all hail? Where did you serve previously?" From the farthest south came the hesitant reply. Yu Miaozhen smiled. Don't be nervous. She then leaned closer, a look of genuine curiosity on her face. But if you all come from the south, why do you not appear more spirited? I acknowledge my shortcomings. He replied swiftly, admitting his fault. Yu Miaozhen returned to her stone bench and asked earnestly, will you obey my commands? The men hesitated for quite some time before responding in a scattered chorus. Yes. It felt rather reluctant, but she shrugged it off. After all, they were now under her command, and there was no need to be overly demanding. She continued, what are your martial skills like? Can you teach me and two other young ladies how to fight? At this, Shen Rang looked up, surprised to see her serious expression. He directly asked, if you have purchase guards, why do you wish to learn martial arts? Yu Miaozhen did not expect him to speak and looked at him with surprise, soon adopting a proud demeanor. Why should I disclose that to you? Shen Rang remained silent for a moment before countering. If you want to tell me, then who will you tell? Yu Miaozhen was momentarily taken aback, and once she regained her composure, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I will tell anyone but you. Shen Rang stood up and approached her, his strong masculine aura suddenly bearing down, and he realized, you were sulking with me. Yu Miaozhen felt that the proximity between them was too intimate, their breaths entwined, and the temperature of the air seemed to rise. It was utterly inappropriate. Why such an unexpected closeness all of a sudden? Yu Miaozhen averted her gaze, unable to suppress the blush that crept to her ears, her embarrassment morphing into irritation. You should step back. Shen Rang noticed the crimson hue of her ears, pondering thoughtfully, his voice low. Your ears are red, just like last time in the carriage. What are you thinking about? Yu Miaozhen abruptly lifted her head, feeling so embarrassed she could almost excavate a castle with her shame. Yet, she realized that the man did not harbor any sarcasm. He seemed genuinely curious about the matter. This affliction of blushing ears whenever she felt shy had plagued her in her previous life. After a lengthy pause, she stammered defiantly, I bought a few handsome guards. I am happy, and when I'm happy, my ears turn red. As soon as the words left her lips, Shen Rang shifted his gaze to the four individuals who were increasingly lowering their heads, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he turned back to Yu Miaozhen, his eyes deep and inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Yu Miaozhen felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze and asked, somewhat perplexed, Brother, what is it now? Shen Rang inquired quite straightforwardly. Have you kept many men in the past? For what purposes? What does this mean? Is he questioning her character? This is an affront to her purity. Chapter 21. The guard's Yu Miaozhen was genuinely anxious this time. Casting a glance around, she stepped forward and whispered angrily, Let me make myself clear. Do not overstep your bounds. What are you used for? I purchased your services for my protection. Previously, I paid for protection. It was quite straightforward. It is not as sordid as you might think. Shen Rang's gaze flickered slightly, understanding the truth in her words, and he nodded slowly. Such an understanding was most welcome. However, a peculiar sensation akin to suspicion of her character enveloped her, as if she were merely a frivolous woman whose only desire was to indulge in milk, although she had no intention of preserving her chastity after her divorce. The notion of a polyamorous arrangement was something she had only ever read about in novels, never daring to entertain in reality. Yu Miaozhen found the man to be rather peculiar. Stealing a glance at the few robust men she had recently acquired, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment in broad daylight. Regaining her composure, she resumed her meeting, seeing the four men whose heads nearly drooped to their chests. She scorned herself for 3 seconds before donning the demeanor of a caring older sister. What are all your names? After a prolonged silence, the most handsome among them replied, We have no names. Yu Miaozhen had anticipated this. She lacked the talent for naming, and it seemed inappropriate for men to bear names akin to fruits. Such names lack grandeur. Moreover, should danger arise, it would be absurd to call out, Papaya, Apple, come to my rescue. This thought made her feel she could hardly contain her laughter. Reflecting on her 2 mothers, both surnamed Su, she inquired, Do you remember your surnames? If you don't, can we adopt Su as your surname? Yu Miaozhen believed men in this era should value their family names, so she politely asked, Ultimately, the men all claimed to have no surnames, so she arranged them in order, starting with the most handsome, Su Dong, Su Shi, Su Nan, Su Bei. She then made simple arrangements for their lodging. The 4 guards would stay in the front courtyard, yet the eastern wing only had 3 rooms, while the western wing had just 2 remaining. The western wing was constructed with a more favorable layout and had more complete furnishings. She glanced at Su Dong, who was fair, tall, slender, and handsome, and, favoring him, assigned him to the western wing. Furthermore, Su Dong was appointed as the captain of the guards. As Yu Miaomeng departed, she cast a glance at Su Bei. Although he was not unattractive, his overall appeal was diminished by his shorter stature. Shen Rang observed her return to the rear courtyard and then glanced at his new neighbor, Su Dong, who resided in the western wing. He never doubted his intuition. He was certain that Yu Miaomeng's actions held deeper significance. Shen Rang raised his head, and their gazes met, each imbued with profound meaning. Su Dong was the first to withdraw his gaze, lowering his eyes until Shen Rang had entered his room before returning to his own quarters. Thus, Yu Miaomeng's core team was officially assembled. She returned to the rear courtyard, pondering the flustered feelings she had just experienced. The more she contemplated it, the more she believed it was merely a natural reaction to her own hormonal responses. As for a man who could witness her fall without offering assistance and instead ridicule her, she could not possibly harbor any affection for him. In a month, she would leave, as she needed to return to the capital to secure her dowry and divorce papers. Ultimately, every pair must eventually part ways. Moreover, she recalled a significant event approaching, the Emperor's Qinqiu Festival, which would be celebrated on a grander scale than ever before. In the book, the protagonist did not attend this festival, so she hastily skipped that segment of the narrative. Uncertain of potential scandals, betrayals, or assassination attempts that might unfold, she resolved to wait until the ailing Lu Mama regained her health before delving into the palace's affairs. Without a powerful ally, entering the palace would be akin to courting death, and she had no intention of suffering unnecessary losses. With such thoughts weighing on her mind, she felt a twinge of annoyance. The locale was quite pleasant, with clear mountains and flowing waters, and her sustenance was assured. She was the undisputed leader here. Yet, no matter how idyllic, she could not remain in seclusion indefinitely, at least not yet. With a sigh, Yu Miaomeng glanced at the neatly standing Li and Kumquat beside her. With a smile, she inquired, "Li, was your previous mistress particularly fierce? You seem quite meticulous and knowledgeable." Yu Miaomeng's voice was melodious, crisp, and sweet, enhanced by her inherently delicate disposition. Upon hearing such a tone, Li's demeanor softened slightly. Maintaining her respectful posture, she lowered her gaze and replied, "Your Highness, I have been a servant since childhood, serving numerous mistresses, and have grown accustomed to it." Yu Miaomeng chuckled. "As long as you remain loyal and execute your duties, well, while being discreet to avoid anyone discovering your faults, you need not be overly formal with me. I have few demands. Otherwise, if you maintain such stern expressions, it becomes tiresome for me." Li and Kumquat relaxed somewhat, quickly expressing their gratitude. Yu Miaomeng then asked Li, "Did anything unusual occur during your errands?" Li paused for a moment before responding, "Your Highness, nothing out of the ordinary happened." With her mind now at ease, Yu Miaomeng promptly began organizing for the delightful activities of the following day. She remained busy until after dinner, washing up before sitting on the couch to care for her hands with pearl powder and milk. Xiang Tao entered with a bowl of medicine. "Your Highness, please drink the medicine first. It won't taste good when it cools." Yu Miaomeng wiped her hands, took the bowl, and forced herself to down the unpleasant concoction in one go. "How long must I continue this?" she lamented. Xiang Tao, recalling the numerous medicinal packets, felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress. "Your Highness, Dr. He prescribed quite a lot, so you must take it for at least a month." Fearing her mistress's displeasure, she hastily added, "Your Highness, I believe your complexion is improving." Yu Miaomeng too sensed her own transformation. A self-proclaimed gourmand, after days of indulgent eating, her once gaunt stomach finally appeared fuller, and her complexion had indeed brightened significantly. She admired herself in the bronze mirror for a while, increasingly convinced that this body resembled her appearance in her previous life. If she could just gain a bit more weight, perhaps her visage would become an exact replica. With her heart settled, Yu Miaozhen blissfully drifted into slumber. Upon the dawn of a new day, the entire courtyard buzzed with activity, alive with a vibrant energy. Shen Rang lay languidly on his bed, idly listening to a familiar voice outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the tranquil days had come to an end. After rising to freshen up, he approached the wardrobe where his garments were kept. Without a glance, he randomly selected a piece. It was only upon donning it that he realized it was a cerulean outer garment. Such a flamboyant hue could only have originated from Yu Miaozhen's hand. Glancing at the remaining colors of red, green, and blue, he hesitated for a moment before continuing to wear it. The azure was undoubtedly more refined than the garish red or green. He could not fathom from where this woman had acquired her sense of aesthetics. So ostentatious, so flamboyant. As Shen Rang stepped out of his room, he observed the bustling activity in the courtyard, where everyone was occupied with moving tables and chairs, fetching water, and chopping wood. After taking a couple of glances, he exited the courtyard and made his way towards the riverbank. From a distance, he beheld the scene by the river, and at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to describe what lay before him. Chapter 22. Spring outing. A row of ancient trees stood by the river, their branches lush and leaves abundant, creating an idyllic setting for a spring outing. Yu Miaozhen, who had been constrained by her physical limitations in her previous life, found great joy in playing. This time around, she felt no such restrictions and was determined to make up for lost opportunities. The day before, she had instructed Shan Zhu and Sang Shun to sew several oversized blankets using shu brocade and plain silk. Today, she claimed 3 grand trees and found the cleanest patch of green grass beneath their shade to lay the blankets upon. Not far off, a large pot had been set up over a fire, with Aunt Wang busily preparing something alongside Xiao Zhan and fragrant peaches. Su Chuan approached the courtyard from the direction of the neighboring village, carrying various items. Dressed in a pink long skirt, Yu Miaozhen had deliberately chosen a style with gathered sleeves, her arms bare and her appearance refreshingly simple. Spotting Su Chuan in the distance, she called out in a cheerful voice, "Uncle Su, how many chickens did you gather?" Su Chuan set down the cloth bag and, upon nearing her, replied, "Your Highness, I visited 3 villages and collected a total of 10 chickens." Yu Miaozhen nodded, recalling that she had already made purchases from various villages before. After a rather unpleasant encounter with chicken droppings, she had developed a strong desire for chicken. Over the past 5 days, she had been in the backyard, diligently experimenting with recipes, leading to an increasing demand for chickens. Concerned about those small villages, she inquired, "They sold them willingly, right?" Su Chuan confirmed, "Your Highness, rest assured. The silver I provided was ample, and I made the purchases discreetly, avoiding any unpleasantness with the villagers." Hearing this, Yu Miaozhen's spirits lifted. "That's wonderful. Have all 10 slaughtered, and give the wings and legs to Aunt Wang. Set aside the meat separately and place the remaining bones over there." After issuing these instructions, she continued, "Also, chop up that pork rib and stew it in a large pot for everyone to share." Su Chuan, never one to ask unnecessary questions, accepted his orders and promptly set to work. With a radiant smile lighting up her face, Yu Miaozhen turned and caught sight of Shen Rang standing by the blanket. Gazing at her, she approached him with a smile, appraising him from head to toe. She suddenly realized that in the few days they had been apart, he seemed to have become even more striking, embodying the very definition of beauty with his fair skin and handsome features. Clad in green attire, he resembled an ethereal being, exquisite beyond the realm of mortals. Yu Miaozhen admired him openly for a moment before asking, "What are you looking at?" Shen Rang stepped forward, his gaze shifting uncertainly as he replied, "What are you doing? Have you never seen this before?" "It's a picnic, and soon there will be plenty of delicious food," she said, her face brimming with pride as she looked into the distance. Following her gaze, Shen Rang surveyed the surroundings, feeling as though he had been torn between 2 worlds. One side was a battlefield littered with remnants of war, while the other was a tranquil and lively courtyard, filled with serene beauty. He was struck by a surreal sense of absurdity, as if everything had shifted into an extraordinary realm. As he pulled his thoughts back to the present and beheld her bright smile, He ultimately nodded in appreciation. Very well. One might mistakenly believe that a leader has come to inspect the premises. Yu Miaomeng remarked, "You are truly peculiar. While you typically maintain a stoic demeanor, could you not offer a hint of pleasantness today?" Shen Rang's expression remained frosty, yet a subtle curve appeared at the corners of his lips. "Isn't it you who suggested that I am mentally unwell? It seems curiosity is quite normal." Yu Miaomeng was momentarily silenced, but to regain her composure, she began to recount past grievances. "Not only are you strange, but you also exhibit ingratitude. 6 days ago, by the riverside, I nearly fell, and instead of rescuing me, you merely sidestepped. How could you forget that I saved you twice?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shen Rang's eyes as he calmly replied, "I recall that you were in tears from the pain." After a brief moment of disbelief, Yu Miaomeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, leading her to erupt in indignation. Who was crying? This man was truly infuriating, always responding inappropriately. Despite her frustration, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness as if he had consumed a tranquility elixir. His daily demeanor could be succinctly summarized: "Do not disturb me." It was undoubtedly a unique personality, yet utterly unyielding. Shen Rang found it perplexing that she was suddenly displeased. Was it a characteristic of all women to be so capricious? After a moment of rigidity, he furrowed his brow and stated, "You cried." Yu Miaomeng took a deep breath. This man was a quintessential example of a straightforward man, truly a rarity. She glared at his handsome visage, finally managing to quell her irritation. "Very well, you are still young. I shall let this slide." Throughout the long history of China, one unchanging truth is that men cannot tolerate being referred to as young. Shen Rang was no exception. He cast her a sideways glance, his gaze imbued with a hint of coldness. His voice deep and serious. "I am not young." He then emphasized, "And you're not my elder sister." Yu Miaomeng, weary of engaging in conflict with him, acknowledged his eccentricity and conceded, "You are my elder brother. Will that suffice?" With that, she tugged at his sleeve, leading him to the carpeted area and promptly seating him in a chair. "You shall sit here, awaiting your meal and drinks. Do refrain from speaking unless necessary." Once she had delivered this instruction, she swiftly made her way to the frying pot, just in time to see Aunt Wong marinating chicken wings. She admired her, for she could only order and eat, having never cooked in her previous life. She merely asked Aunt Wong about the flavor of the fried chicken, and now the woman was managing to recreate it almost perfectly. Aunt Wong was a gentle and demure woman, speaking softly, "Your Highness, the fried chicken you desire will be ready shortly. There are also plenty of chicken meat dumplings being prepared, but the fried tofu you wish to have will have to wait until after the chicken legs are done. The ribs are already stewing, and the pastries will be out in a quarter of an hour, including your favorite milk-flavored cake." Yu Miaomeng nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, Aunt Wong. I truly appreciate your efforts." Seeing her in such a cheerful mood brought joy to Aunt Wong's heart. She was fond of the current princess, and she imagined that if her ailing mother were aware, she would surely be delighted. Once all preparations were complete, everyone finally took their seats. Each blanket was adorned with a small table, laden with an assortment of dried fruits, candied treats, fried chicken, and pastries, accompanied by the fruit wine brewed by Aunt Wong. Yu Miaomeng regarded this gathering as a company team-building event, aware of the attendees' reticence. Thus, she chose a seat somewhat distant from them. With a smile, she remarked, "Running errands and dining are unrelated. It is dining time now. Please help yourselves." After uttering this, she turned her attention to her sole dining companion, seizing a chicken leg to indulge in. The aroma that wafted from Aunt Wong's frying was nothing short of heavenly, enticing even the children from the neighboring village, some of whom lingered nearby. Shen Rang hesitated. Though this delicacy was indeed a novel sight for him, he found himself unwilling to partake in such an unrefined manner. To grasp and gnaw at the food with one's hands was a challenge to his decorum. Yu Miaomeng, with grease on her lips, could not help but express her disdain. "What is the matter with you? Do you truly enjoy all this?" Her dining companion appeared out of place, exuding an ethereal aura, embodying a figure seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Yu Miaomeng experienced a fleeting illusion, as if completing this meal of chicken would elevate her to celestial realms. Shen Rang, after selecting a piece of pastry, was just about to bring it to his lips when it was abruptly snatched away. Chapter 23. Rare Yu Miaomeng seized the pastry with a disapproving expression. "Brother, do you even comprehend the difficulty in preparing this chicken?" As she spoke, she handed him the largest chicken leg. "Eat this, it is quite delectable." Shen Rang stared at the chicken leg for a considerable time, then regarded Yu Miaomeng for a moment before finally reaching out to take it, holding it in his hand without taking a bite for quite a while. Ultimately, as he nibbled on it slowly, Yu Miaomeng found it quite pleasing to the eye, and her irritation dissipated in an instant. "Just wait. I shall prepare a delightful barbecue and hot pot for you another day, and then we shall see how finicky you can be." Just as she was enjoying her meal, Xiang Tao stealthily approached, hesitating before whispering, "Your Highness, those children have not yet left." Yu Miaomeng waved her hand dismissively. "If they haven't left, so be it." Xiang Tao emphasized, "There's a little girl who cried from longing." Yu Miaomeng thought to herself, it would be odd if she didn't cry, given how fragrant this is. She was aware of Xiang Tao's past. Having endured abuse in her childhood, her emotions would surge whenever she encountered the weak and pitiful. No one is perfect, and she bore no resentment, merely asking, "Xiang Tao, is the chicken leg delicious?" Xiang Tao nodded vigorously. "Your Highness, this is the most scrumptious thing I have ever tasted." Yu Miaomeng pinched her cheek playfully. "Then tell me, how many legs does a chicken have? And how many of us are there?" Xiang Tao appeared embarrassed. "Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. I was merely thinking that once we finish eating, perhaps the leftovers could be shared with them." Yu Miaomeng had already devised a plan and smiled as she called for Su Chuan. "Su Uncle, what about the chicken carcasses?" Su Chuan looked perplexed. "My subordinate is quite adept at deboning the chicken, leaving no remnants. All the meat has been utilized for cooking. Xiao Hui even prepared some chicken shreds for you. The bones are of little use and were discarded in the kitchen." Upon hearing Su Chuan's endearing address to Wang Ant, Yu Miaomeng secretly indulged in some gossip. She promptly instructed, "Once Aunt Wang has finished her meal, have her fry those chicken bones for the children." Su Chuan was taken aback for a moment, the first to question her decision. "Your Highness, what is there to eat from the bones? Wouldn't that be a waste of firewood and oil?" Yu Miaomeng, uninterested in explaining, cryptically replied, "Just wait until they are fried. You shall taste them and decide." Su Chuan left, his mind filled with questions. Shen Rang, observing the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand, suddenly inquired, "If you are not giving it to them, are you giving it to me?" Yu Miaomeng often found herself baffled by such queries. "Why should I give it to them?" Shen Rang frowned and asked, "Then why are you giving it to me?" Yu Miaomeng blinked, inadvertently revealing her true thoughts. "Because you have nestled yourself in my heart." Seeing Shen Rang's expression change, his gaze scrutinizing, she instantly wilted. Quickly averting her eyes, she retorted, "Why all the questions? I provide you with food, shelter, and clothing. Yet you still manage to vex me." Uncertain if he understood, Shen Rang glanced at her a few times before returning to his silence, quietly consuming his food. For a moment, the two sat in silence, as quiet as chickens, until the fragrant aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air once more. The two raised their heads, and their gazes met. Shen Rang maintained his composure, his demeanor as cold as ever. Yu Miaomeng, her eyes darting, attempted to make conversation. "Would you like to try some fried chicken?" Shen Rang declined, stating, "I do not consume bones. That is food fit for dogs." Just as Yu Miaomeng was about to grab some for herself, she abruptly turned around, glaring at him. "How wonderful it would be if you were more talkative." Shen Rang noticed her irritation, yet he offered an explanation. "My dog eats this every day." Yu Miaomeng seized upon his words, beginning her interrogation. "Didn't you say you lost your memory? Have you remembered something?" Shen Rang's gaze remained tranquil, his head shaking in an innocent manner. Yu Miaomeng, resolute, refused to be swayed, exclaiming in frustration, "Speak." Shen Rang's eyes flickered, and with feigned intent, he replied, "Didn't you just say you dislike it when I talk too much?" Yu Miaomeng was nearly driven to the brink of mental exhaustion. She snapped, "You remain silent when I want you to speak, yet you chatter incessantly when I wish for quiet. Are you trying to drive me mad?" Shen Rang observed her greasy lips, pouting in anger, and for the first time, he chuckled. Yu Miaomeng was taken aback. In all the time they had known each other, This was the first genuine smile she had witnessed from him. A true smile, not a cold smirk or a forced grin. Goodness gracious! The Tianshan snow lotus has blossomed, radiant as spring flowers, with a countenance as refreshing as the gentle breeze under the bright moon. It was a sight to behold. Shen Rang, suppressing his laughter, remarked, "Why is it that the little princess can never seem to tear her gaze away from me?" Yu Miaomeng's ears flushed crimson as she cast him a haughty glance. "I take pleasure in it. What concern is it of yours?" With that, she dashed away, denying him the chance to respond. Shen Rang's gaze deepened, thoughtfully lingering on her retreating figure. After Yu Miaomeng ran off in the daylight, she did not return, opting instead to avoid Shen Rang. That evening, she reclined languidly on a couch, lost in thought, while Jinju, her maid, was tending to her hair. With gentle movements, Jinju cautiously raised her head and respectfully spoke, "Princess, I hope to be so bold as to request something." Yu Miaomeng, her expression warm, encouraged her, "Speak freely." "I wish to practice martial arts with Sister Li Ji and the others tomorrow," Jinju replied, lowering her head modestly. "You're only 14, too young for such pursuits. Why the desire to learn martial arts?" Yu Miaomeng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Jinju's voice dwindled to a whisper, "I have always loved it. I have dreamed of learning martial arts since childhood." Yu Miaomeng had a general understanding of the backgrounds of her maids. Aside from Li Ji, who had served since childhood, the others had been sold around the age of 10. Jinju was the most endearing among them, with a petite stature and a round, fair face reminiscent of youthful innocence. Thus, she had been drawn to her among the 5 girls skilled in hairstyling. It was not a significant matter, and Yu Miaomeng, feeling a pang of compassion, smiled and acquiesced. "If you wish to learn, then learn together. Even if you do not master it, it will serve to strengthen your body." Jinju's eyes sparkled with joy as she looked up, gratefully exclaiming, "Thank you, princess." Observing her exuberance, Yu Miaomeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Was martial arts truly so delightful, despite its inherent hardships? She did not dwell on it much. Ambition among employees is commendable, and rather than suppressing it, encouragement should abound. After offering a few words of praise, she dismissed Jinju. Lying in bed and gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, she felt as though she had truly become a part of this place. Aside from the living conditions not meeting her standards, everything else was quite acceptable. Yu Miaomeng contemplated that, after her divorce, she still wished to find a suitable partner for marriage, as it was a desire her parents harbored in their previous life. However, where could she find a man who would meet her exacting criteria? Lost in her thoughts, she eventually drifted off to sleep. "Little princess, I adore you." A melodious voice broke the silence, and as the words faded, he leaned down to kiss her. Wait. Not like this. I am not yet divorced. It'll be unfair to you. Please be patient a little longer, my dear." She offered a perfunctory rejection, just to push him away slightly. "I don't mind. I only have eyes for you, and you alone, for you are truly unique," he responded, tightening his embrace around her slender waist. "Very well, I trust you." She conceded, and then she parted the man's azure outer garment, their lips entwined in a passionate kiss. Before long, she found herself pressed against the bed, his assertive movements brimming with primal intensity, leaving her feeling utterly weak and exhilarated. Yu Miaomeng sat up in a flurry, embarrassment washing over her as her heart raced. It was over. She had succumbed. She found herself yearning to pluck that celestial snow lotus. Chapter 24. Martial arts training the following day dawned bright and sunny, the weather perfect for outdoor activities. However, Yu Miaomeng appeared somewhat lethargic, her eyes dimmed as if her soul had been drawn out the previous night. After finishing her breakfast, she gazed at the golden kumquats with eager anticipation, the stoic lychees, and the anxious cloudberries before her. A sense of foreboding washed over her, akin to the feeling of stepping on a stone that had rolled beneath her feet. Her gaze drifted to the whip that had remained untouched since its purchase, and she envisioned herself wielding it with grace and confidence, igniting a spark of ambition within her. By the time Yu Miaomeng arrived in the courtyard accompanied by others, Su Dong and his companions had been waiting patiently. Su Dong approached her with a composed demeanor, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, he greeted. Yu Miaomeng smiled and nodded. No need for formalities. She then furtively scanned the area, noticing the absence of flowers. The thought of the handsome man's fondness for the riverside brought her an inexplicable sense of relief. Feeling invigorated, she cracked the whip a couple of times. Let us begin. Su Dong's gaze lingered on the whip for a moment before he candidly advised, Your Highness, this whip may prove too perilous given your current skill level. Yu Miaomeng, who cherished her beauty above all, took his counsel to heart. It won't harm my lovely face, will it? When can I use it then? Su Dong seemed at a loss for words, pausing briefly before stating, to wield it adeptly, you must first strengthen your arm and overall physical condition. Yu Miaomeng, known for her laziness, preferred lounging over sitting and sitting over standing. She eyed the whip with determination, biting her lip as she demanded, Speak, what shall I practice first? I will do it. A quarter of an hour later, her limbs trembled, her posture a sight to behold, and she collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. As Shen Rang emerged from the side room, his gaze met Yu Miaomeng's. Upon seeing him, coupled with the open window, an unsettling premonition gripped her. What embarrassment! He wasn't watching me fail, was he? Indeed, Shen Rang had witnessed her struggles from start to finish. He approached her directly. I will teach you. Exhausted, Yu Miaomeng had no time for flirtation and cut straight to the point. Do I still need to practice dances? Shen Rang did not answer her question, but earnestly asked, Would you like to learn from me? Of course, Yu Miaomeng replied immediately. Excellent. Shen Rang seemed pleased with her unhesitating response, the chill in his demeanor softening slightly. Follow me. As Yu Miaomeng rose and grasped the whip, she glanced back at the lychees and their companions. Continue your efforts, if you truly wish to avoid practice. Come speak to me. She then hurried to catch up with Shen Rang, presenting the whip as if it were a treasure. Look, isn't it beautiful? I adore this whip. I was drawn to it at first sight, believing it perfectly suited me. Shen Rang glanced at her flushed cheeks, beads of sweat dampening her forehead and causing her hair to cling to the side of her face, rendering her appearance more delicate. His gaze shifted to the whip, and he found the coincidence unsettling. This whip was a trophy from his conquest of a northern tribe 3 months prior. The whip, seemingly simple, conceals profound intricacies within. Crafted from the finest cowhide and sinew, it is interwoven with several strands of gold-threaded iron wire, endowing it with considerable lethality. Had the handle not been overly ornate, it would have surely been destined for storage. Later, while the Nighthawk was sorting through the spoils to send to the capital's shops, he casually tossed the whip into the mix. At that moment, Shen Rang caught sight of the whip he had once cherished for a long time, and a strange feeling welled up within him. He averted his gaze and offered a few casual compliments. Very good, quite impressive. Yu Miaomeng inquired further. Do you think this whip is suitable for me? Shen Rang nodded in affirmation. It suits you perfectly, opulent, exquisite, vibrant, and unrestrained. Rarely hearing him speak in such a normal manner, Yu Miaomeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon reaching the riverbank, she couldn't help but ask, How do we practice here? Shen Rang, unhurried, reclined on a lounge chair, glancing at the upright figure before him, finding it somewhat amusing. He pointed to a small stool under the tree and instructed her, Move those from here to the farthest tree ahead. Yu Miaomeng estimated the distance to be over 100 meters, but there were over 10 stools. She would need to make 6 or 7 trips, effectively carrying a weight equivalent to over 1,000 meters back and forth. She glanced at the leisurely man lying there, unable to endure the sight of someone else relishing their comfort more than she did, thus feeling quite resistant. Shen Rang effortlessly discerned her thoughts, and, with a tone laced with persuasion, said, If you simply follow my instructions, within a month you shall wield the whip with ease. Embracing the mindset of since I'm here, Yu Miaomeng resigned herself to begin moving the stools. After 3 trips, panting, she asked intermittently, I don't wish to become a female warrior. I merely want to ensure my self-defense. Can I not move a few less? Shen Rang, taken aback by her apparent weakness, inquired seriously, Why do you wish to learn martial arts? Yu Miaomeng wiped the sweat from her brow, insisting, I just feel that when I wield the whip, I must look both beautiful and formidable. Shen Rang was at a loss for words and countered, Did you not say you wanted to ensure your own safety? Indeed, I will soon become extraordinarily beautiful, and should any toad harbor ill intentions towards me, I shall strike them down. Yu Miaomeng replied with utmost seriousness. Shen Rang couldn't help but scrutinize her face again, then surveyed her from head to toe before concluding, I believe you are overthinking this. In a fit of anger, Yu Miaomeng hurled the stool she had just picked up onto the ground, nearly leaping to scold him. I won't blame you for your poor eyesight, but should you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall make you regret it. In truth, she had undergone significant changes. Her complexion had improved considerably, and she had gained a few pounds. Yet, to meet her own exaggerated standards, she would require at least another 20 days. After patiently observing her temper tantrum, Shen Rang finally uttered a semblance of sincerity. Actually, you are not unattractive. There is no need to be overly concerned with your appearance, for it is merely superficial and holds no true significance. To avoid succumbing to exasperation, Yu Miaomeng chose to selectively ignore his words, fixating instead on the phrase, actually, you are not unattractive, savoring it repeatedly until she had completed 8 trips. Sitting on the grass in a disheveled manner, still catching her breath, she asked him, how long must I practice like this? Your constitution is rather frail. You need to engage in daily exercise. After speaking, Shen glanced at her bold sitting posture and, after a moment's hesitation, chose to remain silent. Yu Miaomeng, who had nearly given up, felt an inexplicable surge of determination upon meeting his subtly meaningful gaze. No problem. I shall show you what it means for a woman to rival men. Since that day by the river, when Yu Miaomeng boasted, she has endured considerable hardship over the past few days. However, she has also received gratifying results, as her physical condition has significantly improved. Coupled with her daily internal and external nurturing, along with various yoga poses, she has become increasingly attractive. Unfortunately, the individual beside her is a blind, straight man. Every day, Yu Miaomeng would inquire about her progress, only to receive a lackluster response from the mountain snow lotus, who stared at her for a prolonged moment before dismissively stating, You're not ugly. This response severely dampened Yu Miaomeng's enthusiasm. Once a person becomes disheartened, they tend to indulge themselves. Today marks the second team-building event in the small courtyard, where they will engage in some new activities. Chapter 25. Turbulence from the day she indulged in fried chicken, Yu Miaomeng commenced a rigorous training regimen, dedicating herself to daily practice. In her pursuit of optimal weight gain, she approached her dietary choices with unprecedented caution, acutely aware of her body's need for high-calorie, high-fat delicacies. 3 days prior, she had dispatched Su Chuan to a blacksmith in the capital to craft a rudimentary barbecue grill, while Su Dong and several others diligently fashioned wooden skewers over the span of 3 days. Once again by the riverside, the evening air was neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for an outdoor feast. Yu Miaomeng was thoroughly pleased with her subordinates. Each skewer was remarkably uniform in length and thickness, and the precision of their craftsmanship left her in awe. After hearing her enthusiastic description of the barbecue, Aunt Wang prepared several blends of spices for her. Although the absence of cumin rendered the flavors slightly lacking, she was nonetheless satisfied. Numerous individuals gathered on the small bench that had once served as her training tool, their eyes fixated on the sizzling, oily meat. Aunt Wang had prepared an array of delicacies, marinated pork belly, chicken, and various vegetables, along with fruit ice bowls made from milk and an assortment of desserts. Due to Yu Miaomeng's extensive hunting and slaughtering of chickens in the neighboring villages, the local poultry population was nearing extinction. Fortunately, the chickens procured by Su Chuan during his trip to the capital were all farm-raised, ensuring that the taste remained uncompromised. The barbecue was expertly handled by Su Bei and Su Chuan. Witnessing Su Bei, whom she had relegated to the lowest rank due to his height, masterfully grill the skewers, Yu Miaomeng was profoundly reminded of the existence of innate talent. As the spices were sprinkled, the aroma of the meat instantly intensified. Su Bei skillfully flipped the meat, his right hand deftly shaking the skewer, causing the fat to ignite in small flames. He then placed the perfectly grilled meat onto a nearby plate and continued with the next round. Yu Miaomeng, captivated by the spectacle, found even the elusive Tian Shan, Snow Lotus, who rarely descended to the mortal realm, offering a rare compliment. Cleverly conceived, indeed. After taking some for herself, she addressed Su Dong and the others, saying, "Do not be shy. I have procured a pig and 10 chickens, so everyone shall have their fill." With that, she returned to her small mat, skewers in hand, and casually offered a couple to the handsome man beside her. Shen Rang accepted them promptly, the bamboo skewers serving as a convenient handle. After tasting the meat, he discerned that this barbecue was unlike any he had previously encountered. It possessed a unique flavor that was indescribable. Yu Miaomeng took a sip of fruit wine, feeling utterly satisfied, and playfully inquired, "Is it to your liking?" After finishing his bite, Shen Rang remarked, "It has a peculiar taste, strange yet delightful." Yu Miaomeng teased him, "What do you know? The essence of barbecue lies in that smoky and charred flavor." Understanding dawned on Shen Rang as he glanced at the woman, who was indulging with little regard for decorum, and casually asked, "Where did you learn to prepare such dishes?" Yu Miaomeng paused for a moment, responding with a blend of truth and fiction. "Perhaps I had tasted these in a previous life, which is why I still remember." Shen Rang maintained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. "Is that so? You have an impressive memory." Yu Miaomeng carefully scrutinized him, finding no signs of peculiarity, yet her curiosity was piqued. "Do you not fear when I mention the past life? Or do you not harbor any doubts? Why should I be afraid?" Shen Rang reclined comfortably in the chaise lounge, his demeanor relaxed. Who can truly ascertain what transpires after death? Moreover, while the notion of past and present lives may seem extraordinary, I have not experienced it. Hence I refrain from comment. Furthermore, among the myriad of beings in this world, only a scant few are connected to me. If I were to have doubts, unraveling them would not pose a challenge, but I find it of little concern. Yu Miaomeng, lost in thought, nodded vacantly. "You are quite peculiar, yet seem remarkably formidable. However, there is a distinct lack of worldly warmth about you." Her curiosity deepened. "Have you remembered anything? Do you wish to seek out your family? I can assist you." Shen Rang's gaze turned frigid, his tone indifferent. "There is no need to search. I have been alone since childhood. Why complicate matters?" Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over Yu Miaomeng. She spoke softly, "I too am alone." In her previous life, she had indeed been solitary. Her parents perished unexpectedly, and after bidding farewell to her grandparents at 18, she found herself devoid of kin. The Yu family had prospered for generations, affording her a life free from material hardship. Yet other aspects remained painfully lacking. As emotions began to swell within her, she regretted mentioning family. Fidgeting with the bamboo skewer in her hand, she awkwardly declared, "Do not worry, I shall not bring it up again. If others do not want you, I shall." Shen Rang's gaze wavered as he regarded her. "You want me?" Upon voicing her thought, Yu Miaomeng felt less awkward. After all, caring for an aesthetically pleasing man was a simple task. She relished the sight of his face, deeming the expense worthy. The more she pondered, the more advantageous it seemed. She looked up, nodding vigorously. "Of course, I want you." Shen Rang's eyes flickered with intrigue as he met her gaze, the unusual intensity of the moment palpable and undeniable. Why did a mere statement evoke such a response? Leaning back against the chair, his penetrating gaze remained fixed on her, reflecting her not-so-remarkable visage. He did not avert his eyes, slowly nodding, committing her words to memory. Yu Miaomeng felt a prickling sensation under his unwavering scrutiny. The weight of his gaze rendered her uneasy, and she sensed the gravity of her words. Dazed, she nodded in agreement, assuring him she would not forget. Although she verbally affirmed her commitment, her mind wandered into realms of fantasy. It is often said that the more handsome a man, the more deceitful he may be, typically in pursuit of wealth or seduction, neither of which concerned her, as she lacked for money. If seduction were the case, had fate truly run towards her on its own legs? Realizing she was teetering on the brink of dangerous thoughts, she abruptly halted her musings. She found herself almost naming their future child, teetering dangerously close to obsession. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she averted her gaze, hastily declaring, "I shall fetch you something to eat," before rising and making her swift exit. Shen Rang observed that not only were her ears flushed, but her entire cheeks and even her neck were awash with a deep crimson hue. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly broke into a smile. While her words may have been playful and charming, one could only speculate about the audacious thoughts swirling in her mind. This woman exhibited a disconcerting indifference towards the barriers between the sexes, her demeanor both carefree and candid, rendering her exceedingly difficult to manage. Shen Rang's gaze drifted toward the distant figure of the woman frolicking beside the grill, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his eyes. As he scrutinized her, it seemed as though he had stumbled upon a revelation. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, lingering for an extended period, and for the first time, his typically aloof and frosty expression betrayed a hint of fluctuation. Once again, he focused his gaze upon Yu Miaomeng, their eyes locking in an unexpected connection. With his exceptional vision, he noted the sun setting in the west, casting a golden glow upon her crown. Her fair complexion was illuminated by eyes that sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, clear as water and radiant as the dawn. In that moment, he realized the source of his unease. He had always regarded others with indifference, particularly women, viewing them through a lens unclouded by considerations of beauty or ugliness. Yet Yu Miaomeng's visage, from its initial pallor and frailty to its current subtle transformation, remained vividly etched in his memory. Not only did he remember, but the details were astonishingly clear. Shen Rang gazed into the distance for a long while, his eyes deep with contemplation. Chapter 26. Rainy night. Since that day of the barbecue team-building event, life has unfolded in a steady rhythm. Yu Miaomeng has already resided in the estate for over 20 days, and the month-long period is swiftly approaching its end. The transformation she has undergone in the past month can only be described as a complete metamorphosis. Each day and night, she has indulged in nourishing soups, therapeutic herbal baths, and meticulous skincare routines thrice daily, alongside the continuous consumption of various precious herbal supplements. The results are undeniably evident. Now, she possesses a figure that deviates from the frail and delicate appearance typical of contemporary women, leaning instead towards a fuller, more curvaceous beauty. She has come to appreciate a slightly plump physique with an alluring silhouette that has nearly reached her ideal standards. As for her visage, it has not disappointed. In harmony with her voluptuous form, she embodies both innocence and seduction. Perhaps it is true that one's appearance reflects one's heart, for her features bear a striking resemblance to those of her past life. Even Xiang Tao has remarked that she seems different now, holding echoes of her former self, yet elusive in their familiarity. As Yu Miaomeng gazes into the mirror, she experiences a surreal sense of detachment from the past. Her lustrous black hair cascades over her fair skin, and her lips bloom in vivid red, framed by delicate willow-like brows and almond-shaped eyes. Her large, dark, and lustrous pupils shimmer with an alluring glimmer, while her petite yet prominent nose adds to her captivating beauty, resembling a cherished flower of the earthly realm, vibrant and resplendent. However, as she stares out at the rainy night, her thoughts drift to the man in the courtyard. Since the conclusion of the barbecue, she has sensed an odd intensity in his gaze, an amalgamation of scrutiny, curiosity, and confusion. Initially, she entertained the notion that the man had finally acknowledged her blossoming beauty. Yet, just 2 days prior, she discovered otherwise. After a particularly enjoyable practice session with her whip, she had eagerly inquired, "Why do you keep staring at me? Have you finally noticed that I'm different?" Shen Rang scrutinized her closely before responding. "There is nothing different." Her expression shifted instantaneously, her displeasure bubbling to the surface as she nearly erupted. "Are your eyes not functioning properly? How can there be nothing different?" Shen Rang merely smirked. "Your eyes are the same as before." She was momentarily taken aback, unwilling to relent as she pressed, "Are you truly saying there is no difference?" "I have clearly become more beautiful." Seemingly unfazed, Shen Rang regarded her with a calm demeanor. "I've always said you were not ugly. You were not ugly before, and you're not ugly now." Fuming, she exploded, "There are countless ways to describe someone as not ugly. Why must you insist on using ugly? Are you trying to drive me mad? I genuinely wish to strike you." Shen Rang observed her fury with quiet amusement, neither angered nor speaking, until he finally quelled her ire with a teasing smile. He repeatedly bends the rules. As Yu Miaomeng reclined on her bed, this line of thought sparked a new revelation within her. Could it be that this man perceives only her essence, indifferent to her exterior? If so, would he still recognize her if she were to inhabit a different body? Suddenly sitting upright, her heart raced with excitement. Oh my, why does this feel somewhat romantic? Lost in her delightful musings, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Eventually, she forcefully reined in her unruly thoughts and gradually drifted into slumber. In the midnight hour, thunder rumbled and lightning crackled, while the rain poured down relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. The entire courtyard was shrouded in a torrential downpour, the air thick with a briny, damp scent. Inside the front courtyard's chamber, enveloped in darkness, Shen Rang lay upon his bed, his brow furrowed, seemingly grappling with a scene from within his dreams. On a similar rainy night, the vast and desolate palace remained unlit, the hall echoing with silence. Occasionally, faint sounds drifted from the corners where the windows met the bookshelves. Soon, a gentle creaking of a door opening pierced the stillness, accompanied by a soft voice that mingled with the rain, barely audible. "Your Highness, where are you?" Evidently, the figure in the corner heard this. Stumbling out with an fa-ade of calm, his eyes alight with urgency. It was a young boy, 3 or 4 years of age, his features delicate and his skin fair. "Nanny, I am here. Your Highness, this is the jacket I brought for you. You must wear it soon. Here are some snacks, but eat sparingly, or you may feel unwell." She chattered on, reaching out to gently touch his forehead. "Your Highness, you seem to have a slight fever. Allow me to help you with the jacket." The boy, displaying remarkable composure, pushed the items aside and spoke with a serene voice. "Nanny, you must leave quickly. If you are discovered, I cannot protect you now. Wait until I grow a little older. I will take you out of the palace and back to your homeland." Tears glistened in the corners of the nanny's eyes as she choked out, "Do not worry about me." Nevertheless, she insisted on helping him put on the jacket. Not daring to linger, she offered a few last words. Nanny was merely jesting. "Do not take it to heart. As long as you are well, I shall have no regrets." With that, she departed, glancing back 3 times as she left. He watched through the crack of the door as her frail figure faded into the distance. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated a golden dragon motif that could not be concealed even in the dimness of night. He felt his body stiffen with cold, and in an instant, he flung open the door and dashed into the rain, spotting the nanny being restrained, yet he remained unflustered. "Have you made up your mind?" A deep, chilling voice echoed. Ignoring his drenched garments, he gazed up at the towering man before him. "Release the nanny, and I will comply with your demands." "What should you call me?" The icy tone remained devoid of inflection. He lowered his head, refusing to utter another word. Just as he prepared to speak, he witnessed the nanny's head being thrown down from above. The very person who had just tenderly admonished him now lay lifeless, her eyes locked with his across the rain-soaked expanse. This was the last person who had cared for him selflessly. As an emperor, one must not indulge in feminine mercy. "You must not show weakness, for she dared to defy my command. Execute her." The man's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. The young boy kept his head bowed, his expression void of joy or sorrow as the rain cascaded down his cheeks, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. "Come with me to see your mother." No sooner had the words left his lips than a guard clad in black emerged, lifting him into his arms and covering his eyes. He did not struggle as they traversed the palace, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally came to a halt. As the covering upon his face was lifted, he experienced a moment of disorientation upon opening his eyes. The hall was resplendent with opulence, imbued with a faint, elusive fragrance. "Aining, your son has come to see you. You inquired about him last time. Now is the moment for your meeting." A tall man parted the beaded curtain of the inner chamber. He then turned his gaze to the boy who stood silently, head bowed, and spoke in a chilling tone. "Call for your mother." A prolonged silence ensued, shrouding the atmosphere in an increasingly eerie tension. Soon, a stunningly beautiful woman with disheveled hair emerged from the inner room. She appeared almost deranged, her hands and feet adorned with delicate chains that jingled with her struggles. "Begone, you wretched spawn! How dare you claim to be the son of Shen Rang? Why were you not the one to perish?" Following her violent outburst, Crimson began to seep through her drenched garments from her frail form, and a sharp hairpin fell to the ground. In an instant, throngs of people flooded into the hall, their voices piercing the air. "Get out. All of you leave. Do not touch me. Shen Yan, may you suffer a wretched fate." The wound was deep, having been pierced 5 times, blood pooling upon the floor. Shen Rang abruptly opened his eyes, the memory of blood still vivid before him. His complexion bore a sickly pallor, and his gaze was icily cold. He harbored a profound aversion to rainy nights, and even more so to the capital. The corners of Shen Rang's eyes reddened, his visage transformed, exuding an intense malevolence. After donning his attire, he stepped through the door into the curtain of rain, subsequently vanishing from sight. Chapter 27. Bloodline on this extraordinary rainy night. It was Qin Ke who stood guard outside. He witnessed the prince burst from the small courtyard, making a beeline for the grove where the horses were hidden. And a sense of foreboding gripped him. By the time he reached the stables, he caught sight of the prince riding away through the rain, and he hastily seized a horse to pursue him. The downpour was relentless. In mere moments, his garments were thoroughly soaked, and the biting cold wind pierced through him, bringing with it a stinging sensation. As Shen Rang felt the pain coursing through his body, his numbed frame seemed to awaken, and the suffocating tightness in his chest was somewhat alleviated by the chill. He rode to a vast estate located outside the capital. Unlike Yu Miaomeng's modest courtyard, this estate was nestled among verdant peaks, concealed midway up a mountainside, and its architecture was exceptionally unique. This villa was constructed by his own choice after he assumed power, designed to be quite discreet. However, earlier this year, it had been discovered by the one seated upon the dragon throne. Shen Rang found it rather amusing. After employing extreme measures to discipline him, it became evident that the rebellious spirit within him only intensified, not corrected, but rather transformed in method. It was akin to raising a wolf, engaging in a brutal hunt, forcing him to retaliate. He despised being manipulated by others, disdained being a pawn in someone else's game. Alas, there were always those foolish enough to court danger, clambering about like pests, irksome in their persistence. Entering the estate through a side door, Shen Rang made his way directly to the front courtyard. Behind him, Qin Ke, clutching an umbrella, hurried to catch up, lowering his head in reverence as he beheld the surroundings. A tall man clad in black emerged from within, approaching to pay his respects. Ying had met the prince before. Shen Rang remained silent, and Ying proceeded toward a wall on the eastern side, activating a hidden mechanism. With a sound reminiscent of stone grinding against stone, a concealed door slowly opened, revealing a staircase illuminated by a faint glow, leading to a dark prison. Descending the steps, the stench of blood became overpowering and nauseating. Upon reaching the depths, the scene before him resembled a hellish abyss. Various horrifying instruments of torture lined the walls, and several victims hung in agony, their fates uncertain. In the corner lay bodies that had yet to be disposed of. The sight of Shen Rang, a figure of refined elegance and purity, in such a ghastly place was undeniably jarring. Yet, in this gruesome and eerie environment, he appeared unfazed as he strode to the innermost part of the dungeon, halting before a figure. His eyes, cold and dark, scanned the surroundings briefly, and with a measured tone, he spoke. "You must understand the intent behind my allowing you to return. Is it your unwavering loyalty or your master-esque folly that drives you? Why do you persist in provoking me? It is truly tiresome. This past month, while the small courtyard seemed tranquil, many had been lurking in the nearby villages, observing. To avoid implicating Yu Miaomeng, I refrained from a large-scale purge, lest Shun Chong, like a dog scenting blood, recklessly pursue his demise. The individual before me is among the foremost assassins at the side of the Prince of An. Yet no matter how skilled, he cannot withstand the folly of his dim-witted master. A month ago, this man attempted to assassinate me, though I fell to the depths. My life remained intact, and I managed to capture the would-be assassin. As he prepared to remain in the small courtyard, he showed mercy and refrained from executing him, allowing him to convey a message to Shun Chong. However, yesterday, this individual unexpectedly tracked down his whereabouts. You are Han Feng. It is presumed that you were punished upon your return. Today, I shall allow you to go back, but you must take something with you. Han Feng, gravely injured during his escape yesterday, had lost many subordinates, and no news had been disseminated. The thought that his master might believe the Northern King had returned to the northern frontier filled him with an inexplicable dread. "Just kill me," he uttered. Shen Rang, drawing his sword, swiftly severed the heads of several individuals beside Han Feng, his expression unyielding as he glanced at the blood on the sword's tip before speaking slowly. "Indeed, why complicate matters? If you wish to send something, I lack no manpower for the task." As soon as the words left his lips, the silver glint of the blade flashed, and Han Feng's head was forcefully tossed aside, rolling to rest at Shen Rang's feet. He cast a brief glance downward as the sword's tip penetrated the severed neck, lifting the blade adorned with a head. Shen Rang handed it to the attendant Qing Ke behind him, issuing a calm directive: "Deliver it as is." Qing Ke showed no surprise at the prince's capricious temperament. He respectfully stepped forward to take the hilt, carrying the head to fulfill the task. Shen Rang surveyed the disarray of bodies around him, speaking as he walked: "Clear away the dead. Deliver a fresh head to Shun Cheng each day. If we run short of manpower, go capture some for Shun Cheng. Since so many are unafraid of death, why not oblige?" The Night Eagle bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, I shall obey." He then quietly inquired, "Your Highness, do you feel unwell? I have arranged warm water, and I request that you bathe and rest early to avoid catching a chill." Shen Rang, drenched in blood and cold to the bone, bore an unnatural pallor that rendered his complexion even more ghastly, contrasting sharply with the somewhat alluring hue of his lips, evoking an eerie presence. Without responding to the Night Eagle, he slowly entered the front courtyard study, shedding his blood-stained outer garments in the quiet darkness of the room. He then lit a lamp, wiped away the moisture from his body, and approached his desk to review the documents. It had been over a month since he left the northern frontier. Although his trusted aides managed the military camp, various matters were presented to him, though he rarely perused them. The previous northern king was the current emperor, and since his return to the capital to seize the throne, the northern frontier had been defended by his uncle, Shui Quan, until his passing 3 years ago. He had gone to the northern frontier at the age of 4, and his uncle treated him with respect but lacked closeness, likely due to prior instructions, or perhaps because of his mother, Shui Ning. He had long been investigating the grievances of the previous generation. For the Emperor Shan Yin and the late crowned Prince Shen Rong were blood brothers, having turned against each other over a daughter of the Shui family. The Shui family was once a prominent noble family, with many sons stationed at the borders, and their daughters held a fine reputation in the capital. However, times had changed. Both Shui Kuang and Yu Huayuan had been companions to the two princes of that era, and now both had passed away. Many lives were lost back then, burying numerous truths, yet the matter remained a tacit understanding among all, unspoken. Shen Rang truly wished to cease his inquiries. He had no desire to involve himself in the northern frontier's conflicts, nor did he seek the throne in the capital. He understood himself well. Once he ascended to the throne, his darker nature would inevitably be unveiled. A person who is inherently reckless and possesses a twisted disposition could hardly be deemed a wise sovereign. For him, indulging in his desires without restraint is an inevitability. Thus, all his troubles stem from the blood that courses through his veins. As Shen contemplated this bloodline, the warm glow of the oil lamp cast its light upon his weary, pallid countenance, offering him no solace. Throughout the night, the candles in the study of the front courtyard burned until dawn began to break. The following day, after a torrential downpour the night before, the entire small courtyard was shrouded in dampness, evoking an indescribable sense of oppression. Yu Miaomeng gazed outside at the overcast sky and inexplicably felt an unease settle within her heart. Glancing at the time, she recalled that if she had previously been negligent in her whip practice, that man would have sent someone to urge her by now. Yet today, the hour had passed, and he had not come. After a moment's reflection, a sense of oddity lingered in her mind, prompting her to rise and make her way to the front courtyard. Chapter 28. The pull as Yu Miaomeng approached the front courtyard side room, she chanced upon Su Dong standing beside a stone table. She cast a glance at Shen Rang's chamber before turning her attention to Su Dong, who was bowing his head in greeting. "What brings you here?" she inquired, In a low voice, Su Dong replied, I thought it best to postpone our martial training today due to the inclement weather. Yu Miaomeng smiled and nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. It is indeed a good day for everyone to rest. After a moment, she asked, Have you seen young Master Shui today? Su Dong paused for a brief moment before shaking his head. I have not. Then you may attend to other matters, she said, turning towards the entrance of the side room. This was only her second visit to this chamber, the first having been during the unexpected intrusion by Li Mu and his companions. She knocked on the door, but no response came for a long while. Reluctant to intrude uninvited, she turned to leave. However, as she walked away, an unease began to settle within her. She found herself returning to the door, gently pushing against it, only to discover that it was not locked. With a slight nudge, the door creaked open, revealing a substantial gap. Peering inside, her gaze collided with a pair of deep, cold eyes that seemed shrouded in mystery. Yu Miaomeng was taken aback, although Shen Rang typically exuded a cool detachment. This somber expression was one she had never encountered before. He fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes sparkling with an ethereal quality, dark and bright, glistening like water, both pure and enchanting. Regardless of any changes in her appearance, the innocence and softness reflected in his eyes remained as light and lively as ever. For a fleeting moment, Shen Rang's typically calm demeanor faltered, but it quickly regained its composure. His voice emerged, husky from disuse. Come here. Upon hearing those words, Yu Miaomeng obediently opened the door and approached slowly. As she drew near, she noticed something amiss. His skin was pale, and the faint shadows beneath his eyes were particularly pronounced. What were you doing last night? She asked softly. Did the thunder frighten you and disrupt your sleep? Stopping 3 paces from the bed, she gently inquired, Are you unwell? Did you not sleep well due to the thunderstorm last night? Realizing that she had been overly compliant and had allowed herself to be dictated, her expression shifted and she pouted, feigning anger. Were you just commanding me? If you wanted to see me, you should have simply called for me. Noticing her playful yet mock-serious demeanor, Shen Rang felt a slight alleviation of his earlier gloom. When he spoke again, his tone softened. What brings you here? After a moment of awkwardness, Yu Miaomeng candidly confessed, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Are you all right? I noticed your voice seemed off. Given the rain last night, you might catch a chill. Perhaps we should consult a doctor. She continued to fuss, her words tumbling out in a flurry. Do you have a fever? Are you feeling cold? Listening to her sweet, concerned voice, Shen Rang's typically icy gaze flickered with a hint of vulnerability. I do not know. You truly do sound unwell. She instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, sensing a slight warmth, but nothing excessively high. A fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils, followed by the sight of a delicate white wrist before his eyes. The subtle sensation that brushed against his forehead sent an odd shiver through Shen Rang. He had not anticipated such an action from her. Having trained in martial arts for years, his body reacted instinctively as he grasped that slender wrist. The smoothness and softness of her skin was astonishing, his fingers moving slightly, as if that wrist were devoid of bone. Yu Miaomeng, startled by his sudden action, found this to be their first instance of physical contact since their initial meeting by the river. Her wrist was held by his calloused palm, and she fought against her quickening heartbeat to break free. Sensing the awkwardness of the moment, Shen Rang promptly released her, his fingers tracing slowly as if savoring that unfamiliar touch. His gaze lowered in silence for a long while. When he lifted his eyes again, they were profoundly deep. I apologize. My martial training has conditioned my body to react quite strongly. Yu Miaomeng, not a naive damsel confined to the inner chambers, brushed aside his apology with a lightheartedness that puzzled him. It's quite all right. No need for apologies. Her casual dismissal elicited a strange feeling within Shen Rang, a blend of displeasure and confusion, perhaps even a hint of unease. In his dark eyes, questions lingered. I inadvertently offended you just now. Why do you seem so unfazed? Yu Miaomeng was taken aback by his inquiry and furrowed her brow, recalling past grievances. Have you not offended me before? Have you forgotten the times you gripped my neck, held my waist, or seized my ankle? When we first met, I offered you silver, and you even grasped my hand then. This revelation left Shen Rang momentarily speechless, As he suddenly realized an unsettling truth, everything felt different now. He struggled to articulate this new sensation. His previous actions had been instinctual, driven by a desire to secure the most advantageous position. Yet, in an instant, that need had vanished. In his eyes, there had always been a clear division between friend and foe, and even knowing she was a woman had not prompted any unusual response. He could not pinpoint when this change had begun to take root within him. Though he could not explain the origin of this transformation, he was certain that Yu Miaozhen had the power to elicit emotions within him, albeit subtle. It was the first time someone had stirred such unfamiliar feelings. Shen Rang felt no remorse for his past behaviors. Yet witnessing her vexation revealed to him that she had harbored discontent over those encounters. Amusement flickered within him, though his demeanor remained unchanged. "I apologize. I was unwell at the time and unaware of my actions. I have just reflected on those moments, but I genuinely cannot recall, especially regarding the instances of gripping your neck and ankles. Perhaps you are mistaken?" This fa-ade of a gentle and composed gentleman was so convincing that, had Yu Miaozhen not experienced such grievances, she might have found room for introspection. She nearly leaped to her feet, feeling frustrated and somewhat at a loss for words, unable to provide substantial evidence of her claims. "Your denial is futile. You did indeed commit those acts." Seeing her flustered and nearly hopping in exasperation brought an unusual delight to Shen Rang. He met her gaze directly, his tone rich with implication. "Is that so? It appears that we share a deeper connection than I realized. I thought you were merely my savior, for which I am grateful. Little did I know there were so many circumstances of which I was entirely unaware. Moreover, I distinctly recall an exceedingly inappropriate gaze directed at a spot 3 inches below my navel, accompanied by an individual intent on assaulting that very area. It is often said that a gentleman may be slain, but should never endure humiliation. Thus, such libertines, regardless of gender, ought to be eradicated to avenge previous disgrace. Yet, I have been unable to trace this person's whereabouts." At this juncture, Shen Rang observed a blush rising to her cheeks, her crystalline eyes evasively darting away, presenting an unknowing allure. His gaze deepened. "Since you have rescued me, are you aware of this person's whereabouts? Have you ever encountered her?" Chapter 29. Infatuation. Yu Miaozhen inexplicably began to feel anxious. After forcing herself to regain her composure, she started to retort. "How can you be so uncouth? Speaking to a young lady about trifles? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Rang, noticing her large, glistening eyes flitting about without meeting his gaze, realized she was up to her usual tricks. With his long lashes casting a shadow over his thoughtful eyes, his words were no longer as distant and ethereal as before. "Is that so? My memory may return any day now, and I am a person who repays kindness with interest. Once I uncover that person's whereabouts." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sat up, significantly narrowing the distance between them. His naturally cold demeanor now bore an intensity as he fixed his deep gaze upon her, his utterances becoming enigmatic. "What do you suppose I would do to her? How should she be punished?" At the mention of punishment, Yu Miaozhen recalled that dream and the cage that had confined her. A momentary panic surged within her, yet her exterior remained proudly defiant. "Punish? What did you possibly take from me? You possess nothing. All your needs are met by me. I do not seek your gratitude. Just refrain from causing trouble, lest I have to come to your rescue." She attempted to coax him, saying, "As a grown man, you should let go of past grievances. Those matters are bygone. Why dredge up old accounts? Perhaps they were merely dreams of yours." As Yu Miaozhen rambled, she caught sight of his profound eyes, which always held a blend of tenderness and aloofness, captivating and entrancing. The atmosphere felt oddly chilly, and she sensed an unusual tension. Shen Rang's gaze remained fixed on her, and in a calm, unhurried tone, he posed a question. "You previously claimed I am a humble son of a cold family, coerced by a wealthy matron, a mere male courtesan, a destitute, illegitimate child. Why can't I be a general expanding territories or a gentle and modest scholar?" Yu Miaozhen scrutinized him from head to toe and concluded, "If you were a general, your visage does not fit. If a scholar, your demeanor does not align." Finding it amusing, Shen Rang deliberately displayed a serene and gentle smile, as radiant as a clear breeze under a bright moon, each movement akin to a painting. He softly inquired, "Do I now resemble a frail scholar?" Yu Miaomeng found him undeniably charming, with his red lips and white teeth presenting an impression of innocence. And she dazedly nodded. "Yes, you truly do resemble one. Just as well, for I too cannot recall who I am. Why not regard me as a homeless scholar?" Shen Rang's tone was almost beguiling. Yu Miaomeng felt herself nearly drowning in his warmth. Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she feigned indifference. "No way. You shan't deceive me. You are clearly skilled in martial arts. How could a scholar practice such skills? You cannot possibly be a scholar." Shen Rang delighted in her bashful yet obstinate demeanor, his smile deepening. "Who says scholars cannot engage in martial arts?" Yu Miaomeng struggled to formulate a counterargument and shifted the topic. "Why would you want to be regarded as a scholar?" Shen Rang, calm and composed, replied matter-of-factly, "Because scholars are often perceived as weak and in need of care." Yu Miaomeng found it difficult to keep pace with his thoughts. Could it be that this man had endured mistreatment in the past, yearning for someone to care for him? To spare the man's wounded pride, she cautiously inquired, "You aren't feeling unwell due to a chill, are you? Is this why you're sulking?" Shen Rang's gaze flickered as he regarded her. "What if I am unwell?" Yu Miaomeng found the question rather peculiar. "Of course, I would summon a doctor for you, and you would need to take your medicine. I will be concerned for you." Shen Rang pressed further. "What does it mean to be concerned?" "It means to care, to genuinely worry," she replied, furrowing her brow in confusion. "What is wrong with you today? You seem oddly off." In truth, he had been acting strangely for a few days, but today was particularly unsettling. Shen Rang gazed deeply at her for a long while before lowering his eyes and leaning back, his hand resting on his forehead in silence. Yu Miaomeng, noticing he had reclined again, felt a pang of worry and urgently asked, "If something is wrong, do speak up." Shen Rang's voice was low and heavy. "I don't know." Yu Miaomeng, ever the impatient one, could not tolerate his lethargic demeanor. She approached, pushed aside his hand, and reached out to feel his forehead. After a prolonged moment, she murmured, "You're not very warm." Her earnestness blinded her to the intensity of Shen Rang's gaze, which was dark, penetrating, and seemed to pierce through all facades of pretense and reality. Gradually, a shadow of inscrutability crept into his expression. He averted his gaze, lost in contemplation. He seemed to understand the origin of his disquiet, for he was unhinged, captivated by the unrestrained and sincere concern she offered. From the moment he could remember, he had been subjected to various teachings and pressures, conditioned to show no weakness, no vulnerabilities, in order to cultivate strength from within. Men are often riddled with weaknesses, power, wealth, beauty, ephemeral things that had never held sway over him. He had never cared for his own life. Would he truly concern himself with such trifles? Yet restraint had become a second nature to him. Thus, losing control was not something that could manifest in his being. However, every rule has its exception. He had not anticipated that this exception would arrive so quietly, catching him off guard. Losing control, succumbing to desire. Shen Rang found such thoughts occurring within him to be absurd and divergent from his nature. He could not lose control, nor could he allow himself to yearn. He had no need for it. Yu Miaomeng observed him, his gaze cast downward, seemingly lost in thought. He appeared profoundly unhappy, and as she glanced at the dreary weather, an idea formed in her mind. She smiled brightly, tugging at his sleeve. "You are not ill. If something is amiss, it must be your mood. Allow me to prepare something delicious for you. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it, and given the chill today, it will surely warm you." Shen Rang's thoughts were still swirling when she tugged at his sleeve, and he lifted his gaze to meet her radiant smile. The refusal that lingered on his lips found no voice. After all, the month of waiting was drawing to a close. He need not take any action, for they would inevitably part ways. He brushed aside the sudden surge of discontent in his heart and slowly nodded. Yu Miaomeng, seeing his acquiescence, beamed even brighter. "If you're feeling unwell, just lie here for a bit. Come join me for dinner when you're ready." With that, she hurriedly exited the room. Shen Rang gazed intently in the direction where that silhouette vanished, unable to divert his eyes for an extended period. A person of his disposition had no true path to return to. Why should he long for such unrestrained and exquisite beauty? He listened to the lively sounds emanating from outside, almost able to envision her radiant smile, filled with joy. Reflecting on the news he had received, he understood that the serene and unremarkable life of this quaint courtyard was destined to conclude soon. Chapter 30. Reluctance in the evening. A few tables adorned the courtyard, each topped with several copper pots. Yu Miaomeng often lamented her own shortcomings. In her previous life, her fingers had never touched the water of spring, rendering her utterly ignorant of kitchen affairs. She was adept only at consuming, entirely inept at culinary creation. There were countless ingredients she could not even identify, let alone prepare. Thus, she resorted to imitation, asking Aunt Wang to prepare a pot of chicken soup. The dipping sauce, crafted by Aunt Wang herself, was rather delightful. Yu Miaomeng and Shen Rang sat at the stone table, and she first ladled a bowl of soup and offered it to him. You should drink a bit, especially since you are unwell. Aunt Wang excels at making soup. However, upon seeing the bowl before him, Shen Rang found himself unable to swallow. He had received troubling news once more that evening, stirring within him a tide of annoyance and resentment. He stirred the chicken soup slowly, uncertain of how to broach the subject. He had assumed he would be indifferent, but reality had proven otherwise. As Yu Miaomeng sipped from her bowl, she too felt at a loss for words. In the afternoon, Su Chuan had sought her out, informing her that Granny Lu had awakened. Concerned for her declining health, she wished to see Yu Miaomeng the following day. The implications were clear to her. After learning all that was necessary, she would be returning to the capital. Only with the divorce decree in hand could she claim her freedom. Yet, she cast a furtive glance at the handsome man across from her, her heart heavy with reluctance. Throughout the past month spent together, she had transformed from a downtrodden, ugly duckling into a resplendent swan. Daily, she had frolicked and trained in martial arts, with this man ever by her side. The sensation was indescribable, almost enchanting. She broke the peculiar silence with a smile. Why aren't you eating? Do you not like it? Shen Rang regarded her quietly, his deep-set eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Is there something you wish to say to me? Yu Miaomeng hesitated for a moment. Her tongue was swifter than her mind, leading her to blurt out. How did you know? Shen Rang's emotions were tumultuous and inscrutable. He could not articulate his thoughts, nor comprehend his intentions. He averted his gaze, lowering his eyes to conceal his musings, his voice low and grave. Why not speak? With the conversation having reached this juncture, Yu Miaomeng sighed. In truth, there was little to conceal. She pressed her lips together and stated, I may soon return to the capital. Raising her gaze to meet his, she maintained an earnest expression. I have been married, and I must return to seek a divorce, aiming to obtain the decree as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing her words, Shen Rang's expression remained impassive. Yet for reasons unknown, his heart eased considerably. I understand. Yu Miaomeng was momentarily taken aback by his flat reaction. I mentioned my marriage, and you do not seem surprised. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Within the confines of the estate, she had held authority, and no one dared to challenge her. The only person bold enough to share a meal with her was him. If others were to learn of her unreserved interaction with a man, she would surely face dire consequences. At a loss for words, she contemplated for a long while before finally stating, I share this table with you because I regard you as a brother, hence I did not think too much of it. Shen Rang slowly lifted his gaze, his expression inscrutable, his tone enigmatic. Is that so? Have you ever looked at your brother with such unreserved frankness? Yu Miaomeng felt momentarily speechless, her heart brimming with indignation. Who is even looking at you? Besides, why didn't you remind me? This is not right. A shadow of gloom passed over Shen Rang's otherwise serene visage. I am but a slave bereft of memory, unbound by conventions, and do not perceive this act as inappropriate. His eyelashes fluttered downwards, and an aura of clarity and coolness surrounded him, rendering him increasingly withdrawn and despondent. Or have you grown weary of me? At the sight of his demeanor, Yu Miaomeng's heart skipped a beat. She found herself at a loss for words, sensing that this man, though physically present, seemed to be worlds apart. She hastily clarified, Of course not. I am not weary of you. In fact, I quite like you. You are wonderful. No one could dislike you. Trust me. As her words hung in the air, an indescribable romantic atmosphere enveloped them. Shen Rang's visage was nothing short of perfection. With high cheekbones and a straight nose, his eyes, though filled with emotion, exuded a sharp and aloof demeanor. Upon hearing her declaration, a subtle softness crept into his gaze. He regarded her with a blend of tenderness and earnestness. "You like me?" Before Yu Miaomeng could respond, he appeared perplexed. What does it mean to like someone? What is the essence of love between a man and a woman? This left Yu Miaomeng speechless, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, "Liking someone is simply that. Why question it so? As for the nature of romantic feelings, you will understand when you grow up. Is that so? It seems I also like you." Without any reason, Shen Rang stated with a calm and indifferent tone, as if merely stating a fact. Yu Miaomeng was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Who taught him to express such sweet sentiments with such cool detachment? It felt like a waste of his handsome face. Though perplexed, she found herself enjoying his words nonetheless. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, she reluctantly accepted his sweet utterance and shifted the topic to inquire about his plans. "Will you continue to stay here? I am uncertain when my matters will be resolved." Noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks, Shen Rang's gaze shifted slightly, and he asked directly, "Are you truly happy? What brings you such joy? What manner of man is he? You shouldn't pry into matters of the heart." Yu Miaomeng felt both shy and embarrassed. Shen Rang's unwavering gaze lingered on her for a long while, his eyes brimming with deeper meaning than ever before. "Yu Miaomeng, I truly like you," seemingly without reason. Her fluttering eyelashes trembled incessantly, her eyes misty with emotion, her nervousness rendering her expression dazed. An unspoken tenderness enveloped the space between them. Shen Rang's gaze remained fixed on her, his mind racing with thoughts of his identity and how to confess his feelings, grappling with the unfamiliar and overwhelming stirrings within him. "You need not concern yourself with me. I will stay here for now." Yu Miaomeng refrained from pursuing the matter further, her eyes lowered modestly, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "If you recall anything, do let me know, and I shall assist you. I would be delighted if you find your family. But if you have nowhere to go, please wait for me here. Once I reclaim the estate, you may also choose to venture to the capital." Hearing such thoughtful considerations made for him, Shen Rang gazed at her for a long while. Seemingly casual, he inquired, "Does your husband consent to a divorce?" Upon mentioning that despicable man, Yu Miaomeng's expression soured instantly. "He is not my husband. He harbors no affection for me and would likely agree to a divorce." Shen Rang believed the situation was not so straightforward. He had conducted thorough investigations. The Wan family held her dowry tightly, making it difficult to extract such a prize from their grasp. As for Jiang Yi, since the marriage had not been consummated, he might indeed agree to a divorce. Shen Rang wished to resolve her predicament, but his methods— "I understand. When you return to the capital, perhaps you should acquire a few individuals." Yu Miaomeng smiled and replied, "How did you know I intended to buy people? The capital is rife with unsavory characters. I certainly need to procure additional protection." Shen Rang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you should select from Yin Chun," Yu Miaomeng teased, with such authority in your tone. "One might think you are the proprietor of that establishment." Shen Rang, adopting a somewhat relaxed demeanor, revealed a faint smile. "Is that so? I'm not very familiar with Yin Chun, Lu myself." After saying this, he lifted his gaze to her and gently remarked, "You ought to dine now." Yu Miaomeng was indeed hungry and quickly forgot her inquiries. Shen Rang attended to her, serving soup and offering water, while she focused on her meal. After dining, the two parted ways under the pretense of bathing. Upon returning to his chamber, Shen Rang discovered that Ying had already been waiting inside. His voice was icy as he asked, "Has Jiang Yi returned to the manor?" Chapter 31. The bustle after the Nighthawk's respectful bow, he lowered his head and reported, "My lord, Jiang Yi entered the city gate half an hour ago and has now arrived at the Marquis's residence." Shen Rang caressed the red jade ring in his hand, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Has the maid named Xiang Mei been found?" The Nighthawk replied, "On the day the princess left the city, she sold Xiang Mei to a midwife she encountered on the way. We have already traced the midwife's whereabouts, but it will take some time to ascertain Xiang Mei's location. However, the midwife is not a malicious person. The princess questioned her for quite some time before deciding to sell her. This indeed seemed like something Yu Miaomeng would do, as few masters could share meals and amusements with their servants. Such unseemly behavior was undoubtedly within her character. Reflecting on last night's events, he inquired in a nonchalant tone, "Was the head delivered?" "It has already been sent." Princeton returned to the front study after witnessing the head and caused a commotion throughout the night. The Nighthawk was fully aware of the details, especially since Princeton had lingered in the back courtyard for quite some time last night. Shen Rang scoffed. That useless man is driven mad by longing for a son, yet alas, he cannot father one. What he hides in the dark chamber of his courtyard, thinking it a secret, is no wonder he cannot produce an heir. Perhaps he harbors an unhealed ailment, possibly one that cannot be cured. Unconcerned, he commanded, "If you see Shen Chang approach this place, do not hesitate to kill him." A faint smile graced his lips, seemingly indifferent, as he added, "Make sure the job is done thoroughly." The Nighthawk bowed. "Yes, I understand." Shen Rang proceeded to arrange numerous matters, and after the Nighthawk withdrew, he languidly leaned back on the couch, lost in thought for quite a while. Glancing at the sky, he anticipated that the Marquis's residence must be quite lively at this hour. In the capital, at the Marquis of Cheng'en's residence. Jiang Yi had been away from the capital for nearly a month, and the servant Li Mu had lost contact long before. Exhausted from his travels, he only learned of the events at home half a month ago, and his anger surged, wishing fervently to return to the residence immediately. Now, he strode towards the back courtyard's Fuan Hall. Upon seeing his figure, a little maid at the door hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered the room. Soon, a woman adorned in a brilliant red embroidered gown, her hair elegantly adorned with exquisite hairpins, emerged, supported by the maid. "My son, you have finally returned." Lady Wan possessed a striking beauty, her brow lightly furrowed, her face revealing a hint of worry, adding to her charm, belied her age of over 40. Jiang Yi approached, suppressing his rising anger, and, adhering to filial piety, knelt to pay his respects. "It is my unfilial behavior that has caused you worry, mother." Lady Wan quickly extended her hand to help him up, her movements exuding grace. "Come, follow your mother inside. I have prepared some food for you. Eat a little." As they entered the main hall, Jiang Yi dismissed the maids and servants, politely declining the meal, and furrowed his brows to ask, "Mother, where is Li Mu?" Lady Wan dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, her voice tinged with a hint of resentment. "Isn't it because of the good wife you married? A month ago, she went to the capital and squandered several tens of thousands of taels, causing a ruckus under the Marquis's name. The bill amounted to over 50,000 taels of silver, causing one to feel such distress that she became ill for more than half a month." Her voice rose in pitch. "I merely arranged for Li Mu and Granny Cui to invite her back to the manor. As her mother-in-law, I wish to inquire about her intentions." At this point, her eyes filled with fear. Who would have thought that Li Mu and the other would simply vanish, not only failing to return to the manor, but also leaving no trace? "Ear, do you think it is you sure who has imprisoned them? Or could something have happened to them?" Jiang Yi could no longer contain his fury, his voice booming. "Why have the bills from all the shops not been paid promptly? Mother, are you aware that there are already unflattering rumors circulating, claiming that the Cheng'en Marquisate is abusing its power, repeatedly demanding silver only to be turned away? How am I to hold my head high when I leave the house? Furthermore, why did you send Li Mu to find her? Where could she possibly have any silver?" He paused momentarily, his gaze piercing as he stared at those seated in the hall. "Before I departed, I asked you to organize her dowry. Have you done so?" Wan's heart skipped a beat, and tears streamed down her face as if she had endured a grave injustice. "What sort of demeanor is this? Are you here to coerce me? The dowry is not something I have claimed for myself. It was entrusted to me for safekeeping. Do you think I would covet her dowry? I have taken great care in managing it, yet she dares to slander me before you. Her heart is wicked. Moreover, organizing this dowry is no trivial task. With just a few words, she expects everyone to heed her." Jiang Yi, seeing his mother wipe her tears, knew he could not act disloyal. He suppressed his anger, his voice heavy. "On which day did you send Li Mu to fetch her? Have there been any news of him in recent days?" Upon seeing his expression, one understood that the matter of the dowry had been set aside. and she felt a sense of relief. It was a month ago when they were sent, and they have yet to return. I have sent someone to find them, but there's been no news. Jiang Yi sensed that something was amiss. He scrutinized Wan and directly questioned, apart from Li Mu and Granny Chui. Have you undertaken any other actions? Wan lowered her gaze, her tone soft, none. Jiang Yi, in a fit of frustration, knocked over the teacup at his side. His voice harsh as he exposed her. Mother, I am not a Navi child who understands nothing. It would be best if you do not deceive me. Otherwise, if anything else occurs, no one will be able to save us. He appeared weary, his tone softening. Since my departure a month ago, so many events have unfolded in the manner. No matter how much I may dislike Zhao Ning, she is still my legitimate wife. You may discipline her, but sending a servant to humiliate her is a slap in my face, which is wholly unacceptable. Moreover, how does a recuperation outside the manor concern you? If you do not care for her, would it not be better for her to remain outside? As for the matter of silver, her dowry is in your possession. Even if you have paid out silver, it is only right. Within the manor, you may suppress her, but once she is outside, she represents the marquisate. Even if she misbehaves, she must not lose face in front of outsiders. Wan stood momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Knowing she was in the wrong and refrained from arguing further, her expression darkening. Since she is unwilling to return, let her never come back. The visage of a somewhat unfamiliar, yet familiar face emerged in Jiang Yi's mind. Since their last parting in the main courtyard, he had not laid eyes on Zhao Ning again. For reasons unknown, she had occupied his thoughts incessantly over the past month, and he finally discerned the source of that sense of familiarity. It stemmed from his childhood, as he could find echoes of Zhao Ning's youthful countenance within that face. The memory of her original appearance had faded from his mind. At some point, she had adopted a new semblance, frequently embroiled in quarrels with her cousin, while his mother lamented about her daughter-in-law's perceived unfilial behavior, leading to his growing weariness. Yet, in truth, they were indeed childhood sweethearts, once inseparable. Zhao Ning had sewn pouches and prepared delicacies for him, tirelessly tending to him during his illnesses, and had willingly endured hardships to soothe his temper. In his youth, while practicing martial arts and studying, she was always within his line of sight, never straying far. Now he had come to a realization. Although he held affection for his cousin, he did not harbor indifference toward Zhao Ning. He wished to bring her back, to soon bear a legitimate son. In doing so, he could provide her with a sense of security and recompense. Beyond that, he was unable to offer anything more. Chapter 32. Hypocrisy. As Jiang Yi pondered this, he perceived the atmosphere within the hall had grown stagnant. Rather than offering words of comfort, he expressed his thoughts directly. Mother, I shall retrieve you from the estate tomorrow, once I have completed my tasks. Since I must return eventually, it will be prudent to do so sooner to avoid unnecessary gossip. Wan Shi, witnessing his demeanor, felt a weight settle in her heart. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed. If that is the case, then please return early. However, given the arduous nature of your duties, there is no need for you to personally fetch her. I can arrange for someone else. As a daughter-in-law, she cannot possibly defy my wishes. Jiang Yi's expression darkened as he interjected, Mother, let us not forget that the Empress Dowager resides within the palace. No matter the circumstances, Zhao Ning cannot shed her identity as a princess. My discord with her must not reach the outside world, lest we become the subject of ridicule. As the legitimate wife, she should bear the rightful heir. Wan Shi, seemingly lost in thought, could not conceal her displeasure and sarcasm. What value does a princess hold if she is incapable of producing worthy offspring? She is a mere foolish burden. It would have been far more advantageous to marry a woman of merit. At that moment, she reflected on how she had believed that being raised in the palace might confer some benefits upon him. Little did she know. With a mocking smile, she continued, had she possessed even half of her mother's prowess, she would not have become such an object of disdain. Jiang Yi felt a sense of disconnection. Indeed, his decision to marry Zhao Ning had been somewhat self-serving, yet he had not anticipated that the Jiang family would derive no benefit from the union. Growing impatient with the conversation, he suppressed his thoughts and rose to take his leave. Mother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not join you for the meal. Wan Shi promptly summoned the two young women who had been concealed behind the screen, her face radiating affection. You may take them back. They have been chosen by me, and they are well versed in decorum. Ensure they serve you well. Jiang Yi did not even glance in their direction, firmly refusing. There is no need. I do not lack for attendance. Wan Shi, increasingly irritated by his dismissive attitude, felt a surge of disdain towards the Yu family. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. If you do not favor them, then so be it. However, you are no longer a child. Had it not been for Yu's impropriety, you would already have children of your own. It is she who has hindered you. I acted out of goodwill, yet you show no gratitude, as if resenting me for meddling in your affairs. Jiang Yi had always been unable to defy her. His mother never resorted to punishment, but she was prone to shedding tears and lamenting her woes, occasionally fainting from distress. He could not bear to provoke her. His eyes flitted between the two women, one slender and delicate, the other radiant and graceful. He pointed at the one in the pink attire, her striking features catching his attention. I shall take her. Mother, please enjoy your meal. I will take my leave now. With that, he did not wait for Wan Shi to respond, but lifted the curtain and strode away, swiftly disappearing through the courtyard gate. Wan Shi stood in momentary shock before turning to inquire of the nearby Aunt Xiao. Which one did he just select? Aunt Xiao replied in a hushed tone, It is the one in the pink dress, Xiangqin. Wan Shi furrowed her brow, feeling a mix of confusion and unease, and spoke softly, I understand my son's intentions all too well. Do you truly believe that he harbors genuine affection for Liu Yi? It is merely that the young lady possesses a certain cunning that has elicited ER's feelings of pity. While I do not hold a favorable opinion of Yu Shi, whose mindless antics only serve to entangle my disdain for Liu Yi's feigned sentiments is even more profound. In the past, he would invariably choose women who were delicate and frail. What has prompted this sudden change today? Autumn Mama stepped forward to offer solace, madam. Perhaps you are overthinking the matter. It was simply a casual gesture. The young master is ambitious, and his thoughts are not at all inclined towards matters of romance. Wan Shi's countenance could scarcely conceal her distress. I am merely concerned about ER's progeny. Yu Shi is utterly ineffectual, incapable of bearing children. Yet she occupies the position of a wife without merit. Recalling the rumors from the main courtyard a month prior, Autumn Mama spoke in hushed tones. Madam, is there any truth to what the young master's wife said regarding separation? Wan Shi scoffed. Do you truly think that Yu Shi, so infatuated with would agree to such a thing? My worry is that she might use this matter as an excuse to reclaim her dowry. Autumn Mama, her thoughts drifting to the missing Chui Ping, felt a pang of unease. I wonder where Chui Ping has vanished to. Might it be connected to the young master's wife? Wan Shi's expression darkened. That is impossible. She is timid and cowardly, capable of nothing substantial. As for that sixth aunt, we must tread carefully. Let us feign ignorance. Having said this, she commanded, ensure that Xiangqin attends to matters diligently. You shall personally oversee her, and do not allow any unnecessary troubles to arise. Watching Autumn Mama depart, Wan Shi's thoughts turned cold as she reflected on the events of the past month. Sitting in solitude for a long while, Jiang Yi returned to his study, plagued by restlessness. He felt utterly fatigued, harboring not only resentment towards Prince but also a profound sense of frustration at his own unfulfilled ambitions. He was acutely aware of the origins of the Chengyan Marquisate. A century ago, a mysterious smoke rose from the Zhang family ancestral tomb, leading to the emergence of a resourceful great-aunt who ascended to a prominent position within the palace. Since then, the once humble sixth-rank Hanlon scholar had transformed into a distinguished noble. The Zhang family has relied on their titles for generations, until divine intervention favored his grandfather, Jiang Huairan, whose strategic mind propelled him from military service to the rank of a third-grade military commander. Unfortunately, a recurrence of old injuries forced him to relinquish his position, rendering a general without military power akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. His father, Jiang Zhao, indulged in a life of leisure and carnal pleasures. Thus, his grandfather devoted all his efforts to Jiang Yi, striving to pave a path for him. Due to his mother Wan Shi's familial ties with concubine Gua, He entered the palace at a young age to serve as a companion to Princeton. Despite enduring countless cold receptions and skepticism, he could not afford to express a shred of discontent, for Princeton was the sole offspring of the emperor, leaving him with no other allies. Another avenue lay on the battlefield, yet without anyone to promote him, he would have to start as a mere foot soldier, a process far too time-consuming. Should he encounter peril, the risks would outweigh the benefits. Such was the plight of the Jiang family, and even the Wan family became a burden. No one could offer him assistance. Jiang Yi withdrew his thoughts, opting not to return to the inner chambers, instead choosing to rest in the front courtyard. After bathing, he returned to his inner chamber only to find Shangqin standing before the bed in a sheer, diaphanous gown, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lacking patience, he seized her and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed, devoid of any tenderness. However, when he beheld the audaciously provocative woman before him, his mind was abruptly flooded with memories of Zhao Ning's capricious demeanor from a month prior. Jiang Yi, who was already disinterested, now felt an overwhelming sense of vexation. His expression darkened as he suddenly commanded, "Get out." Once the pale-faced Shangqin withdrew, he reclined upon the bed, utterly fatigued. Before he could succumb to slumber, he was abruptly roused by a knock at the door. "Your Highness, the Principal has summoned you urgently." Jiang Yi, shrouded in the cloak of night, discreetly entered the Prince of An's residence through a side entrance, where he was escorted to the study in the front courtyard. Upon announcing his arrival and stepping inside, he caught sight of Guo Wenchang, to whom he bowed respectfully, acknowledging the prince, clad in an exquisite white robe and adorned with a jade crown. The Prince of An possessed delicate features, his tall yet slender frame embodying a refined grace. However, an underlying softness marred his elegance, rendering his demeanor both sinister and apprehensive. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a malevolent intensity, his complexion flushed, resembling a cornered beast, ferocious yet tinged with fear. "That wretched Shun, how dare he treat me thus? He is truly a source of great distress for me." Jiang Yi hastily inquired, "Has your Highness perhaps discovered the whereabouts of the King of the North?" The Prince of An's expression darkened, and a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 33. Clean Jiang Yi felt a surge of frustration within him as he pursued the northern border prince, only to realize halfway through that he had been played for a fool. Regretting the arduous journey he had undertaken, he inquired in a low voice, "Your Highness, where exactly is the northern border prince? We have already lost our opportunity, and it is unwise to act now." Beside him, Guo Wenchang, adorned in a splendid brocade robe with a purple garment and golden crown, suddenly sneered, "I wonder, Jiang Shitzi, why you are always so indecisive. You hardly embody the spirit of a man." Jiang Yi cast a cold glance in his direction. Guo Shitzi, unabashedly arrogant, continued, "I will not hold this against you, but your arrogance could jeopardize His Highness's strategy." Guo Wenchang possessed striking features and an alluring demeanor, resembling his aunt, Guo Pin. Given the Guo family's sparse lineage, he received considerable favor. He considered himself a close relative of Prince An, a connection that far surpassed Jiang Yi's distant ties. He particularly despised Jiang Yi's haughty manner. Snorting disdainfully, "My people have been searching outside the capital for a month. Although those two inexplicably vanished, I did not pay it much mind at the time. The disappearance of one or two individuals is hardly remarkable. However, today I have sensed something amiss. 1 month ago, I dispatched 3 individuals, one of whom returned to the capital midway and was assigned other tasks, unaware that the other 2 had not returned. Yesterday, this person approached me, stating that they had intended to investigate the village. Though he did not accompany them, he was familiar with the area. Thus, he returned yesterday with 3 others to the village, only to find that none of the 4 have returned. The location where those 2 vanished was near Shah village. While I cannot confirm whether the northern border prince was there, it remains a piece of useful information." Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Even if the northern border prince had been there a month ago, the passage of time rendered this information less significant. He lowered his gaze, feeling an unsettling turmoil within. When he left the capital, he had investigated Zhao Ning's estate, which was indeed near Shah village, and Li Mu had also disappeared a month ago. A strange feeling arose in Jiang Yi's heart, as if something had quietly shifted, a harbinger of ill fortune. Suppressing his thoughts, he proactively suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps I should personally investigate tomorrow?" Princeton regarded him with a dark expression, suspicion evident in his tone. "Do you know whose estate that is?" After a brief pause, Jiang Yi replied, "It belongs to Zhao Ning." Princeton suddenly smiled warmly. "You have always been to my liking. Since that is the case, you shall personally investigate tomorrow. Even if we cannot harm or kill him again, I must know where Shen Rang has been hiding. This farce has gone too far." After receiving his orders, Jiang Yi returned to his residence, while Guo Wenchang's expression soured at the sight of his retreating figure. Doubt crept into his mind as he began to analyze. Why did Zhao Ning choose to recuperate at the estate at this critical juncture? Could it be that Jiang Yi has betrayed you, using Zhao Ning as a cover for outsiders? Princeton shook his head. Zhao Ning lacks the capability. Jiang Yi, a fallen noble, would not dare to harbor treasonous thoughts against me. It is likely just a coincidence. Yet it is impossible to say that there is nothing unusual about that village. Many have ventured forth only to return no more. Even if Shen Rang is absent, he must be lurking nearby. Guo Wenchang sighed, lamenting that they had discovered this too late. Had they gathered intelligence a month prior, they could have struck him when he was poisoned, inflicting severe injury. Alas, it is now too late. Princeton also felt the weight of this unfortunate situation, his anger swelling at the thought of the severed heads that arrived daily, displayed brazenly in his chambers or even in the quarters of his concubines. Yet, capturing these shadowy assassins remained elusive. Shen Rang's men seemed equally resilient, each as tenacious as he. Guo Wenchang feigned an expression of rage, yet within, he harbored trepidation and even a hint of relief. The sight of bloodied heads was grotesque, and should one be presented at his own bed, he might be compelled to dismantle his abode in pursuit of vengeance. Fortunately, the grim fate had befallen another. Concealing his thoughts behind a facade of joviality, he approached with a smile, saying, "My lord, I shall accompany you tonight. Let us indulge in the beauty I have brought." Princeton, though indifferent to the allure of the courtesan, saw no reason to decline the invitation to revelry and nodded in agreement. The two then made their way to the warm pavilion, where the enchanting concubines were delightfully engaged, reveling in merriment until the hour of the rat had long passed. The following day, Yu Miaomeng awoke from a peaceful slumber, blissfully unaware of the tumult brewing throughout the capital. Observing the splendid sunshine, her spirits lifted as she grasped the whip in her hand and made her way to the front courtyard. Upon stepping through the archway, she spotted Shen Rang reclined on a chaise beneath the eaves, seemingly awaiting her arrival for quite some time. It was now early June, and Yu Miaomeng donned a delicate water-green corseted gown, layers of sheer fabric fluttering in the breeze, accentuating her youthful and vibrant countenance. She approached him briskly, her face alight with a smile as she inquired, "Have you been waiting long? I struggled to rise this morning and have come later than usual." Shen Rang had never been one to concern himself with the appearances of others. To him, all were equal, distinguished merely by height and girth. However, since he had realized that he remembered every detail of Yu Miaomeng's visage, he often found himself observing her closely, her image now etched in his memory. He could not help but notice the transformation she had undergone since their first encounter. She now radiated brilliance, as if reborn. Yet, he still recalled the gauntness of her face and the innocence of her eyes, which remained as clear and untainted as ever. A subtle smile graced his lips. His demeanor relaxed, and his voice soft. "When have you ever risen early? You are perpetually late, and I find myself waiting for you, a challenge to discipline." Yu Miaomeng, unyielding, retorted with a hint of defiance, "I am not preparing for the imperial examinations. There is no need for such rigors. What does it matter if I arrive a little later?" Shen Rang had long grown accustomed to her illogical reasoning, choosing to accept it without argument, offering only a gentle smile in response. He glanced at her hand and inquired, "Is the injury on your palm serious?" Indeed, Yu Miaomeng had endured hardships while practicing with the whip, her palms once covered in blisters, now hardened into thin calluses. Startled, she devoted herself to nurturing it day and night, and fortunately, it has regained its softness in recent days. It's all right now, see? She extended her hand. After examining it attentively, Shen Rang withdrew his gaze. There is no need for you to practice further. Simply remember the techniques I taught you. Yu Miaomeng had grown fond of this whip. Wielding it now felt effortless to her. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Shen Rang rise. His expression as calm as ever, yet she found the suddenness of his motion rather jarring. Shen Rang turned his gaze towards her, his voice cool yet gentle. Would you be so kind as to fetch some food for me from the backyard? Chapter 34. Angry Yu Miaomeng found herself perplexed by this sudden arrangement. Instinctively glancing around, she discerned nothing amiss. With a playful smile, she teased. Didn't you claim to dislike food? Why, then, have you taken the initiative to request a meal today? A faint smile graced Shen Rang's lips as he replied in a calm tone. Indeed, I do not relish food, yet I have not partaken of breakfast today. Wait here, I shall prepare a delicacy for you. Upon seeing his handsome face, Yu Miaomeng could not bear the thought of him enduring hunger, and she promptly turned towards the backyard. Shen Rang cast a glance at Su Dong and his companion stationed at the gate, then retreated into the inner chamber. Moments later, Qin Ke vaulted over the wall and entered the front courtyard with measured steps. After bowing respectfully, he reported in a low voice, Your Highness. Last night at the hour of the high, Jiang Yi was summoned to the residence of Prince Sin, remaining there until after the Z hour. Guo Wenchang kept Prince in company throughout the night, indulging in revelry and nearly sleepless. An hour ago, Jiang Yi returned to Prince and S residence, accompanied by several individuals, exiting the city and heading straight for the northern mountains. In the Great Yong, a river named the Beiding River flows through the heart of the land, vast and filled with numerous tributaries. At the foot of the northern mountains lies the largest of these tributaries, extending from the mountains surrounding the capital to outside Tongzhou. Shen Rang had initially fallen into this very tributary outside the capital, drifting downstream until he encountered Yu Miaomeng. If one were to follow the riverbank from the northern mountains to this small courtyard, a day's time would prove insufficient unless they chose not to return to the capital today. Not returning to the capital, this could only imply one possibility. Jiang Yi intended to seek out Yu Miaomeng to arrive at the very place where Shen Rang stood. Contemplating this potentiality, Shen Rang's expression darkened, a surge of hostility rising within him that he could scarcely suppress. He gradually rose to his feet, although his face remained impassive. An icy aura enveloped him. Casting a commanding glance at the figure before him, he instructed in a subdued tone, By the hour of the Yu today, I demand to see Jiang Yi's head. As Qin Ke departed to fulfill his orders, Shen Rang leaned back on the couch, his countenance cold and brows furrowed with anger, exuding an air of caprice and arrogance. Yu Miaomeng, peering through the door, sensed something was amiss with him. Before she could retreat, he had already noticed her presence. Come here, he called, his voice maintaining its calm demeanor, yet his deep, dark eyes bore into her, their inscrutable depths difficult to fathom. Yu Miaomeng's lively eyes darted around, and with a haughty refusal, she declared, No. Why should I obey your commands? I am a lady of high standing. I shall not be manipulated. Shen Rang's right hand rubbed his palm incessantly, straining to control himself. In that fleeting moment, he had an overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace and restrain her tightly. He was momentarily taken aback by the suddenness of this thought, unable to comprehend its origin. Only half of her face was visible outside the door, her eyes soft and bright, yet her small visage feigned anger, rendering her even more vibrant and lively. He found himself at a loss for words, lowering his gaze in contemplation. When he raised his eyes again, his expression had transformed. Shen Rang allowed a gentle, warm smile to emerge, speaking slowly and deliberately. Little princess, why are you angry again? Yu Miaomeng, with fiery indignation, retorted, You dare to ask me? I shall prepare a meal for you, and yet you dare to speak to me in such a tone. You disregard my words, and I shall heed yours no longer. Furthermore, why should it not be you who comes here? Why command me? I am a county princess, a young lady of distinction. Do you understand? Shen Rang suddenly chuckled, softening his words. Indeed, my dear Princess Xinjin, it is I who have acted inappropriately and offended you. He gazed at her deeply and gently inquired, Might this manner of mine appease your anger? Yu Miaozhen struggled to suppress a smile, feigning seriousness, putting on an air of reluctant acquiescence. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. As soon as the words left her lips, she cheerfully entered the room with a food box, placing it on the table and beckoning him. Come, I shall personally direct Aunt Wang's porridge, which is exquisite. I just tasted it. She was always so earnest and innocent, utterly unguarded in his presence, which filled him with a subtle delight. Shen Rang concealed the nefarious thoughts that threatened to surface, maintaining an expression of tranquility. After washing his hands, he sat beside the table, glanced at the food box, and asked her, "Would you care to join me in partaking of it?" Yu Miaozhen shook her head, replying, "No, I am far too plump at present. I cannot indulge any further." Indeed, she had gained considerable weight, having indulged in numerous meals over the past month, consuming at least 7 portions daily of various soups, snacks, and supplements. Such a regimen resulted in her weight increasing nearly a pound each day. Fortunately, she practiced yoga thrice daily to maintain her figure, striving to keep her form intact. However, her body was adorned with soft flesh, her hands bore shallow indentations, yet her waist remained slender. Overall, she appeared pleasantly plump without being excessively so. She estimated her height to be around 165 centimeters, with a weight exceeding 100 pounds. She preferred not to be overly thin, believing she looked quite lovely as she was, yet she was cognizant of the current trend favoring delicate, willow-like frames. She neither conformed to this ideal, nor did her curvaceous form lend itself to modest attire. Were she to dress without restraint, she would perfectly embody the archetype of a woman of ill repute. Shen Rang was taken aback by her assertion. He had long since discerned beauty from ugliness, and he had always been able to perceive distinctions between weight. After hearing her words, he scrutinized her carefully, his gaze meticulously traversing her form. Perhaps due to her posture, his eyes drifted from her face down to her neck and chest. The more he looked, the more he felt an unsettling sensation. Yu Miaozhen, under the weight of his seemingly palpable gaze, felt her body stiffen. Upon realizing that he was observing her ample bosom, she felt a mixture of embarrassment and pride. For her measurements surely exceeded a D cup. She slammed her palm on the table, blushing fiercely, and exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Shen Rang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly diverted his gaze. "I was looking at you, curious to see if you had truly gained weight. Am I really fat?" Yu Miaozhen suddenly felt anxious. Shen Rang's gaze returned to the impressive curvature of her form, and he nodded directly. "Indeed, you are quite plump." Little did he know that this fat was not the same as that fat. The term itself should not be used lightly, and he foolishly added the word very. Thus, when he beheld Yu Miaozhen's smile vanish, replaced by an expression of resentment and indignation, he was taken aback with a jolt of surprise. Sensing something amiss, he inquired gently, "Why are you unhappy again?" Yu Miaozhen, already regretting her indulgence, was now consumed by a tide of unrestrained anger. "What do you understand? This is the best version of me. Men adore me just as I am." Upon hearing her words, Shen Rang scrutinized her with the keen gaze of a hunter, pondering the deeper implications of her statement. "Men adore?" His eyes darkened, gradually revealing a chilling glint. Chapter 35. Arrangements. Shen Rang's expression darkened suddenly as he corrected her words with deliberate precision. "You are indeed the best, but no other man should harbor affections for you." Yu Miaozhen was taken aback, her heart racing in a flurry of confusion. It was not surprising that her thoughts were tinged with color. The man's words were laden with ambiguity. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she awkwardly retorted, "Why shouldn't they like me? I will divorce, and after that, I shall remarry." As she shyly uttered this statement, a sense of embarrassment washed over her, as if her secret thoughts had been laid bare. Before she could escape, the man before her abruptly stood up. Startled, she looked up to find him frowning, a rare sight. She asked softly, "What is it?" Suppressing his urgent emotions, Shen Rang replied calmly, "I just remembered that you were to visit your mother's wet nurse today. I worry you might be delayed." "Really?" Yu Miaozhen sensed something amiss and felt a surge of irritation. "You must be lying. Do you think I am foolish? So you can casually deceive me with a few words?" "You caught me," Shen Rang's gaze flickered momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. I merely remembered something important upon hearing your words. Curiosity piqued. Yu Miaomeng pressed. What is it? You can share it if you wish. If not, then forget it. I seem to have misjudged a matter, Shen Rang admitted, acknowledging that his previous actions had indeed been inappropriate. Yu Miaomeng had genuine business today, yet his calm demeanor offered no insights. Suddenly disinterested, she felt no inclination to ponder further. Noticing the time, she decided it was best to take her leave. Well, I shall be on my way to visit the wet nurse now. Shen Rang scrutinized her expression, recognizing her lack of anger, and nodded in response. Go ahead. Yu Miaomeng, accustomed to her forthright demeanor, was oblivious to any secrets the man might possess. After all, he spent every day in the courtyard, seemingly glued to that lounge chair. What could he possibly be concealing? Unable to unravel the mystery, she dismissed it from her mind and proceeded directly to the kitchen, intending to bring the prepared soup to visit Lu Momo. As Shen Rang watched her figure disappear through the archway, he strolled to the large tree by the riverbank. His tone unusually urgent, he commanded, let Shinke cease her actions and return at once. I must see her. Upon receiving the order, the bluebird hurriedly set off to comply, fearing any delay might lead to unforeseen consequences. Shen Rang furrowed his brow as he lingered by the river, gazing at the distant mountains. His eyes fixed where they met the azure sky. He felt himself losing control again. The desire to eliminate Jiang intensified rather than diminished. Yet now was not the time. In an era where society placed harsh expectations upon women, bound by the confines of domestic teachings, they were required to adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, maintaining decorum and even chastity. Furthermore, the notion of marrying in accordance with one's husband or following one's son after the husband's death imposed additional shackles. The previous dynasty glorified the ideals of fidelity to the point of self-sacrifice. But it was only after the establishment of the Daong dynasty that many such decrees began to change. In Daong, divorce and remarriage had become commonplace. Yet even though widows remarrying was not uncommon, the regulations remained cumbersome. Even noble women, regardless of their status, for the sake of reputation or constraint, would typically observe a 3-year mourning period before considering marriage again. Moreover, when it comes to remarriage, it is typically conducted with utmost discretion, avoiding any ostentation to prevent the proliferation of unfounded rumors. He departed for the northern frontier at the tender age of 4, and the lessons he absorbed in his youth starkly contradicted the noble virtues of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and filial piety. These were merely superficial embellishments adorning his guise of a gentleman. It seems he was inherently a nefarious character, cold-hearted and emotionally detached, with a propensity for cruelty that required no further encouragement. What he sought to master were the arts of strategy, the discernment of character, the skillful balance of power, and even the principles of governance. Consequently, such a man seldom blunders in his endeavors, and the commands he issues are never rescinded. Yet today, he found himself not only losing control, but also his composure. He had witnessed the truest essence of Yu Miaomeng, carefree and unrestrained, proud yet perceptive, a beauty that must not be tainted in the slightest. Thus, the most prudent course would be to pursue a divorce and subsequent remarriage. To remain in mourning might invite unforeseen complications. Therefore, Jiang Yi could not afford to eliminate him. Not only could he not do so, but he must also bide his time until after Yu Miaomeng's remarriage to deal with the matter. As Shen Rang contemplated this, his gaze deepened with intensity. He could no longer linger, for he was becoming increasingly ensnared and had already lost control. He yearned for such beauty, a feeling of chaos akin to a potent hallucinogen that ensnared his senses. Once ensnared, he became vulnerable to a fatal weakness. He could not afford a chink in his armor, nor did he require warmth. Such a splendid being should never enter his world. He was no paragon of virtue, and he understood himself well enough to realize that ending this before his descent into madness was the wisest course of action. Shen Rang suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and sat in solitude for an extended period. Last night, Jiang Yi returned to his residence, consumed by an internal blaze that left him restless and sleepless throughout the night. He harbored an unsettling intuition, sensing that something had shifted, and it was somehow connected to Zhao Ning. At midnight, he unusually ventured to the main courtyard, pushed open the door to the inner chamber, and upon lighting a lamp, discovered the room utterly bare, with all valuable possessions vanished without a trace. A wave of unease washed over him. If he had merely left the estate for recuperation, why such a decisive abandonment? The emptiness felt as though the main courtyard had never harbored a soul, nor would it welcome one again. Although his feelings for Zhao Ning had soured, how could a woman who had steadfastly followed him to the end betray him? Jiang Yi returned home, plagued by chaotic thoughts throughout the night. This morning, driven by urgency, he intended to leave the capital directly to investigate the estate. However, to his surprise, Princeton summoned him, showing no mercy in assigning companions to accompany him out of the city, instructing him to search along the northern mountains. He was acutely aware that this reflected the prince's suspicions and served as a show of authority, not to mention the machinations of Guo Wenchang's stirring discord. Yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, as he traversed the river flowing down from the northern mountains on horseback, Li Shan approached him, visibly agitated. "Your Highness, the Guo family has gone too far. This area has already been searched multiple times, and there is no need for this redundant endeavor. It is infuriating that Prince and would heed such slanderous words and act thus." Jiang Yi cast a sidelong glance at the few guards behind him, all loyal to Prince Sin, one of whom was Guo Wenchang's personal attendant. With a grim expression, he scoffed, "There is no need for further discussion. Simply follow orders and proceed." Li Shan quietly inquired, "My lord, at this pace, we shall not finish our search before nightfall. Shall we still proceed to the lady's estate today?" Jiang Yi's stern visage revealed no emotion, yet his voice bore an undercurrent of determination. "Unless I perish today, I shall undoubtedly go." No sooner had he spoken than he sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he crouched low, narrowly evading a sharp arrow. Ignoring the panic rising within, he hastily raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. Jiang Yi's heart sank as he spotted several men clad in black not far away. Chapter 36. The hat. Jiang Yi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by arrows shooting from afar. The individuals accompanying him were not his own, leaving him without protection, and he was forced to evade with great difficulty. Li Shan turned back and bellowed at the guard behind him. "What are you all doing, running in chaos? We are surrounded. If we do not retaliate, we shall all perish." The guards, initially intent on fleeing, looked back in alarm at his words, their hearts sinking. In a mere moment, chaos ensued among Jiang Yi and his entourage of 8, resulting in 4 casualties within seconds. Besides Jiang Yi and Li Shan, one of the remaining 2 was a subordinate of Guo Wenchang. Faced with imminent death, he, consumed by fear, began to hurl accusations. "Young Master Jiang, it appears you truly harbor treasonous intentions. This act is a collusion to murder us, driven by your own resentment. Prince and young Master Guo have treated you well. Why do you choose the path of betrayal? It is a pity I will die here unjustly, unable to return to the capital and reveal your duplicitous nature." Jiang Yi, enraged by such slander, felt blood surge to his eyes. His grip tightened around his sword, veins bulging, as he witnessed the man charging at him with a blade. He had no choice but to retaliate. "Fool! I have not betrayed Princeton. Those under Guo Wenchang are just as foolish." The 2 engaged in combat. From a distance, Qin Ke frowned in annoyance as he observed the unfolding scene. Beside him, Qin San, the most robust and temperamental of the group, expressed his disdain. "Boss, what is this nonsense? They are on the brink of death, yet still squabbling among themselves. Let me go and finish them off. Their incessant chatter is unbearable, these imbeciles." Qin Ke, having earned his position as the leader of the covert operatives, possessed considerable skill. He glanced at the sky, but refrained from responding. He and Ying were trained shadows of the Shui family, having begun their training at a young age. By 16, he had been by the prince's side, while the prince was merely 8. At that time, there was only Mo Ying attending to the prince. But he knew Mo Ying held a dual identity and thus lacked the prince's trust. Having watched the prince grow, Qin Ke recognized that since childhood, this master had exhibited profound cunning, with a temperament as unpredictable as the weather. As he matured, the darker aspects of his character gradually concealed themselves, rendering him increasingly enigmatic. Yet, one lesson Qin Ke had gleaned from years of experience was that when his master's thoughts shifted, it occurred without warning or discernible reason. After making several mistakes due to hasty actions, he learned a crucial strategy. Regardless of the task at hand, one should wait until the designated time to act, avoiding premature moves. The prince was no ordinary individual. Thus, their methods must also deviate from the norm to ensure seamless coordination and eliminate any potential risks. The deadline for their task was set for the hour of Yu, yet it had only just passed noon. There was no need for haste. Moreover, the prince sought heads, and with June upon them, the weather was growing increasingly warm. The prince valued cleanliness, and executing the task too soon would render the offering unrefined. Contemplating this, Qin Ke shot a glance at Qing San and slapped him. Can you not be more composed? Have you consumed gunpowder every day? Why the urgency? Qing San, defiant, puffed out his chest in a show of resistance. Why shouldn't I be urgent? The prince's tasks must be executed diligently to avoid any mistakes. Qin Ke smirked coldly, casting a meaningful glance at him, the implications of his words laden with significance. You possess an admirable zeal for tasks, and soon an opportunity shall arise for you to demonstrate your capabilities. Just as Qing San was about to speak, a bird-like call echoed from behind, its tones alternating between high and low. The group turned to see Qing rushing towards them, his expression grave as he conveyed the command. The prince has issued an order. Cease all actions immediately. He then turned to Qin Ke, stating, the prince summons you. Inke, anfast inkoir. Does the prince have any further instructions? Upon seeing Qing shake his head, he recalled the prince's furious demeanor when the command was given. It was a true manifestation of wrath. Given the prince's usual composure, it was rare to catch even a hint of emotion. If he was truly enraged to the point of wanting to take a life, what could have incited such fury? His thoughts drifted to the inhabitants of the village, then to Jiang Yi, who had just incapacitated the two guards not far away. A chill ran down Qin Ke's spine. Despite his desire to assist the prince, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. He cast a lingering glance at the seemingly gravely wounded Jiang Yi, a smirk creeping into his heart. It seemed he had succumbed to a blind rage, losing all sense of reason. The internal strife among the three of Wang had already sown distrust. Jiang Yi seemed intent on adding yet another baseless accusation to his own precarious position. Indeed, having donned a green hat, one might as well add more to the collection. Qin Ke surveyed the two guards slain by Jiang Yi, satisfaction coursing through him. The more chaos, the better. He then turned and departed with Qing San and the others. Meanwhile, the injured Jiang Yi observed the retreating figures with a sense of bewilderment and an odd sensation. He gazed down at the 6 lifeless bodies, feeling an unsettling sense of being manipulated. He had not intended to kill the two, yet he had done so. Regardless, whether they lived or died, he would find himself in disfavor. The current predicament left him in a perilous bind, though this affair was not his doing. With only he and Li Shan surviving from the 8, suspicions would undoubtedly arise from Wang. What was he to do? Distrust already shadowed him, and now this incident compounded the issue. No matter how he explained, he could not extricate himself from the situation. Li Shan, having been struck by an arrow while protecting Jiang Yi, pressed a hand against his wound. Anxiety etched across his face. My lord, what shall we do? Returning to the capital now is utterly indefensible. Jiang Yi leaned against a tree, tending to his injuries in silence. Li Shan, feeling increasingly restless, asked, my lord, shall we still proceed to the lady's villa? Let me think. Jiang Yi surveyed the distant corpses, lost in contemplation. He then fixed his gaze upon Li Shan, conveying a silent message. Li Shan understood. As the most trusted attendant of the heir, his demise would alleviate some of the prince's constraints. Yet, the thought of such a fate was unbearable to him. His loyalty was genuine. He would willingly lay down his life for the prince. But to take his own life or be killed in such a manner was beyond his comprehension. Before Li Shan could dwell on this for long, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down at the blade embedded in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and a look of pleading adorned his face. I have but one younger brother. I implore you, noble lord, to show him kindness. Jiang Yi's facial muscles quivered, and as the man before him collapsed, his lips moved silently. Sorry. It seemed as though he had lost all strength. Lying beside Li Shan's lifeless body, gazing at the azure sky with a vacant expression. Both Li Shan and Li Mu had been his steadfast guardians since childhood. Now, they were both gone. Was Li Shan's demise truly inevitable? Perhaps not. The Prince of Peace would not grant him trust because of Li Shan's death. Yet it might lessen his suspicions. All of this stemmed from his relentless pursuit of profit, his unscrupulous nature laid bare. With his eyes tinged with red, Jiang Yi cast one final glance at Li Shan's corpse. Contemplating the tasks that lay ahead, a flicker of resolve crossed his gaze as he turned and rode away. Chapter 37. The choice. By the time Qin Ke returned to the manor, it was already early evening. He proceeded directly to the side chamber to report on the assassination attempt. My lord, among the 8 individuals in Jiang Yi's party, 5 were trusted confidants of Princeton, and 1 was a bodyguard of Guo Wenchang. I managed to eliminate 4 of them. Subsequently, Guo Wenchang's bodyguard turned hostile but was killed by Jiang Yi. When I departed, though Jiang Yi and his personal attendant were injured, their wounds were not life-threatening. Shen Rang's expression was exceedingly grim. He had sat by the riverbank in silence for quite some time before finally resolving himself. He had always known how to make choices. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for Beijiang at the hour of the dog tonight. Qin Ke was taken aback, sensing the suddenness of the command. He hesitated momentarily, but dared not inquire further, simply bowing and accepting his orders. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once. Shen Rang retrieved ink, paper, and brush from the cabinet. Lacking a writing desk in the side chamber, he began to compose a letter at the small dining table. After a flurry of activity, as the hour of the rooster approached, he glanced at the twilight sky and turned to Qin Ke, his gaze profound. You just stated that only Jiang Yi and his personal attendant remain alive, while the others have perished, correct? After arranging the matters for their departure, Qin Ke hurried back to the side chamber, where he had been waiting anxiously for the prince's instructions. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is true. Shen Rang took a seat on a chair, his expression calm and collected, yet beneath the surface, a tempest of rage brewed within him. His long, pale fingers caressed the bloodstone ring in his palm as he murmured to himself, Do you think, Jiang, you will come here, seeking her? Before Qin Ke could respond, Shen Rang's gaze turned colder, his voice barely above a whisper. He will undoubtedly come. Such a pompous little man, with Prince and as his sole support. In an effort to clear his name, he will certainly eliminate his attendant, for he must return to the capital alone. Qin Ke pondered this revelation for a moment before taking the initiative. My lord, perhaps I should remain behind and find a way to intercept him tonight. With my presence, I will ensure he does not approach the princess. Veins protruded from Shen Rang's hand as he sat in silence for a long while. The room enveloped in an eerie stillness. Finally, he rose slowly, his tone remarkably flat. The more we obstruct him, the greater the danger to her. Unless Jiang Yi is dead, they will inevitably meet. Have you made the arrangements I instructed previously? Qin Ke replied, I have made all necessary preparations. The area surrounding the manor is secured with sentinels who will conceal themselves and escort the princess back to the capital. Shen Rang lowered his head to organize the letter, casually instructing, summon that maid. After a while, Lizzie entered the room with measured steps, bowing respectfully before standing quietly to the side. What is she doing? Shen Rang asked, sealing the letter with his personal stamp. Has she mentioned me? Lizzie responded softly. The princess intended to visit Granny Lu, but the old woman unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber and will have to wait until later this evening. The princess did mention you this afternoon, instructing me not to forget to deliver the medicinal meals to you. Furthermore, as the weather grows increasingly warm, the princess has requested Shanju and Sangshan to come tomorrow to tailor summer garments for you. Shen Rang paused, his actions ceasing as he absorbed her words in silence. When he finally raised his gaze, his expression was tranquil and indifferent. This is the deed for the residents in the capital and the villa outside the city. He handed over the item in his possession, declaring, This is my royal token. should she find herself in peril. Take this token and seek out a man named Shirley at Yinshanlu. My private soldiers are stationed both within and outside the capital, and he will know how to proceed. Furthermore, the shops in the capital send jewelry, textiles, and medicinal herbs each month. Ensure you manage these dealings. Li Ji lowered her head and inquired, if the princess asks about it, how should I respond? Shen Rang replied with a measured tone. She has cared for me for a month. I shall care for her for a lifetime. You understand what to say, do you not? Yes, I comprehend, Li Ji affirmed. However, if the princess inquires about your whereabouts, Her face revealed her hesitation. The princess is quite concerned for you. She will undoubtedly be angered. Considering her temper, Shen Rang recalled her furious expressions, a smile slowly forming in his eyes. She will certainly be upset. There is no need for you to elaborate. Just ensure that the matters I have arranged are executed properly. As for her dowry and the divorce papers, if they cannot be retrieved, you must persuade her to refrain from unnecessary entanglements and wait a little longer. I shall resolve it for her. There is one more thing. Whether it be Jiang Yi or any other man, as long as she does not wish it, no one shall approach her. Do you understand? Li Ji's expression turned serious. I understand. Shen Rang added a few final words. There are those in the shadows protecting her. If anything occurs, I will have them contact you. Now, return and mind your words. Do not meddle. Once Li Ji departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Shen Rang felt as if he were engulfed in an endless darkness, his once racing heart settling into tranquility. In just over an hour, he would embark on his journey. It seemed he and Yu Miaomeng would never meet again. He glanced at the time, his gaze dimming. If his calculations were correct, Jiang Yi would arrive here under the full moon. After all, those who are overly clever often engage in superfluous actions, which is hardly surprising. In the capital, the atmosphere in the study of the prince Anne's residence was thick with tension, as the three men within harbored their own thoughts. As hurried footsteps approached, a knock resonated at the door, and the three pairs of eyes met. Prince Shen Cheng spoke in a chilling tone, enter. A tall man clad in black entered the room, bowed, and reported, My lord, I have visited the location indicated by young Master Jiang. As he described, the bodies of the seven remain, and there are signs of a struggle. Having been so publicly humiliated, Jiang Yi suppressed his simmering rage, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. This time, the prince may believe me. When the arrows struck, fell immediately. Thereafter, several men in black rushed forward to assassinate us. Only the guards of young Master Gua, myself, and Li Shan remained to resist, but ultimately, they succumbed to the blades of those assassins. Li Shan was slain while attempting to protect me. I barely escaped with my life. Shen Cheng, ever suspicious, cast a glance at the man in black and asked once more, Han Lin, do you confirm young Master Zhang's account? Han Lin, along with the deceased Han Feng, served as covert guards for Princeton. He nodded again. It appears to be true. Shen Cheng retracted his 3 points of suspicion, a smile gracing his face as he inquired of Jiang, What do you intend to do? Jiang Yi, his countenance stern, rose to offer a bow. I shall leave the city gates now, and, when the moon is high in the sky, proceed to the estate in Zhaoning. Do you suspect that Shen Rang is hiding there? Are you seeking to investigate while he is unguarded? Shen Cheng chuckled after speaking. Zhaoning has always been timid and cowardly. How could it possibly harbor a man in secret? Guo Wenchang, standing nearby, wore a mocking expression. In my opinion, young Master Jiang's investigation of the King of the North is merely a facade. His true intent is to catch him in the act. Jiang Yi felt a profound disappointment towards King N, who was suspicious and obstinate, yet he was the sole son of his majesty, leaving Jiang Yi with no alternatives. Regardless of whether it was an investigation or any other endeavor, there was no harm in his subordinate making the journey. If they could uncover something, it would be splendid. And if not, they could confirm that the King of the North was indeed not present. Shen Cheng acquiesced. Then you shall go. Jiang Yi lowered his gaze, his heart in turmoil. He was already perplexed by the changes in Zhaoning and the recent disappearance of Li Mu and Guo Wenchang's men near Xiao village. Coupled with today's assassination attempt, gnawed at him. He had a premonition that something was amiss in Zhaoning. Yet he could not ascertain whether these events were connected to the king of the north. However, Zhao Ning was his wife, and, as a man, he could not accept the humiliation of not investigating, even if it meant risking his life. At this moment, Yu Miaomeng was blissfully unaware of the myriad troubles entwining around her. She was preparing to visit Lu Momo's corner room. For today she must uncover all the secrets and pasts of her former self. Chapter 38. Reminiscences. Lu Momo served as the devoted maid of Lady Yu Miaomeng's maternal grandmother. From a young age, she accompanied her mistress in her studies, later standing by her side during her marriage, and even attended her to the military camps. In her dedication, she ventured into the palace for her mistress's daughter, taking on the role of a female official, thus shedding her status as a servant. Therefore, when Yu Miaomeng first met this elderly woman, she felt a fleeting moment of anxiety under the gaze of those aged yet bright and discerning eyes. Lu Momo stared intently at the young lady before her, seemingly lost in a whirlpool of memories. Once her gaze cleared, the profound meaning in her eyes appeared to penetrate all pretenses. Yet, she refrained from asking questions, probing, or displaying any curiosity. Leaning against the headboard, her visage radiated warmth and affection, her voice soft yet gentle. "My dear, you bear a striking resemblance to your grandmother." Yu Miaomeng halted the gesture of respect she was about to perform, her tone playful. "Is that so? Yet I have never met her. Does my mother resemble my grandmother?" Lu Momo gazed at her for a long while, then suddenly smiled. "You do not resemble your mother, my princess, not only in appearance but even in temperament." She withdrew her gaze and continued with a smile. "I have long heard from Xiao Hui and Chuan. They said you have changed, become more cheerful and better. That is splendid. Both the princess and the old lady can rest easy in the heavens. I understand the purpose of your visit. I had wished to see you ever since Xiao Hui mentioned your transformation." Yu Miaomeng comprehended Lu Momo's insight. After all, her considerable change was indeed unusual. She could deceive Su Chuan's aunt, but not this elder who had lived half a lifetime. "Momo, I am who I am. I am the daughter of Su Yin and Yu Huayuan, conferred as Princess Zhaoning under the protection of my parents. You understand my meaning, do you not?" Lu Momo's loving gaze remained fixed on her, eventually offering a look of reassurance as she nodded with a smile. "Indeed, you bear an uncanny resemblance to the old lady. Thus, your disposition mirrors hers as well. You are unmistakably Princess Zhaoning." Yu Miaomeng felt a sense of relief wash over her, and she posed her inquiry straightforwardly. "Momo, you are aware that I have committed many errors in the past. Since I have returned, I assure you I shall not act foolishly again. However, the past is intricate, and I desire to comprehend it fully to plan ahead. I am eager to know if anyone in the palace still thinks of me. To be candid, I have returned to Beijing intending to seek a divorce, but given my current circumstances, I fear I shall not find favor. Thus I wish to inquire about past matters." Lu Momo sighed, her heart filled with both solace and sorrow upon hearing these words, yet her sense of relief prevailed. Regardless of the young lady's background, she hoped for peace for both the old lady and the princess. Moreover, she wished no further disgrace would befall the noble blood and spirit of the Su and Yu families. Her heart now clearer, she spoke with earnestness. Recounting the past, "Your grandmother was named Lu Yanran, and your grandfather was Su Jingtian. In the Great Yong, there are two pressing threats, the Northern Di and the Southern Barbarians. The northern frontier has long been under the protection of the Shui family from the Duke of Dinghua, while the Southern Barbarians are guarded by the Lu family of the Marquis of Chongping. Your grandfather, a man of humble origins, bravely entered the military and became a renowned young general, celebrated for his valor in battle. It was only after he caught the eye of your grandmother that they were united in matrimony. Alas, a brutal war claimed many lives, and it was through great sacrifice that your grandfather and the Lu family managed to safeguard the border. Your grandmother, a formidable woman in her own right, stood steadfastly by your grandfather's side until they both met their fate on the battlefield. Consequently, your mother was summoned to the palace and granted the esteemed title of princess. As a natural-born son of the Marquis of Chongping, it was I who once fled with your mother and later brought her into the palace. Your mother possesses many admirable qualities, yet her gentle nature and propensity for sentimentality are notable flaws. As a servant, I ought to remain respectful, yet I must voice my dissent. While she may fulfill her role as a wife to your father, she has failed you as a mother. I cannot condone a mother abandoning her young daughter for the sake of romantic entanglement. During your childhood in the palace, a significant event transpired. The Empress Dowager fell gravely ill and was unable to care for you. The palace, though resplendent, was rife with stringent rules and hierarchies. In those early years, you were indeed too fragile to be moved easily. Yet as you matured, opportunities arose, whether in the Yu family or remaining in the capital. Both promising paths. When you turned 5, I intended to escort you out of the palace, but you stubbornly refused to leave, ensnared by misguided aspirations and lost in the allure of vanity. You longed for a life of superiority without the means to strategize for it, leading you into a futile competition with yourself. Eventually, your selfhood was further compromised by the fleeting kindness of young Master Jiang, leaving you unable to discern right from wrong or even understand your own desires. I perceive clearly that you have projected your frustrations onto young Master Jiang, seeking validation from a man to prove your worth. At this juncture, I find myself unable to suppress my emotions as I speak. As a servant, I should adhere to my station, yet I harbor resentment towards you. The Su, Lu, and Yu families are esteemed, known for their valor and integrity. While you seem to squander this noble lineage, while you and young Master Jiang share a childhood bond, your relationship has devolved into mutual disdain, as it is fundamentally unequal and unsuitable. Initially, he held affection for you, but your actions cross boundaries, diminishing your stature and rendering you susceptible to disregard. The complexities of human nature, particularly in men, reveal that the more significance you attribute to him, the more he may trample upon your affections. He may even test your limits until his interest wanes completely. Dear girl, divorce is indeed the correct course of action. The Empress Dowager, having neglected you in your youth, harbors a measure of pity for you, yet your lack of ambition is disappointing. No one extends kindness without reason when others treat you well. You must express gratitude and learn to reciprocate, for such relationships can endure only through mutual respect. By choosing to divorce, you will take the first step towards change. And should the Empress Dowager notice your transformation, she will grant you a measure of dignity. Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng found herself engulfed in a cacophony of emotions. From the heartfelt admonitions, she gleaned profound insights. With a solemn nod, she assured, "Mama, you need not worry. I shall no longer demean myself. I will strive to better myself and endeavor to restore some semblance of my reputation." Lu Mama felt a deep sense of relief, declaring, in that case, I would have no regrets even in death. Reflecting on the unfolding narratives, Yu Miaomeng ventured, "Mama, you previously mentioned a significant event in the palace that led to Her Majesty's illness. Might that incident be connected to His Majesty and the late Crown Prince?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Mama's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 39. Restlessness. Lu Momo's face drained of color as she earnestly admonished, "My lady, please refrain from mentioning such matters. Those events belong to the past and should not be spoken of." Yu Miaomeng was taken aback by her demeanor. She was vaguely aware that the current emperor had usurped both her brother's wife and his throne. However, she had skipped over many plot points and had not delved deeply into the story. After a moment of contemplation, she whispered, "Is the Prince of Yin truly favored? And what of the Prince of Jinbei?" Silence. Lu Momo urgently interrupted, alarmed by these inquiries. Such matters are best left unexamined. Regardless of who reigns as emperor, you remain a princess, and some affairs are beyond our reach to investigate. After a brief pause, she continued, "The mother of the Prince of Jinbei, Madame Shui, is still alive. Remember, the Prince of Jinbei holds a distinguished status. The Prince of Yin cannot be compared. Offending anyone is ill-advised, but to offend the Prince of Jinbei is especially perilous. Do you understand?" Yu Miaomeng certainly comprehended. He was a formidable figure within the narrative, possessing the capability and resolve to rebel. He had even dared to kill the emperor, who was his own uncle. Such a powerful individual was not someone she would dare to provoke. She refrained from pursuing that line of questioning and instead inquired about other matters. What is the current state of the Chongping Marquisate? How fares the Liu family? Liu Momo seemed to harbor a sense of nostalgia for the Liu family, her voice tinged with melancholy. The Chongping Marquisate continues to guard the southern borders. The current head of the family is your cousin, named Liu Shaoing. Your mother and his father are first cousins. In the past, when you were raised under the Empress Dowager's care, there were occasional communications with the Liu family. After the passing of the princess, when you were still quite young, your uncle even sent someone to Beijing to see you, though you did not exhibit much warmth. Since Liu Shaohe took charge, the Liu family has not sent anyone to the capital for 6 years. Yu Miaomeng grasped the implications, realizing that the original owner of her body had offended many. Is my uncle still living? He is not. The old marquis passed away 2 years ago, Liu Momo said, unable to conceal her sorrow. The old marquis cared for your mother in her youth, and they shared joyful times together. I also looked after him, but now everything has changed. In her heart, Yu Miaomeng sensed that her cousin Liu Shaoheng likely harbored ill feelings towards the original owner. With a sigh, she set aside this matter and began to inquire about her own family. What kind of person was my grandmother? And what are my brothers? Seeing her anxiety, Liu Momo smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, my lady. The matriarch of the Yu family shares a temperament similar to that of your maternal grandmother. Both are remarkably free-spirited individuals. Your elder brother was personally chosen by the old lady to be the heir, possessing integrity, strength, and a commendable filial piety. Truly a fine young man. You also have an uncle and an aunt. However, due to the old lady's influence, your uncle was prevented from pursuing a military career, while his cousin stubbornly chose to serve in the army. Thus, the second master of the Yu family only manages the family's affairs at home and has achieved little. Your aunt met with misfortune at an early age, leaving behind a young son, while her husband quickly remarried. Many years ago, certain clandestine affairs transpired within the household, and Lady Yu was particularly protective, which is why your cousin was raised in the Yu family from a young age. Your 3 elder brothers have all pursued military careers, holding minor official positions in the northern frontier, which previously led you to regard them with disdain. Yu Miaomeng's hands trembled with indignation. The familial affection she yearned for in her past life was squandered by the original owner of this body, who not only failed to cherish it, but also left behind a multitude of troubles. She gathered her thoughts, her expression solemn, and approached old Madame Liu, grasping her hand. Madam, I am aware of everything. They are all my kin. As long as they treat me sincerely, I shall reciprocate with even greater kindness. For now, I must address the matter of the divorce. Once that is resolved, I shall seek an opportunity to visit both the northern and southern frontiers. A journey to the south would serve as a return to my mother's homeland, and I have long intended to pay my grandmother a visit in the north. Yu Miaomeng had already contemplated this. She envisioned the post-divorce period as an opportunity for exploration. Should both regions prove satisfactory, she would select a residence to settle in. Turmoil was surely on the horizon for the capital, and while she was not privy to the intricacies of how the Prince of the North became the regent, she was certain it would be accompanied by rivers of blood. After pondering for a while, she decided to set this matter aside, as it was still premature to discuss. After their conversation, old Madame Liu, feeling unwell, retired. Yu Miaomeng stepped outside the corner gate, glancing at the sky, and inquired of Xiang Tao, beside her. What time is it now? It is the early hour of the dog, Your Highness. The sky has darkened, and hot water has been prepared. Allow me to assist you in returning, replied Xiang Tao. Yu Miaomeng lingered for a moment before heading to the front courtyard, where she quietly peered into the side room. The 2 chambers within had already been lit, and she focused on Shen Rang's room, faintly discerning a blurred silhouette. After hearing so much from old Madame Liu today, a sense of restlessness enveloped her. She yearned to confide in someone. However, the hour was late, and she resolved to wait until the morrow. Upon returning to the rear courtyard, Yu Miaomeng, fatigued from the day, was attended to by Lizzie and Jean, who prepared a rejuvenating herbal bath for her and provided full body care. Once she donned her delicate nightgown, she felt her fair, smooth skin and inhaled the rich fragrance enveloping her. Her spirits lifted considerably. She glanced at Lizzie, who was about to take her leave, and called out, Lizzie, what did Su Dong want with you in the front courtyard this afternoon? Lizzie, composed, responded, replying to Your Highness, I had not mastered certain techniques. and he wrote down the methods for me to reference. Yu Miaozhen's imagination ran wild, as if she had caught a whiff of intrigue. Surrounded by handsome young men and beautiful maidens, all in their impulsive youth, the atmosphere was rife with the fervor of burgeoning hormones. Pairing guards with maidservants could be advantageous. Yet boundaries must not be crossed. She harbored no inclination toward suspicion nor scorn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Then study diligently and do not disappoint his intentions. However, be cautious of excessive attentiveness for men. You are still young, so prioritize your safety. Understood? Lizzie, usually so composed, looked up in surprise. Her heart a tumult of emotions upon hearing the pure and kind-hearted words of the princess. She quickly lowered her head, bowing respectfully. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Your Highness. Yu Miaozhen smiled and urged her to rest. As soon as Li Qi left, Xiang Tao entered with a bowl of medicine. This is the final prescription from Dr. He, Your Highness. Please drink it while it's warm. Yu Miaozhen had grown accustomed to the medicine and no longer resisted it. She accepted the bowl with a smile and began to sip it in small mouthfuls. Xiang Tao gazed at the enchanting beauty before her, still somewhat incredulous. Under the light, the skin that rivaled the frost and snow shimmered with a delicate glow, accentuating the graceful curves of her chest and waist. Even as a young woman, she felt a rush of embarrassment. She cast a final glance at the peculiar, revealing dress the princess wore, which left her arms, shoulders, and knees exposed, and could not help but speak softly. Your Highness, you must promise me not to step out of the inner chamber dressed this way. What if someone sees? Yu Miaozhen glanced at the overly concerned maid and chuckled. Who would dare enter my inner chamber? But it is too revealing. Xiang Tao hesitated to elaborate. A camisole nightgown was bound to reveal something. Yet Yu Miaozhen dismissed the concern. Go and rest. Worry not. No one would dare intrude upon me. At that moment, Yu Miaozhen paid little heed to the warning. Had she known the events that were to unfold, she certainly would have spoken differently. Chapter 40. Reason at this moment. Shen Rang was in the front courtyard listening to the reports of Nighthawk. You mean to say that at the initial hour of the dog, she was secretly watching me from the archway? If the inquisitive Qin Ke were present, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement. However, the individual here was an unaware Nighthawk, who found the prince's statement momentarily peculiar but lacked the time for contemplation. He could only speak candidly. That is not the case. At that time, not only was the prince present, but also Su Dong from the adjacent room. The princess merely glanced in the direction of the room and cannot be definitively said to be watching the prince. Perhaps she was observing Su Dong instead. Upon hearing these words, the glimmer of hope that had briefly flickered in Shen Rang's eyes vanished entirely. His expression darkened, and he cast a cold glance at Nighthawk. His voice low and laced with certainty. She is indeed watching this prince. Nighthawk, born of the shadowy realm of spies, was far from foolish. It seemed as though a sudden clarity surged through him, and he tactfully acquiesced. Yes, I too harbor such suspicions, but my overly cautious nature led me to speak more than necessary. I seek your forgiveness for my indiscretion. Remember to accept your punishment upon our return to the northern frontier. As the subject of returning to the northern frontier arose, Shen Rang stiffened. He had dallied, and they had already surpassed their intended departure time. Nighthawk, recalling this, cautiously reminded him, Your Highness, it is nearly the end of the dog hour. We must prepare to depart. Shen Rang turned his gaze toward the rear courtyard, his eyes deep with thought. When will Jiang Yi arrive? Nighthawk replied. He left the capital with 10 men before the city gates closed, 2 of whom belong to the Prince of In, while the rest are his own guards. After exiting the city, he proceeded to a villa belonging to the Marquis of Chengyin, which is only a quarter of an hour's ride from here. Shen Rang inquired coldly, Has he sent anyone to spy? The arrangements surrounding them had all been orchestrated by Nighthawk, who promptly responded, No, he has not emerged from the villa since his arrival. Only the horses remain outside. Shen Rang smirked coldly. So, he fancies himself clever. Does he intend to catch me off guard in an act of infidelity? Nighthawk was taken aback by the term infidelity, as it was astonishingly out of character for the prince, who had never shown concern for personal matters, let alone romantic entanglements. Thus, such a phrase was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Such vulgarity seemed unbefitting of the prince's tongue. He cautiously reiterated, "Your Highness, it is already the end of the dog hour. If we delay further, we may attract attention from the palace." This time, Shen Rang did not hesitate. He cast a final glance at the room he had occupied for a month and strode purposefully out the door. As he reached the archway of the courtyard, his body involuntarily halted, and he turned to gaze at the rear courtyard. The main room had extinguished its lights, suggesting that she had retired for the night. If one were to inquire about his thoughts, his desires, or his intentions, he would find it difficult to articulate. He truly did not comprehend the nature of affection, nor could he discern whether he was enamored by her sincere concern or driven by some unacknowledged longing. Yet, he instinctively sought to restrain himself, a caution deeply ingrained in his very essence. He could not afford to lose control, nor let events slip beyond his grasp. The beauty of Yu Miaomeng is difficult for him to define, irrespective of the changes in her appearance. Nonetheless, he forever remembers her lively eyes and her whimsical nature. Shen Rang suppressed the urge to catch a final glimpse of her and turned away from the courtyard, this time not looking back. The night was thick, and in this secluded foothill, the surroundings felt particularly silent. To avoid trouble, their group walked for a quarter of an hour before reaching the place where the horses were kept. Shen Rang led a jet-black steed with white hooves. Nimbly mounting its back, unable to resist, he glanced back at the small courtyard before galloping away. The group of more than 10 rode swiftly along the planned route for another quarter of an hour. Turning onto the next road, they would travel for an hour before leaving the capital for Qingzhou and then head north to the northern frontier. However, as soon as they turned onto this road, Shen Rang was blocked by a troop ahead. He quickly reined in his horse, and the two groups, mounted, regarded each other across the darkened night. Soon, several individuals parted to create a path, and one rode forward, his cold, weighty voice resonating clearly in the dark night. "You are excessively disrespectful, showing no deference to the sovereign, acting with impunity, and daring to defy the imperial decree." At these words, everyone except Shen Rang dismounted, kneeling in reverence and retreating to the side. Shen Rang, seated atop his horse, seemed transformed. His demeanor was unruly and relaxed, and he replied nonchalantly, "I have never been taught filial piety or loyalty since childhood. Did you not say I need not learn such things? What, are you having second thoughts? If so, it would please me greatly if you were to end my life now." Impudent. Emperor Jianping, Shun Yin, glared with a darkened expression. "You need not return to the northern frontier. Remain in the capital and attend to your duties at court." Shen Rang understood there was nothing left to argue with the man before him, and he was disinclined to ponder the deeper implications. "What punishment awaits if I do not return to the capital? Or what do you intend to do? You harbor feelings for Zhao Ning." The emperor spoke with veiled meaning. "It has been a long time since I have punished you. You have grown up, and corporal punishment is meaningless now." Shen Rang tightened his grip on the reins, the veins on the back of his hand prominent. Yet he did not deny the emperor's initial assertion. "Feelings? I truly do not comprehend. However, I am resolute in my desire to protect Yu Miaomeng from any harm." The man before him was threatening him, and Shen Rang scoffed. "You are the sovereign. You can do as you please, and none dare speak against it. What benefit would remaining in the capital bring me? What benefit do you seek?" The emperor did not display anger. Negotiating terms was preferable to a direct confrontation. Shen Rang caressed the ring on his finger, suppressing the almost overwhelming thoughts within, and replied calmly, "As a subject, how could I negotiate with your majesty? If you wish for me to stay in the capital, then I shall remain." For a moment, silence enveloped them, before Emperor Jianping suddenly laughed. "You understand the art of retreating to advance, calculating against me. Though you are difficult to discipline in some respects, you possess many admirable qualities. You will eventually return to the capital, even if you go back to the northern frontier this time. I can allow you to remain there temporarily. Yet I always possess the means to restrain you, to summon you back once more. Soon, it will be my grand festival, and regardless of your identity, it is only fitting that you remain in the capital. Your mother and your royal grandmother have not ceased to think of you. The last time you paid your respects was 3 years ago, an undeniable act of filial ingratitude." Shen Rang refrained from retorting, but the mention of his mother cast a shadow of dread upon his countenance. As dusk approached, His Majesty advised an early return to the palace. With that, he mounted his steed and galloped away, a solitary figure disappearing into the distance. Shen Rang rode swiftly. Ever since Shen Yin had threatened him, the suppressed thoughts within him had begun to surface. He even felt a surreptitious delight at having finally found a reason to linger. For reasons unknown, he was consumed by an overwhelming desire to see her, if only for a fleeting moment. Upon returning to the tranquil courtyard, he made his way directly to the main room of the rear courtyard. Only after he entered the inner chamber through the window did he come to his senses. His actions resembled those of a rogue intruding upon a lady's chamber. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that while he may not be a paragon of virtue, he would not engage in any transgressions. Moreover, he was reluctant to depart at that moment. He merely wished to behold her, and then he would leave. Unexpectedly, upon casting his gaze upon her, he was struck dumb, and before he could retreat in haste, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the courtyard. He turned towards the entrance, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 41. Stalwart Shen Rang discerned that those outside were not his allies. Upon seeing him return, Qin Ke and Yang knew precisely what actions to undertake next. They would not approach the small courtyard, but would instead conceal themselves in the shadows to safeguard him. Thus, the individual outside was Jiang He. In a moment of folly, driven by his base instincts, he had come unbidden. Ironically, having previously mocked Jiang He, Shen Rang now found himself in a situation that bore a semblance to a scandalous discovery. His gaze returned to the bed, where a scene of unbridled sensuality unfolded. The ring he held nearly shattered under his grip. Why was this woman so disheveled, so brazenly liberated? At that moment, Yu Miaomeng indeed appeared enchanting. Clad in a short, knee-length camisole, the warm June weather had rendered her delicate skin intolerant of the heat. Her sleeping posture was anything but modest. She had already kicked off the thin blanket. Lying on her side, her exposed arms and neck caught the eye, and the brevity of her dress revealed her thighs, nearly to the root, with a tantalizing glimpse of her curves. Furthermore, her bosom, almost fully visible, took on an alluring shape, round and full, especially in her reclined position. Shen Rang, flüstert, averted his gaze and prepared to leave through the window, only to halt abruptly. He had resolved to depart. Having previously instructed that the meeting of the two women was to be disregarded, yet he had not anticipated that Yu Miaomeng would don such attire. What if Jiang He, in his reckless bravado, forced his way in, or if Su Dong failed to restrain him? Caught in a web of indecision, Shen Rang was soon relieved of his dilemma as the commotion outside escalated. Step aside. I am the betrothed of your princess. It is only right that I enter her quarters. Who dares to obstruct me? The sounds of clashing swords and blades followed, illuminating the entire courtyard. Impudence! Who are you to act so brazenly? Zhao, Yu Miaomeng, come fort. Shen Rang's heart raced as he beheld the woman sleeping soundly on the bed. This woman never ceased to astonish him. Amidst such uproar, she remained blissfully unaware. As the voices from the courtyard grew louder, a knock echoed at the door. Princess, I am Lizzie. Young Master Jiang has arrived. Shall I enter to attend to him? Yu Miaomeng detested being awakened from slumber, having been undisturbed throughout her life due to her heart condition. The cacophony of knocking and fighting roused her from her dreams. The inner chamber was shrouded in darkness, while the courtyard glowed with light. Abruptly awakened, her head throbbed, and her eyes felt parched. Enraged, she cursed, "Tell him to leave." She then turned over, presenting her backside inward, and began to drift back into a stupor. Before tranquility could settle for even 3 seconds, Jiang Yi's voice grew increasingly insistent, his throat hoarse from shouting. Yu Miaomeng, you shameless woman, I demand you come out now. If you do not emerge, I shall annul our union. How dare you obstruct your own husband? Have you hidden a paramour? You ought to adhere to the virtues of a wife. Yet you display such disgraceful behavior. If you do not come forth, I shall set this place ablaze. Yu Miaomeng suddenly sprang up from her bed, trembling with anger as she seized the whip from her vanity and made her way towards the door. Before she could take a step, a firm grip ensnared her wrist, and another hand swiftly covered her mouth while a strong arm encircled her waist. Startled, she struggled fiercely, her already short and slippery nightgown slipping from one shoulder. Almost bare, she found herself in the embrace of a stranger. The very thought of such a predicament sent shivers down her spine, and she resisted vehemently until a familiar voice whispered in her ear, rendering her body weak. "Don't move, it's me." Shen Rang, feeling the sweat bead on his forehead from her movements, found his body betraying him, having already risen significantly upon witnessing her state. He shifted back slightly and, seeing she had calmed, spoke in a hushed tone, "Don't scream, I'll let go." Once released, Yu Miaomeng quickly turned to cover herself, her face aflame with embarrassment, struggling to find her words. "What are you doing here?" Shen Rang tossed her a piece of clothing, his voice laced with a hint of chill. "Put this on. Who do you intend to meet looking like this?" He then pulled her closer, his tone deepening. "Who do you wish to see like this? Tell me." Yu Miaomeng hastily donned the garment, her cheeks burning as she stammered. "What are you doing? Are you insane at this hour?" Hearing anguished cries from outside, she struggled to break free. "Let me go. I need to see what is happening. Make sure you're fully dressed. Not a piece can be missing." Shen Rang commanded before releasing her grip and turning away, adopting a demeanor of propriety. As she fumbled in the dark, Yu Miaomeng was suddenly yanked back, losing her balance and falling against the chest she had been yearning for. She instinctively flailed her arms, inadvertently brushing against him. The sensation jolted her, and she was taken aback. How overwhelming! How impressive! How could he be so robust? Memories of their first encounter flooded her mind, recalling the sight of him by the river, his form athletic, shoulders broad, legs long. With such reflections, it was no wonder he radiated brilliance, especially now. As she acted, Shen Rang found himself completely rigid, one hand resting on her slender waist, enveloping her in his embrace. He felt as though he was cradling a bundle of cotton, soft and seemingly boneless. He could hardly articulate this sensation. It was his first embrace with a woman. If pressed to make a comparison, he recalled a childhood memory of being thrust into the wilderness at 12, tasked with surviving for half a month without food or water. He had hunted a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds, and though the circumstances were different, he noted a slight resemblance to this embrace. Yet, the more he held her, the more he realized how dissimilar it truly was. The boar lacked her fragrance, her softness, her smoothness, her tenderness. Realizing she had subtly relaxed her grip, Shen Rang brought his thoughts back to the present and gently released her. In an ephemeral moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally enchanting, and the silence within the room bordered on the eerie. Yu Miaomeng softly hummed, "I cannot wear this garment. I desire to light a lamp, for it is too dark for me to see clearly." A flicker of light from outside illuminated the dim interior, yet Shen Rang possessed extraordinary vision. He beheld the woman before him, her cheeks flushed and her form barely concealed by a thin outer garment. As his gaze descended, he noted her fair, elongated, and shapely legs, partially obscured, which rendered the scene all the more alluring. He averted his eyes, unable to look further, and murmured, "You must not light the lamp. Your silhouette can be seen from outside. Only when you are properly attired may you venture forth." After a brief silence, he cautiously retrieved the clothing from the hanger, striving to avoid contact with her skin, and swiftly assisted her in dressing. "You may go now." Yu Miaomeng, overwhelmed by the attentive service, felt as though her heart had blossomed, her legs weak beneath her. Before she could utter a word, the door was forcefully kicked open, and her expression darkened instantaneously. Cursed wretched cucumber, thwarting her moment of bliss. Chapter 42. Doubt Yu Miaomeng forcefully shoved her handsome man onto the bed, then seized a whip and exited the inner chamber, only to encounter a sullen Jiang Yi. Her voice was fierce. "Get out." Jiang Yi approached her, scrutinizing her from an elevated position, as if he had seen a ghost. In disbelief, he spoke, his tone laced with confusion. "Zhao." Seizing the moment while he was in a daze, Yu Miaomeng pushed him out, exerting her strength to propel the bewildered man through the door. "How dare you kick my door?" "Jiang Yi, have you lost your mind?" Once in the courtyard, Jiang Yi, illuminated by the light, clearly saw the woman on the steps. He stared in shock, speechless. "Since you have nothing to say, it would be prudent for you to leave my estate. The hour is late, and we can discuss matters tomorrow," Yu Miaomeng insisted, urging him to depart. Cao Ning, what has happened to you? How have you changed in this month? Jiang Yi's face darkened, his tone questioning. And are you truly Zhao Ning? Yu Miaomeng, unafraid of being seen through by the likes of Lu Mama, was resolute. She had come here to be reborn. This place represented her new life, merely infused with memories from a past existence, and she was far from anxious. Are you blind? Seeing Jiang Yi's expression shift, she scoffed. I had almost forgotten. Not only are your eyes blind, but your heart is as well. You married a wife, yet do not cherish her, instead favoring that duplicitous schemer. If your mind is addled, I shall not hold it against you. Without allowing him a chance to speak, she unleashed a torrent of words. Look at you now, your forehead darkened, your eyes sunken, an utter picture of decline. Why do you wear that grim face, glaring at me? Who are you trying to scare? With that foolish appearance, do you still aspire to be a lofty noble? Do not make me laugh so hard that I lose my teeth. She cast a glance at his dark circles and continued her mockery. You must have sought out women aplenty this past month, nestled in their beds every night. No wonder your complexion has turned so sallow. Take care, lest you be drain dry and perish. Silence enveloped the courtyard for a considerable time after her words. Jiang Yi, hoarse with indignation, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Having been toyed with by the king of the north for an entire month, he had endured considerable hardship, and now, with this misunderstanding, his eyes burned with anger. I have been occupied with official duties every day. What do you know? Yu Miaomeng coldly laughed. Oh, really? Where have you been handling your duties? With your lack of merits, what can you possibly accomplish? I suspect you have used your duties as a pretext to indulge in leisure. Otherwise, how do you explain those darkened eye sockets? Her words, though not overtly harsh, were laden with insult. Jiang Yi, already wearied from his tribulations, had not rested a moment upon returning to the capital. Not only was he suspected by the king, but he was also nearly assassinated by a stranger. His strength was waning. He felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, nearly losing his balance from rage. You, a mere woman, ignorant and lacking in decorum, speak with such arrogance. It is indeed a challenge to nurture both women and petty men. I shall not engage with you on this matter. However, do not pry into affairs that do not concern you. You need only to abide by the duties of a wife, serving my parents-in-law and remaining steadfastly loyal to me. Ah, a new CPU has arrived. The foolish and selfish scoundrel dares to look down upon women. Yu Miaomeng took a deep breath, reflecting on the stringent rules and etiquette imposed upon women in her current surroundings. She found herself unable to contend with the regulations of this era. While she might restrain herself in front of outsiders, she refused to endure such indignities in the presence of Jiang Yi. Loyal to you? Have you remained chaste and faithful? You indulge in pleasures outside and return, presuming to lecture me. I am a first-rank princess, bestowed by the emperor, with a title and status. What gives you the right to humiliate me? Jiang Yi was taken aback by her words. Recalling that Zhao Ning had once told him she possessed but one identity. Alive, she was his wife. Dead, she remained his. Why had her transformation been so abrupt? Doubt stirred within him. He glanced at the guards and maidservants in the courtyard, his heart tightening as he questioned. Who are they? Where did you acquire them? I bought them. What concern is it of yours? Yu Miaomeng retorted disdainfully. Yu Miaomeng, take a good look at these individuals. Jiang Yi exclaimed, pointing to Su Dong and the others. They are not ordinary people. They could not possibly be soul guards. Their skills indicate they have been nurtured since childhood as palace guards or even as covert operatives. He then gestured toward the two women, Li Qi and Kumquat, standing beneath the eaves. These women also possess formidable martial prowess. Consider what manner of person would train female covert operatives. With that, he fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Yu Miaomeng, demanding, Tell me honestly, what transpired in this past month? Has a remarkably handsome man visited this estate? And what were you doing lingering in the inner chamber? You are my wife, and I will not tolerate your infidelity. Infuriated, Yu Miaomeng drew forth her whip from her waist and lashed out 3 times, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. The guards are mine. The maidservants learned martial arts at my behest. Why do you make such baseless assumptions? And whom do you accuse of infidelity? Your excessive suspicion and prying do not befit a man. Jiang Yi, disregarding his pain, shouted in rage. Are you feigning ignorance or truly incapable of understanding? These two maidservants have trained in martial arts for at least a decade. Think deeply about what that implies. Yu Miaomeng did not believe his words, her thoughts lingering on the handsome man Jiang he had mentioned, filled with doubt and worry. She feigned indifference and inquired, "What was that about a handsome man? You seek someone here. Who is he? A significant figure?" Jiang Yi dared not reveal the identity of the prince of Northern Town. He could only probe from the sidelines, even conducting searches for assassins discreetly. Suppressing his anger, he spoke solemnly. "He is a court criminal, and I advise you to be honest with me. Did such a person visit here?" He wished to gather intelligence from nearby villages, but fearing the fate of Guo Wenchang's men, who had all gone missing, he refrained from acting recklessly. He only dared to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, leaving no time to investigate the village. A chill ran through Yu Miaomeng's heart. Did this imply that the court was encroaching, and was he a murderer? Could it be that the man inside was a guard of some high-ranking official, a mere tool for his master's heinous deeds? With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "What crime has this individual committed? What is his identity? What does he look like?" Jiang Yi spoke with a blend of truth and deception. "He has slain someone close to Prince Yin, and since he has committed murder, he must be apprehended. As for his identity, it is of no concern to you. However, he is exceedingly handsome. Prince Yin, the unfortunate soul ultimately slaughtered by the king of the north in the book. And Jiang Yi was none other than the prince's most devoted sycophant. What fate could befall such a wretched flatterer? Thus, the Duke of Qingyan's household faced confiscation, execution, and exile. Moreover, she was privy to a secret concerning Prince Yin. This loathsome lord was truly repugnant. As Yu Miaomeng pondered this, her brow furrowed deeper, sensing something amiss. Chapter 43. Shamelessness. Yu Miaomeng initially set aside the matter concerning Prince Yin and vehemently denied, "No one else has visited me. You must have come to the wrong place." Jiang Yi scrutinized her closely, failing to detect any signs of anxiety or deceit in her demeanor, which left him with a lingering suspicion, yet somewhat relieved. "Then tell me, where did these guards and maidservants come from?" Yu Miaomeng scoffed at him, retorting, "They are my purchases. If you don't believe me, so be it. After all, young Master Jiang wields considerable influence, supported by the formidable Prince Yin. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate." Having spoken her piece, her patience wore thin as she posed a crucial question. "What am I dowry? And have you prepared the divorce papers?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a twinge of displeasure. He gazed at the alluring beauty before him, her enchanting presence stirring something within him. He softened his tone, declaring, "I shall ensure your dowry is delivered to you promptly. Not only that, but when you return to my residence tomorrow, I will also grant you access to the estate's provisions. As for the divorce, I take your words as mere frustration. Where would you go if you left me? It is best for you to remain at the Marquis's residence and cease this commotion." He then reined in his anger, continuing, "In the past, I may have neglected you, but upon my return, I shall reside in the main courtyard until you bear a child." Yu Miaomeng felt nauseated at his words and, in a fit of rage, lashed out with her whip. Jiang Yi seized the whip's body, yanking her toward him as she stumbled down the steps. "Did you truly intend to harm me?" Disgusted by his touch, Yu Miaomeng forcefully retracted the whip, exclaiming, "Release my whip." She handed it to the nearby lychee, instructing, "Wash this for me. It disgusts me." Afterward, she turned to the furious man, her expression icy. "You promised to return my dowry within a month, and yet here you stand, betraying your word. As for the divorce, you agreed to it then, and now you feign ignorance." Jiang, being merely a man of possessions does not make you a true man. A genuine man is upright, cultured, disciplined, steadfast in integrity, and unafraid in the face of peril. Look at yourself. How do you measure up? Regarding the dowry, I advise you not to harbor any illusions. Should I become enraged, I will raise a commotion in the capital. I shall see how you hold your head high as a shameless thief of a wife's dowry. As for the divorce, my mind is firmly made up. There is no turning back." Jiang Yi was pierced by her ruthless words and disdainful gaze. Feeling an acute pain in his heart, in a moment of irrationality, he vehemently denied, "I will certainly provide you with your dowry, but I cannot agree to the divorce. You are upset over my past indifference. Yet tonight, I shall stay here and fulfill what I promised you a month ago. How about that? He leaned closer, whispering, though it may seem rushed, it is time for us to consummate our union. I shall make amends today. His words, though spoken softly, were not too quiet for Yu Miaomeng, who had yet to respond when a sudden commotion erupted from within the chamber. Before she could react, Jiang Yi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of profound humiliation as if he had been wronged. With a darkened countenance, he stormed inside without uttering a word. Yu Miaomeng, incense, Saudet, Suzong. Stop him. As she pushed Jiang Yi out, the fighting in the courtyard ceased abruptly. Only Su Dong and 3 others stood on her side, while Jiang was accompanied by more than double the number of his men. In truth, Su Dong's group had not fallen behind. It was merely that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, allowing Jiang Yi to find an opening and slip through. At this moment, upon hearing the command, he stepped forward to block the entrance of the main house, engaging Jiang Yi in combat at once. The others also began to clash outside the archway, and for a fleeting moment, the courtyard was filled with glimmers of blades and flashes of swords. Li Qi shielded Yu Miaomeng as they retreated to the rear courtyard. In a hushed tone, she reassured, "Do not be afraid, my lady. I am here, and I shall ensure no harm comes to you." Yu Miaomeng was not frightened, nor was she flustered. She simply felt a sense of peculiarity, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She glanced at Li Qi beside her, recalling Jiang Yi's words, scrutinizing her closely. Li Qi had a delicate visage and a slender figure, appearing to be a fragile girl, though her temperament was somewhat excessively composed. Her gaze shifted to Jinjiu, a mere 14-year-old with an endearing youthful face, who at that moment wore an innocent expression with round, sparkling eyes. Such a kawaii figure could not possibly be a heartless assassin, she mused. Yu Miaomeng remembered how she had purchased Yun Mei for her strength and robust physique, as the girl trained daily in martial arts, often in tears. In contrast, the frail Jinjiu and Li Qi practiced diligently every day, their bodies marked with the scars of their toil. Before Yu Miaomeng could sort through her thoughts, a scream from Jiang Yi shattered her concentration. She turned abruptly to see Jiang Yi, his left arm pierced by Su Dong's sword, clutching his bleeding limb as he stared intently at the door he could not breach. His eyes were filled with rage as he turned to Yu Miaomeng, demanding, "Do you dare to let me in to investigate?" Yu Miaomeng dared not comply. She feigned calm, asking, "What do you wish to enter for?" Jiang Yi, now composed, inquired with a steady voice, "I ask you, why did you delay in coming out at first? Furthermore, why can I not enter? What was that strange sound from within? Was it human-made?" The courtyard fell into a chilling silence. Not receiving a response, Jiang Yi pressed on. "Why do you not answer?" Yu Miaomeng replied, "I'm already weaving a tale. Do not rush me." She was not guilty. The vile man did not merit her anxiety. However, she could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence regarding the divorce matter. Most importantly, her charming man must not be implicated or harmed. With a sigh, she adopted a pitiful expression. "If you do not see anything upon entering, will you write the divorce papers tonight? What do you say?" Jiang Yi hesitated, torn within. His suspicious nature resisted yielding, yet the desire to investigate gnawed at him. Naturally greedy, he could never agree to such terms. "No, that is an entirely different matter." Yu Miaomeng regarded him with derision. "You are truly shameless. Bullying a woman both openly and covertly, wanting everything for yourself. What good can come from such insatiable greed?" In that moment, neither side was willing to back down, standing resolutely in the courtyard. Suddenly, a guard rushed in from outside the gate, hastening to Jiang Yi, who was pale and clutching his wound, and whispered a few words in his ear. Jiang Yi's expression shifted as he gravely inquired, "Is that true?" Observing the guard's nod, he suppressed the doubts stirring within him and turned his gaze towards Yu Miaomeng. "For today, I shall take a step back, Zhao Ning. I hope you will not disappoint me. As for the matter of divorce, we shall discuss it another day." Watching him stride away, Yu Miaomeng felt an insatiable curiosity. What could be so significant that this hypocritical man would depart in such haste? Dismissing her thoughts, she quickly relayed a few instructions to Li Qi before making her way directly to her paramour. Chapter 44. Responsibility. As Yu Miaomeng lifted the beaded curtain of the inner chamber and stepped inside, She found her handsome companion seated majestically on her bed, partially shrouded in shadows. She first lit the lamp, illuminating the room, and the two exchanged silent glances, an atmosphere of implicit intimacy weaving delicately between them. Shen Rang regarded her with a tranquil demeanor, his dark eyes swirling with barely perceptible emotions, his earnest focus unabashedly direct. He disrespects you. Once you are divorced, I shall take care of him for you. What do you think? Yu Miaomeng felt her legs weaken under his unabashed gaze. As the man spoke, she was momentarily lost in her daydreams, and when she finally processed his words, a sense of peculiarity washed over her. Blushing, she inquired, "What do you mean by take care of him?" Shen Rang's eyes flickered, and he rephrased, "I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf." "Let be," Yu Miaomeng replied, fully aware of Jiang Yi's fate within the pages of the book. He ultimately met a dismal end, and she deemed him unworthy of concern. Is that so? Shen Rang's gaze deepened, laced with speculation. What leads you to believe you will not fare well? Yu Miaomeng remained unperturbed. She treated the book as if it had never been read, embracing a laid-back philosophy that discouraged overthinking, as excessive contemplation could be detrimental to her complexion. How could she divulge a girl's secrets to a man? Do not pry. Simply await the outcome, she retorted before turning the interrogation back on him. What brings you to my room at such an hour? The moment she uttered those words, her cheeks flushed, recalling the prior scene that nearly ignited her restraint. How did you enter? What do you desire? Surely, some matters can wait until morning. Noticing her coy demeanor, Shen Rang rose and approached her gradually, lifting her chin gently with his hand, scrutinizing her evasive eyes. What are you thinking? Your face has turned crimson. Yu Miaomeng's legs felt unsteady as she pushed him away with all her might, yet he remained immovable, solid as a rock. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "How do you know what I look like?" In a low voice, Shen Rang responded, "Because I have seen your body in its entirety." He leaned down, his lips brushing against her flushed ear, his voice enticing. "If you so wish, I shall take responsibility for you." Her heart raced wildly, yet she feigned arrogance. "What if I do not wish to?" Shen Rang's eyes turned icy, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Do you find my status beneath you, and thus harbor disdain for me?" "Of course not." Yu Miaomeng's heart raced, hastily denying his insinuation. The mention of status reminded her of Jiang Yi's words, and despite her hesitation, she boldly inquired, "Was that person Jiang spoke of you? Why did he seek to capture you? Do you remember anything?" A flicker of concern crossed Yu Miaomeng's face. Did he not claim that I was a murderer? Perhaps it is true. I cannot say for certain. Shen Rang maintained an air of composure, his demeanor decidedly unorthodox. Though Yu Miaomeng found his demeanor both mischievous and attractive, she still furrowed her brow and pressed on. "Then what is your true identity?" Shen Rang had been contemplating when to reveal his true identity, and at this moment, he felt inclined to share. He took her wrist and led her to the couch by the window, casually stating, "I am the Northern King." "What did you say?" Yu Miaomeng sprang to her feet, her heart racing. "Are you his guard?" It was no wonder she was so agitated. Although the book indicated that the Northern King would return to the capital after many years, hearing that name so suddenly startled her nonetheless. Shen Rang was momentarily taken aback by her intense reaction. Then he gazed at her with deep, penetrating eyes. "What difference does it make whether I am or not?" Yu Miaomeng found this exchange perplexing, her mind tangled in confusion, unable to untangle her thoughts. "Just tell me, are you the Northern King's guard?" "Yes." Shen Rang hesitated, then altered his response. In a hushed voice, Yu Miaomeng inquired, "What do you remember? Will you leave me to return to him?" "I can't recall much, nor do I wish to leave you. What should I do?" Shen Rang's gaze remained fixed on her. Yu Miaomeng stood, pacing the room in turmoil. If this man had been saved by her, did it not imply that his mission had failed? After such a long absence from reporting back, he must be facing dire consequences. Moreover, the Northern King was a notorious figure, known for his terrifying methods. She could not help but let her imagination run wild, picturing this charming young man suffering in various ways. The thought was too tragic for Yu Miaomeng to bear. She slammed her hand on the table, adopting a stance akin to a fierce leader of the underworld. "Do not fear. I have powerful connections and can speak with this prince. I will protect you." Turning to look at him, Her bewilderment grew. "You are so handsome. Are you really a guard? Your demeanor does not resemble that of an ordinary guard. Did you perhaps suffer a head injury, causing you to misremember her?" Shen Rang sensed a hint of suspicion. Her words were riddled with inconsistencies, and her reactions were peculiar. He was certain that Yu Miaomeng harbored some undisclosed secrets and held an inexplicable reverence, coupled with a touch of fear, towards the northern king. Lowering his gaze, he smiled faintly. "What I look like is not within my control. Perhaps I am someone specially trained. After all, possessing a favorable appearance may afford one many opportunities. I bear many scars, suggesting I have endured considerable suffering." Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng's heart ached for him. "It's all right. Those are all in the past. Stay here for now, and I will safeguard you." Shen Rang's gaze was unwavering as he studied her intently, softly asking, "Do you despise my lowly status?" He gently pulled her closer, suppressing his inner turmoil, his voice dropping to a soothing cadence. "May I take responsibility?" Yu Miaomeng felt her legs weaken at his sudden proximity, especially under the weight of his earnest gaze and the tender question spoken in his cool tone. Blushing, she shyly replied, "It depends on your performance." Shen Rang's dark pupils held depths unfathomable, silently contemplating, yet his presence seemed to stir something profound within her heart. "Jinjin," he suddenly called her, his voice cool, yet laced with an almost imperceptible allure. "How would you feel if I were to address you this way from now on?" In this moment, Yu Miaomeng felt a shiver run down her spine upon being called. It had been quite some time since anyone had addressed her in such a manner. Though it was improper, she found herself unwilling to reject it. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she softly admonished, "You may only call me that in my presence. Do not do so at other times, understood?" Shen Rang was unaware of why he had addressed her thus, a reckless impulse arising from within, lacking any rationale yet escaping his lips. Despite his apparent lack of understanding of human sentiments, he recognized her concerns and nodded obediently. "I understand." In that instant, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly charged, their gazes unable to meet. Yu Miaomeng felt compelled to usher him away. "It is late. You should return." Shen Rang, understanding the need to take his leave, collected himself and stood. "Rest well. I shall join you for dinner tomorrow." Once Yu Miaomeng was alone in her chamber. She lay upon her bed, biting her pillow and tossing restlessly. Eventually, she succumbed to a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Rang, with a furrowed brow, was in the front courtyard attending to matters. Chapter 45. An unexpected turn, my lord. I have disposed of Li Mu at the entrance of the Jiang family estate, reported Nai Hawk, bowing his head. Jiang, he had already arrived. Li Mu's tendons had been severed. He had been administered a mute poison, and he was in a state of considerable fright, appearing unlikely to survive much longer. This was the first time Shen Rang had been so restrained. Had it not been for Yu Miaomeng, Jiang, he would have deserved to be torn apart limb by limb. Recalling the words he had overheard from Jiang Yi that night, Shen Rang, who usually possessed remarkable patience, found it impossible to suppress his murderous intent and fury. Keep a close watch on these individuals, especially Jiang Yi. If he dares to be reckless again, I shall have his hands broken. Do you understand? Nighthawk acknowledged, "Yes, my lord, I understand." "Bring Su Dong in." Casting a glance at the man who was currently bowing, Shen Rang coldly inquired, "Why could you not prevent this?" Su Dong felt an unspoken burden in his heart. Initially, he had received orders not to interfere with the meeting between the princess and Jiang Yi, and thus, he had allowed things to unfold that evening. However, witnessing the prince, who should have returned to the northern frontier, still lingering here, and knowing he had already ventured into the ladies' chambers, he was not oblivious. He immediately knelt in apology. "I beg for your punishment, my lord." Shen Rang considered imposing a penalty, yet these individuals could not bear any injuries, as there are only a handful of people currently by Yu Miaomeng's side. "Remember this, punishments shall be cumulative." He then turned his gaze to Nighthawk. "Where is Moing?" "My lord, I have been monitoring him closely. Our itinerary has not been divulged to the palace," Nighthawk cautiously replied. "He remains on standby with Dr. He." Shen Rang understood that no one could deny the capabilities of the current emperor, although this small courtyard and village were tightly secured. The capital was vast, and there were bound to be oversights. It would not be difficult to intercept him by placing individuals at all the exit routes heading north. After all, it was his own choice to remain here instead of departing the capital at the opportune moment. A single misstep had led to a series of reactive measures. Shen Rang refrained from further inquiries and, after dismissing everyone, lay on his bed contemplating the matters ahead. Since encountering Yu Miaomeng, his original plans had been rendered futile. He had intended to return to the northern frontier a month ago and had no intention of returning to the capital anytime soon. Yet now, if he were to remain in the capital, he found himself on the territory of Emperor Jianping, constrained at every turn, forced to adapt and proceed step by step. Shen Rang gazed toward the direction of the rear courtyard, a profound thought flickering in his eyes. Meeting her had been an accident, and remaining was also unexpected. He disliked situations slipping from his control, yet this time felt different. If pressed to articulate what was different, he could not, but he knew his joy was genuine. If one day Yu Miaomeng discovered he was a hypocrite, a man with dark intentions, would she distance herself without hesitation? He did not know, nor did he wish to know. To be with her for even a single day was a blessing. He did not want to leave, and she could not leave either. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yu Miaomeng convened her first morning meeting. She scrutinized the fruit girls before her, and the more she looked, the more her head ached. Her greatest suspicion lay with Yunmei, for this girl possessed a naturally robust frame that could easily intimidate others, resembling a skilled martial artist. Yunmei, do you truly harbor no fondness for martial arts? Indeed, her physique is robust, and when Yu Miaomeng inquired who possessed the greatest strength, Yunmei stepped forward, embodying a sincerity that matched her build. Yet, her disposition and appearance present a stark contrast. She is timid and easily startled, trembling at the slightest rustle, which disrupts her sleep and appetite. With dark circles under her eyes and her lips quivering, she wept copiously, her voice hoarse as she replied, "Your Highness." "Your Highness, I know nothing at all. I was terrified last night." Yu Miaomeng gazed at the rather unappealing girl before her, feeling a wave of concern. Although she resembled a boxer, intelligence was clearly not her forte. During the selection of maidservants, the only attribute she had neglected to assess was their intellect, and she had never anticipated that her most favored candidate would turn out to be such. Turning her attention to the next candidate, she encountered the round-faced, big-eyed, and charmingly innocent Jinju's. "Jinju's, do you genuinely enjoy martial arts? Or do you possess some hidden past?" Jinju's, with her youthful visage and childish voice, sounded like a little girl as she softly responded, "Your Highness, I do enjoy practicing martial arts so that I may protect you well in the future." Yu Miaomeng was taken aback by the giggle, awkwardly offering some encouragement. Before she could inquire further, the remaining candidates, Mangosteen, Mulberry, and Lychee, suddenly knelt before her. Mangosteen, with a sorrowful expression, murmured, "Your Highness, do you no longer favor us? Please do not cast us away. I have been diligently embroidering every day, daring not to misbehave. Your Highness, please see that I am wronged." Mangosteen was the most skilled, her embroidery rivaling that of a factory machine, making her one of Yu Miaomeng's most valued aides. In a bid to preserve her own welfare, she hastily pleaded, "Please rise, do get up. You girls, go attend to your tasks." The towering Yunmei helped the petite Lychee and the others to their feet, causing Yu Miaomeng to wince, feeling dizzy from the absurdity before her. At that moment, she could not shake the feeling that those she had acquired were quite peculiar, yet having made the purchase, she could not return them. After dismissing the line of fruit maidens, she turned her gaze to the four formidable men, Su Dong, Shi Nan, Shi Bei, and Shi Dong, intentionally darkening her expression. She glanced towards the courtyard entrance, aware that her handsome flower was still by the river, and she immediately assumed a stern demeanor. "Su Dong, I demand to know how someone entered my chamber last night. Your neighbor was awake at such an hour and intruded upon my quarters." Su Dong, usually expressionless, was taken aback, disbelief flooding his features. "What? Such a thing occurred?" He promptly knelt on one knee, beseeching the princess for punishment, admitting his dereliction of duty. "If your highness is not appeased, I may take my own life in atonement." Yu Miaomeng was startled by his reaction. The scene felt overly dramatic, as if the performance bore the marks of excessive zeal. Slamming her hand on the table, she declared, do not attempt to deceive me." She immediately assumed an air of authority, intending to demonstrate to this group of novices what true acting entails before addressing the incompetence of the bodyguards. Yet, before she could unleash her performance, the scene before her caused her to scream in terror. "Ah, stop! I believe. Yu Miaomeng clutched her chest, as if half her life had been drained away, and angrily exclaimed, "Su Dong, are you insane? Causing a scene of suicide so early in the morning." She turned to regard the second most handsome man in the courtyard, whose face now bore a reckless determination, as if he were prepared to face death. Blood trickled down his neck, accentuating his alluring Adam's apple. And at that moment, Yu Miaomeng had no inclination to interrogate the three muscular men surrounding him. With a swift wave of her hand, she declared the meeting adjourned. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the riverbank, utterly terrified. What if her mere words had driven someone to their demise? Yu Miaomeng was in dire need of the comforting presence of a handsome man and immediately sought out Shen Rang. She was truly making trouble for herself, and it infuriated her. Chapter 46. Sensation. Yu Miaomeng, in a state of panic, disregarded her poise and hastened towards the river, her skirts held high. From a distance, Shen Rang was captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. It was no wonder he could not avert his gaze, as it was strikingly alluring. With a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and an enchanting silhouette, she was utterly bewitching. Shen Rang's deep gaze traced the curve of her willow-like waist as he approached, catching the frightened young woman in his arms. He paused for a moment, then gently grasped her arm, his expression one of concern. "Jinjin, do not be afraid. I am here," he uttered softly, his 7 simple yet tender words having an almost magical effect on her, as if she had consumed 7 elixirs, instantly soothing her fears. Blushing, she replied in a soft voice, "You scared me to death just now." Previously, Shen Rang had not paid much attention to the quality of her voice. But whether it was the stirrings of his heart or an emerging connection between them, he found joy in her gentle tones. He carefully took her wrist and guided her to a chaise lounge beneath a tree. With a serious demeanor, he inquired softly, "What happened? What is the matter?" In the presence of such a composed man, Yu Miaomeng felt a profound sense of security, prompting her to open up. "It's about the 9 individuals I purchased. I find it all rather peculiar. The seamstress, with her exceptional skills, is truly remarkable. How did I manage to select such rare talent? And then there's the round-faced kumquat, quite a mystery indeed. When I asked who could style hair, 5 girls stepped forward. Yet I chose her simply because I found her the most charming. But this young lady has an extraordinary passion for martial arts. This morning, as she styled my hair, I felt her grip was like an iron vice, as if she could crush my skull with ease." Yu Miaomeng paused to catch her breath before continuing. "And then there's the cloudberry. I was overjoyed when I chose her, for she possesses an enviable physique. However, her intellect is lacking, and her limbs are uncoordinated. She often ends up in tears after being scolded by Su Dong, and her best task is merely stoking the fire in the kitchen. At this moment, I feel that only the lychee behaves like a normal girl. Thankfully, I value her highly. The guards she selected are quite commendable. It's just with a blush." Yu Miaomeng whispered, "I'm grateful it was you who entered my room last night. Had it been another man taking advantage of me, I might have been driven to kill." After her lengthy ramble, she gazed with her glistening eyes at the handsome man before her, filled with infinite curiosity. "Tell me, is my luck good or bad? Were the 9 individuals I bought worth the price?" Shen Rang's eyes flickered. Fortunately, he rarely smiled, making it easy for him to suppress the amusement bubbling within. The 9 individuals were undoubtedly worth it, as 8 of them belonged to him. His subordinates were certainly no fools, regardless of gender. They were required to possess not only exceptional skills, but also 2 or 3 specialties, a basic expectation in his line of work. On that day, he accompanied her to the capital, and little did he expect that Yu Miaomeng would manage to select Yin Chun Lu from among the 3 brothels. This spared him considerable effort. Had she chosen another establishment, while the guards would not pose an issue, arranging for maidservants would require more thought. Upon arriving at Yin Chun Lu, he did not resort to any underhanded tactics during the selection of the maidservants. However, by mere coincidence, The only two among the three skilled in needlework who were his own were Shan Zhu and Sang Shun, both of whom were chosen. Among the 5 adept at hairstyling, only Jin Jun was his, and she too was selected. Yet, the individual he most wished to place, his female shadow guard Liqi, was ultimately chosen for the absurd reason of her physical strength. As for Yun Mei, she was indeed not one of his. Both Jin Jun and Liqi hailed from the Shadow Guard and were not mere children at 14 or 16. They were both already 20 years of age. Although Shan Zhu and Sang Shun possessed martial prowess, they did not meet the requirements for Shadow Guards. Nonetheless, they exhibited talents in other areas, making them valuable to him. Regarding the guards, not only Su Dong, but also the individuals Yu Miaomeng intended to purchase in the coming days had already been arranged. Su Dong and his companions were under the command of Yi Ying, specifically from Yi San to Yi Lu, while those to be acquired next were from Qing Ke, namely Qing San to Qing Lu, all of whom were exceptionally skilled. As Shen Rang contemplated this, his expression remained inscrutable, and he smiled reassuringly, stating, "You personally selected them. They must surely be good choices. How could the individuals you procure be anything less than satisfactory?" Since the assassination attempt by Li Mu and his associates, Yu Miaomeng had developed a paranoia about being targeted. In retrospect, it was not particularly surprising, and her mood improved considerably after his comforting words. Indeed, but what of Su Dong and his companions' martial skills? They have already entered my chamber without my knowledge. Upon saying this, Yu Miaomeng became somewhat flustered. Do you think there might be other men sneaking into my room in the future? That would truly frighten me to death in the middle of the night. Shen Rang gazed at her with profound eyes, his tone unwavering. There will be no other men. Yu Miaomeng pouted, appearing displeased. Is that so? Su Dong is far too careless in his duties. Mentioning Su Dong reminded her of the earlier incident, and she became animated. Let me tell you, I intended to frighten them a little, to make them more vigilant in the future. Who would have thought that before I could utter 2 sentences, Su Dong attempted to take his own life? My heavens! His neck was nearly severed by that sword. If he had died, would I not be the primary culprit? Shen Rang initially contemplated stating that his demise would have been justified due to negligence, but instinctively refrained from doing so. After a moment's thought, he rephrased. He was merely overwhelmed with guilt, which led to his extreme actions. I fear he may have already regretted it, so you need not dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng sighed, contemplating the class system of this era. Very well, let bygones be bygones. As soon as she finished speaking, she recalled the instigator of the incident and abruptly raised her head. Isn't it all your fault? Why were you sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? What if it had been another man who entered? She remained unguarded, and Shen Rang felt a surge of delight within, though his expression remained solemn. Apologies, but last night I dreamt that we were forcibly separated, never to meet again. A wave of sorrow surged within me, which prompted this. Yu Miaomeng could not bear to see his despondent demeanor, and deep down, she wished for this dream not to materialize. This delectable dish had only just wafted its enticing aroma. How could she possibly resist tasting it? She was not truly angry about last night's events. Rather, her concerns were solely for her own safety. She glanced at the man whose expression was earnest, revealing no trace of pretense, which pleased her. Very well, I forgive you. Upon hearing her words, Shen Rang's gaze flickered slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired about the plans for tomorrow. Have you organized your belongings? When do we depart? Or shall we stay in the capital? As Yu Miaomeng contemplated the events of the morrow and the individuals in the capital, a surge of eagerness coursed through her. She was determined to confront those scoundrels with great resolve. Chapter 47. Self-control. As Yu Miaomeng contemplated the residence, a sigh escaped her lips. Lu Mama recounted that her mother regarded herself as lacking imperial lineage upon her marriage. She declined the estate bestowed by the Empress Dowager and instead went directly to the ancestral home of the Su family. Furthermore, she and her father resolved that their second child would bear the surname Su, thus continuing the lineage of the Su family. Her maternal grandfather, Su Jingtian, hailed from humble beginnings and had gained prominence on the battlefield, which ultimately led him to marry her noble grandmother. Lu Mama also mentioned that shortly after returning to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors, her grandparents perished in battle, causing the Su family, already lacking in numbers, to gradually lose contact with each other. Reflecting on these matters, Yu Miaozhen felt disdain for her original self, a source of irritation. However, the Su family estate was currently occupied by the Wan family, who to Shen Rang were no more significant than ants. Their existence or demise hinged merely on his whims. Yet, when it came to Yu Miaozhen, such recklessness could not be tolerated. Even should he resort to violence, it must be executed in secrecy, ensuring that she bore no taint of disgrace. He reined in his thoughts and inquired, "Where shall you reside?" This brought about yet another complex issue. Yu Miaozhen furrowed her brow and replied, "In my earlier days, I proved to be unworthy, leading my grandmother to harbor great disappointment. To secure my future, she purchased a residence. However, the deed was entrusted to Lu Mama, who claimed that I preferred the bustling city and would surely detest the northern frontier. Thus, the house would only be made available for me in dire circumstances. Therefore, I shall first take up residence at the Yu family estate tomorrow." Though Mama mentioned that this location, situated between the western and southern parts of the city, is not particularly advantageous. Having spoken, she turned to him and asked, "What about you? Will you reside here in the courtyard?" Shen Rang nodded, recognizing the necessity of convenience for future dealings. "I shall wait for you here. Is that agreeable?" A surge of warmth bubbled within Yu Miaozhen upon hearing this, and she smiled reassuringly. "I will expedite these matters. Once the grand estate is secured, you may proceed to the capital." Shen Rang smiled back, gently caressing her rounded cheek, and nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to the impending separation, the two shared a silent understanding and lingered by the riverside for a considerable time. As evening approached, Yu Miaozhen was enjoying the coolness of the front courtyard when Su Chuan returned, driving the carriage she had commissioned. Upon entering the courtyard, he approached and bowed. "Your Highness, the carriage awaits outside." Yu Miaozhen stepped out of the courtyard and circled the carriage, finding it satisfactory, albeit barely adequate. Upon opening the door, she noticed that the interior had been adorned with pearl decorations, embedded with gemstones, and embellished with gold and silver bells according to her specifications, which pleased her somewhat. The carriage was spaciously designed, yet in an effort to avoid drawing undue attention, the exterior remained understated, with all the opulence contained within. "Quite well done. I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Su." Su Chuan exhaled with relief as he brought forth a box. "Your Highness, these are the remaining accessories. Shall I take them to the rear courtyard?" Yu Miaozhen had only possessed 3,000 taels of silver notes prior to her arrival at the estate. She had spent lavishly, leaving little for the carriage's construction. Thus, she had sold some jewelry purchased from Linglong Pavilion, and even repurposed certain gemstones to embellish the carriage. She waved her hand dismissively, expressing her disinterest. "I do not care for such things either. Once we reach the capital, you may exchange everything for silver." Su Chuan was never one for excessive words. He merely nodded and set about his tasks. Yu Miaozhen took a seat on the stone bench in the courtyard and began to arrange the final matters. Liu Manga, in poor health, could not return to the capital. She looked at the young maid before her and asked with a smile, "Do you wish to stay here and care for Mama?" The maid lowered her head and replied, "I will follow the young lady's arrangements. And let me give you another name. How about Pomegranate? It carries a lovely meaning." Yu Miaozhen genuinely cherished the obedient and understanding maid. Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes, thank you, my lady. I shall be called Pomegranate from now on." Ultimately, remaining in the small courtyard were Lu Mama, Pomegranate, and the family of Zhuang, Tu Fengshan. Yu Miaozhen wished to have Su Bei stay to protect the courtyard, but Su Chuan firmly declined. "My lady, I will return every other day to check in. My mother said you must not be without protection." Furthermore, with young Master Shui present in the courtyard, his martial skills rendered any small thief insignificant. Suddenly being singled out, Shen Rang was somewhat taken aback. He gazed at the vibrant yet plump Yu Miaozhen, utterly perplexed by her appearance, which seemed both full and lean. Faced with her beaming smile, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed despite the offense. Now in the role of a guard, he felt somewhat out of place. Shen Rang fixed his gaze on Yu Miaozhen, his words laden with meaning. "I only heed the young lady's words." Yu Miaozhen felt a surge of feminine hormones at his remark, and she feigned calmness. "Then do take care, but remain vigilant for your own safety. Do not act recklessly, understood? I understand, he replied, noticing her cheeks had flushed a deep crimson. Their fullness resembled a divine peach, ripe and succulent, captivating to behold. Yu Miaomeng could hardly withstand his gaze. When she looked up, the man appeared remarkably composed. Though she could not discern his thoughts, she dismissed those around them and inquired, "What occupies your mind?" "I was contemplating the taste of your cheeks," Shen Rang said, reaching out to gently pinch her face before quickly withdrawing his hand. "I apologize, I have overstepped." Yu Miaomeng covered her face, relishing the lingering sensation of his touch and the affectionate gesture, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she dared not meet his gaze. After a lengthy pause, enveloped in the enchanting atmosphere, she whispered, "Shall we dine together tonight? Who knows when we might have the chance again?" Shen Rang readily agreed. After they shared a meal in the front courtyard, they remained seated at the stone table, the moonlight illuminating their surroundings, neither of them suggesting it was time to depart. "It is getting late. You must return to the capital tomorrow. You should rest," Shen Rang finally spoke. Yu Miaomeng was unsure of what was amiss with her. She simply did not wish to part with him. Throughout the past month, aside from sleeping at night, they had been together continuously. It was only tonight that she realized, regardless of what she was doing during the day, she could always spot the figure of this handsome man nearby. This feeling was peculiar, yet she found it immensely enjoyable. She stood up with a smile, urging him to rest early as well. The two stood in close proximity, their gazes colliding and lingering for an extended moment. The atmosphere was ripe for some enchanting occurrences, yet they instinctively averted their eyes. Ultimately, with a flushed face, Yu Miaomeng fled. Shen Rang watched her hurried silhouette vanish at the archway, his gaze descending to the ground beneath him. This was an inopportune moment, yet he found himself unable to move on. The unsettling feelings had begun to brew since the moment he first laid eyes on her by the riverside that morning. Shen Rang concealed the dangerous glint in his eyes, casting a detached glance downward. He had never deigned to indulge in self-gratification. If he were to engage, it would be with purpose. Such desperate measures were simply not in his nature. He was no virtuous man. He merely wished to confine her within the confines of his bed, to ravage her at will, to hear her cries and pleas. It was merely the most primal of desires, one he could both control and surrender to. The following day, Yu Miaomeng busied herself with preparations to return to the capital. Before boarding the carriage, she did not catch sight of Shen Rang. Clutching her belongings, she resolutely turned and dashed toward the front courtyard side room. Chapter 48. Entanglement. Yu Miaomeng stood hesitantly outside the chamber door when it suddenly swung open. Her gaze lifted and beheld those profound eyes, as inscrutable as ever. She thrust the pouch she held towards him, her expression a blend of defiance and pride. "I crafted this with my own hands. You must cherish it. You must love it. Can you promise me that?" The earnestness in her bright eyes was unmistakable. Shen Rang caressed the object in his hand, a burgeoning sense of possessiveness and control rising within him. His gaze deepened, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer. His voice gentle, "My token shall be bestowed upon you on another day." Yu Miaomeng covered her flushed face with both hands, acutely aware of the proximity between them. Her heart racing. After much internal conflict, she undertook the boldest act of her life. She placed her palm against Shen Rang's soft lips, nervously gazing into his dark, fathomless eyes, then slowly pressed her hand against her own skin. Their noses brushed, breaths entwined, though separated by merely a hand's breadth. The warmth of their breaths sent tingles across her skin. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Yu Miaomeng contemplated retreating, her eyes averted, ready to escape quietly. Yet, Shen Rang sensed her intent, gently lowering her hand to grasp it in his own, and then tenderly kissed her lips. No further actions ensued, yet their lips lingered together for what felt like an eternity. After an indeterminate time, Shen Rang withdrew, cradling her face in his hands, tracing the delicate contours of her features, his eyes betraying an uncontainable stir of emotions. He once again bestowed slow, gentle kisses upon her forehead, eyes, cheeks, and cherry-red lips, each movement imbued with reverence. "All that transgresses between us is beyond my control. I shall reflect, and take responsibility for my actions. Fret not, for I will always be by your side. Jinjin, I await you here." Yu Miaomeng felt utterly entranced, her heart fluttering at his words. Though she had never understood love before, and still grappled with its complexities, the joy she felt was undeniably genuine. Her world was simple. To love was to love, and she accepted both the good and the bad. "I will return to you soon. Take good care of yourself." In a flurry, she turned to leave, but after a few steps, she suddenly glanced back. The morning sun bathed her shoulders in golden light, casting a warm glow across half her face, her eyes sparkling with an almost ethereal brilliance. With utmost sincerity, she declared, "This past month has brought me great happiness. I hope we can continue this entanglement in the future." Shen Rang lingered in the empty courtyard for a long while, his once cold demeanor now infused with a gentle radiance. Just a mere month had led him to such an uncontrollable infatuation. What if they could rely on each other for a lifetime? A lifetime. As this thought crossed his mind, the gleam of possession in his eyes deepened. Once Yu Miaomeng boarded the carriage, her heart remained unsteady. Jinju poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. "Your Highness, your face is quite flushed. Perhaps the weather is too warm. Do sip some cool tea to refresh yourself." "Is my face really that red?" Yu Miaomeng touched her cheek, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. She accepted the cool tea and took small sips, finding that the once bitter brew now tasted surprisingly sweet. She paused to gather her thoughts, placing her teacup down before inquiring of Lichi, "How much longer until we arrive?" Lichi lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced outside, responding to the princess. "We shall reach our destination in a little over 2/4 of an hour." Since boarding the carriage, Yu Miaomeng had been lost in a reverie, her mind wandering throughout the entirety of the journey. Adjusting her focus, she turned her attention to more pressing matters. "Let us not return home just yet. First, I wish to visit my mother's residence in the eastern part of the city." The eastern district was predominantly populated by noble families, and the Su residence boasted 3 courtyards. Both its location and architectural design rendered it invaluable. The carriage of Yu Miaomeng came to a halt at the street corner diagonally opposite the Su manor. As she gazed at the imposing estate in the distance, her ire grew. Recalling her investigative findings, she remembered that the Wan family excelled at maintaining appearances, rarely entering or exiting through the main gate, typically opting for the side entrance. However, life within the estate was far from discreet. It was said that, thanks to the financial support from the Wans, their living standards rivaled those of official families. After waiting for a brief period, she finally spotted a woman adorned in a purple brocade dress, her hair adorned with several golden hairpins, exiting through the side gate. Upon leaving, the woman cast a hurried glance around, her demeanor visibly anxious, before hastily boarding a carriage and departing. "Let us return," Yu Miaomeng instructed coldly, reflecting on the woman she had just observed, who appeared to be Ding, the sister-in-law of the Wan matriarch. Contemplating the gathered intelligence, her keen eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited the ensuing drama. The residence the Yu family had acquired was situated in the western part of the city, closer to the southern outskirts. Its location was average and comprised 2 courtyards. It had recently been renovated, with both the yard and the buildings appearing quite pristine. Considerable effort had evidently gone into this property, surrounded by prosperous merchants and minor officials, ensuring a high level of security. Yu Miaomeng took a leisurely tour around the premises, feeling quite pleased. Xiang Tao and Shanju, along with 2 others, had already arrived in the capital the previous day to prepare her belongings. She first refreshed herself in the rear courtyard, then proceeded to the front courtyard with Lichi and Kumquat. Su Dong and the others had been awaiting her arrival for some time. Yu Miaomeng smiled at the bowing figures, saying, "No need for formalities." A fortnight prior, she had assigned Su Shi and Su Nan to enter the capital to keep an eye on the Wan family. This moment was crucial for gathering intelligence on the adversary. "Su Shi, have there been any unusual occurrences with the Wan family of late?" Despite not possessing Su Dong's fair complexion, Su Shi was quite handsome, exuding a youthful vigor and masculine charm. His demeanor was somewhat extroverted, and his expression was not overly cold. "Your Highness, the current head of the Wan family is Wan Su, the younger brother of the matriarch. He is married to Ding and has 2 concubines, along with 3 external partners, producing 1 son and 2 daughters. Ding has borne him a daughter named Wan Pei, along with a legitimate son, Wan Yang, and a legitimate daughter, Wan Qi. Wan Su has been imprisoned by the gambling house for 3 days and requires a ransom of 20,000 taels. If the silver is not delivered today, he may lose his hand. Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng furrowed her brow, lamenting yet another man unable to control his baser instincts. She turned to Su Nan. Have there been any discoveries regarding the Ankao residence? Su Nan's countenance was resolute, embodying the archetype of a rugged man. His somewhat robust physique, according to Yu Miaomeng's aesthetic, rendered him slightly unrefined, placing his attractiveness in 3rd place. Your Highness, the Ding family has persistently visited the Marquis's residence for 2 consecutive days, pleading for assistance. Today, those close to the Wan family have gone to various shops, presumably to gather funds. Yu Miaomeng abruptly rose to her feet. Shops? Which shops could they be? Surely, they are not hers. She hastily retrieved the dowry list that Lu Mama had delivered a few days prior and cross-checked it with Su Nan. To her astonishment, 4 of those shops belonged to her. They were using her properties to support the Wan family. Yu Miaomeng was infuriated. She first inquired of Su Dong, "Where are the guards I instructed you to procure from Yanchun Tower?" Su Dong looked up and replied, "In the front courtyard, Your Highness." "Shall I summon them in?" "Yes." "Bring them in," she commanded, her mind racing with plans. As the men entered, she felt a mix of satisfaction and disappointment. They were all excessively robust and exuded a fierce presence, but their appearances left much to be desired. Well, it mattered little. She had already gathered a collection of handsome companions akin to F4. The rest could be managed. Yu Miaomeng maintained a gentle demeanor, following her usual approach, and asked with a smile, "Do you all have names?" "No." "Yes." The thunderous shout and the contrasting responses caught her attention, and her eyes brightened as they settled on one particularly striking individual. Chapter 49. A fine performance in the room. There was a brief moment of stillness as Yu Miaomeng scrutinized the man who had just called out. He was the most robust among the 8 guards, with a powerful physique reminiscent of a tiger's back and a bear's waist, truly imposing. If adorned with gold tattoos, he would perfectly embody the image of a formidable gangster. However, upon closer inspection, his features revealed a rather simple-minded demeanor. His eyebrows were thick and straight, his small eyes were single-lidded, and his lips were slightly thick, giving him a somewhat dull appearance. Despite feeling a twinge of trepidation towards his muscular build, Yu Miaomeng smiled and inquired, "What is your name?" "Subordinate is called Qing San," he replied. "Do you not wish to change your name?" Yu Miaomeng found the name rather peculiar. "Subordinate does not." Before he could finish, Su Dong promptly stepped forward and delivered a punch to his chest, sternly admonishing, "Impudent. The name granted by the princess is a privilege you cannot refuse." Startled by the sudden reprimand, Yu Miaomeng glanced at Qing San's fist, which was akin to the size of a small watermelon, and worried for Su Dong's handsome face. She hastily attempted to mediate, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Please, let us all remain calm." Su Dong, stepping forward with a grave tone, said, "Princess, this man is disobedient. I shall return him at once. We cannot afford to waste silver. Please, let us not make a fuss. We have already purchased him, so let him stay." Yu Miaomeng thought to herself that in her past life, such a gangster could hardly be hired even with a significant sum. "Then you shall be called Qing San," she declared, turning her gaze to the remaining 3. "Will you change your names?" Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she excitedly suggested, "Why not name you Qing Si, Qing Wu, and Qing Lu?" Su Dong, unable to conceal his astonishment, paused for a moment before glancing back at the 4. Still not expressing gratitude to the princess? The group offered half-hearted thanks, while Yu Miaomeng lamented the name she had prepared in advance, which she would not be able to use for now. After the commotion settled, she began to assign tasks. Yu Miaomeng surveyed the 8 formidable men present, unconsciously favoring them. She assigned lighter, more enjoyable tasks to Su Shi and Su Nan. "You two shall continue to monitor the Wan family and the Cheng'an Marquisate." In Yu Miaomeng's eyes, regardless of one's appearance, a lack of height was a significant flaw. The subsequent tasks could potentially harm one's visage, Thus she directly assigned the most diminutive among them, Su Bei, for a more perilous endeavor. You will take Qing Wu and Qing Lu with you to accomplish a major task. Retrieve the ransom of 20,000 taels for me. Can you manage that? Unaware of the specifics, the exceptionally skilled barbecuer Su Bei nodded without showing any sign of fear. Rest assured, Princess, if I fail in my duty, I shall present my head before you. That won't be necessary. Just focus on the task at hand, and upon your return, I shall reward you with silver. Having already endured Su Dong's suicide incident, Yu Miaomeng had developed a certain immunity to these individuals' twisted expressions of loyalty and merely offered a few words of encouragement. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Qing San wearing a hesitant expression, as if he wished to speak. She perceptively asked, Qing San, do you have something to say? In a muffled voice, Qing San replied, subordinate also wishes to go out and serve the princess. Seeing Su Dong clenching his fists nearby, Yu Miaomeng quickly interjected, no fighting. Please, do not resort to violence. Such overt eagerness for work was a commendable quality that must be encouraged. Qing San, your loyalty does not go unnoticed, and I, the princess, am well aware of it. Rest assured, once Su Bei retrieves the 20,000 taels, I shall assign you a task of greater significance. Qing San's face brightened at this, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as he replied, yes, I understand, my subordinate. After the official instructions were given, Yu Miaomeng hastily sent Su Bei on his way. The gambling house's deadline was today, and they must act quickly to seize the opportunity, lest unforeseen complications arise. She did not return to the rear courtyard, but chose to await news in the front courtyard. Jinju whispered, Princess, once we have seized those 20,000 taels, what shall we do next? I am eager to assist you. Yu Miaomeng felt that this 14-year-old girl had a propensity to become a cold-hearted rogue. She patiently advised, Jinju, you're still young. Refrain from running about. Wait until you're a bit older before undertaking any tasks. After we acquire the silver, we shall enjoy a splendid show before proceeding with our next move. If the gambling house does not receive the funds, Wan Su's situation will become dire. And if he loses his hands, they will surely come seeking trouble with the Wan family. Thus, we shall wait in peace, praying for the swift success of Su Bei. Qing Wu and Qing Lu. Jinju, feeling an itch in her hands, beamed with a delightful smile upon hearing these words. Yes, I shall heed the princess's advice. Yu Miaomeng nodded in satisfaction, experiencing a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a teacher nurturing her students. Finally, she sent Li Ji to the kitchen to fetch some melon seeds and snacks, indulging herself as she awaited news. Ding Shi, known as Ding Xiao, was the daughter of a scholar. Her father, filled with ambition, had traveled to the capital for the imperial examination, only to never succeed in his lifetime. Consequently, he could not face returning home, choosing instead to wander the capital, ultimately marrying a merchant's daughter due to his status as a scholar and his handsome appearance. He later found a position as a teacher for Wan Su, who hailed from a family of officials, which was certainly preferable to that of merchants. Ding Xiao, however, found herself marrying Wan Su through the bond of teacher and student. Ding Xiao had delicate eyebrows and eyes, a slightly flat nose, and thin lips, rendering her features somewhat plain. At this moment, her face bore the marks of tears, making her seem quite pitiful, yet her eyes darted restlessly, betraying a calculating nature unwilling to suffer losses. She covered her mouth as she pleaded, Elder sister, I truly cannot produce the silver. My dowry has long since been absorbed by the Wan family. You must find a way to save my husband. You have only this one brother, and the Wan family depends solely on him. If he loses his hands, I shall not survive. At that moment, Wan Shi was far from the image of grace and beauty, her face flushed, her eyes fierce, and her expression menacing. Enough. Is it not your fault for being useless? Unable to hold onto a man's heart, you've let him run amok outside? And how many times has this been? Even if I possessed mountains of gold, it would not suffice to fill his holes. Perhaps losing his hands would be for the best, sparing us from this multitude of messes. Ding Shi screamed, Elder sister, do not say such things. My husband is exceptionally learned. It is merely bad luck that has led to his repeated failures. How can you abandon him? Wan Shi clutched her heart, feeling the weight of her misfortune. Her grandfather, Wan Peng, had once held the esteemed position of bachelor in the Han Academy, and her lineage could indeed be considered a respectable, scholarly family. At the tender age of 15, she aspired to secure a prestigious marriage through her grandfather. However, fate dealt a cruel blow when her father, in his ineptitude, inadvertently caused her grandfather's demise. Tired of a life of poverty, she deceived her earnest yet impoverished cousin and cunningly entangled herself with the esteemed heir, Jiang Zhao, of the Duke of Cheng'en's household, ultimately managing to wed him through meticulous scheming. Yet, to her dismay, the Duke's residence proved to be a fade of grandeur, concealing a dire financial predicament. Reluctant to become the subject of ridicule, she gritted her teeth and maintained her dignity. Fortune smiled upon her with the birth of a fine son, and when the foolish Zhao Ning entered the family, she cleverly coaxed and pressured him into relinquishing a substantial dowry. The thought of the dowry reminded Wan Shi of an incident from a month prior, causing her heart to flutter with unease. She forcefully suppressed her emotions and instructed her visitor, "You may leave now. This is the final occasion, and I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Wan family." Ding Shi, weeping and downcast, remained unconcerned. After all, this lady of the Duke was fiercely protective of her reputation and dreaded any scandal that might reflect poorly upon her. Thus, it was implausible that she would remain indifferent. Even if she feigned disinterest, she would inevitably involve herself. Wan Shi finally managed to regain her composure in the main hall, swallowing her fury and presenting a fade of gentleness once more, before she could indulge in a nourishing bowl of bird's nest soup. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and upon seeing the newcomer, Wan Shi's heart raced uncontrollably. The sky had fallen. Dear lady, calamity was upon them. 200 taels of silver had been stolen by thieves. 200 taels. Wan Shi's eyes widened in shock. Her complexion drained of color, and she felt a piercing pain in her heart as she collapsed. Chapter 50. Gold and silver in the midst of chaos at the Fuan Hall. Granny Chiu hurriedly fetched a cooling cloth and an incense burner, laboriously attending to Madame Wan until she finally roused. Her complexion was ashen, her voice piercing. Summon Li Dehai. Li Dehai, of short stature and corpulent visage, was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he bowed. "Madam, I collected scattered silver from various shops, and then hurried to the money house to exchange it for gold bars. However, just before reaching the gambling den, I was ambushed and thrown into a sack. Not only was the silver stolen, but my companions and I were also beaten, each of us bearing injuries." Fuming, Madame Wan tore the silk cloth in her palm with raw force. In broad daylight, under the emperor's very feet, such audacity in thieves. "Report to the authorities. We must alert them." Li Dehai, his expression fraught with anxiety, replied with a grimace, "Madam, the hour grows late. If we are to report it, we must wait until tomorrow." Madame Wan, filled with wrath, leaned weakly against the cushion, only to suddenly spring up in panic. "Oh no, oh no! A Suez hand! A Suez hand!" She then urgently commanded, "Go, fetch Yi back to me. Quickly." Granny Chiu hastily supported her. "Whisper, madam, you have forgotten? The young master has not returned since he left the manor yesterday. There is no way to find him. And even if he were to return, to save Lord Wan, silver would be required, which we currently lack." In an instant, Madame Wan slumped to the ground, tears genuinely spilling forth. "What fate is this? How shall I manage?" After weeping for some time, her years of managing the household compelled her to regain her composure. With a darkened expression, she sat upon the couch, contemplating a strategy. Turning to Granny Chiu, she instructed, "Send Jiang Quan from the manor to seek out Yi discreetly. Do not make a fuss. Approach quietly." She then addressed Li Dehai. "I shall give you another 1,000 taels. Rush to the gambling den and see if you can secure his hand. If it cannot be saved, disregard it and use this money to hire the finest doctor to send to the residence in the east of the city. We must not allow this to escalate. We cannot involve Yi, nor can we tarnish the reputation of the Marquisate or my own standing. Do you understand?" Li Dehai nodded vigorously. "Yes, madam, I comprehend." He then took the silver handed to him by Granny Chiu and hastily departed the manor. Madame Wan's expression twisted with disdain as she inquired, "Has the Marquis not yet returned?" Granny Chiu leaned in to respond. "The Marquis has not returned for 5 days, indulging in poetry and revelry, resting at Yong'an Alley in the evenings." Yong'an Alley lay in close proximity to the eastern part of the city, where a concubine of Jiang Chao resided. A pang of bitterness stirred within Madame Wan. She yearned for her husband's heart while also desiring a respectable status. Fortunately, though the Chang'an Marquisate had fallen from grace, the rank of the Marquis's wife still retained a semblance of dignity. Regaining her focus, she commanded, "Send someone to the Eastern District to investigate. Something will surely transpire with Asu. Ensure they do not cause a disturbance in the dead of night. Furthermore, I must admonish Ding, should this disgrace reach the public, I shall never again provide a single tael to the Wan family." Autumn Miaomeng offered her consolation, saying, "Madam, do not let your anger harm your health. While we may have lost our wealth, our shop and fertile fields remain. With these, we can surely recover our fortunes." Wan Shi felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. In her youth, she had longed for exquisite delicacies and splendid garments adorned with jewels, yet the Wan family could never provide her with such luxuries. Moreover, her humble beginnings and meager dowry left her yearning for wealth, as she believed that gold and silver held more value than life itself. The thought of the over 50,000 taels squandered by Yu Shi and the gold and silver stolen today felt like a dagger to her heart. As she pondered this, her complexion grew even graver, her once iron visage tinged with a shade of purple. "Let's speak no more of this. I have cared for the Wan family precisely to avoid bringing disgrace upon us. Yet when it comes to Asu, I cannot help but feel a tinge of guilt. After all, some of that silver belongs to my family." Autumn Miaomeng, being a long-standing member of the Wan household, was well aware of the past. The Marquis had once had a fiancée, and the actions of the madam were far from respectable, leading to much distress for Master Wan. After a lengthy period of persuasion, Autumn Miaomeng swiftly arranged for a reliable person to head to the Su residence in the eastern part of the city. In the eastern district, since the passing of Wan Sheng, Wan Su had taken on the responsibilities of the household. Compared to his father, whose reckless behavior was enough to infuriate anyone, he had indeed tempered his ways, with his gambling habits only surfacing in recent years. In the past, he had aspired to elevate the Wan family status, but reality had gradually diminished his ambitions to naught. Consequently, he began to indulge himself more and more, as he received a monthly allowance that sustained him, rendering the pursuit of arduous and thankless tasks unnecessary. At this moment, as the hour of the dog approached, the Su residence was engulfed in a cacophony of wails and chaos, akin to a scene from a nightmare. "My lord, your hand is ruined. What will you do now? How shall you pursue your scholarly ambitions?" Ding Shi wept as if mourning a deceased father, her sharp voice piercing the air uncomfortably. Wan Su, in agony, lacked even the strength to groan, his face awash with snot and tears, lamenting incessantly. Once the physician had bandaged his hand and he had consumed a plethora of restorative pills, he finally mustered the strength to speak. "Silence, you shrew! Where has our silver gone? You have brought this upon me. I shall divorce you, vile woman." Ding Shi, upon hearing this, flared up in indignation, her lips curling as her sobs became more frantic. "My lord, you are mistaken. For the past 3 days, I have been tirelessly visiting the Marquis's residence, and my elder sister has promised to contribute silver. When I departed this afternoon, there were already signs of progress. I returned home, filled with joy, only to wait endlessly for your return, growing increasingly anxious, only to discover you in this state. Seeing you injured has truly pierced my heart. It feels as though my own heart has been carved out." She continued, her tone turning tender. "I would rather have my own hand crippled than see you suffer." Hearing these words, Wan Su, a man of considerable pride, felt a sense of comfort wash over him. "But where has the silver gone?" Ding Shi, adept at shifting blame, felt a surge of indignation. Could it be that my elder sister had reconsidered and failed to deliver the silver? In an instant, Wan Su rose, filled with agitation. He had lost 2 fingers from both hands, momentarily forgetting his injuries as he grasped the armrest, when suddenly a scream echoed through the hall. When Aunt Xiao arrived, she was confronted with a chaotic scene. Concerned for the situation, she had decided to come in person. After a flurry of activity, she hurriedly recounted the events, indifferent to whether Wan Su believed her or not, and promptly returned to the manor. After a brief silence in the hall, Ding began to weep once more. "My lord, who could be such a wicked scoundrel to commit such an atrocity? This has utterly severed your path to an official career." Although Wan Su himself was lacking in merit, it did not stop him from indulging in daydreams. With Ding's incessant lamentations about officialdom and fame, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disillusionment with the bureaucratic world. His face contorted with rage, he slammed the table, declaring, "The villain who has wronged me, so shall not go unpunished." Yet before he could even vow to take revenge, the pain from his injured hand caused him to faint, plunging the hall into utter chaos. Meanwhile, far to the west of the city, the so-called villain, Yu Miaomeng, was smiling as she toyed with a gold bar. Chapter 51. Rebellion. The 8 stalwarts of Yu Miaomeng were once again gathered in the main hall. After Su Shi and Su Nen reported on the matters concerning the Jiang and Wan families, Su Bei stepped forward. "Your Highness, the gambling house did not sever Wan Su's tendons. They merely amputated 4 of his fingers." Yu Miaomeng understood this well, for severing tendons would render him utterly incapacitated. Retaining a few fingers, however, would not hinder his future gambling endeavors. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Will the gambling house still demand the 20,000 taels?" Su Bai responded, "The gambling houses are backed by powerful patrons. They have thoroughly investigated the identities and financial capacities of the gamblers, and they know precisely how much they can afford to lose. Wan Su has caught their attention. He has already lost a substantial sum. The gambling house is cautious and will not escalate the situation. At most, they will demand around 5,000 taels to recoup their initial investment." Yu Miaomeng nodded, contemplating her next steps. Her objective was to reclaim her dowry and residence, and it would be even better if she could instigate chaos within the Wan family. Those who dare to use her dowry to support their own family while disparaging her must be dealt with severely. She turned to Su Shi and asked, "Which academy does the illegitimate son of the Wan family attend?" Su Shi's handsome face revealed a hint of discomfort. "Your Highness, that boy is only 13, and he shows no ambition. He spends his days wandering the pleasure districts. When he lacks money, he resorts to lewd acts. I arranged for a young beggar to follow him, and it is said that he has saved some silver, likely planning to indulge himself in the coming days." Yu Miaomeng had initially hesitated, but upon hearing this, a wave of revulsion washed over her. She was taken aback. How young he was, it was utterly inappropriate. The courtesans would surely ridicule him. Su Shi's handsome visage flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, saying, "It is not entirely uncommon for boys of affluent families to be mature at 13 or 14. Yu Miaomeng imagined a half-grown child surrounded by a throng of courtesans, and she quickly dispelled the thought in alarm. She looked at Su Bei and ordered, "Tomorrow, continue surveilling the Wan family. Once the gambling house receives their payment and releases Wan Su, we shall proceed with our next steps." After issuing a few more instructions, they dispersed. Exhausted from the day's events, Yu Miaomeng indulged in a thorough pampering session before retreating to her bed to peruse a novel. Fortunately, she recognized the characters, although the prevalence of traditional script did not hinder her enjoyment. However, tonight, she found herself unable to focus on a single word, for her thoughts were consumed by a longing for solitude. She wondered what that man was doing in the courtyard, if he thought of her at all. If necessary, she would summon him tomorrow. The more she pondered, the more restless she became, uncertain of his willingness. Gazing out at the moonlit night, her mind was filled with thoughts of his handsome face. Meanwhile, Shen Rang, who was fervently missed by Yu Miaomeng, was currently riding towards the palace. The guards at the city gate spotted a procession approaching from the distance and promptly opened the gates upon seeing the signal. Under the cover of night, the steed galloped swiftly through the gates, without pause, moving in impressive speed. Shen Rang rode unimpeded, showing no intention of dismounting as he approached the Meridian Gate. He guided his horse to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the final bastion within the imperial palace, surrounded by numerous guards standing vigilant. Today, the commander of the imperial guards, Gao Qi, was on duty. Only His Majesty and the prince before him dared to ride within the palace confines, and Gao Qi did not dare to raise his gaze. respectfully stepping forward to pay his respects. "Your Highness," he began, "please open the gates." Upon hearing the clear, melodious voice delivering frigid words, he did not yield. "Your Highness, please dismount and proceed." Without a word, Shen Rang turned to leave, but before he could step outside, Gao Qi blocked his path. "His Majesty has commanded that you meet with him. Please proceed to the imperial study to pay your respects." Shen Rang remained silent, his demeanor unyielding, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a thin eunuch clad in a black cap hurriedly emerged. He was Li Yud, the Grand Steward of the Giant Pain Emperor. Approaching with a respectful demeanor, he bowed and said, "Your servant greets your Highness. His Majesty has awaited your arrival for some time and has graciously permitted you to ride to the Qianxin Gate." Shen Rang did not feel compelled to ride, but the thought of causing inconvenience to the esteemed ruler brought him a modicum of satisfaction. After all, as a hypocritical figure who sought death yet could not attain it, he found little credence in notions of reverence for imperial authority and loyalty to his sovereign. He himself scarcely believed such sentiments. His companions were all halted outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and after dismounting, he strolled toward the imperial study. Upon entering, having announced his arrival, he deftly evaded a flurry of documents that flew toward him. He then averted his gaze and, with an air of calm detachment, greeted, "I pay my respects to your Majesty." The atmosphere within the grand and solemn study was eerily silent, the tension palpable. "You believe that I will not punish you, and thus you act with impunity, disregarding the grace of your sovereign. You exhibit a lack of filial piety and defiance that is difficult to discipline. Furthermore, you are aware that the northern frontier is perilous. Why have you not addressed this? You could have retaliated against those who conspire against you. Why have you not struck back? I sent you to the northern frontier to learn the art of decisive action, and to master the imperial craft to discern the hearts of men. If you can see through the intentions of others, you can easily gain control over them. If not, you may remove them entirely. You ought to comprehend this principle well." The hall remained unresponsive, amplifying the strangeness of the situation. The Giant Pain Emperor gazed at the face before him, reminiscent of a Ning, and his expression softened slightly. When he spoke again, his tone remained cold, but lacked the previous reproach. "Shen Rang, you are her offspring, though I cherish you as I do her. You must also recognize the grace you have received and understand your obligations." Seeing the indifference etched upon Shen Rang's visage, the emperor felt a sense of helplessness. This child feared not death, sought nothing, and possessed a cold heart and capricious nature, calculating yet unexpressive, a truly vexing challenge. "What must you desire to obey? Speak, and I shall consider granting your request." Shen Rang slowly raised his gaze, meeting the emperor's eyes, and his measured voice resonated within the silent hall. "Your Majesty ought to arrange for the relocation of your elder sister-in-law. It is only fitting, for I have also matured, and it is my duty to serve my revered mother." Such audacity! The Emperor Giant Pain was instantly transformed, his eyes ablaze with fury, his countenance marred by rage. "Do you presume that I lack the resolve to take your life? Do you think that I allowed your birth all those years ago out of mere indulgence? I once believed that you could temper her heart, that perhaps once she became a mother, she would willingly submit. Yet, that stubbornness within you mirrors her own. From a tender age, you have rebelled against me. My intent in sending you to the northern frontier was to forge your character. Did you think I sought to harm you? Never could I have anticipated that the bloodline you carry is indeed reminiscent of the Shen family, with a growing malevolence that emboldens you to defy me repeatedly. Aside from your astute intellect and the fa you present to the world, you have inherited none of your parents' virtues." Shen Ruo regarded his madness with unyielding composure. "Your Majesty, with your valor and audacity, fratricide for the throne, usurping your sister-in-law, can you truly claim superiority over me?" The chilling words laid bare the unspeakable truth. The Emperor Giant Pain, consumed by rage, underwent a dramatic transformation in his expression. Chapter 52, reclaiming Emperor Giant Pain, with a sinister glint in his eyes, hurled the inkstone on his desk with great force. "I regret it. Why did I allow you to be born? You are utterly audacious." Shen Rang did not flinch this time. Blood trickled from the wound on his forehead, yet he appeared oblivious, his expression remaining icy. A strange light flickered in his eyes, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. Then why did you not end my life in my infancy? Why permit my existence? To rear a tiger is to invite calamity. Your Majesty, granting me death now would be the most effective means to eliminate future troubles. The two locked gazes, an enduring silence enveloping them, neither willing to yield. Emperor Jianping understood that this child before him was akin to an insatiable wolf. His eyes seemed to see through everything, yet remained unfathomable. His countenance darkened as he suppressed the murderous frenzy. Then, in a bizarre twist, he smiled. She bore you. She sometimes worries for you. How could I bear to see the woman I cherish in sorrow? Do not attempt to provoke me. Do you wish for me to slay you? To incite your mother's hatred towards me? Such an unwise transaction is best avoided. Shen Rang, with a mocking expression, replied, You are indeed suspicious, always dragging women into matters. Emperor Jianping recognized that this young man was yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of romantic entanglements. He scoffed coldly. Now that you have returned to the capital, you ought to attend to serious affairs. You are 19. The matter of your rightful consort should be settled soon. You should marry and produce an heir at the earliest opportunity. Shen Rang lowered his gaze, appearing indifferent. Your Majesty, you are still in your prime. If you desire children so greatly, why not sire them yourself? The coldness in Emperor Jianping's eyes seemed lethal as he bellowed. Repeat that. Observing Shen Rang est imperturbé de miano. His anger dissipated. Once Zhao Ning is divorced, I shall arrange a suitable marriage for her. Thus, the royal family will have 2 grand weddings, a cause for celebration. Shen Rang abruptly lifted his head, his expression fierce, his voice unexpectedly calm. If she marries another, I shall never wed. The smile faded from Emperor Jianping's face as he stated bluntly, Zhao Ning, a divorced woman, is unworthy of your status. If you truly care for her, once you ascend the throne, you may confer upon her the title of consort, which would serve as compensation for the Comping couple. Should your feelings be merely fleeting, I shall find her a suitable match, and by then, her second marriage would render your trivial infatuation inconsequential. Shen Rang found these words shameless and absurd. Your Majesty, how dare you speak of a divorced woman as unfit? What do you consider my mother? Emperor Jianping's expression grew cold once more. I have known your mother since childhood. Had it not been for external interference, we would have been a match made in heaven. He coldly commanded, Leave. Your inability to recognize your own fortune has disappointed me greatly. Shen Rang had no desire to linger in the palace, and at that moment, he wished to depart without delay. He turned to leave, but suddenly paused, not looking back as he uttered a parting remark. Do not speak of her as a divorced woman. What of a widow? Her second marriage to another man, as long as I live, will forever remain an impossibility. Even if she were to wed someone else, I would reclaim what is mine. Who dares to covet my possession? Let no one hope to touch even a fraction of it. He then turned, the bloodied mark on his forehead accentuating his strikingly cold visage. His eyes deep and enigmatic as he slowly spoke. Your Majesty, you are wise and discerning. Surely you would not provoke me in this matter. Should I be driven to madness, I would drag everyone into the abyss with me. Ignoring the sound of shattered teacups behind him, Shen Rang rode past the Taihe Gate, heading directly westward after exiting the Noon Gate. Emperor Jianping sat in the imperial study for a long while, his gaze complex. The wolf cub he had nurtured was now fully grown. This situation both fulfilled his hopes and instilled a flicker of trepidation within him, for they shared the same lineage, their temperaments and cunning strikingly alike. He pondered various arrangements when suddenly Li Yud hurried into the grand hall. Your Majesty, Empress Shui has awakened. In an instant, Emperor Jianping rose, swiftly exiting the study, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. He hurried back to the Yangxin Palace, where behind the warm chamber lay a secret room that had remained vacant for many years. Upon entering the warm chamber, he beheld a woman of ethereal beauty, her delicate features and crimson lips resembling that of a celestial being, her expression filled with unease. He unconsciously softened his voice. Ning, what troubles you? Have you had a nightmare? Xuanning frowned, seemingly puzzled, her voice melodious yet frail. And I've been feeling as though I have forgotten something very important. Yet whenever I try to recall it, I am beset by a headache. Why is this? And who am I truly? Though I have forgotten many things, I distinctly remember having borne a child. Where is he? Emperor Jianpei's expression was tender, yet a profound darkness stirred within his depths as he gently reassured her. You have no child, no family. You are solely my wife, and you have only me, just as I have only you. He enveloped the frail woman in his arms, kissing her delicate face with fervent adoration. Ning, do not dwell on such thoughts. With me by your side, I shall protect and care for you. We shall never part. All right? Xuanning gazed at him, the man before her appearing youthful, strong, and handsome, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. It was precisely this familiarity that led her to believe his words. The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, compelling her to rest her forehead against his broad chest, murmuring, Yin, do not deceive me. A pang of suffocating pain gripped Emperor Jianpei's heart, his eyes reddening. Yet his tone remained coaxing. I would never deceive you. Ning, the only lies I tell are to myself. Why? When you are clearly enamored with me, do you harbor resentment? If time could be rewound, would everything not be different? Meanwhile, Yu Miaomeng, having spent the night baking pancakes in bed, found herself increasingly restless as sleep eluded her. The torment of wanting to sleep yet being unable to do so is a suffering known only to those who have experienced it. It is truly a form of torture. Suddenly, she sat up, resolute in her decision to forsake sleep entirely. She lit a candle, made her way to the couch by the window, opened the window, and gazed vacantly at the moonlight. Feeling the gentle breeze of the summer night, she pondered when they might meet again. With a sigh, she was about to close the window and return to her slumber when she noticed a figure standing at the gate of the courtyard. After a moment of astonishment, Yu Miaomeng rubbed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the figure remained. Through the dim moonlight, she could not discern the face, yet her heart raced, and a thrilling shiver coursed through her limbs. The two of them held each other's gaze for an extended moment, and Yu Miaomeng hastily donned an outer robe, secured her belt, slipped on her shoes, and rushed outside. Chapter 53. Missing Yu as Yu Miaomeng opened the door, she discovered him standing on the steps outside, gazing intently at her. Their eyes met, and Shen Rang's initially cold gaze gradually transformed into something fervent the moment he laid eyes on her. The shadows that had cloaked his heart dissipated. He had never realized that merely seeing someone, simply having her stand there, could evoke such joy within him. It effortlessly dispelled the indescribable gloom and turbulent emotions that had troubled him. The delight and laughter in Yu Miaomeng's eyes blossomed, her pupils gleaming as if washed by a spring's water. With a playful tone, she asked, "What brings you here?" Shen Rang silently observed her, his voice soft. "I do not know." Yu Miaomeng's voice was gentle and tender. "Did you miss me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Rang candidly confessed, yes. His expression was resolute, his tone tender and dreamy. "Zhenjin, I miss you dearly." A blush gradually crept onto Yu Miaomeng's face, and unable to contain herself any longer, she leaped into his arms, where he embraced her tightly. "I miss you too." Shen Rang encircled her waist with one arm, while the other caressed her silky hair, inhaling the rich fragrance that enveloped her, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Yu Miaomeng sensed his feelings and, fearing Su Dong might discover them, pulled him swiftly into the room. They settled on the couch, and she gazed at him earnestly. In a soft voice, she inquired, "How did you manage to enter the city gate at such a late hour?" Shen Rang, unflustered, replied with a smile, "I am skilled in martial arts. Such matters are not difficult for me." Yu Miaomeng was captivated by his calm demeanor. She believed him, yet her worries lingered. Shen Rang, who had once been indifferent to worldly desires, had long since descended into the realm of mortals. Observing her delicate appearance, filled with concern for him, warmth began to blossom in his heart. What is love in this world? A bond that promises life and death. He yearned to experience it with her. Though he had never been with a woman, he suddenly recalled the many fire prevention manuals sent to him when he was 18 in the palace. He had once prided himself on being a true gentleman, unaffected by temptation. Perhaps the title was not entirely unfounded. He may have been raised with peculiar notions, as if he were inherently lacking the inclination for romantic affection. Thus, he had never experienced the infatuation that mere mortals often succumb to. The two palace maids, humiliated by a single dismissive word from him, had attempted to throw themselves into a well to prove their innocence, mistakenly believing that doing so would change his perception of them. Yet, they were unaware that people differ. Some may be pure as snow, yet he would have no interest, while he would desire Yu Miaomeng, even if she were not. Once she had entered his heart, she was his, forever, with no escape. Shen Rang pulled back his thoughts, recalling the 18 fire prevention manuals he had thoroughly examined. While others studied the 108 techniques, he had delved into the palace's secret texts, which contained a full 158 methods. With an impeccable memory, he had explored the intricacies of intimate relations between men and women, mastering the subject with ease. Those obscure texts posed no challenge to him, let alone the simple matters of love and desire. Shen Rang, wishing to alleviate her worries, softened his tone, reassuring her, "Jinjin, do not fret. I shall not allow myself to be harmed." Yu Miaomeng nodded, about to speak, when she was startled by the sight of his forehead injury. "What happened to your forehead?" she exclaimed, hastily rising to inspect it. Upon seeing the wound had been merely tended to, her heart ached for him. "Who did this to you?" "I am furious. I shall make them pay." Shen Rang grasped her hand, relishing the warmth of her touch, which he found irresistible. Overwhelmed by her concern, a smile broke upon his lips. "Do not be angry. It pains me to see you so." Yu Miaomeng, unable to contain her tears, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Shen Rang, noticing her tears, felt a flicker of panic. Gently, he pulled her close, and she melted into his embrace, settling herself comfortably upon his lap. In that moment, enveloped in the warmth of his strong arms, her heart raced uncontrollably. It was truly delightful. She felt an immense sense of security. His physique was undeniably robust, exuding strength. Yu Miaomeng, exhilarated, felt her cheeks flush as she nodded. Her voice soft and watery. "I will be good." A one-tea cry. She vowed that she had never been so obedient in her life. Shen Rang, captivated by her enchanting demeanor, tightened his hold. He softly inquired, "What did you do today?" Yu Miaomeng, her tongue quicker than her thoughts, bashfully replied, "I merely toyed with the Wan family." Shen Rang yearned to kiss her cheeks and cherry lips. Observing her lost in thought, he teased, "Jinjin, what occupies your mind?" Her face flushed. She longed to confess, "I do not wish to be single anymore. I desire to taste the sweetness of love." Yet considering the era she lived in, she could only respond, "I have not thought of anything. What I desire is not appropriate at this moment." Lowering his head, he pressed his lips against hers, their breaths intertwining as they gazed into each other's eyes for an extended moment. Though both were inexperienced, Yu Miaomeng had been subtly influenced by various romantic encounters. She slowly parted her lips. However, before she could act, his lips breached hers, the kiss tender yet imbued with a compelling strength. His fingers, defined and assertive, wove through her dark tresses, adding an air of dominance. He firmly held her, leisurely encircling her delicate waist, and after a prolonged kiss, they finally parted. His gaze, deep and contemplative, lingered on her, glimmering with a beguiling light. His voice, laced with allure, whispered, "Jinjin, today I have missed you dearly." Yu Miaomeng felt her entire being soften, her heart melting, and she replied softly, "I miss you too. I worry for you." Just then, recalling his injury, she tilted her head in concern, asking, "Your wound?" A hint of shyness remained on her face as Shen Rang gazed intently at her, yearning to possess her completely. He contemplated the obstacles, a chill flickering in his eyes as he twirled the crimson jade ring in his hand, interrupting her inquiries with a soft, coaxing tone. "Jinjin, how about we wed sooner?" Yu Miaomeng initially nodded, then shook her head. "I must first retrieve my dowry. Once everything is settled, we can discuss our marriage." Shen's fingers spun the ring with increasing fervor. "What if I resolve this for you?" He murmured, "I shall take care of these bothersome fools, and you need not worry any longer." If the Wang and Jiang families were to meet their end sooner, he could swiftly embrace her, thereafter binding her in his grasp, showering her with unrestrained affection. Thus, it would be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 54. Tricky Yu Miaomeng found the man's words rather peculiar, given his humble status. How could he possibly resolve such matters? She could only delicately express her concern. Your identity should not draw undue attention. I do not wish for you to be embroiled in trouble. Moreover, she found amusement in bullying them, reveling in the sight of the Wan family in utter dismay, which brought her immense joy. Shen Rang was fully aware of everything that transpired in her daily life. Rarely did he grapple with indecision. Yet he found himself faced with a dilemma, whether to kill or refrain from doing so. For the first time, he perceived the situation as intricate. He earnestly inquired, regarding the matters of the Wan and Jiang families. Do you harbor any displeasure? Do you find them intolerable? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Miaomeng shook her head, exclaiming, Not at all. I actually find it quite entertaining. Subsequently, before Shen Rang could utter another word, she gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Once I obtain my divorce, I shall take you away from the capital to a tranquil place where we can live in seclusion. What do you think? Seclusion? Shen Rang pondered for a moment, then found the notion somewhat strange. Although retreating to solitude held a certain poetic allure, it was ill-suited for her. A smile graced his lips as he gazed deeply into her eyes. You are destined for exquisite silks and jewels. You should be cherished in a golden abode, living a life of vibrant splendor. He then spoke in a profound tone. Jinjin, why do you wish to leave the capital? Upon hearing his words, Yu Miaomeng suddenly recognized some truth in them. She could not endure hardship. A brief retreat might be enjoyable, but prolonged isolation was indeed untenable. At that moment, she could not afford to make extensive plans, opting instead to take each step as it came. She smiled and replied, The decision to leave the capital requires further contemplation. I merely wish to know if you will always be by my side. Shen Rang discerned that she was not entirely truthful. Gently stroking her cheek, he regarded her with utmost seriousness. As long as you are willing, we shall be husband and wife, bound together in life and death. Yu Miaomeng found his words sweet. Yet recalling his earlier enigmatic statements, she could not help but admonish him. What did you mean by resolve? You must not act recklessly. I do not want you to encounter danger. I will resolve it swiftly. I already have a plan regarding the dowry, so rest assured. Shen Rang replied after a moment of contemplation, choosing not to elaborate further. He then caressed her soft waist, soothing her. It is late. You should rest now. Only then did Yu Miaomeng sense something amiss. She hurriedly inquired, How did you arrive here? Why are you not resting in your courtyard at this late hour? How did you come to the capital? And how were you injured? Shen Rang, unsure of how to respond, simply lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Rest now. Yu Miaomeng persisted with her questions. You have secrets. You are hiding something from me. Why did you come to the capital? Suddenly, she sat upright, panic seizing her. Could it be that someone is after you? Shen Rang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is why I must remain elusive in the coming days, avoiding lingering in one place for too long to prevent involving you in my troubles. Yu Miaomeng, anxious, began to bite her fingers. She still felt a twinge of fear regarding the northern town prince. Yet this time she was genuinely moved. Love and her own well-being both held equal significance. She wore a conflicted expression, furrowing her brows as she said, Do not wander about recklessly. Just hide here with me. If anyone comes searching, I will surely protect you. Shen Rang smiled, brushing his fingers gently over her head. Sleep now. Noticing her lingering unease, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her crimson ones. Initially intending to startle her, he found himself unable to stop once he had tasted her. He was unaware of how he had her pinned beneath him until he regained his senses, their chemistry igniting like dry tinder meeting a flame. Shen Rang gazed deeply at the woman beneath him, leaning down to kiss her cheek, his voice laced with regret. I apologize for overstepping. He meticulously traced her features, soothingly whispering, Sleep now. Already dazed by his teasing, Yu Miaomeng succumbed entirely to this tender display and drifted into a deep slumber. Shen Rang sat by the bedside for a while, covering her with a light blanket. Once he felt her breathing steady, he quietly rose to leave. Exiting the courtyard, he soon spotted Su Dong and others. "Your Highness, we have seen you," his subordinates greeted. Shen Rang replied coolly, "Take good care of her. Follow her orders and ensure tasks are executed properly. Keep a meticulous record of her daily affairs and report back promptly." He then departed the estate, making his way back to the royal residence under the cover of night. Shen had been threatened by Shun Yin about various matters, and the following day he was to enter the palace after the morning court session to review memorials. Thus, he could only return to the royal manor. As he sat in the carriage, he thought of Yu Miaozhen's innocent demeanor while sleeping, which was quite unbecoming, yet a smile betrayed his lips. The next day, Yu Miaozhen lay sprawled across the bed, soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking even as the sun climbed high in the sky. Outside, Lichi was well aware of the prince's visit the previous night, which had lasted until nearly midnight. However, as the hour grew late, she felt compelled to knock on the door. "Your Grace, the hour is getting late. May I come in to attend to you?" Inside, Yu Miaozhen rolled over, groggily recalling the embrace and passionate kiss from the previous night. She suddenly sat up, first glancing at her attire, then at the luxurious couch by the window, confirming that last night was no mere dream. They had indeed met. Then she remembered the man's warning about someone wanting to capture him, making her instantly anxious. "Lichi, come in," she called, her voice muffled. Allowing herself to be attended to, she waited until she was properly dressed before Lichi spoke up. "Your Grace, Su Dong has been waiting for you in the front courtyard. He mentioned there are matters regarding the Wan and Jiang families to discuss." Yu Miaozhen nodded, understood. "I'll be there shortly." Just the thought of these bothersome individuals as stumbling blocks to her love made her wish to see them utterly vanquished. In a huff, she made her way to the main hall of the front courtyard. After Su Dong bowed, he began to relay the day's news. "Your Grace, Su Shi has been keeping a close watch on the Wan family. He has informed us that those from the gambling house went to the eastern residence before dawn to keep watch." He continued, "It is said that Wan Su's 4 fingers have been valued at 15,000 taels of silver as debt repayment, but the remaining 5,000 taels cannot be diminished by a single coin. The Wan family had initially remained sheltered within their residence, fearful of venturing outside, when the gamblers brazenly scaled the walls and intruded upon their domain. Before long, Ding hurriedly made her way to the Marquis's residence. Yu Miaozhen, with a mocking smile, inquired, "Do you think Ding suspects that the Wan family has failed to gather the silver?" Su Dong nodded in agreement, and then continued to report. Su Nin had been vigilantly observing the Marquis's estate, while the Jiang family had been searching for Jiang throughout the night, yet their efforts had proven fruitless. The Wan family had been clamoring to report the matter to the authorities, though they seemed reluctant to escalate the situation, likely biding their time until Jiang returned home to address the issue. Yu Miaozhen recalled how Jiang had left in haste that night, pondering what significant matter the guard might have conveyed. She found no inclination to speculate, merely instructing, "We shall proceed with our next steps only after returning the 5,000 taels to the gambling den." The Wan family, characterized by their greed and years of managing their household, undoubtedly possessed private funds. She intended to extract every last coin from the Wan family. The mere thought of Ding causing a ruckus at the Marquis's residence elicited a smirk from Yu Miaozhen. After all, evil begets its own reckoning. It is well deserved. At this moment, the Marquis of Chengyan's estate was indeed in disarray. Chapter 55. Kidnapping Wan's complexion resembled that of parchment, appearing as if she had already succumbed to half an hour's death early in the morning, her visage frightful. Ding, standing at the foot of the hall, raised her voice in a shrill cry. "Eldest sister, do not deceive me. The master is your own brother. Your own brother. How can you disregard his life and death? His very fingers were severed. His career is in ruins, and my hopes for a noble title have vanished. If you do not wish to contribute silver, just speak the truth. I shall return and sell my possessions to gather the funds. I lack your merciless heart, turning a blind eye to death." Wan, in a fit of rage, hurled the teacup beside her, panting heavily before managing to retort, "Get out. I will no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Wan family. You may all perish." Ding, with a thick skin and an even more unyielding tongue, countered, "Then I shall go to the capital and speak of the matter. revealing how the noble lady Wan Yu feigns modesty while seizing her daughter-in-law's dowry, mistreating her husband's illegitimate son, and driving her own mother-in-law to the brink of death. Wan, whose utmost concern was her reputation, rolled her eyes at the words and collapsed stiffly. An hour later, Ding exited the Marquis's residence, her head bowed, appearing frail and vulnerable as she boarded the carriage. Once the curtain was drawn, a triumphant smile spread across her face as she gazed at the 3,000 taels of silver in her hands. Yet her expression soon drooped once more. In such a grand marquisate, who would believe there were not 5,000 taels? It seemed she was deliberately making things difficult for me. Ding's maid, Shuangxi, encouraged her from the side. Madam, do not be angered. Perhaps the Marquise simply does not have that much cash on hand at the moment. Ding's background shaped her perspective. Had she not married Wan Su, and had Wan Su not had a shameless sister climbing the social ladder, she would never have crossed the threshold of the marquisate in her lifetime. Thus, she could not fathom the deeper implications of the family's decline. In her eyes, the marquisate was a remarkable noble house. How many could there be in the entirety Yong? It was indeed extraordinary. Hence, it was only natural for her to seek benefits from Wan, especially since her elder sister was ever so generous, appearing to have an abundance of silver. Ding curled her lips. 3,000 taels is already quite satisfactory. If I dawdle any longer, I fear that Marquise may die of anger, and then I shall have not even a single coin. Shuangxi, merely 13 and recently purchased by the Wan family, could grasp little of the situation, but nodded in agreement. Madam is wise. Upon hearing the title of Madam, Ding felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. It seemed she would never be addressed as lady in her lifetime. Thus, with the ill-gotten 3,000 taels and some of her secretly saved silver, she finally settled the debts owed to the gambling den. Ding's mood lifted considerably, and she had no inclination to visit the back courtyard to see the man with 6 fingers. Instead, she awaited the return of her illegitimate son, Wan Yang. Smiling, she instructed Shuangxi, go to the kitchen and inform them to prepare a few extra dishes that the young master enjoys today. She had thought that Wan family's streak of misfortune was finally behind them. However, when the hour of Yu arrived, Wan Yang was still nowhere to be found. Just as Ding was frantically pacing the room, Shuangxi burst in, her face pale with fear. Madam, the young master is missing. Ding was taken aback. Though Wan Yang was not her biological son, he had indeed been raised under her care since childhood, and he was truly her reliance and support. Her complexion drained of color in an instant as she demanded sharply, clarify this at once. What has happened? With a timid voice, Shuangxi whispered, Kai has returned. He is just outside the door. Ding hastily responded, let him in. Soon after, a frail young servant, trembling, entered the room and fell to his knees. Madam, young master has gotten into trouble, he exclaimed. He has been abducted by thieves, leaving only this letter. Ding, being literate, opened the letter, and her complexion grew increasingly pale as she read. Enraged, she scolded, this child wishes to involve women in his troubles. How could I, as his mother, mistreat my own offspring? How dare he venture into such a den of vice? Not only has he offended someone, but we also do not know whose hands he has fallen into. Kai, his voice quivering, suggested, Madam, we should report this to the authorities. It may be too late, and the young master could be in danger. No, Ding shrieked, recalling the words from the letter. It was unclear who had penned it, but they were aware of Wan Su's gambling and his keeping of a concubine. They even knew that she had inadvertently caused the death of Wan Yang's biological mother. The letter warned that if she did not comply, she would be reported to the authorities. Moreover, Wan Yang was still young. Such matters of visiting brothels should not be publicized, as they would tarnish his future prospects in the imperial examination. She must not act impulsively. Shuangxi softly inquired, Madam, what shall we do? Did the letter mention how we can rescue the young master? Ding, her face stern, returned to her chair and revealed. They demand 100,000 taels of silver for his release. 100,000 taels. Shuangxi had never heard of such a sum and was instantly rendered speechless. The room fell silent for a moment. Ding sat for a long while before heading to the back courtyard, where she found Wan Su frolicking on the bed. You shameless harlot, I shall divorce you. Ding bellowed. Something has happened to Yang. Will you not intervene? Wan Su, already frightened, suddenly lost all composure. He trembled and asked, "What do you mean?" Ding expelled the concubine and recounted the entire situation clearly. Soon, Wan Su's furious voice echoed, "Poisonous woman. I always suspected that Yun Jing could not have died from childbirth. It was you." Ding, refusing to yield, retorted, "It is unjust, my lord." The Wan household had been in an uproar for much of the night and had yet to settle down by the time it approached midnight. Meanwhile, in Yu Miaozhen's quarters, a meeting was underway. Sunan reported on the Jiang family's affairs. "Your Highness, this morning, Ding caused quite a commotion at the Ho residence, ultimately extorting 3,000 taels of silver." Yu Miaozhen, understanding the implications, realized that the Wan family indeed possessed hidden wealth. Su Dong then reported on a kidnapping incident involving the notorious gang leaders Qing San and Qing Si. "Your Highness, Wan Yang has been spoiled beyond reason by the Wan family. He got into a brawl at Yixiang Courtyard over a courtesan with the son of the Minister of Justice. Subsequently, he was thrown out of the brothel, and my subordinates happened to retrieve him just in time." Qing Sin grumbled from the side, "I did nothing. That fellow screamed like a slaughtered pig. It was unbearable." Yu Miaozhen nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, it was a waste of talent for a gang leader to capture a mere chicken. She reassured him, "Qing San, next time there's a matter involving blades and swords, I will ensure you are the first to be dispatched." Qing San believed that the task assigned to him by the princess was of utmost significance. Last night, he devoted himself to sharpening his blade, laboring through the night until it gleamed brilliantly. It is no wonder that Su Dong chastised him upon seeing the knife today, reproaching him for making noise and disturbing others' slumber with his late-night endeavors. The more Qing San pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, his voice heavy with discontent. "Thank you, princess, but I'm simply suited for killing." Before Yu Miaozhen could respond, Su Dong scolded him sharply. "If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute." He then turned and suggested once more, "Princess, he consumes too much and disobeys. Shall I sell him tomorrow?" Although Yu Miaozhen was somewhat taken aback by Qing San's remark, she dismissed it lightly, accustomed to the ways of this era. "No need to sell him. I've already purchased him. This princess is not short of funds. I could easily support 10 more like him." After such commotion, they resolved a few interpersonal issues among the staff and, subsequently, concluded the meeting. Yu Miaozhen discreetly instructed Su Dong, "You need not stand guard tonight. Rest early." She had a premonition that the man would seek her out again this evening. Chapter 56. The Gift of Life at the Hour of the Dog. Shen Rang remained in the imperial study, sifting through tedious memorials. Bored and disinterested, he perused the Ministry of Rites report concerning the grand celebrations for the Qinqiu festival. With a disdainful snort, he tossed the document aside and rose to leave. Having not seen Yu Miaozhen all day, he felt compelled to seek her out that night. As Shen Rang stepped out of the study, he encountered Li Yud approaching with a smile. "Your Highness, the hour grows late, and His Majesty has prepared a palace for you." Shen Rang's expression was cold as he declined. "There is no need for preparations. I shall leave the palace." Li Yud offered no further persuasion, merely stepping aside with a respectful smile. "I bid you farewell, Your Highness." Shen Rang scrutinized the elderly courtier and asked directly, "How is my mother's health?" Li Yud maintained his head bowed, a smile on his face, and his demeanor respectful, showing no sign of disturbance at the question. "The Empress is in good health." Shen Rang gazed at him intently. "Then why does His Majesty prevent me from visiting her?" The atmosphere momentarily froze. Li Yud appeared anxious, hastily replying, "I dare not presume to interpret His Majesty's will." Shen Rang remained silent, casting a glance toward the Yangxin Hall before turning to leave. He understood that Shun Yan's deliberate obstruction was one reason, and his mother's disdain was another. Since he had left for the northern frontier at the age of 4, he had secretly returned to the capital 6 times. Each time, he had only been able to pay his respect from outside her door, never hearing a response from her. Even if she disliked him, her silence was too severe. Thus, something must have gone awry. As he contemplated his informants, his gaze darkened. Shun Yan was exceedingly cautious. All he knew was that his mother was well, but he could glean nothing further. He could not choose his lineage, had never experienced a mother's affection, and was unfamiliar with familial joy. While he was indeed cold-hearted, He felt no overwhelming urgency regarding his mother-esque situation. Yet, as her son, he felt it imperative to see her, to inquire directly, for only then could he discern how to repay the debt of life. Yu Miaomeng lay on her bed, passing time with a perplexing object known as a diamond-linked ring. In this age, entertainment was scarce, and the jade rings felt cool to the touch during summer, piquing her interest momentarily. However, she found herself unable to unravel the intricate design. Frustrated, she tossed the rings away with a clatter. The room fell silent until a soft laugh broke the stillness. She quickly sat up and turned to see Shen Rang standing by the window of the inner chamber. "Do not be upset. I am here to teach you." He approached the bed, carefully adjusting her unusual outer robe, his voice low and soothing. "Do not tease me." With that, he retrieved the discarded rings and, turning, lifted the dazed girl into his arms, his embrace strong and reassuring. Yu Miaomeng settled on his arm, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Before she could fully savor the moment, he had shifted her to his lap. She touched his powerful arm and exclaimed, "You are so strong. Even with my weight, you can lift me effortlessly." Shen Rang was not the type of ruggedly robust man, yet he stood tall, his physique lean and powerful, with muscles that flowed in elegant lines, embodying an inner strength. Upon shedding his garments, the contrast with his outward appearance was striking. He chuckled lightly, "You are not overweight, but indeed my strength is substantial." He wrapped his arms around her soft waist, deftly disassembling the object in his hands, inquiring, "Have you thought of me today?" Yu Miaomeng, witnessing his composed demeanor, found her own restlessness soothed in an instant, nodding with a smile, "I have." A smile graced Shen Rang's lips as he patiently instructed her, "This ring is quite easy to unravel. After you undo the first, the second." Yu Miaomeng lowered her gaze to his hands, where his fingers danced gracefully with the jade, glimmering softly under the light. A truly captivating sight. She then lifted her eyes to his face, his refined brows and eyes, coupled with a sharply defined profile and a straight, prominent nose, rendered him extraordinarily handsome. The sight of him so engrossed in a task was utterly enchanting, leaving her mind wandering, rendering her unable to absorb a single word he spoke. Shen Rang paused his movements, looking up at her. "Have you figured it out?" Yu Miaomeng's cheeks flushed crimson as she resolutely shook her head. "I have not." Shen Rang merely gazed at her, patiently asking, "Would you like to continue learning?" Having exerted considerable effort in his teaching, Yu Miaomeng's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Let me try first." Shen Rang handed the object to her, observing her chubby fingers awkwardly manipulating it, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Yu Miaomeng, with her impatient temperament, soon revealed her true self. Upon hearing the light laughter beside her, she felt foolish and embarrassed through the object she held to the ground. The jade struck the floor with a crisp sound, followed by an abrupt silence, the atmosphere momentarily suspended. Shen Rang gently embraced her, caressing her hand, his voice deliberately softened. "Why are you upset?" Faced with such an emotionally stable man, Yu Miaomeng felt a pang of regret. "I apologize, I wasn't truly angry at you." A smile flickered in Shen Rang's formerly cool gaze. "Do not be upset. I am unsure how to console you, as I have never comforted a woman before." Hearing this, Yu Miaomeng's heart swelled with joy, her smile radiant. "Then you must learn to comfort me in the future." Shen Rang gazed at her profile, her skin luminous with a rosy hue, her long lashes fluttering, and her red lips blooming under the moonlight and soft glow, appearing almost intoxicatingly alluring. His brethren began to stir, yet he maintained a serious facade, nodding in agreement. "I shall peruse a few tomes and soon master it." Yu Miaomeng, acutely aware of his intentions, felt her cheeks heat as she edged away, preparing to escape his embrace. However, she was unexpectedly seized by her posterior, leaving her utterly mortified. "What are you doing?" "Stay still." Shen Rang's voice barely concealed his rising desire. "Jinjin, you are so soft and plush." It felt as though he had grasped two fluffy clouds, and he couldn't help but gently knead them, finding the sensation far superior to merely turning a finger ring. Yu Miaomeng, under his ministrations, felt a tingling all over, her mind drifting towards a reckless acceptance of the situation. Her face flushed with warmth as she softly inquired, "What are you doing? I haven't divorced yet." Shen Rang had already released his grip, gently caressing her back, his voice deep and resonant. "I apologize. I have overstepped once again." The phrase overstepped had also escaped his lips the previous night. Yu Miaomeng bit her lip and murmured, "It's all right." She then asked, "But what will you do about this? If it continues every day, won't it affect your health?" Shen Rang cast a fleeting glance downward and replied softly, "It's nothing. When I am not in your presence, it only flourishes each morning. However, now, upon seeing you, it refuses to be subdued, manifesting itself in this manner incessantly." Yu Miaomeng felt a surge of pride upon hearing this. Her voluptuous figure and astonishing waist-to-hip ratio were undeniably alluring, not to mention her ample bosom. His lack of reaction was indeed unusual. She shyly inquired, "So what will you do?" Shen Rang's gaze deepened as he countered, "Do you perhaps possess a solution?" Chapter 57. Forbearance. Although Yu Miaomeng lacked practical combat experience, her extensive viewing of art films had equipped her with an understanding of the necessary actions. She did not resist assisting him, yet before any movement could transpire, her wrist was gently clasped by another. "Do not move. I cannot bear to let you," Shen Rang murmured, having taken her hand into his own. "I cannot allow you to endure any injustice. Such things are not for you." Yu Miaomeng, hailing from a different era, recognized the disparity in their perspectives, yet the tenderness with which she was regarded brought her immense joy. After a moment's pause, she decided to speak candidly, "But you often behave this way, which is truly inappropriate." Shen Rang gazed at her intently for an extended period before casually inquiring, "Jinjin, have you ever had a man you liked?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Miaomeng shook her head. "You are the first." "Is that so?" Shen Rang's eyes flickered with understanding, a deep smile gracing his lips. "You are also the only woman I cherish." Yu Miaomeng felt a surge of happiness within, yet playfully retorted, "You were not like this when we first met. You seemed to disdain me then." Shen Rang reminisced about their past encounters. He had never truly held disdain for her. His initial intent had merely been to eliminate her. With a rather audacious demeanor, he reassured her, "I have never looked down upon you. In the past, I struggled to discern the appearances of women, yet your visage remains etched in my memory." His words bore the unmistakable essence of a smooth talker. Yu Miaomeng furrowed her brow. Observing his earnest expression and recalling his former eccentricities, she found herself convinced. At that moment, she could no longer remain passive. What man could behave thus, presenting an exterior of calmness while internally brimming with anticipation? Having lingered for so long without a sign of yielding, she felt compelled to advise him once more for the sake of her future. "I must tell you, this is not right for your health. It greatly affects what is to come. If you do not wish for my assistance, I shall step outside for a while. You must relieve yourself. Do not remain so composed." Shen Rang set her down gently, then stood, casting a glance before lifting his gaze to her. "I have never engaged in self-indulgence. At this moment, I genuinely wish to share an intimate connection with you, yet I am indeed suppressing my desires. A man incapable of controlling such base yearnings can achieve nothing. If we were married, I would not hold back, but now is not the appropriate time." Yu Miaomeng found herself profoundly moved by his principled demeanor. Torn between admiration and emotion, she lowered her gaze, eager to agree. Yes, you make a valid point." Shen Rang scrutinized her carefully before pulling her closer, tenderly caressing her cheek. "Jinjin, do you feel unwell?" With her stature barely reaching his neck, Yu Miaomeng lowered her head, attempting to conceal her expression, making it difficult for him to read her feelings. After instinctively nodding, she quickly shook her head in denial. No. Unable to discern her countenance, Shen Rang grew concerned. He directly embraced her waist, lifting her, his hands supporting her beneath, allowing him a clear view of her face. "Where do you feel discomfort?" Yu Miaomeng, already flustered, felt further disconcerted by his hold, her body instinctively clinging to his waist as she wrapped her legs around him. In the current embrace, the air temperature surged instantaneously, and Shen Rang's breath became distinctly more fervent. "Are you punishing me or testing me?" As soon as the words left his lips, he placed her upon the couch, leaning down to fervently kiss her crimson lips. His movements assertive as his hands gradually grew bolder. Yu Miaomeng, emboldened, responded in kind, entwining her arms around his neck, her body succumbing to a delightful languor. Their breaths quickened, and when clarity returned, both found themselves in disarray. Yu Miaomeng was left clad in nothing but a delicate slip, while Shen Rang's outer robe had been cast aside, revealing only his undergarment. He understood, well, that abstaining from consummation would not bring her joy. Yet those methods crossed a line he was unwilling to breach, not wanting to impose upon her. At this moment, his deepest desire was to annihilate the entire Jiang family. However, remarrying while in mourning would take considerable time and invite scandal, which was hardly worthwhile. Shen Rang suppressed his fury, approaching to assist her in donning her garments. Softly coaxing, "Be good, just wait a little longer." Yet his mind was racing with strategies. Yu Miaomeng, feeling vacant and weak, nodded obediently, understanding. Before his arrival, Shen Rang had deliberately changed into the green sparrow's outer robe, though the fabric of his undergarment, adorned with python embroidery, revealed its flaws at a glance. He turned his back to tidy his attire and fasten his belt, only to find the woman on the couch still in a daze. Leaning down, he helped her in her outer robe and gently urged, "You should rest now." Only then did Yu Miaomeng regain her senses, realizing he was about to leave. Her heart filled with both reluctance and concern. "Where can you go? Where have you been hiding these past 2 days? I forgot to ask, do you have no money? I prepared some for you today." With that, she retrieved a purse from the dressing table. "Here, this contains 1,000 taels in silver notes. I've accounted for all of the Wan family's funds. Use it without worry. If it's insufficient, I have more." Shen Rang regarded the purse she extended, and given his current predicament of evading capture, he had no reason to refuse. He accepted it with a resigned hand. "Jinjin, you are exceedingly kind to me. How shall I repay you?" Yu Miaomeng, unable to withstand the softness of his voice, blushed and urged him to leave. "You should go quickly. I've already sent Su Dong and the others to rest. No one will see you." Shen Rang lifted her back to the bed, tucked her in with a light blanket, offered some parting words, and then turned to depart. Once Yu Miaomeng had blissfully fallen asleep, the delicate sound of the beaded curtain in the inner chamber stirred. Shen Rang slowly approached the bedside, observing the woman's ungraceful sleeping posture, her alluring curves fully displayed. Her raven hair contrasting with her fair skin, a vision of captivating beauty. He lingered for a long time, reluctant to leave, casting a glance at the area that would not yield, awakening a desire within him that had never before surfaced. However, he wished to grasp her jade-like hands, alternating between gentle and firm. Shen Rang steadied his tumultuous thoughts, suppressing the myriad of base desires, and fled in a somewhat disheveled manner. The following day, Yu Miaomeng awoke early, lost in thoughts of spring. She reminisced about the events of the previous night, sighing deeply. It was truly tormenting. If this continued, would she not face hormonal imbalance? By the time she finally made her way to the front courtyard, it was already late morning. Su Dong beheld her figure and, after paying his respects, reported, "Your Highness, the Marquis's residence is already in an uproar." Yu Miaomeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Has Wan Su gone as well? What did he leave?" Su Dong nodded and replied, "Both Wan Su and the Ding family have departed. They entered the Marquis's residence just as dawn broke and have been causing a commotion ever since." "Excellent. Let the chaos ensue," she mused. Soon, she would reclaim her dowry, her estate, and the Wan family's hidden wealth. Meanwhile, the Cheng-In Marquis's residence had descended into utter disarray. Wan's gaze fell upon her younger brother, her countenance as pale as death, her eyes wide with fury, a truly terrifying sight. "What did you say? Repeat that." Chapter 58. The Deed When Wan Su Arrived. He had already inquired thoroughly. His dear nephew and beloved brother-in-law were absent from the Ho residence. Initially, he pleaded with heartfelt words, but his elder sister merely offered 5,000 taels, hoping to dismiss him. This was utterly unacceptable. He had only one son in this life. If Yang encountered misfortune, it would mean the end of his lineage. He would become the eternal sinner of the Wan family. Tears streamed down Wan Su's face as he implored elder sister, "Please save Yang. I spoke thoughtlessly just now." Wan's heart was heavy with grievances, her anger causing her immense pain. I have truly gathered a full 20,000 taels. I have indeed done so. I am your elder sister, yet you doubt my words and even dare to anger me. Do you wish for me to die of rage before you are satisfied? To her dismay, Wansu truly did not believe her. In the capital, who would dare act in such a manner, absconding with a substantial sum of 20,000 taels? Moreover, with such a significant event, not a whisper had reached the city. Something was amiss. Thus, he was convinced that his elder sister was simply unwilling to part with the silver to save him. Having already lost 4 fingers, it was too late for him to argue. He could only cling to the matter at hand. Elder sister, I was deceived and lost the silver. Losing my fingers was deserved. If you are angry and unwilling to part with the 20,000 taels to rescue me, so be it. But Yang is only 13. You cannot forsake him. He is the sole hope of the Wan family. We must deliver the silver before noon. Wan, throwing aside the teacup, glared as if she could devour him whole, and shouted in fury, 100,000 taels? How can we possibly save him with that? Who could provide such an amount? She then pressed him further. Who have you offended at the gambling house recently? Losing money is one thing, but now they have even kidnapped Yang. Think carefully about whom you have wronged. If all else fails, go report to the authorities. I refuse to believe that under the emperor's rule, there is no justice. Before Wansu could respond, Ding shrieked as she rushed out, Elder sister, no. If we report to the authorities, Yang will lose his life. Wan's expression darkened as she demanded, where exactly was Yang taken by those ruffians? Ding dared not reveal the truth, insisting only that he was snatched on his way home from school. Unable to extract any further information, Wan felt a surge of frustration, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She did possess a private stash of silver, a considerable sum of 50,000 taels, but if she were to part with that money, it would cost her life. The last time 2,000 taels were stolen, Wansu nearly lost his hand. Even in that urgent moment, she had not touched her savings. That 50,000 taels was her lifeline. As Wansu and Ding continued to wail and pressure her, Wan, consumed by fury, leapt from her couch and kicked Ding to the ground. Her rage was palpable. She could not bear to strike Wansu, so she took it out on Ding instead. Expecting merely to vent her frustration, she was taken aback when Ding, despite her frail appearance, exhibited surprising strength and dared to retaliate. Ding pinned her down, ruthlessly tugging at Wan's hair and fiercely gripping her waist while feigning cries for mercy. Elder sister, do not hit me. Please do not strike me. For many years, the Wan family had lavished considerable wealth upon themselves, living in luxury and comfort, their delicate skin and soft flesh ill-equipped to endure such harsh treatment. She cried out in pain, her body numb, and it was only after being pinched for a while that she was finally helped to her feet. With a pallid complexion, she dismissed them curtly. Leave. Do not involve me in the affairs of the Wan family. Ding, harboring her own resentment, thought to herself that Wan Yueru truly believed herself to be a lofty lady, venting her frustrations upon her like a servant. With her head lowered, she wiped her tears and declared, Elder sister, I shall go to the gates of the Marquis's residence and hang myself. If Yang cannot live, then neither shall I. Before I die, I will expose all the secrets of the Marquis's house, thus performing a final act of goodness. One could not miss the threatening undertone in her words, feeling both anger and urgency. Your coercion is futile. When I married in, there was no dowry, and I cannot touch the Marquis's assets. Even if I wished to gather silver, I would have no means. At the mention of dowry and assets, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, and for a moment, no one spoke. Ding, her eyes turning thoughtfully, quietly suggested, Elder sister, is not the dowry of your niece-in-law in your possession? With so many assets, selling just a few could easily amass 100,000 taels. One was infuriated, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She had long regarded those assets as her own. How could she possibly relinquish them? No, those shops and lands are not under my name. I have no right to sell them. Ding replied softly, Elder sister, as the matriarch, your niece-in-law has always heeded your words. In such a significant matter concerning her cousin, how could she refuse to assist? Would she merely stand by and watch as you perish? Thus, the argument continued for nearly an hour. Wan, unable to voice her grievances, had always prided herself on being generous and had boasted of her ability to keep the county princess's daughter-in-law in check, spinning many tales. Yet now, regardless of her actions, she was the one suffering. Faced with the choice of 5,000 taels in cash or the lucrative shops and lands, Wan's resolve wavered. After much hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to the incessant pressure from Wan Su and Ding, reluctantly producing the silver. Seeing her savings of 20 years vanish before her eyes, she truly cried until her vision blurred. She leaned against the couch, silently weeping, the cushion beneath her soaked with her unending tears. Wan felt as though she had died thrice, her spirit utterly depleted. Little did she know, this agony was merely the beginning. At that moment, Yu Miaomeng had gone to the front courtyard side room, where she encountered the so-called prodigy who wished to be a stallion at the tender age of 13. Wan Yang's hair was disheveled, his robe soiled, and his face bruised. Despite his disheveled state, upon seeing Yu Miaomeng, his gaze sharpened with intensity, unabashedly scrutinizing the woman before him. What a sight! A true enchantress. Her breast, waist, hips, and skin, a being capable of draining the very essence and offspring from a man. He unconsciously leaned closer, but before he could take 2 steps, he was pinned to the ground by Su Dong. In pain, he howled. Yet his first utterance was not one of pleading for mercy, but rather, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Yu Miaomeng, facing a child who is yet to fully mature, felt no anger, but rather a sense of distaste. Silence. At such a tender age, your thoughts should not dwell on such trivial matters. A person like you is merely a waste of resources. Wan Yang's eyes were fixed, captivated by the beauty before him. Even her anger was enchanting. Yu Miaomeng had come with the intent to extract information. Uninterested in the child's antics, she directly approached the matter at hand. Tell me, is the deed to the residence you currently inhabit in the possession of the Ding family? Wan Yang, possessing a delicate appearance, would be quite charming if he refrained from opening his eyes, speaking, or even drawing breath. He had been spoiled since childhood, having learned to achieve his desires through tears, which had ultimately ruined his voice, rendering it exceedingly unpleasant. Sister, you have indeed come to the right person. I am the sole heir of the Wan family, and there is nothing about the Wan family that I do not know. His voice bore a striking resemblance to a duck being throttled, producing a sound akin to a wretched quack, altogether unbearable. Yu Miaomeng suppressed her discomfort and pressed on. Then tell me, how much silver does the Ding family possess? And does the deed to the residence in the eastern part of the city belong to the Wan family? Chapter 59. The fool. Upon witnessing such favor, Wan Yang trembled uncontrollably. He turned back, hoarsely addressing Su Dong. Release me. I cannot speak while kneeling. I must lie down to converse. Yu Miaomeng, observing the spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. How could such a fool aspire to the heavens? The Wan family truly breeds an array of talents. The infuriating Wan Sheng, the pretentious Wan clan, the dim-witted Wan Su, and the intellectually challenged Wan Yang. Which gene has gone astray? She was unwilling to squander time, nodding at Su Dong. The moment Wan Yang was released, he cackled gleefully, murmuring a few taunts towards Su Dong. He then straightened his robe with an air of mock dignity, only to flop onto the couch like a limp noodle. Yu Miaomeng found his antics reminiscent of a hyperactive monkey, devoid of any redeeming qualities. Even a glance at him was painful, prompting her to urge, speak. Leaning back against the cushion, Wan Yang wore a smug expression. Sister, let me tell you, my father is nothing but a handsome face, utterly useless. Forget about his career. It took him a decade just to produce me. I am the very root of the Wan family, its sole heir and its hope, the future of the Wan clan. My mother told me she has saved over 10,000 taels of silver for me, and when I grow a bit more, she intends to give me the house we currently reside in. As he spoke, his pride swelled further. I am destined to live the life of a young master, merely waiting to enjoy my fortunes. Yu Miaomeng, suppressing her irritation, continued, Do you know whose house you are living in? Wan Yang nonchalantly nodded. Of course, it's my aunt's. She is the matriarch of a marquis's household, wealthy and powerful, and does not lack for properties. My mother said she has already tricked the deed into her possession, and my aunt has half promised that once I pass the imperial examination, the house will be mine. However, in my view, that's all nonsense. I am too precious to endure hardship, and that house will eventually belong to me. Suddenly, Yu Miaozhen lowered her head, wiping away tears, her eyes reddened and pitiable, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Wang Yang nearly drooled at the sight of her tears, feeling a pang of sympathy. Stealing a glance at Su Dong, who was fixated on him, he felt a surge of fear and withdrew his foot, suppressing his thoughts of embracing the weeping beauty. Anxiously, he inquired, "Sister, please do not cry. What has happened? Why are you in tears? Fear not. Although I may seem downcast now, once I return home, I shall be a man of valor again. Just do not cry, and I shall grant you whatever you desire." This fool is rather perceptive. Viewed from this angle, he is not entirely intolerable. Yu Miaozhen lowered her voice, speaking softly, "Young master, to speak candidly, that house belongs to my family. It is precisely because of that house that I had no choice but to bring you here. Never would she have imagined that you, young master, are of such noble lineage, being the direct nephew of that esteemed marquis's wife. Please assist me. I merely wish to reclaim my house. I harbor no ill will towards you." Wang Yang. He remained in a daze for a considerable time before comprehending the gravity of the situation. By the heavens, I have been kidnapped. When did this occur? He believed that the scoundrel who had clashed with him over a courtesan the previous day had locked him up out of spite, merely intending to frighten him. And who is this voluptuous beauty that has suddenly appeared? Wang Yang, with a mind as muddled as a bowl of porridge, foolishly inquired, "How may I assist you?" Yu Miaozhen, fully immersed in her role, instantly shed 2 streams of glistening tears, softly uttering, "I knew all along that you, sir, are a truly noble gentleman, capable of aiding me." Wang Yang immediately straightened his posture, attempting to emulate a hearty laugh, but the sound that escaped him was more akin to a series of croaks. With a grand gesture, he readily acquiesced, "Just tell me what you need, and I shall see to it once." Yu Miaozhen's innocent, sparkling eyes blinked as she sweetly said, "I simply wish to obtain the deed to that residence." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yang agreed, "I shall retrieve it for you right away." Yu Miaozhen hastily interjected, "There's no need for such urgency. Silly boy, you can only leave once the ransom arrives." With a grateful expression, she continued, "Sir, I too have been compelled to inconvenience you. Once you return, please do not mention me as a fragile woman. I am quite fearful." Wang Yang, in a flurry, nearly reached out to wipe her tears, but hesitated out of respect for Su Dong. Instead, he offered comforting words, "Sister, please do not weep any further. Once I present the deed, we shall meet in private. It appears we are destined for one another. Forging such a connection over a mere house is truly remarkable." Yu Miaozhen found herself captivated by this simpleton, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. A foolish dreamer, yearning for the unattainable. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Qing San outside, signaling to her. Satisfied, she began to urge him on, "Sir, please return quickly to assist me. I shall await you at the intersection of Zhuke Street, if that is agreeable." Wang Yang, with a carefree demeanor, stood up and readily consented. "Very well, I shall attend to this matter immediately. Let us meet afternoon." Yu Miaozhen quickly called after him, "Do wait, sir. As a vulnerable woman without a place to stay, I am residing here with my brother. If you leave in such a manner, I fear the neighbors may gossip about me. Could you?" Wang Yang nodded eagerly, his head bobbing more vigorously than a pestle. "Of course, whatever you say." Finally, Qing San led away, a gaunt figure clad in a black hood, striding purposefully. Yu Miaozhen gazed at the 50,000 taels of silver notes before her, her mind already calculating. This must be the last of the Wan family savings. They could not extract any more. She instructed Li Qi to prepare a carriage and then made her way directly to Zhuke Street. Yu Miaozhen first approached the street corner diagonally opposite Su's residence. She observed Ding embracing Wang Yang, weeping profusely, while Wan Su scolded them. The trio then entered the house through a side door. Jin Ju glanced over, utterly perplexed. "Your Highness, why go through all this trouble? Can't we just storm the estate and take it?" Upon noticing the young girl's misguided thinking, Yu Miaozhen quickly began to educate her. "Jin Ju, is there not a vast difference between robbing in the street and breaking into a home? In the event of an unforeseen circumstance on the street, it would suffice to simply turn and flee. However, Escaping from within the confines of a residence proves to be rather inconvenient. Jinju nodded in agreement and then tilted her head, inquiring, "Now that we have the deed in hand, what shall we do about the shops and the land? Surely, they must be under the control of the whole residence." Yu Miaomeng felt a sense of vexation. In her previous life, the existence of legal frameworks had provided some measure of comfort. Yet in this era, filial piety reigns supreme. And within the dynamics of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, it is invariably the latter who suffers in silence, feeling the weight of oppression. While she contemplated a reckless disregard for the situation, a single misstep could lead to a deadlock, damaging her reputation irreparably beyond the reach of monetary remedy. Fear not. Once the residence is secured, the dowry will naturally follow. Just wait and see, she reassured. Now, let us proceed to Zhuke Street. The mere thought of Wanyang, with his lack of intellect, brought a smile to her lips. She could only wonder how he intended to pilfer the deed. At that moment, Wanyang was preoccupied with devising a plan. Chapter 60. Identity. Although Wanyang is not particularly intelligent, he possesses an extraordinary talent in certain aspects. The Ding family regards him as one of their own and holds him in great affection. This is partly due to the fact that he is a male heir, but more so because of his sweet-talking nature. He is adept at charming others, and when it comes to self-advancement, his cunning knows no bounds. At this moment, Wanyang is comforting the heartbroken Ding matriarch, saying, "Mother, I am unfilial. When you shed a tear, it feels as though I have died once. The pain pierces my heart." Deeply moved, Ding weeps freely, her fingers brushing against Wanyang's swollen eye, tears streaming down her face in sympathy. "My son is dutiful. My heart is greatly comforted." After a while of coaxing, Wanyang becomes restless, akin to a louse infesting his skin, his thoughts consumed by the enchanting beauty he had just encountered. With a foolish glint in his eyes, he begins to act coy. "Mother, your room is truly splendid. I wish to rest here for a while." The matriarch, feeling pity for his hardships, readily acquiesces, saying, "My son has suffered. Rest now, and I shall prepare some nourishing soup for you." With that, she tiptoes out of the room. Once the room is devoid of anyone, Wanyang throws off the covers and leaps from the bed, lifting the bedboard with great effort to discover a box nestled in the corner. His eyes brighten as he struggles for some time to extract the box. Upon opening it, he finds a stack of silver notes, and after rummaging through them, he uncovers a deed. Though Wanyang is not particularly accomplished, he has been educated enough to recognize words. He reads each deed carefully and discovers that, aside from this residence, there is also a shop bearing the name Suyin. Wanyang's mind slowly processes this information, and he is momentarily stunned. Who is Suyin? Is that beautiful sister named Ain? Such a melodious name. Elated, Wanyang tucks 2 deeds into his bosom and, after a moment's contemplation, removes 8,000 taels from the pile of silver notes. He tidies the bed hastily and, in a flurry, crawls through the dog hole in the backyard. At the tea house, Yu Miaomeng sits in a private room, gazing toward the street corner when she suddenly spots a bruised, emaciated figure sneaking about in the alley. She instructs Lychee directly, "Go fetch him." Before long, the side door swings open, and Wanyang darts into Yu Miaomeng's presence, eagerly presenting his findings as though they are treasures. "Sister Ain, look. Not only did I bring the deed to the house, but also a shop in your name. You mentioned your struggles, so I have also secured 8,000 taels for you." Yu Miaomeng glances at the items on the table, then turns her gaze to the foolish Wanyang, observing him for a moment, and begins to understand. Wanyang has many faults, yet he is not a malicious person. She smiles and gently probes. "I heard you got into a fight yesterday. Did your mother and father scold you?" Wanyang, momentarily dazed, begins to blunder. "I am the sole heir of the Wanyang family. Who would dare to strike me? My father only scolded me a little, and my mother dotes on me. She has gone to the kitchen to prepare a nourishing soup." Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng comprehends the situation. Wanyang's lack of decorum stems from being overly indulged. Aside from a few light reprimands from Wansu, Ding has taken no serious notice of the matter. Yu Miaomeng did not place much value on silver and gold. She cast a glance at the 8,000 taels on the table and inquired, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your mother for sneaking out such a large sum?" Wang Yang, with an air of indifference, replied that if the money were to be lost, he could simply ask his aunt for more, as this fortune was secretly accumulated by his mother. Since it isn't my mother's money, what's wrong with taking a bit? No wonder there are days when the meals are less than satisfactory. It turns out this money was hoarded. Indeed, Wan Dasha's reasoning was sound. While not all the silver could be claimed by Yu Miaomeng, a portion certainly belonged to her. Consequently, with the combined total of robbery and ransom, she now possessed over 70,000 taels in cash. As for the land deeds and shops, those would be taken from the Ding family. After all, having contributed 8,000 taels, Yu Miaomeng refrained from discarding Wan Dasha, engaging him in conversation and extracting a wealth of information. You mean your mother has seen your aunt's bridal chest and dowry properties? Where did she see them? Wan Yang, lazili traking sun fosids, exhibitet alajkade sital demianor. Carelessly discarding the shells. Reclining in his chair, he boldly stated, "Yes, my mother mentioned it. She said those items are hidden in the wall crevice behind my aunt's vanity." However, my mother also grumbled, saying Wan Yuanzhu is merely putting on a fade and is obsessed with appearances. None of the properties or shops belong to her. She even remarked that what decent girl would shamelessly pursue another's fiancé, except for Wan Yuanzhu. He rambled on, but the rest slipped his mind. Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng's perspective shifted. Now that she was aware of the exact location of the land deeds and property titles, why not simply steal them instead of complicating matters? She would need to contemplate how to reclaim her dowry further. After a few casual words to send Wan Dasha on his way, Yu Miaomeng returned to her residence in the west of the city. As night fell, the hour of Su approached. Yet she had not encountered the person she longed to see. This wretched place lacked a mobile phone, and the frustration of being unreachable was unbearable. In her agitation, she contemplated a reckless outburst, wondering what that man could possibly be doing. At that moment, Shen Rang was just preparing to leave the palace. The news of his return to the capital would be publicized the following day, as he had already been back for over a month and could not remain a secret indefinitely. However, he felt that his identity as the Prince of the North would be a burden when dealing with Yu Miaomeng, leaving him with an indescribable unease. By the time Shen Rang arrived at the residence in the west of the city, it was still not quite the end of the hour of Su. He found himself in the front courtyard, listening to Su Dongye recount the events that had transpired with Yu Miaomeng that day. Upon hearing Wan Yang's name, Shen Rang's gaze grew colder. "How old is Wan Yang? Has he encountered her?" Su Dong replied with his head bowed, "No. That lad is only 13 and appears rather dim-witted. He harbors no ill intentions towards the princess." 13 is not so young, Shen Rang remarked, his tone heavy with disdain. These insignificant pests are truly bothersome. Unable to resort to violence, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him and silently made his way toward the rear courtyard. Upon entering the inner chamber, he found Yu Miaomeng sprawled on the bed, swinging her legs. In the sweltering summer heat, she donned only a nightgown, draped over it a peculiar long robe. Her slender calves were elevated, the exposed skin glimmering like exquisite jade. He approached, taking hold of those enchanting legs, and began to playfully caress them in his hands. As he neared the edge of the bed, Yu Miaomeng sensed his presence, yet she felt no fear. Instead, she sat upright, adjusting her attire. Unconcerned with the embarrassment and modesty of being touched, she lifted her gaze and inquired, "How much longer do you intend to flee in this manner?" Shen Rang's eyes flickered momentarily, and he found himself lost in contemplative thought. Chapter 61. Clearing the path after a moment of contemplation, Shen Rang gently lifted her onto his lap and, with a playful smile, inquired, "Why do you ask such questions?" Yu Miaomeng candidly replied, "Your current situation allows me to see you only at night. If one day you were to vanish without a trace, I would be filled with worry. Even if I wished to rescue you, I would have no idea where to begin my search." She pressed further, "I asked you about this last time, but your response was rather unclear. Just how long do you intend to hide away?" Shen Rang lowered his gaze to her, softly reassuring, "I promise to visit you every night without fail." Yu Miaomeng furrowed her brow. "I am merely concerned for your well-being." She then transitioned to discussing the matter of their residence. "By the way, I have secured the deed to the house in the east of the city. I wish to move there tomorrow. As we agreed, once the grand house is in our possession, you shall reside there as well. Moreover, the east of the city is much safer, being a gathering place for officials and nobility. Typically, no one dares to intrude. Where do you stay each night? Once we move to the east of the city, you must refrain from wandering about indiscriminately, she added. Shen Rang pondered for a moment. The house in the east was neither far from nor too close to the palace, while his own residence lay right beneath the imperial city. The challenge of relocating was not the distance, but rather the daily attire and the timing of his departures. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. I shall heed your wishes. Yu Miaomeng, genuinely concerned each day, felt a surge of joy at his acquiescence. She then broached the topic of the day's events. I must tell you, my dowry is hidden behind the dressing table of the Wan family. What do you suggest I do to retrieve it? Although the deeds bore no mention of the Wan family, she felt a sense of security only when the belongings were firmly in her possession. As for the schemes and intentions of the Wan family, she could easily surmise that they merely wished to deceive her into changing the name on the ownership documents. With her presence, such a scenario would never come to fruition. With that thought, Yu Miaomeng raised her head and asked, what do you think about having Ding Shi steal it for me? She had observed over the past few days that the Wan family, while not entirely virtuous, were merely lazy and opportunistic. Initially, she considered sending someone to the Ho residence to pilfer the items, but given their concealment in the back courtyard, surrounded by numerous maids and servants, it seemed rather daunting. Seeing her rare frown of concentration, Shen Rang chuckled softly and took the matter into his own hands. I shall assist you. Yu Miaomeng quickly objected. No. How can you help? It is far too dangerous. You must not go. The mere thought of infiltrating the dilapidated Ho residence did not intimidate Shen Rang. He had no need to lower himself to such thievery. With so many capable individuals under his command, retrieving an item from a woman's quarters was hardly a formidable task. Do not worry. I am quite skilled in martial arts. I shall go tomorrow night to retrieve it and deliver it directly to the grand residence. Though Yu Miaomeng felt touched by his offer, she firmly refused. No. Regardless, it is still a noble household, and the layout is vast and intricate. Moreover, that ugly man, Jiang Yi, is also adept in martial arts. It is simply too perilous. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's name, Shen Rang's expression turned cold as he glanced at the anxious woman in his arms, his gaze subtly shifting. Truly, she was adorably naive, docile and beautiful, plump and soft, innocent yet clever. He truly cherishes her. Shen Rang, unwilling to squander any more time, understood that only by securing these dowries could he proceed to the next step. He was resolute, coaxing and affectionate, repeatedly assuring her, rest assured, I shall deliver the items to you by tomorrow night. As he observed Yu Miaomeng hesitating, his expression dimmed, and in a low voice he lamented, I am unworthy of you, and merely wish to do something for you. To think you would deny me, I feel no different from a waste. Yu Miaomeng was taken aback. The man's obstinate pride was truly omnipresent. She felt a mix of heartache, joy, and difficulty, pondering for a long while before agreeing, very well. But you must take Su Dong with you. You both should scout the path first. If it seems perilous, do not act recklessly. I have other means to obtain it. Do not let yourselves be harmed. After saying this, she earnestly emphasized, do not get hurt, or I will be very upset. Shen Rang felt a surge of joy from her concern, leaning down to kiss her crimson lips, their embrace lingering. With a profound gaze, he solemnly declared, I shall not allow you to be angry. Yu Miaomeng smiled and nodded. I trust you. The two nestled together, conversing for an extended time. Only when Yu Miaomeng had rested did Shen Rang depart around the hour of the pig. He directly went to the front courtyard to arrange matters for the following day. Shen Rang looked at Mo Ying before him and recounted the instructions. He then cast a cold glance at the subordinates with their heads bowed, speaking slowly. By the hour of the rooster tomorrow, I wish to see the items. Mo Ying immediately replied respectfully, Your Highness, rest assured, I will ensure the items are delivered on time, regardless of the task at hand, as long as he could be reinstated by the prince. He would see it through to the end, even at the cost of his life. As Shen Rang watched Mo Ying's retreating figure, a cold glint flickered in his seemingly amused eyes. After all, this was a matter of petty thievery. Such undignified affairs could not involve his own people. He instantly thought of whom to send. Since Shen Yin enjoyed placing people around him, he too ought to make full use of his resources. Shen Rang casually perused the confidential letter presented by Qin Ke, casually inquiring, "Where is Jiang Yi at this moment?" This task was assigned to Ying, who stepped forward to respond, "Reporting to Your Highness, he is still on the road." Shen Rang set the letter aside, twirling the ring on his finger as he calculated the time. With Yu Miaozhen's cleverness and Su Dong alongside a few others to carry out orders, dealing with the Wan family would not pose a challenge, provided Jiang Yi did not remain in the capital. It was not that Jiang Yi possessed exceptional capabilities, but he was reasonably astute. Should Jiang Yi stay in the capital, unnecessary troubles would inevitably arise. Since Yu Miaozhen delighted in toying with those foolish individuals, he would clear these obstacles in advance, allowing her to act freely. With this thought in mind, Shen Rang raised his head and commanded, "Spread the news. Instruct him to return to the capital." The matter of the divorce letter should also be prioritized. Jiang Yi still holds value. He then reviewed the correspondence from the northern frontier and abruptly inquired about the Yu family. Under whose command do the two young masters of the Yu family serve? Officials with ranks above 1,000 within the military are well acquainted with Qin Ke. He responded, "The princess's elder brother, Yu Shining, serves as a 1,000 household commander under General Song. Her cousin, Yin Zheng, holds a similar position under General Zheng. As for her paternal cousin, Yu Shihong, it is unknown to his subordinates. He likely has not attained a rank above 1,000. Mentioning so many brothers, Shen Rang rarely furrowed his brow, pondering why such a multitude of men were connected to her. He suddenly recalled the Lu family in the southern frontier, where there were also several cousins of Yu Miaozhen. The Lu family is indeed a distant kin, not too far removed. The young lord of the Longping Marquisate, Lu Xiaoho, is said to be quite capable and, according to reports, exceptionally handsome. Shen Rang reflected on the news from the southern frontier and the correspondence exchanged between them in the past, leading him to have a certain understanding of Lu Xiaohong. He is astute yet candid, possessing both foresight and decisive action. As he contemplated this, his gaze deepened. Soon, during the upcoming Qinqiu festival, he would have the opportunity to meet this individual. The following day, Yu Miaozhen stormed into the Su residence in the eastern part of the city with great fervor. Chapter 62. The peculiar in the eastern part of the city lay the residences of affluent families. To avoid causing commotion, Yu Miaozhen stealthily entered the estate through a side entrance at dawn. The gatekeepers, caught off guard, were swiftly silenced by Qing San and locked away in the woodshed. As she wandered through the front courtyard, a sense of surprise washed over her. The various courtyard houses were impeccably maintained, yet uninhabited, and the rockery garden was quite well kept. While the study was securely locked, it seemed that Ding Shi was not entirely foolish. At the very least, she was wise enough to leave herself an escape route. Returning to the main hall, Yu Miaozhen had scarcely settled when the shrill cries of two individuals echoed from outside, akin to the wailing of slaughtered pigs. Frowning, she commanded, "Gag them. What are they howling about at such an early hour?" After all, she would be residing here, and she could not allow these two fools to tarnish her image. Before long, two individuals dressed in undergarments were dragged in, bound tightly. Wan Su and Ding Shi, lacking in wisdom yet perceptive enough, trembled in fear upon witnessing the scene. Yu Miaozhen ordered, "Release them." Su Dong stepped forward to untie the pair, and as the ropes fell away, the once disdainful couple immediately embraced, trembling and shedding tears. In a private moment, they discreetly pinched each other's soft flesh at the waist, each attempting to compel the other to speak first. Ultimately, Wan Su, unable to withstand the discomfort, let out a crowing sound and stammered, "May I inquire what business this noble lady has? We are but ordinary folk. I am merely a scholar of 39, with one wife and two concubines." Silence. Yu Miaozhen found the noise intolerable. As soon as she spoke, Qing San drew his blade, causing Wan Su to cower into Ding Shi's embrace, flailing in panic. "Do not kill me. I have 1,000 taels of silver hidden in my study at my other residence. I will give it all to you." Before Yu Miaozhen could respond, Ding Shi seized Wan Su by the ear and delivered several sharp slaps, bringing him to tears. Only then did she begin to berate him. "Wan Su, do you think you deserve my sacrifices? I have supported your concubines and illegitimate daughters, and yet you squander silver on that vixen outside. I could kill you. Ding Shi, who was particularly greedy, could be driven to distraction by the loss of even a single tael of silver. Now that she learned of Wan Su's hidden wealth, she momentarily forgot her circumstances and descended into a frenzy, her demeanor half-mad. The hall erupted into chaos, with voices clamoring loudly. Qing San, irritable, approached to suggest, "Your Highness, they are unbearably noisy. Shall I take them outside for some discipline?" Yu Miaomeng looked up at the formidable figure of the dark, brooding man before her. At that moment, he resembled an enraged bull, ready to charge at the mere sight of a red cloth, exuding an aura of indiscriminate wrath. Startled, she glanced at his arms. Thicker than her own thigh, swallowed hard, and gently advised, "Qing San, do not be so impulsive. If you find it too loud, allow me to handle it. You may retreat for now." With a scowl, Qing San stepped back to his previous position. With the imposing barrier now absent, Yu Miaomeng retrieved the whip from her waist. She lashed 2 whips against Wan Su, whose screams echoed momentarily before the main hall fell into an eerie silence. Yu Miaomeng stood before them, not sparing a glance at the writhing Wan Su, directing her gaze towards Ding Shi. "Do you know who I am?" Upon realizing, Ding Shi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, her voice trembling as she replied, "I don't know." Yu Miaomeng, uninterested in beating around the bush, declared straightforwardly, "Before noon today, you are to vacate this residence and surrender all ill-gotten gains." After a brief moment of shock, Ding Shi's eyes widened, and she screamed, "On what grounds?" "The money is earned through my hard work. I want to take it." No sooner had she spoken than a blade taller than herself was pressed against her neck, causing her to tremble in fear, yet she stubbornly closed her eyes and held her ground. "Miss, I have no ill-gotten wealth. I can move out now, but I have no money." This person truly valued money over life, and Yu Miaomeng couldn't help but find amusement in the absurdity. "I do not desire what rightfully belongs to you, but what is not yours must be relinquished, for I am the rightful owner of this property." Ding Shi's eyes widened like saucers as she stuttered, "You are the niece-in-law? My heavens!" Upon closer inspection, she discerned a resemblance to the princess before her. The thought of the silver she had pried from Wan Yuru over the years struck her, and she realized that much of it was indeed the princess's dowry. Caught between guilt and the pain of parting with her silver, Ding Shi felt her heart twist in anguish. She hesitantly spoke, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I will move out today. I never intended to stay. It was all Wan Yuru's doing. She promised to buy a house for my husband, but delayed fulfillment, which is how we ended up living here. After moving in, I discovered that the estate housed the Su family's ancestral hall. Who doesn't know the exploits of General Su? I was terrified and dare not stay. Yet, Wan Yuru coaxed me with 1,000 taels of silver, assuring me that this residence would eventually be hers. So I believed her. To prevent me from causing a scene, Wan Yuru even left the deed in my possession. Oh, and I also secured the deed to one of her shops, which I will return to you. Your Highness, I swear I did not touch anything. I merely resided quietly in the guest room on the western side of the back courtyard, never daring to overstep my bounds." Ding Shi concluded with a face of indignation, blaming Wan Yuru for her predicament, as she had confidently asserted that the house would soon belong to her. The more Ding Shi listened, the more her greed festered. Thinking that since it was Wan Yuru's property, she wished to leave it to Yandere after her arrival. "Your Highness, please spare me. It is my greed that has led me astray. I acknowledge my mistakes." Subsequently, whether out of sorrow for her silver or the property, she wept uncontrollably, her garments drenched in tears. Yu Miaomeng was not a fool. Amidst all the chatter, she discerned a peculiar thread. Why was the Wan family so confident, daring to boast that this estate would change hands? Unless she dies. The more Yu Miaomeng contemplated, the more grave her expression became as she began to interrogate. Why has the Wan family consistently claimed that this residence would become hers? Ding, wiping her nose, spoke in a hushed tone. "I am uncertain. She began to speak of this quite some time ago, and over a month ago, she expressed her conviction with utmost certainty. Who would have thought that in the past month, she fell ill, and even I have not seen her, leaving me unsure whether her ailment is genuine or feigned." Yu Miaomeng found this situation peculiar, Yet she discerned from Ding's demeanor that she would not elicit any useful information. You should gather your belongings. There is no need for me to elaborate on what must be done. At that moment, Ding recalled Wan Su, who lay sprawled on the ground, and she advanced to berate him fiercely. It is your family that has brought me to this plight. You have deceived me. Have you no conscience? Wailing in despair. Once the main hall fell into silence, Yu Miaomeng finally felt a sense of relief. Lychee brought in a plate of pears, and, as she took a bite, before she could even swallow, Ding, disheveled and howling, burst in. The moment she spoke, Yu Miaomeng was rendered speechless. Chapter 63. Transformation. Alas, my dear princess. It is all my fault alone. Young Yang is still but a child. Please do not harm him. Ding, possessing a modicum of cleverness, pondered deeply on her way back. The more she contemplated, the more her heart quaked with trepidation. She recalled the ransom demanded for Wan Su, as well as the abduction of Wan Yang. Moreover, the imposing guards with their fierce countenances loomed large in her memory, and her muddled thoughts began to clear. A sudden epiphany struck her. The meek little wife had risen against her tormentor, returning to exact her vengeance upon the wicked mother-in-law. The foolish one Yuru, daring to insult the princess, deserved this fate. Previously, Ding had never shown any disrespect towards Yu Miaomeng. In her eyes, the princess was a paragon of opulence and grace, a being to be revered rather than offended. At most, she would turn a blind eye to the origins of the silver coins pilfered from the Wan family. In this moment, she was engulfed by regret, realizing that her eyes had become clouded by the allure of wealth, leading her deeper into greed. Having ruminated on these thoughts, she implored, "Princess, I truly recognize my errors. Please, spare young Yang." Yu Miaomeng regarded her with a look of bewilderment and queried, "What are you speaking of?" Ding's genuine affection for Wan Yang was palpable as she trembled while producing a letter, her sobs rendering her breathless. He left a note before running away. Oh heavens! He claimed he would enlist in the army in the northern frontier, wherever that may be. My son. Upon grasping the contents of the letter, Yu Miaomeng was taken aback. Wan, the dimwit, intends to join the military? What would he possibly achieve there? Would he entertain others with his antics in the barracks? Coming to her senses, Yu Miaomeng shook her head vehemently, declaring, "This truly is not my doing. I have done nothing." When did he depart? Does he even know where the northern frontier is? Ding's eyes were swollen from weeping. Though the boy was remarkably clever and could make a name for himself anywhere, the battlefield would be a cruel realm. Yu Miaomeng nearly burst into laughter at this absurdity. What a scene of unexpected delight. Contemplating Wan Yang's foolishness, she felt an unexpected surge of empathy. Go inquire at the city gates, and send someone to pursue him. He likely hasn't ventured far. Ding hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, princess. I shall vacate before noon. Seeing her compliance, Yu Miaomeng refrained from exerting her authority, maintaining a neutral demeanor as she nodded slightly. Return and gather your belongings. Once the room fell silent once more, Yu Miaomeng continued to ponder Wan Yang's predicament. She turned her gaze towards Su Dong, who had indeed returned home the previous day. Su Dong confirmed with a nod, stating he had returned, and Qing Si had seen him arrive at the manor. Yu Miaomeng remained incredulous, questioning whether a disheveled, spoiled child could genuinely experience a moment of enlightenment. After a lengthy pause, Su Dong finally replied, "It is possible. He expressed envy towards his subordinate's martial prowess yesterday. Perhaps he desires to reform." Unable to fathom this, Yu Miaomeng chose to relinquish her thoughts on the matter. Wan Yang had both a father and a mother. He required no further concern from her, nor could she meddle unnecessarily. After the commotion, she felt no inclination to rest and promptly returned to the western part of the city to prepare her belongings, intending to settle in the eastern district that very night. The eastern quarters were tranquil, spacious, and conveniently close to Zhuke Street, making outings delightful. In the afternoon, during the hour of Shun, the final cart of cages was transported to the eastern part of the city, leaving the residences in the west vacant. Yu Miaomeng boarded the carriage and, reflecting on how long it had been since she last indulged in a leisurely outing, made a direct decision. Let us venture to Zhuke Street for some amusement. Accompanying her today were Jinju and Xiang Tao, while Li Qi had gone eastward to oversee matters and arrange accommodations. Jinju, with a charming smile, quickly retrieved a hat from the fabric bag behind her. "My lady, you should wear this. You are so beautiful. It is prudent to take care." Yu Miaomeng, who held a fondness for exquisite items, was instantly captivated by the hat. It was white, adorned with intricate embroidery, and the brim was encrusted with gemstones. With a cascade of white gauze and a delicate string of pearls dangling elegantly, it was both stunning and refined. She examined it with delight and casually inquired, "Jinju, where did you find such a lovely hat?" Jinju replied with a smile. Sister Li Qi arranged for it to be made by Shanju. She mentioned that after arriving in the capital, one should not dress as casually as in the countryside. This was the advantage of having a reliable maid. Li Qi could aptly be described as an encyclopedia, knowledgeable and capable in all matters. Yu Miaomeng was quite satisfied. The hat was so beautiful that she willingly donned it as they exited the carriage. The group first purchased some jewelry and fabric. With a substantial amount of silver in her possession, she bought each of her little maids a set of exquisite gold hairpins. Subsequently, they proceeded to the largest tea house in the capital, Yangfuju, to rest. They requested a private room on the second floor, but before they ascended, they overheard a lively discussion in the lobby below. The king of the northern frontier, who had been stationed at the northern border, had returned to the capital, reportedly arriving at noon today, presumably to congratulate His Majesty on the upcoming Chinchou festival. In recent years, the northern Di had suffered continuous defeats at the hands of the Diyong, and the situation at the northern border was not tense. Thus, the king's return was not particularly surprising. Yu Miaomeng stood in shock for a long moment, turned to look, but the light gauze of her hat only allowed her to discern a few individuals dressed in the official attire of the Ministry of Rights. They appeared to be minor officials. The astonishment she felt was overwhelming. Her mind immediately drifted to that man. The king of the northern frontier had returned. What would that mean for him? More importantly, the text had clearly stated that the king would return to the capital many years later. Why had there been a change now? Yu Miaomeng felt a whirlwind of distress envelop her, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Ignoring the ascent to the second floor, she commanded the carriage to return home. Once back, she could only suppress her anxious anticipation for nightfall, remaining in the courtyard until the hour of Su had passed. Meanwhile, Shen Rang had just been called to a halt by Emperor Jianping. "Do not be in haste to depart. I have matters to discuss with you." Shen Rang turned with impatience, his expression remaining composed as he respectfully asked, "Your Majesty, what is it you wish to convey?" Emperor Jianping scrutinized him for a lengthy moment before speaking gravely. "You are to pay respects to your grandmother tomorrow. It is only fitting that you show filial piety during this visit to the capital." Shen Rang did not elaborate on the matter, merely nodding in agreement. "Understood." The two fell into silence, the atmosphere growing cold and stagnant, with only the sound of official documents being reviewed echoing in the imperial study. The oppressive ambience weighed heavily upon them. Emperor Jianping scrutinized the memorial in his hands, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He cast the document onto the table and lifted his gaze once more. "Shen Rang, I have taught you the art of decisive action. It does not warrant such tyranny. Are you opposing me, or do you hold human life in contempt? Your actions are no different from those of a despot. In the past, I employed even more brutal methods. The floors of the imperial study and the Qianqing gate were drenched in blood daily, stains that could never be fully scrubbed away. Eventually, I found such cruelty to be rather tiresome, only to realize that the kind of emperor I aspire to be is ultimately determined by your mother. If I were to choose between a kingdom and a beauty, my answer would remain unchanged, both in the past and now." The emperor's gaze turned scrutinizing as he coldly inquired, "Shen Rang, what do you believe the answer to be?" Chapter 64. Difficult matters. Shen Rang maintained a serene demeanor as he replied softly, "Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of a realm. I dare not presume to fathom your thoughts." The Emperor Jianping seemed to have anticipated this response, smirking coldly before inquiring, "What would you have done had I not sent you to the northern frontier all those years ago?" Shen Rang lifted his gaze, revealing a glimmer of frostiness in his eyes, his tone unwaveringly calm. "Your Majesty, a person of vile nature cannot be transformed by mere upbringing. Their essence remains unchanged. The two locked eyes, neither willing to yield. Shen Rang felt a profound weariness, a fatigue that stemmed from internal anguish, neither painful nor comforting, yet it rendered him restless. How many hidden truths lay buried in the past? Within those truths, how much selfishness resided? And within that selfishness, how much hypocrisy was cloaked? And amidst the hypocrisy, how much sincerity could be discerned? Why delve into the past or strive to amend the present? He had never valued familial bonds, for he had never possessed them. Thus, he had no need for them. A man marked by misfortune deserves to be labeled a bastard. No one bore a more absurd lineage than he. Such a man does not believe in the retribution of good and evil, nor does he hold any faith within his heart. The depravity ingrained in his blood, combined with his upbringing, imparted a singular lesson. One must employ any means necessary to achieve their aims, be it by theft, murder, or conquest, with no restrictions. Discussing matters of the heart with someone like him is a futile endeavor. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. He was unwilling to linger any longer. After offering his respects, he prepared to take his leave. Seeing his cold demeanor, the Emperor Jianping felt a surge of discomfort. While the edicts he reviewed today were indeed ruthless, decisions made by those in power need not be altered. If it was to be death, then so be it. In the future, he should wield both grace and authority in his reviews, rather than simply resorting to executions. Such behavior would lead to nothing of substance. Upon hearing this, Shen Rang's expression grew even colder, though he remained composed. Since your majesty is dissatisfied, I too harbor no fondness for these trivial matters. Perhaps you should select a gentleman of integrity and lofty aspirations to serve you, thus sparing yourself the daily vexation over court affairs. The emperor's temper flared further at these words, and he retorted angrily, Am I incensed solely due to court affairs? Shen Rang's deep-set eyes glimmered with amusement. The displeasure of the man before him brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. I dare not presume to speak on your majesty's matters, nor do I wish to speculate on the reasons for your discontent. The emperor fixed him with a steady gaze for a while, recognizing the rebellious spirit within him. Now openly defying the authority of the emperor, anger surged within him, and he barked, Get out! A semblance of a cold smile flickered across Shen Rang's face. Yet he did not immediately depart. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the man before him and asked directly, Your Majesty, how is my mother? I wish to see her. She is my biological mother. As her son, I cannot be unfilial. The emperor did not outright refuse, and his expression softened considerably at the mention of Xuanning. In due time, I shall arrange for you to meet. Shen Rang harbored his own suspicions, but chose not to speak further. After bowing, he turned to leave, glancing at the time before hastily riding towards the eastern residence, his pace swift. He hurriedly made his way to the front yard, where he found Miaomeng, who had been waiting for quite some time. Did you retrieve it? Miaomeng respectfully placed a box on the table and replied with his head lowered. Yes, Your Highness. I personally went to fetch it, ensuring that nothing went amiss. Shen Rang opened the box and meticulously examined its contents, confirming that it contained the property deeds belonging to Su Yin and Yu Miaomeng. Princess Su Yin was a quintessential gentlewoman, amiable and of a tender disposition. According to his inquiries, Su Yin shared a remarkably close bond with her mother, Xuanning. The two had grown up together, their relationship akin to that of sisters. As Shen Rang pondered these memories, he casually undid the jade clasp on his belt, shedding the embroidered robe adorned with five-clawed golden dragons in favor of a simple, dark outer garment. Once attired, he listened as Su Dong reported the events of the day involving Yu Miaomeng. Your Highness, this afternoon the princess learned of the Northern King's return to the capital while at Yongfu residence, and she immediately returned to the manor. The news from Lizzie indicates that the princess has been quite worried about you, having sat in the courtyard since the end of the evening hour, her heart heavy with concern. Upon hearing this, Shen Rang felt a surge of anxiety and could hardly wait. He quickly issued a few brief instructions and made his way to the back courtyard. As he stepped into the yard, he spotted Yu Miaomeng pacing beneath the trees. His heart softened at the sight, and he approached her, enveloping her in his arms and gently kissing her forehead, his voice laced with remorse. I'm sorry for making you worry. In that moment of embrace, Yu Miaozhen felt a weight lift from her heart, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Where have you been? I was so worried about you. I waited for you for so long." Hearing her words, Shen Rang experienced a pang of distress in his chest. He held her tightly, softly caressing her back. His tone was soothing as he reassured her, "I will be fine. Do not be afraid." With that, he lifted her into his arms and carried her directly to the inner chamber. Yu Miaozhen wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Her restless heart gradually began to calm. Upon entering the inner room, she squirmed to be set down, insisting, "Let me see you." Shen Rang complied, placing her gently on her feet. She examined him from head to toe, and only when she confirmed that he was unharmed did her anxiety fully dissipate. Still shaken, she spoke in a flustered tone, "I was frantic. I heard news today at the tea house that the Northern King is returning to the capital. What if he comes back? You would be in great danger." She continued to mumble, "Why is he returning? What does he want?" Shen Rang settled her onto his lap, removing her embroidered shoes, and gently comforted her. "Do not worry. I am safe." While he had no intention of concealing his identity, he had yet to find the right moment to reveal it. Observing Yu Miaozhen's troubled expression, he sensed that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he tenderly inquired, "Zhan, if there is anything troubling you, feel free to share it with me. I am here to assist you. Though I lack status and accolades, I would do anything for you, and I will protect you." Yu Miaozhen remained silent, merely shaking her head in response to his words. Within her heart resided a blend of inexplicable bewilderment and an absurd sense of unreality. Indeed, she had traversed into the realm of a book. Yet upon hearing the news of the Northern Prince's unexpected return to the capital, she found herself suddenly questioning the significance of the narrative itself. Why had someone destined to return years hence chosen to arrive prematurely? The complexity of her emotions tangled her thoughts, rendering her feelings burdensome. However, she mused, it mattered not. Since she had been granted a second chance at life, possessing too much foreknowledge was hardly beneficial. For her, it sufficed to navigate the whims of fate, continuing her existence as a lavish heiress unperturbed. With this contemplation, Yu Miaozhen responded ambiguously. It was simply a matter of an individual who should not have returned to the capital at this time, doing so unexpectedly. I found it peculiar, unable to accept it fully, yet it was ultimately inconsequential. Those prominent figures bore no relevance to my life. With a smile, she added reassuringly, "I assure you, I am perfectly fine, so do not worry." Chapter 65. Disguise. Shen Rang is an enigmatic individual, possessing profound insight and an acute awareness that enables him to detect even the faintest trace of deception. Upon hearing the words, he instantly comprehended their implication. Yu Miaozhen, with her prophetic inclinations, was indeed referring to him. However, according to their original plan, he would not return to the capital for at least 5 years. Shen Rang lowered his gaze in contemplation, his fingers caressing the supple waist in his grasp, his expression serene as he refrained from further inquiries. In a soothing tone, he reassured her, "Do not worry. I am here, always by your side. Whether it be a seer or an anomaly, it matters not. From the moment I left the capital, everything changed. I have never been concerned with external turmoil, nor do I fear the machinations of others. With me present, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly, safeguarding the woman in my embrace from harm." He held Yu Miaozhen in high regard. She was the object of his affection, his heart's desire, an irresistible obsession. As these thoughts filled his mind, he leaned down to kiss her forehead, his gaze gradually revealing desire and infatuation. His cool, delicate lips descended softly upon her longed-for cherry blossom mouth. With a hint of assertiveness, his warm palm glided down her spine, grasping the soft, ample flesh of her form and tenderly caressing it. Shen Rang's breath quickened as he withdrew from her lips, his lips trailing towards her delicate, smooth neck, drawn in by a captivating fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Yu Miaozhen's body, subjected to his ministrations, grew weak. She trembled, responding with palpable intensity. She struggled slightly, her voice a soft, alluring whisper, "Are you all right?" Shen Rang halted his movements, gently comforting the quivering figure in his arms. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. What should I do? He had lost his reason, surrendering entirely to his passionate emotions. Yet he insidiously concealed his possessive, pathological nature, hiding countless darker facets of himself. He could not guarantee that he could maintain this fa-ade flawlessly for a lifetime. Yu Miaomeng nestled obediently in his warm embrace. Having not fully grasped his earlier words, she quietly inquired, "What did you just say?" In a low, coaxing voice, Shen Rang replied, "Jinjin, you can only cherish me." Unaware that her vulnerabilities had already been laid bare, she perceived the sincerity in his words and nodded without hesitation. "And what about you? Will you grow fond of someone else? If you were to change your heart, I wouldn't cling to a single tree. You understand?" Shen Rang's lowered eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes, his expression obscured by the flickering candlelight. It seemed he smiled as he spoke softly. "I will not grow fond of another, and you will not have the opportunity to seek out another tree." With that, Shen Rang leaned down, grasping her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, the depths of his dark eyes inscrutable. "You must be obedient." For a moment, the clarity in Yu Miaomeng's eyes wavered, failing to discern anything amiss as she nodded in agreement. "I believe you, but you must treat me well." Only then did Shen Rang reveal a smile, planting gentle kisses upon her cheek and nose, drawing her even closer into his embrace. Yu Miaomeng recalled the events of the afternoon and smiled, saying, "It truly does not matter. I possess ample silver coins. If it comes to that, we could always leave the capital and reside elsewhere." Shen Rang did not respond to her naive words. Instead, he retrieved a small box and placed it upon her lap. "Take a look and see if this belongs to you." Finding it cumbersome to examine while seated, Yu Miaomeng stood up to open the box. Inside were several contracts and a pair of tokens. She carefully cross-referenced the dowry list, and with the 2 additional sheets sent by Wan Dashin, everything matched perfectly. Not a single item was missing. With her eyes sparkling, she looked up in astonishment. "How did you acquire these?" Shen Rang remained remarkably composed, offering a half-truth. "I am acquainted with some extraordinary individuals from the underworld, and I had someone retrieve them for me." Yu Miaomeng blinked, momentarily taken aback, and then furrowed her brow, asking, "How do you know such people? Is there any danger involved?" Shen Rang merely addressed her second inquiry. "There is no danger." He then subtly shifted the topic. "Many of the people in the shop are likely from the Wan family. How do you plan to address that?" Yu Miaomeng, oblivious to the underlying concerns, immediately disregarded her curiosity about other matters upon hearing his words. With a proud smile, she replied, "Do you think me foolish? On the very day I returned to the capital, I arranged for a few unfamiliar young girls to visit several shops. They inspected all the goods for sale, assessed the business performance, and observed the shopkeeper's demeanor. Subsequently, I tasked Su Chuan with locating those who had been loyal to my mother and the Su family, but regrettably, he could only find a few. So, there is no rush regarding the shops. Once I secure the divorce papers, I will dismiss all individuals from the Wan family working in those establishments." Although she had little experience with family businesses, she had been indirectly influenced since childhood and understood the general principles. Seeing her bright eyes and charming demeanor, Shen Rang felt an immense joy swell within him. He smiled and praised her. "Jinjin, your strategic acumen is truly remarkable." Yu Miaomeng, flattered by the compliment, blushed and replied, "Of course." The two of them, wrapped in each other's warmth, chatted until the hour of the pig, lingering until Yu Miaomeng fell asleep, at which point Shen Rang returned to the front courtyard to rest. The following day, Yu Miaomeng rose early, just as the first light of dawn broke, eager to share breakfast with Shen Rang. She had Aunt Wang prepare an array of dishes, only to discover the disheartening news that he had already departed. "When did he leave?" Su Dong lowered his head and replied, "I'm unaware, my lady." Although somewhat displeased, Yu Miaomeng was not overly upset. After all, they had not made any arrangements regarding this matter the previous night. Alone, she ate her breakfast with a lackluster demeanor. Seizing the opportunity, she redecorated the main rooms of both the front and back courtyards. Subsequently, she visited the Su family storeroom to take stock of its contents. While the items were not numerous, some appeared exceedingly precious, likely bestowed by imperial favor. After a busy morning under the summer heat, Yu Miaozhen returned to the back courtyard to freshen up before delving into the examination of her dowry accounts. After a brief period, she grew frustrated and retreated to the inner chamber to ponder in silence. Nestled comfortably on the soft couch, idly passing the time, she was taken aback when Xiang Tao rushed into the room, her expression fraught with alarm. The words that escaped her lips left her utterly astonished, causing the sunflower seeds in her hand to scatter across the floor. Chapter 66. A fortunate event. Yu Miaozhen was momentarily taken aback before finally speaking. "What did you say?" Xiang Tao, visibly anxious, responded in a trembling voice. "Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived. It is a lady-in-waiting sent by the Empress Dowager, specifically to escort you into the palace. Sister Lizzie is attending to her and has sent me ahead to inform you." Yu Miaozhen took a moment to compose herself, pondering the implications of this sudden visit. It was no coincidence that the Empress Dowager sought her audience just a day after her arrival in the eastern part of the city. This surely indicated an acknowledgement of her transformation, a desire to restore her dignity. This could be deemed a fortuitous turn of events, as she truly needed a patron to bolster her status as a princess. With this realization, Yu Miaozhen sprang from her bed and hastily commanded, "Quickly, summon Jinju to assist me." As she dressed and adorned herself, she reviewed the court etiquette and ceremonial gestures she had practiced with Lizzie in the preceding days. After meticulously refreshing her memory, she felt a sense of confidence. 15 minutes later, Yu Miaozhen gracefully entered the front hall, exuding poise and elegance. Upon seeing the young lady before her, Tao Mama, the lady-in-waiting, was momentarily entranced by her exquisite beauty and charm, standing spellbound for a while before regaining her composure. Adhering to her principles of propriety, she stepped forward to perform a formal greeting, her posture impeccably refined. "I have come to pay my respects to the princess," she stated. As a senior female official in the Empress Dowager's service, her personal visit bore the weight of the Empress Dowager's favor. Yu Miaozhen, though unfamiliar with the woman before her, felt no trepidation. Being associated with the Empress Dowager warranted her respect. Noticing that Tao Mama had performed only a partial bow, she stepped forward to assist her, her tones soft and gentle. "There is no need for such formalities, Mama." Tao Mama, slender and with a calm demeanor, smiled and completed her greetings before rising. She then regarded the enchanting maiden with keen interest, remarking, "The princess has changed remarkably." Yu Miaozhen felt a tinge of embarrassment, lowering her gaze slightly as she confessed in a hushed voice, "Mama, to be honest, I have indeed undergone significant changes. After all, quite a bit has transpired. I fell gravely ill, and upon awakening, I experienced a profound awakening." Raising her head, she added softly, "However, I am uncertain whether my transformation will be of any value in rectifying my past mistakes." Tao Mama, having heard tales of how near-death experiences can drastically alter one's temperament, nodded with a hint of curiosity but maintained her smile. "Do not fear, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager learned of your residence at the Su family and sent me here because she is genuinely concerned for you." With a sense of relief washing over her, Yu Miaozhen displayed a perfectly measured blend of anxiety and eagerness on her face. "Mama, let us proceed to the palace without delay. We must not keep the Empress Dowager waiting." Tao Mama appreciated the young lady's understanding of decorum, and the lingering sense of distance between them began to dissipate. They exchanged no further words as they entered the palace carriage, passing through the noon gate and entering the inner palace through the western side gate. Afterward, Yu Miaozhen disembarked from the carriage and stepped into a palanquin, which swayed gently for over half an hour before coming to a stop. Now standing within the layers of palace walls, surrounded by red-tiled roofs and yellow walls, she glanced around before following Tao Mama down a winding path. Upon halting, they arrived at the ever-longevity palace of the Empress Dowager. The palace maids, evidently having received instructions, greeted them with smiles and ushered them inside. Yu Miaozhen exhibited impeccable etiquette. She bowed her head, avoided any sidelong glances, and approached the designated spot before performing her salutation. Zhaoning pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Inside the hall, incense wafted through the air, permeated with a faint scent of sandalwood, and all the palace maids and eunuchs held their breath, maintaining an atmosphere of utmost decorum. Thus, a chilling silence enveloped the surroundings, and this oppressive ambience of hierarchy easily induced a sense of tension. Yu Miaomeng, however, remained relatively composed, her expression steady as she sensed a gaze scrutinizing her. She patiently awaited further developments. "Zhaoning, come here to me," the dowager called. Yu Miaomeng obediently lifted her head, her face betraying a hint of trepidation as she scrutinized the esteemed matron before her, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an aura of regal grace. The dowager bore an authority that commanded respect, her visage reflecting the passage of time while still hinting at the beauty of her youth. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, the dowager's demeanor softened slightly, revealing a trace of amusement. "Does Zhaoning not recognize me? Why do you stare so intently?" Sensing this goodwill, Yu Miaomeng felt a burgeoning sense of familiarity. She cautiously ascended the steps, whereupon the dowager grasped her hand, allowing her to take a seat on a low stool. Yu Miaomeng's demeanor was natural and poised, neither servile nor obsequious. With an appealing smile, she playfully responded, "Your Majesty, I was once thoughtless, but I have since repented. I felt a pang of guilt upon realizing it had been so long since I last saw you." The dowager regarded her with a discerning gaze for a moment before turning her attention away. She caressed the protective armor on her hand and remarked with a smile, "If you had not come to your senses before autumn, I would have ceased to concern myself with you altogether. Fortunately, you have not disappointed me. I care not for the reasons behind your newfound clarity regarding the past, but I hope you will not err again. Your previous obstinacy was inconsequential, yet you found yourself in a deadlock, letting down many who cared for you. How can you face your mother in such a manner?" Yu Miaomeng silently rejoiced at her swift response. Had she hesitated longer, she might have been irretrievably lost. She hastily assured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I was in a stupor for several days, during which I hazily recalled my past actions and felt profound remorse. Thus, upon awakening, I left the residence to recuperate in the countryside, and during this time, I have repented daily, striving to better myself, which has indeed led to improvement." With her head bowed, a note of anxiety tinged her voice as she implored, "Your Majesty, you must not abandon me henceforth." The dowager affectionately patted her head, smiling. "You have changed remarkably. You are quite beautiful, yet you bear little resemblance to your mother." Yu Miaomeng nodded, recalling Liao Mama's words that she resembled her maternal grandmother. The dowager appeared to reminisce, letting out a gentle sigh. "Your grandmother was a radiant beauty, spirited and unique in her own right." With a serious tone, she then imparted, "You must cultivate wisdom and never again allow yourself to be confused, lest your mother and others be left unsettled." Yu Miaomeng dutifully acquiesced. The two engaged in conversation, with Yu Miaozhen's extroverted and cheerful personality filling the entire Yongshou Palace with her sweet, melodious voice. Outside the hall, Guopin and several others heard this unfamiliar tone, their hearts filled with curiosity. A few lower-ranking concubines stood obediently at the entrance, awaiting their turn. With neither the empress nor the favored consort present, they could only visit Yongshou Palace occasionally to pay their respects, while the Empress Dowager typically refrained from meeting outsiders during her period of recuperation. A concubine with a fox-like face and a pointed chin whispered softly, "Who could it be inside that has brought such joy to the Empress Dowager?" Guopin's downcast eyes glimmered with intrigue, yet her lips remained gentle as she replied, "Lady Lu, let us not speak too much. We shall soon find out." Chapter 67. Astonishment before Lu Meirin could utter a word. The palace maid who had previously entered to deliver a message reappeared. "Several noble ladies, please enter. The Empress Dowager summons you." Without pausing to ponder, they hastily proceeded into the grand hall, bowing their heads respectfully as they greeted. The concubines paid their respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, Dong, wore a placid expression, her tone neither warm nor cold as she replied, "Rise." She then cast a glance at the few individuals standing at the foot of the steps and inquired in a grave voice, "What brings you to visit me today?" The absence of a gesture to offer them seats was indicative of her demeanor, yet the palace ladies dared not display the slightest dissatisfaction. Among them, Guopin held the highest rank. With a gentle countenance and a humble demeanor, she responded, "Your Majesty, the concubine has been deeply concerned for your well-being. I intended to pay my respects outside the door, as I would never wish to disturb your tranquility. Who could have imagined that today you would bestow such grace upon us, permitting us to enter the hall? It truly leaves me in trepidation." The Empress Dowager smiled faintly. "I understand your filial intentions, but there is no need for such formalities." Despite the apparent reprimand in her words, Guopin's expression remained unflinching, her face suffused with humility. "Indeed, I shall adhere to the rules henceforth." Yu Miaomeng observed this exchange with keen interest, marveling at the grace and rhetoric of Guopin, feeling utterly inadequate in comparison. She scrutinized the birth mother of Prince Sin, noting that her figure conformed perfectly to contemporary ideals of beauty, delicate yet elegant. Although her features were not striking, they possessed a refined charm. Yet, beneath the veneer of gentleness lay the ambition of a woman capable of raising such a son. Moreover, she shared a close familial bond with the Wan family. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Guopin cautiously lifted her gaze, attempting to lighten the mood with a few remarks. Her eyes then settling on Yu Miaomeng. With a feigned look of surprise, she smiled and praised, "What a plump beauty! Which family does this young lady belong to? Her cherubic face is truly delightful." Yu Miaomeng thought to herself, "Do not think I am oblivious. This is a veiled comment on my figure." The potency of the more advanced form of green tea was indeed formidable. However, she was no novice. She excelled in feigning innocence and was not intimidated by this older woman. With her large, glistening eyes now fully engaged, she tilted her head and asked, "Empress Dowager, you have spoken of preferences for elegance. Why, then, does this lady display such disregard for decorum?" Upon finishing, she feigned dismay, covering her mouth in an exaggerated manner, exclaiming, "Oh, I have yet to pay my respects to the esteemed ladies." As she prepared to rise, she was promptly restrained by the Empress Dowager's hand. "There is no need. Simply accompany me." Yu Miaomeng offered a bashful smile, obediently leaning beside her and uttering a few pleasant words, which amused the Empress Dowager, eliciting a faint smile from her. Just as the atmosphere in the hall began to teeter on the edge of awkwardness, a palace maid entered to report, "Empress Dowager, Prince Sin requests an audience." Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room. The Empress Dowager cast a cold glance at Guopin, who stood with her head bowed, and after a moment's pause, she caressed her protective armor and finally spoke. Admit Prince and Yu Miaomeng sensed an unusual tension in the air, adjusting her posture as she prepared to observe the unfolding situation. Soon, a delicate-looking man clad in a deep indigo robe entered the room, his face adorned with a humble smile and his every gesture exuding an air of elegance. He appeared particularly gentle and harmless. Yu Miaomeng concluded that he was quite adept at feigning modesty. Shen Rang's voice was deep, laced with an intentionally cultivated warmth. "Grandson pays his respects to the Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Dong regarded him with a calm demeanor for a while, before replying with a smile, "Why has Princeton come to the palace today?" Shen Rang paused for a moment, raised his head, and spoke with a tone of familiarity. "Grandson has not visited the palace to pay his respects for quite some time. It is truly unfilial of me. Today our household has received a piece of good news, so I thought to come and share it with you. Have I disturbed your peace?" Upon hearing of the good news, Empress Dowager Dong did not display any visible joy. After all, having lived for many years, she maintained her composure regardless of the circumstances. "Your mother happens to be here today to pay her respects as well. It seems you both share a remarkable connection. How fortuitous." From the moment he entered the hall, Shen Rang exhibited an air of propriety, deliberately avoiding casting his gaze around. His naturally suspicious nature made him excessively cautious, and such overcaution often bordered on timidity. To mask the fear within, he was prone to making overly clever decisions. Lowering his head and clenching his hands beneath his sleeves, he shyly smiled. "Grandmother, I have come today solely to see you. My mother is a concubine in the inner palace, and having grown up, it is only fitting that I avoid any semblance of impropriety." The smile at the corners of Empress Dowager Dong's lips deepened. Noticing that the group had no intention of leaving, she acquiesced to their presence, granting seats to Prince In and several concubines. After they were seated and exchanged a few awkward pleasantries, Shen Rang found no opportunity to mention the good news, so he shifted his gaze to Yu Miaomeng. Grandmother, from where did you find this young lady? May I inquire as to her identity? As Prince Sin, being a royal, Empress Dowager Dong had no intention of yielding her authority. She looked at Yu Miaomeng and said, "You should greet your cousin, the prince." This term cousin served both to establish intimacy and to denote status. Regardless of the underlying circumstances, once such familial titles were invoked, the atmosphere became more accommodating. Yu Miaomeng understood her position. The Empress Dowager regarded her mother as half a daughter, and she too needed to act with decorum. Suppressing her distaste, she rose to pay her respects. Zhaoning greets her cousin, Prince and Zhaoning. Shen Rang was taken aback for a long moment, exclaiming in surprise. However, he soon recognized the inappropriateness of his reaction and swiftly regained his composure, gently saying, "Cousin Zhaoning, there is no need for excessive formalities." Shen Rang nearly crushed the folding fan he held, feeling an unsettling dissonance in the air. He had only seen Zhaoning earlier this year during a visit to the Cheng'an Marquisate, where he had chanced upon her trailing behind Jiang Yi. At that time, he found her utterly distasteful, foolish, and ignorant, wishing not to cast another glance in her direction. He even considered how much better it would be if she were to perish, allowing Jiang Yi to remarry someone more beneficial to him. Why had this woman undergone such a transformation, now sitting so near the Empress Dowager? Shen Rang understood well that the Empress Dowager seldom found anyone worthy of her favor, and she would not casually elevate someone as status. However, once one captured her attention, even the slightest fondness could render their status invaluable. In the brief span of a few breaths, his suspicious nature led him to ponder deeply, his thoughts swirling in a tempest of uncertainty. The Dowager Empress fixed her gaze upon him for quite some time before suddenly inquiring, "What occupies your mind? Princeton, why do you lapse into silence?" Interrupted in his reverie, Shan Cheng's demeanor flickered with a hint of panic, yet he swiftly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "I merely find that my cousin, Zhaoning, has undergone a remarkable transformation." The Dowager Empress seemed to emit a cold chuckle. A significant change is indeed warranted, lest one be subjected to humiliation without the means to retaliate. Those audacious individuals should not be spared. Would you not agree? Shen Rang and consort Gua exchanged a fleeting glance, instinctively, their expressions betraying a trace of discomfort despite their swift attempts at concealment. In her heart, Yu Miaomeng silently exclaimed, "Having a powerful ally is truly advantageous. It terrifies these nefarious villains. They deserve it." Before she could further flatter or cast a subtle jab, a palace maid, her face marked by urgency, hurried into the hall. Her voice trembled with anxiety as she announced, "Your Majesty, the King of Jinbei has already made his way to Yongshou Palace." Yu Miaomeng was taken aback, her entire being stiffening at the mention of the King of Jinbei. The Formidable One, Chapter 68. Terrifying in an instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall became palpably tense. The expressions of those present varied widely. Shen Rang's eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and indignation. Today, he would finally confront that despicable Shen Rang. Yu Miaomeng felt a tumult of fear, curiosity, and concern, instinctively glancing at the Empress Dowager's countenance. Although Dong Taiho's expression remained largely unchanged, the complexity in her eyes and the tightness of her hands revealed her inner turmoil. Thus, amidst the anxious and resentful anticipation of the crowd, a considerable amount of time passed before an individual entered from outside the hall. However, as soon as this person appeared, the atmosphere became eerily strange, the silence sending shivers down one's spine. Within this peculiar ambience, a cold and deep voice echoed through the hall. "Grandson is unfilial. I pay my respects to my imperial grandmother." Dong Taiho, visibly agitated, rose to her feet and inquired anxiously, "What has happened to your face?" Yu Miaomeng discreetly scrutinized the man before her, her innate admiration for handsome features prompting her to scan him from head to toe. Clad in a dark-hued, narrow-sleeved python robe, accented with an ink jade belt and a gold crown, he exuded an understated opulence. His physique was impeccable, strikingly perfect. The exposed skin of his neck and fingers was fair, indicating his well-maintained complexion. Yet, she could not see his face, for he wore an extraordinarily tight mask that obscured his entire visage. Even his eyebrows were hidden from view. Shen Rang sensed Yu Miaozhen's gaze, presumably subtle but utterly unabashed, and felt a surge of displeasure. Why did this woman scrutinize every man she encountered? Why could her eyes not belong solely to him? Suppressing his anger, he replied in a deep voice, "In response to my imperial grandmother, my face was injured on the battlefield. I cover it to avoid alarming you." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent once more. The noble composure that adorned Dong Taiho's face dissipated entirely, replaced by worry as she commanded, "Mama Tao, summon the imperial physician." Shen Rang calmly interjected, "There is no need. Grandmother, it is merely 2 scars on my face, nothing to worry about." Dong Taiho, increasingly anxious, pressed, "How severe are the scars? Can they be removed with jade facial cream?" Shen Rang did not respond to her query, opting instead for a few words. "Do not fret, grandmother. You have guests. I shall visit you another day." In her flustered state, Dong Taiho seemed to have lost her senses or perhaps regarded these younger generations as mere children. She casually suggested, "Do not be in such a hurry to leave. Allow Zhao Ning and her cousin to take you for a stroll in the garden. You are of similar ages and could use some fresh air." Upon hearing this, Shen Rang's sharp gaze directed itself vehemently at Shen Cheng. His eyes bore a palpable malice that startled Shen Cheng, nearly causing him to leap. Shen Rang appeared to smirk, his words dripping with profound significance. "Cousin? The Prince of it is worthy to be her elder brother?" He then fixed his gaze directly on the dazed Yu Miaozhen, asking pointedly, "Is he your cousin?" Yu Miaozhen stood stupefied by the unfolding scene. The formidable aura and piercing gaze of this individual are akin to a razor's edge, strange yet fearsome. She harbors a peculiar apprehension, believing that a misstep in her response could lead to dire consequences. Yu Miaozhen, ever astute to the currents of circumstance, instinctively seeks favor from those of greater stature. Her head shook vigorously, akin to a clattering rattle, the numerous hairpins adorning her head jingling in a cacophony. In response to the prince's remarks, she clarified, "He is not my cousin." Meanwhile, Shen Cheng seethed in frustration, yet, mindful of the Empress Dowager's presence, he feigned a demeanor of nonchalance. "Your Majesty, we shall take our leave for a brief gathering outside." Reluctantly, Yu Miaozhen found herself compelled to follow suit, her petite steps betraying her reluctance. The trio made their way to the pavilion in the small garden of Yongshou Palace. Upon entering the pavilion, Shen Cheng's countenance darkened ominously. He turned to face Shen Rang, his eyes betraying a mix of satisfaction and an effort to conceal it. How careless the Northern King had been on the battlefield. Such a facial injury boded ill. Indeed, it was fortuitous. No wonder he could not uncover the whereabouts of this man. Perhaps he had sustained his injury from a fall, shunning the public, I do to shame. Fortune favored him. A royal with a scarred visage was akin to a crippled heir. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, his expression betraying a hint of bravado. Yu Miaozhen found this unworthy prince's elation intolerable. Stealing a glance at the masked man beside her, she felt a twinge of conflict. Could it truly be that the reason he was not crowned emperor was due to his facial disfigurement? This powerful figure was the superior of her beloved and, moreover, the destined son of heaven. As Yu Miaozhen contemplated speaking, she was interrupted by Wang's taunts. "Zhaoning, your past lack of wisdom persists. I advise you to temper your expressions, lest you regret it later. Furthermore, why should the Northern King concern himself with your address? I have no intention of playing the role of a cousin. With a face marred by injury and another devoid of brains, you two are indeed a fitting pair." Infuriated, Yu Miaozhen regarded the duplicitous fool with disdain. With a fade of professional politeness, she signaled to the powerful figure, "My lord, allow me." Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, her expression fell, and she lunged forward, forcefully pushing Wang, who was caught off guard, tumbling from the stone bench. Subsequently, she doused herself with half the pot of tea before pouring the remainder over Shen Cheng's head. Finally, she slammed the teapot down onto the ground, where he had just been seated. Seizing the moment of Shen Cheng's anguished cry, she hastily approached Shen Rang, exclaiming, "My lord, I shall teach him a lesson for you. Do not be angered." With tears streaming down her face, she fled towards Yongshou Palace. Observing her retreating figure, Shen Rang cast a glance at the fallen Xincheng, then advanced and seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly with a single hand. The terror of near death compelled Xincheng to struggle desperately, his flailing arms inadvertently knocking a teacup from the stone table. The chief eunuch, Jiang Yufu, rushed in from outside the pavilion, trembling as he knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, please show mercy. The Empress Dowager is still in Yongshou Palace." Upon hearing this, Shen Rang relaxed his grip slightly, but then forcefully flung the man aside, his voice icy enough to chill the soul. "If you wish to live, leave the palace at once. You dare to threaten me?" Shen Cheng exclaimed, his heart gripped by fear, yet unwilling to lose face. He could only muster a fade of bravado. Shen Rang turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling ultimatum. "I grant you a quarter of an hour." Seeing the figure retreat into the distance, Shen Cheng scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the palace exit. "You wretched scoundrel! Once I ascend the throne, I shall have you torn asunder." Meanwhile, Yu Miaomeng wept as she returned to Yongshou Palace, finding the other consorts had already departed. The Dowager Empress, startled, quickly inquired, "Zhaoning, what has transpired?" Recalling the Dowager's earlier reactions, Yu Miaomeng took a gamble. "Your Majesty, I had just been in the garden with the two princes when, to my astonishment, the prince had been transformed completely upon entering the pavilion. He not only deemed me foolish, but also dared to insult the Prince of Jinbei. Though the latter bears injuries, they are treatable, and it is admirable that he sustained them on the battlefield. Yet, how could the prince even so brazenly mock him?" I attempted to interject, only to be met with his furious wrath as he shoved me to the ground and splashed water upon me. Woe is me. With the exception of her final statement, Yu Miaomeng's words were not entirely false. Enraged, the Dowager Empress commanded, "Summon the Prince of and to me at once." Chapter 69. Guilt After a Considerable Wait. Mama Tao swiftly entered the hall and leaned in to whisper a few words into the ear of Empress Dowager Dong. Yu Miaomeng remained unperturbed. The pavilion was surrounded by drapes, obscuring the events within, leaving only indistinct sounds to be heard. The words spoken by Prince and were undoubtedly true. The hall fell into silence for a long while before Empress Dowager Dong turned her gaze towards Yu Miaomeng, her expression gentle. "Zhaoning, you should return today. Do visit the palace more often to keep me company on other days." Yu Miaomeng, keen to avoid any displeasure, smiled and nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall visit you frequently. I hope you do not find me bothersome." The Empress Dowager had a particular fondness for young ladies who were well-mannered and considerate. Ultimately, she bestowed a generous amount of rewards before allowing her to leave. Mama Tao stepped forward to assist her, gently advising, "Your Majesty, you must not overthink. Your health cannot bear it." Empress Dowager Dong felt weary today and was supported to the inner chamber. Leaning against the couch, a trace of sorrow finally crossed her features. "How could I not care for him? Yet, the turmoil within my heart has caused me to miss so much time. I have wronged that child." Mama Tao Sigid. Although she was not one of the Empress Dowager's dowry maids, she was among the first group of palace maids in Fengyi Palace, serving closely since the time when the Empress Dowager was still the Empress. The Shen clan was known for their romantic ties. The late Emperor and Empress Dowager Dong shared a profound bond. Despite the late Emperor having a few consorts, both princes were born of the primary consort. It was once believed that the late Emperor was a rare, affectionate man. However, it turned out that both of his sons were even more complicated. The late Crown Prince Shen Rang suffered from health issues due to his premature birth and an incident from years ago, while the current Emperor, as the younger brother, was both scholarly and martial. Had their births been reversed, perhaps there would have been fewer troubles. Reflecting on this, Mama Tao spoke, regardless. "The Prince of Jinbei is still your own grandson." At this mention, tears welled in the Empress Dowager's eyes, for she harbored grievances deep within her heart. The phrase "a beauty brings disaster" was surely directed at Xuanning. She genuinely cherished that girl. Yet how had things come to such a pass? "I understand that I cannot place all the blame upon her, but I have lost a son, and this is a hurdle I truly cannot overcome." Mama Tao hastily wiped away her tears, speaking softly, "Your Majesty, do not dwell on sorrow. You still have the Emperor and the Prince of Jinbei." The mention of the Emperor deepened the Empress Dowager's sorrow. How could he kill his own elder brother? That is his flesh and blood. And as for the prince, though he is my grandson, whose son is he truly? Mama Tao quickly moved to soothe her, her heart filled with endless sentiments. When the emperor returned to the palace to seize the throne, the crown prince and his wife had already been married for over 6 months. Although the crown prince's old ailment had recurred on their wedding night, preventing them from consummating their union, just days before the emperor's return, the Eastern Palace had sent over a handkerchief marked with traces and records of their intimacy. Thus, it was likely that the crown prince and Lady Shui had indeed shared a marital bond. Merely a few days later, Lady Shui was taken into the emperor's favor, and no one knew when she became pregnant. It was only when the Prince of Zhenbei was born that the Empress Dowager received the news. Thus, the true identity of the Prince of Zhenbei's parentage remains a mystery, even to the esteemed Lady Shui herself. As Granny Tao reminisced about the past, she found her emotions tangled and indistinct. Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhenbei has endured considerable hardships. His Majesty's teachings are particularly severe, and the prince has faced many trials since his youth in the northern frontiers. You ought to look forward if you feel remorse. Then perhaps you should show him a bit more affection. You and the prince share a blood bond as direct descendants. How could there be any estrangement between you? The Empress Dowager harbored 3 profound regrets throughout her life. Firstly, she lamented not decisively urging the late emperor to appoint a crown prince. Secondly, her favoritism towards her frail eldest son led to the betrothal of Shen Rang to the crown prince, inciting the brothers to turn against one another. Thirdly, her resentment caused her to overlook Shen Rang, neglecting to care for him in his youth and failing to fulfill her grandmotherly duties. In truth, when Shen Rang was merely 6 years old, the Empress Dowager had sent someone to the northern frontiers to bring him back. However, Emperor Jianping intervened upon learning of this, and Shen Rang himself declined to return to the capital. Reflecting on this, the Empress Dowager felt a deep sense of regret, yet a persistent thorn remained in her heart. However, this thorn gradually dulled with the passage of time. With a sigh, she ordered, "I wonder how badly that child's face is injured. It is all Shen Yan's fault for sending him to the northern frontiers. You must go and check on him personally, bringing him some nourishing ointments. He must not be wronged any further." Granny Tao readily acquiesced, then began to speak of Princein, "Your Majesty, Princein." The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, disappointment flickering in her eyes. "When I saw Yandere so infatuated with Shen Rang, and considering Rongner's frail health, I believe it essential for the royal lineage to continue. I pressured Yandere. Could I have done otherwise? One of those brothers must remain to carry on my legacy. Yet, I never anticipated the extent of Guo's ambition. Princein has proven to be utterly ineffectual, akin to mud that cannot be molded. Had I foreseen the subsequent events, had I known Shen Rang would conceive, I would not have acted so foolishly. All I wished for was the continuation of the royal bloodline. Regardless of her circumstances, Shen Rang is the legitimate daughter of a noble house, possessing extraordinary beauty and a gentle disposition. She is truly remarkable. It is precisely because she is so exceptional that calamity has befallen her. After all these years, the Empress Dowager finally voiced the words she had long been reluctant to admit. "I have wronged her. I brought forth 2 wayward children, causing harm to many, including her." Granny Tao, upon hearing this, offered words of consolation until the Empress Dowager was too exhausted from weeping to continue. Shen Rang returned to the side chamber of the imperial study, his face clouded with fury. Upon entering, he cast aside the mask he wore, radiating an aura of chill, his mood plummeting to its nadir. His beloved girl was disobedient. Today, she could not cease her fixation on the visage of the Prince of Zhenbei. Was she not most enamored with him? Why could her gaze not be fixed solely upon him? Why must she speak on behalf of the Prince of Zhenbei? Why extend kindness to others? Shen Rang felt an ache in his heart. Her affections were not reserved solely for him. She harbors kindness towards the Prince of the North, and in the future, she shall extend her benevolence to the Prince of the Northwest. In essence, she possesses goodwill towards all. As he pondered this, an inexplicable thought drifted to his secluded residence, a place known only to him and 3 trusted confidants. If he were to confine Yu Miaomeng there, she would behold only his presence. Shen Rang's gaze sparkled with an unusual intensity, a profound meaning swirling within his eyes as he slowly rotated his ring. This clandestine idea stirred his heart. Yet, a suitable opportunity was required. Just as he contemplated, Qingke entered the hall and bowed, announcing, "Your Highness, we have received news of Jiangyi." Shen Rang's expression remained composed, yet his eyes glimmered with icy resolve. "Speak." Chapter 70. Confusion. Qingke reported, "Jiang Yi seems to have deduced that the news is false. He is not foolish." On his return journey, he promptly sent a message to Prince, and Shen Rang scoffed. "That fool, Prince Sin, is so suspicious. Did he believe it?" Qingke shook his head. No, he did not. Today, upon returning to the manor, Prince Sin went into a frenzy, even executing 2 servants. After seeing Jiang Yi's message, he was further enraged, especially with Guo Wenchang meddling on the side, which only intensified his fury. Shen Rang, uninterested in the follies of these simpletons, found himself more intrigued by another matter. How did Prince Sin learn that I would visit Yongshou Palace today? The news of my return to the capital only spread yesterday and last night. Shen Yin arranged for me to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Today, Shun Cheng just happened to appear at Yongshou Palace, clearly waiting for me. The Imperial Study could not have leaked the information, which means the source must be Yongshou Palace. Shen Rang felt displeased. He detested having his affairs scrutinized. He cared little for rules or filial piety and issued a direct order. Have that person in Yongshou Palace investigate this matter for me and execute them on the spot. Qingke hesitated. My lord, our actions within the palace are somewhat constrained. It would be wiser to arrange for someone to discreetly eliminate the threat, thus leaving no lingering dangers. Shen Rang adopted un nonchalant demi-honneur, unconcerned. Do not worry. Once the person in Yangshin Hall learns of my movements, they will act. They delight in monitoring others, reveling in pointless efforts to rectify matters post factum. Shun Cheng is my son, yet in my eyes, he is worth less than a mere dog. After a brief pause, Shen Rang pondered. Why is it that Shun Cheng is not as cunning and shrewd as his father, not even resembling him in appearance? Qingke lowered his head, hesitant to speak, much less to comment on his majesty or the prince before him. Shen Rang, lost in thought for a moment, recalled Jiang Yi and casually inquired, when will Jiang Yi arrive in the capital? Qingke glanced at the time and replied, in approximately 1 hour. Shen Rang sneered but said nothing further, dismissing those present in the hall, his mind too preoccupied to review any memorials. His thoughts were consumed by his rebellious chubby girl. He settled onto the couch in a fit of sulking, his heart aching with frustration, truly unbearable. If it were not for the daylight, he would have relished the opportunity to seize her and administer a sound punishment immediately. Shen Rang suppressed his impatience, eagerly awaiting the fall of night. At this moment, Jiang Yi had just been persuaded down from his horse. Their party had been riding tirelessly for a day and a night. Following the deaths of Li Mu and Li Shan, he had promoted Li Jiang and Li Tsang to serve as his personal guards. Li Jiang observed the bloodshot eyes of the heir and felt a deep concern. He was uncertain what troubled the heir since departing the capital. He had struggled to find sleep each night, and even when he did, he would often awaken startled from nightmares. He approached and offered a water skin, urging, my lord, please drink some water. In just 1 more hour, we shall reach the capital. Jiang Yi appeared somewhat dazed, neither accepting the water skin nor responding to the words. He reflected on the dreams of the past few days, which filled him with both rage and a sense of absurdity. At first, he would dream each night of the enchanting and alluring Zhao Ning, seated on another man's lap or cradled in his embrace. Occasionally, they would share passionate kisses, awakening him each time with a surge of unbridled fury. Had it not been for pressing matters at hand, he might have ridden back to the capital in a fit of rage, initially believing these dreams were mere figments of his imagination. He eventually found that they ceased to plague him. However, for 2 consecutive nights, he was beset by even stranger and more bizarre dreams. In these visions, he donned coarse linen garments and toiled as a laborer, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in obscurity, leaving him unaware of his location. More critically, the Zhao Ning beside him, though stripped of her heavy makeup, bore little resemblance to the beauty he had encountered that fateful night. In his dreams, she appeared frail and sickly, her complexion a sickly yellow, and her health deteriorating until she was reduced to little more than a skeletal figure. After being jolted awake that night, he found sleep elusive. In the dream, he and Zhao Ning endured hardships together, supporting one another, and he could palpably feel the depths of his own emotions. Guilt gradually transformed into a profound appreciation for the ailing woman who had lost her beauty. Why was this the case? Why had he fallen so low? Yet, he found himself inexplicably troubled by one matter over the past 2 days. Although the Zhao Ning in his dreams bore some similarities to the one he had met previously, he could not shake the conviction that they were two distinct individuals. Indeed, two separate beings. This peculiar notion surfaced and proved impossible to erase. As Jiang Yi pondered this, his thoughts spiraled further into chaos. He remained uncertain of the veracity of these dreams, but regardless of what had transpired with Zhao Ning, he was resolute in his desire not to let her slip away again. Upon returning to the capital, he was prepared to dismiss his concubines and even to relocate his cousin from the manor. He yearned to build a life with Zhao Ning to make amends. Jiang Yi hastened back to the capital, and before he could even cross the threshold he was summoned to the royal palace by Princeton. As he entered the study, a teacup came hurtling toward him, striking him squarely on the forehead as he failed to evade it. He lowered his gaze, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, but soon adopted a facade of indifference as he stepped forward to pay his respects. "I have come to see the prince." Shen Rang, having suffered indignities in the palace, returned home in a frenzy, and recalling the news he had received earlier, Jiang Yi felt a surge of murderous intent. "Jiang Yi, I have treated you well, yet you dare to act on your own accord, plotting to betray me and seek out another master." Jiang Yi's expression betrayed no panic, but the tension in his clenched hands revealed his unease. He recalled the events of that day, and at this moment, realized he had been played for a fool. Now trapped in a predicament, he could only seek to untangle the immediate crisis. In a low voice, he addressed the prince. "Your Highness, on the day in question, I visited Zhao Ning's estate and found no anomalies after a thorough search." Shen Rang scoffed. "Why do my men claim you left in haste without even entering the house to investigate?" Jiang Yi had prepared his explanation. Only 2 of the guards that night were from Prince An's retinue, and they had returned to the capital the following day to report. He clarified, "Your Highness, that evening I received sudden news of Li Mu's appearance, which aroused my suspicions, prompting me to investigate urgently. Upon my return to the estate, I was confronted with the harrowing sight of Li Mu, who had suffered unspeakable torment. Throughout that fateful night, I endeavored to elicit answers from him, yet, tragically, he succumbed to his injuries in the dead of night. The following dawn, I promptly dispatched 2 of the prince's guards to return to the capital and report to you, while I resolved to investigate further at the Zhao Ning estate. However, en route, I received unsettling news. A piece of inner clothing had been discovered on Li Mu's garment, stained with blood, bearing a crucial message. It was this very message that compelled me to hasten to Bingzhou, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen consequences. Upon hearing the mention of Bingzhou, Shen Rang's eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity. He appeared almost frantic, urgently inquiring if it pertained to the news of the gold mine there. Jiang Yi lowered his gaze, obscuring his expression. "Whether true or false, my subordinate had indeed ventured to Bingzhou, but failed to locate the place Li Mu had described. Thus, Shen Rang's demeanor became unnervingly rigid, and upon regaining his composure, he swept everything off his desk in a fit of rage. The study was instantly left in disarray as he cast a malevolent glare at Jiang Yi. "Why did you not return to the capital to report to me upon receiving this news? Why did you act on your own?" Jiang Yi's facial muscles twitched, his dark eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Chapter 71. Speculation. Why act without authorization? Jiang Yi could not help but scoff inwardly. He was undoubtedly weary of Prince An's foolishness. He harbored selfish motives, for rumors of the gold mine in Bingzhou had long circulated, yet its precise location remained elusive. Although Daon was relatively affluent and powerful, the northern D and southern barbarians continued to pose significant threats to the court. Possessing the gold mine could fortify the national treasury and enable earlier military expeditions to eradicate these foreign tribes. If he could uncover even the slightest trace of the mine, he would free himself from the control of Princeton and perhaps gain favor and ascend to greater heights. However, all of this was merely a grand illusion. Suppressing his frustration and resentment, Jiang Yi articulated the rationale he had long prepared. Your Highness, I assure you, when I departed that day, I indeed arranged for a guard to return to the capital and relay this matter to you. He feigned confusion, questioning why the prince pursued the matter so fervently. How could I possibly betray you? I have followed you since my youth, and my loyalty is unwavering. Surely, you understand the principle of shared fortunes. Perhaps you harbor some displeasure towards me, or have been misled by others, leading to this misunderstanding. Shen Rang fixed a penetrating gaze upon him, his grim expression accentuated by the bruises around his neck, creating a truly fearsome sight. I have seen neither the guard you dispatched nor received any news. How am I to trust you? Jiang Yi steadied his nerves, maintaining a calm demeanor. Your Highness, if I had ulterior motives, would I have dared to return? I did indeed send someone back to the capital, but given the gravity of the matter, I did not wish to act ostentatiously. Could it be that we are being watched? Who, then, is stirring discord between us? At the mention of this, Shen Cheng's countenance darkened further, and he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Jiang Yi. After all, Shen Rang, that wretched scoundrel, had indeed returned to the capital, and it was entirely plausible that he was behind this turmoil. Shen Rang aimed to incite chaos and internal strife. What a foolish dream. He ground his teeth in anger. Shen Rang has returned to the capital. I saw him in the palace today. That scoundrel is brazen enough to lay hands on me. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, knowing that Prince and had accepted his words. He lowered his gaze in agreement. Your Highness is indeed the Emperor's son, and your status is inherently noble. There is no need to sully yourself by quarreling with a peripheral branch of the royal family. Upon hearing this, Shen Cheng finally regained some composure. His identity as a prince was irreplaceable. Recalling the events of the day in the palace, he added, You should take good care of Zhao Ning. The Empress Dowager summoned her today and seems to hold her in high regard. You undoubtedly know how to navigate this situation. Jiang Yi reminisced about the voluptuous beauty, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. He cast his eyes downward to conceal his myriad thoughts. Just as an urgent patter of footsteps approached from outside, followed by a knock at the door, Shen Cheng furrowed his brow and went to open the study door. Upon seeing the visitor, he appeared somewhat flustered. What is it? The newcomer bowed and reported, Your Highness, Lady Bai is unwell. It seems she may be experiencing complications with her pregnancy. Shen Cheng was taken aback, his heart racing. After toiling day and night, exhausting himself to the brink of collapse, he had finally nurtured a seedling, and he could not afford any misfortune to befall this child. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the servants to summon a doctor while hastily making his way to the backyard. Jiang Yi, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of joy within. After all, the royal lineage was thin, and the prospect of the Duke of having an heir was indeed a positive development. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, he could not help but sneer inwardly. Li Mu bore no blood-stained garments, nor had he dispatched anyone to inform the Duke of it. The information regarding the gold mine had come from the two missing guards of Guo Wenchang. Those guards had seemingly vanished alongside Li Mu, yet they appeared before him in quick succession. Initially, he had been pleasantly surprised by Li Mu's unexpected return, but disappointment soon followed as he had gained no substantial insights. The next day, he intended to revisit Zhao Ning's estate, yet he unexpectedly encountered those two guards and heard the news of the gold mine. Though he harbored doubts at the time, their earnest demeanor made their claims seem credible. His petty thoughts led him to fear that Guo Wenchang might seize the opportunity and claim credit, prompting him to take a gamble. As Jiang Yi pondered this, a sense of suspicion began to form within him. A wild man had laid numerous traps to prevent him from seeking out Zhao Ning. Such meticulous scheming left him bewildered as to the identity of this man. He had considered the possibility of it being the king of the north. Yet that notion seemed utterly implausible. How could Zhao Ning and the king of the north, two individuals with no connections, become entwined, burdened with various thoughts? Jiang Yi hurried back to the duke's residence, only to be met with a chaotic scene. As he stepped into the back courtyard of Fuan Hall, he was greeted by frantic, desperate shouts. "Call the authorities! Call the authorities! That wretched woman! How dare you deceive me? How dare you act this way? I will kill that vile creature." Jiang Yi's brows knitted in concern as he entered the main hall, where he was met with utter disarray. His gaze fell upon a disheveled woman lying on the couch, looking utterly haggard. "Mother, I have returned. What has happened? What is the matter?" Wan Shi appeared disheveled, her complexion pale, lips devoid of color, and dark circles under her eyes, making her seem a decade older. Upon seeing her son, she rushed forward and struck Jiang Yi across the face, her sharp nails tearing into his skin, causing blood to bead instantly. "Where have you been? Why did you vanish without a trace, leaving me to suffer humiliation at the hands of others?" Jiang Yi's heart sank further into panic. "I had someone return to the residence with news." "What do you mean by this, mother?" Wan Shi had lost her sanity, her demeanor resembling that of a mad woman, incessantly muttering, "Wretched woman, return my dowry, it belongs to me." Jiang Yi swiftly turned to Momo Chio, his voice stern as he inquired, "What on earth has transpired in the residence?" Momo Chio cautiously replied, "Young master, a grave incident has occurred. The 2,000 taels that were stolen, along with the subsequent 5,000 taels, I will recount the details of these events." She then, disregarding the young master's grim expression, hurriedly continued, "This morning, the madam discovered that the box containing the dowry tokens was missing. These events are intricately woven together, failing to withstand scrutiny. My lord, it is evident that the princess is responsible for these deeds. What shall we do?" Jiang Yi's mind was in disarray, his body weary to the bone, as a cascade of calamities overwhelmed him. Zhao Ning lacks such formidable capabilities. The chain of incidents, including the burglary at the Marquis's residence, suggests that the man behind her is exceptionally formidable. The more Jiang Yi pondered, the more his heart raced in trepidation. The name of that wild man loomed at the forefront of his thoughts, yet he instinctively resisted acknowledging it. He wiped the blood from his face, composed himself, and approached to support Lady Wan, softly reassuring her, "Mother, your son has returned." After patiently comforting her for nearly half an hour, Lady Wan gradually regained her clarity. She caressed Jiang Yi's injured cheek, weeping with remorse. "It is my fault, dear son. What shall we do about the silver and the dowry?" Just as Jiang Yi was about to respond, a gentle voice drifted in from outside the door. He instinctively turned to look, and his gaze instantly turned icy. Chapter 72. Confinement. A young lady clad in a light apricot dress and a green skirt stepped delicately into the main hall. Her slender figure and fair complexion, complemented by exquisitely delicate features, bore an air of subtle melancholy that evoked a sense of compassion. While her beauty was not striking, her expressive eyes and gentle demeanor effortlessly inspired sympathy in those who beheld her. This young woman was none other than Lu Yi, the granddaughter of Jiang Yi's grandmother and a cousin from the Cheng'an Marquis, with a voice as soft as her appearance. Yi hurriedly entered upon hearing that something had transpired in the main hall. "Cousin, do not let your anxiety take a toll on your health. My brother is capable. Whatever the matter, he shall resolve it," she implored. As her words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Yi felt a twinge of unease. In the past, Jiang Yi would have readily come to her aid, but today he remained silent. With a slight pursing of her lips, she adopted a vulnerable demeanor and asked nervously, "Brother, have I done something wrong?" Before Jiang Yi could respond, Wan Shi hurled a teacup at her, the sound of shattering porcelain breaking the stillness. With a fierce glare, she shrieked, "It is you, the harbinger of misfortune. I took pity on you and offered you refuge, yet you dare to bring harm upon me." At these words, Yi's expression turned frantic, her gaze darting away. Jiang Yi sensed something was amiss. It appeared there existed a hidden secret between the two women. "What have you conspired behind my back?" he demanded sharply. Wan Shi, drenched in cold sweat after her outburst, darkened her expression and vehemently denied, "There is nothing at all." Just as Jiang Yi was about to press further, Yi interjected. Adopting a submissive posture, she spoke softly, "Is it because of my sister-in-law that you are troubled, brother?" The memory of a recent dream weighed heavily upon Jiang Yi, and gazing at the fragile figure before him stirred a disquieting sensation. In that dream, he recalled how she had deceived him during his misfortunes, absconding with his silver without a trace. Recalling this, he spoke frostily. How did you come to know of these events? Have you been secretly investigating matters within the main hall? Yi, unflustered, lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an abundance of unvoiced grievances. Why do you wrongfully accuse me, brother? I merely overheard something by chance outside the door. It was not my intention to pry. Without allowing Jiang Yi a moment to respond, she continued, I was only concerned that my uncle and you, being caught in this predicament, might be clouded in thought. I felt compelled to enter and offer some words of comfort. Wansher fixed her gaze upon the seemingly affected woman, a sneer escaping her lips. If you have heard all of this, what solutions do you propose? Although Yi had managed to bribe a maidservant for partial information, she was aware that the young princess had engaged in numerous strange actions. This realization briefly clouded her expression with confusion and fear, prompting her to hastily articulate her thoughts. Brother, my sister-in-law holds you in deep affection. How could she ever leave you? In the past, misunderstandings arose due to my actions. This is entirely my fault. My tragic background has already made me a source of disdain, yet it has also inadvertently implicated my cousin. Lu Yi wiped away her tears, the handkerchief concealing her face and expression. Has my cousin ever considered that the greatest rift between you and your wife stemmed from the matter of consummation? If you were to consummate your marriage sooner, you could also have offspring sooner, as the legitimate heir of the marquisate ought to be born from your wife's womb. Thus, whether it be the marquisite's assets or your wife's dowry, ultimately, they will all belong to the young heir. Jiang Yi's most ardent wish upon returning to the capital was indeed this matter of consummation. After hearing Lu Yi's words, he found himself contemplating the potential benefits that could arise if this were to come to fruition. As long as consummation occurs, there would be no grounds for divorce, and the issue of the dowry would naturally resolve itself. Moreover, with the recent favor bestowed upon Zhao Ning by the Empress Dowager, his heart raced with urgency. However, reflecting on the peculiar events of the past few days, his mind became clearer. Even if he sought out Zhao Ning, it could not be today. He needed to investigate further before proceeding. He could not burden a woman of the inner chambers with the intricacies of these matters. He looked at Lu Yi and acknowledged her insight, yet he lamented that she had already distanced herself from him. These matters would likely not unfold smoothly. Lu Yi was well aware of the events that transpired a month ago, particularly the departure of that princess from the residence. She quickly suppressed her chaotic thoughts and murmured softly, "What does it matter? Your wife has adored you for over a decade. How could she truly harbor resentment? Even if she were to act out of the ordinary, it might simply be to capture your attention. A night spent together fosters deep affection, and surely you can reconcile with your wife. You are married. Meeting is the most natural thing. If anything, you were in the wrong, so why not take the initiative?" Though Jiang Yi understood that matters were not so straightforward, he found himself persuaded by her words. Perhaps it was better to act sooner rather than later. He must at least attempt it. This evening, he would visit Su's residence as a husband. As long as there was no divorce, he would have ample reason to remain. The more he contemplated this course of action, the more feasible it seemed. He hurriedly returned to the front courtyard to freshen up, and even took a moment to rest and gather his strength. As dusk approached, before the sky had fully darkened, Yu Miaomeng caught sight of a figure striding toward her from a distance. She blinked. It seemed the man had arrived rather early today. Shen Rang, confined within the chambers, was stewing in frustration and could no longer endure the wait, hastily exiting the palace as twilight deepened. Without uttering a word, he scooped up the woman lounging in the courtyard, forcefully securing her legs around his waist while he firmly grasped her soft form, carrying her into the inner room. Such an audacious embrace was profoundly embarrassing, causing Yu Miaomeng's cheeks to flush with heat. She buried her face in Shen Rang's shoulder, acutely aware of the occasional caress upon her rear. Biting her lip, she stifled the soft sounds threatening to escape. Shen Rang sat steadily upon the couch, and the woman in his arms straddled his thigh as if riding a horse. At present, the posture and ambience between the two are exceedingly enchanting. Their chests and abdomens pressed closely together, with his waist firmly ensnared by Yu Miaozhen's leg. The robust contours of his physique are unapologetically accentuated, a form both formidable and impossible to overlook. Yu Miaozhen finds herself in a rather awkward position, acutely aware of the discomfort it brings. She perceives an unusual quality about this man today and cautiously struggles to reposition herself beside him. To where? Shen firmly confines the individual in his embrace with both hands, intimately nuzzling against her neck, a tender yet fervent display, biting and pecking. "Where do you wish to go?" he inquires, surveying the marks of his affectionate bites upon her fair skin, each a testament to his handiwork, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. In a low, soothing tone, he continues, "Zhenjin, I shall take you to a place of exquisite beauty and tranquility, where I will prepare all the things you adore. However, you may only see me. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 73. Satisfaction. Although Yu Miaozhen felt somewhat dazed by the teasing, she instinctively rejected the statement that followed. "No, I cherish my freedom, and I am not particularly fond of overly tranquil places." After uttering these words, she reflected on them, finding them both domineering and peculiar. Since her departure from the palace today, her mind had been adrift with unfounded thoughts. It was only upon deeper reflection that she realized a strange sense of familiarity with the Northern King. During her time in Yongshou Palace, her fear had consumed her, leaving no room to scrutinize that formidable figure, nor to ponder the implications. For an entire afternoon, she felt an unsettling sense of neglect regarding something significant, yet she could not unravel it. With a furrowed brow, Yu Miaozhen expressed her turmoil. "Today, upon entering the palace, I encountered the Northern King. Though his face was obscured by a mask, you are his subordinate. How did he sustain his injuries?" Seeing her preoccupied with thoughts of another man, Shen Rang felt a pang of suffocation in his chest, gradually giving way to jealousy and anger. With a half-smile, his voice deepened. "Zhenjin, why do you consistently mention other men in my presence? I am acutely aware of my humble status, yet I never contemplated relinquishing my feelings for you. I believed that our affections were mutual, that your heart would not accommodate another. Yet today, I discover that not only do your eyes linger on other men, but you also harbor kindness towards them." His words grew increasingly fervent as he pulled the woman nestled against his shoulder to face him. Locking his gaze onto her glistening eyes, he suppressed his base desires, softly inquiring, "Why do you always speak of other men?" Then, with a hint of disappointment, he added, "Do you find me unworthy?" Though his tone carried an air of sarcasm and irrationality, Yu Miaozhen found herself unable to refute him. Indeed, she had stolen glances at handsome men when the opportunity arose. Yet, she swore it was merely curiosity. Her heart was already claimed, and she held no interest in other common beauties. Feeling somewhat guilty and recognizing the intensity of their affection, she wished to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. "Do not entertain such thoughts. I only like you. I could never be drawn to another man," she softly clarified. "The Northern King will become an extraordinary figure in the future, and besides, he is your superior. It is imperative to maintain a good relationship with him. Should you find yourself in peril, I could come to your aid." After speaking, she cupped his flawless, unblemished face in her hands and, with a playful pout, leaned in for a kiss. Flushing, she whispered, "Do not be upset." It was crucial that he did not feel inferior. Such feelings would diminish his charm. Shen Rang's gaze shifted, fixating on her, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though he appeared somewhat tempestuous. "How do you intend to make it up to me?" Without waiting for a response, Yu Miaozhen pressed her lips against his. Before she could lightly peck him a few times, he firmly clasped her in his embrace, the gesture tinged with a sense of punishment, decidedly assertive. This kiss was both sweet and perilous. After a prolonged entanglement, they parted, Yu Miaozhen's cheeks aglow. In the depths of Shen Rang's dark eyes burned a fervent intensity. He spoke in a low, seductive tone. "Zhenjin." With that, he took her hand, guiding her delicate fingers to slowly unfasten the jade clasp at his waist. Without his belt, the once immaculate man was suddenly disheveled, his air of abstinence shattered, and his expression grew increasingly audacious. He chuckled softly, leaning in close to her lips, whispering, "I bathed before I came here." This statement was no falsehood. He had indeed changed into fresh garments prior to their encounter. As for the reason behind discarding his embroidered inner robe adorned with python patterns, it was simply because his intentions today were far from pure. He grasped Yu Miaozhen's slender waist, gently shifting her before he began to disrobe himself. Beneath his clothing lay a physique remarkable in its perfection, broad shoulders, fluid muscle lines, every inch exuding robust vitality. The contours of his body tapered at the waist, solid and resilient, with defined abdominal muscles. Despite Yu Miaozhen's usual bravado, she was, at this moment, utterly overwhelmed. The scene unfolding before her was so vivid and close that it inflicted a profound psychological blow. Shen Rang's smile held a mischievous charm, his expression devoid of any unusual emotion. Observing the woman covering her face with her hands, he teased with a relaxed demeanor, "Jinjin, you're hiding your face. What am I to do?" He then leaned closer, softly urging her, "Speak." Yu Miaozhen felt as though she might perish. She abruptly turned to flee, only to be seized by her waist. Shen Rang coaxed her gently, "Be good. Open your eyes and look at me. Obey." With that, his breath deepened slightly. "Jinjin, show me a little compassion. Stay with me." His demeanor remained composed, yet the desire in his eyes threatened to erupt, fixated on her cherry lips. His hand continued to caress her soft waist with a slow, deliberate motion. At this moment, driven by instinct and his covert desires, he began to indulge himself. Their bodies brushed against one another. Shen Rang tilted his head, placing a tender kiss near her ear to soothe her. Yu Miaozhen's eyes sparkled with a shimmering light as she gazed at him. Captivated by the brilliance of her gaze, Shen Rang found himself unable to restrain his impulses. He traced the contours of her exquisite face, her cherry lips, her delicate nose. Yu Miaozhen, in a soft voice, murmured, "What are you doing?" Shen Rang's gaze flickered, and he spoke gently, lowering his tone to soothe her, "Don't rush it." However, before he could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard, causing his expression to turn cold. Soon, a voice called out from beyond the gate, "Your Highness, young Master Jiang has arrived and is currently being halted at the inner courtyard entrance." Chapter 74. Scheming Yu Miaozhen, her head a disheveled mess, glanced anxiously at the man before her. Although Shen Rang had anticipated that Jiang might come to the eastern part of the city, he had not expected him to arrive so swiftly. Given the multitude of events that had transpired, Jiang must have begun to harbor suspicions. Thus, there was no longer a need for concealment. However, it was essential to grant this fool some time to comprehend the circumstances. Therefore, he altered his plans for the day, arranging matters for the morrow. He possessed both the means for forceful action and meticulous strategy. The divorce papers would be in his possession by the day after at the latest. Yet, Jiang's disruptive presence, while not detrimental to the overall situation, introduced an unwelcome anomaly. With the numerous significant events surrounding the Prince of An and the Marquis of Cheng'an, it was unusual for Jiang Yi to visit on this night. Shen Rang found himself perplexed by Jiang Yi's urgency, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, his appointed watchers had been observing the Jiang family and reported no irregularities thus far. Shen Rang collected his thoughts, took a silk handkerchief from beside him, and gently wiped the remnants from Yu Miaozhen's cheeks and hair. "Do not fear. If he dares to offend you, I shall make him pay dearly tonight." Yu Miaozhen, lost in her thoughts, was startled by his words, her expression one of shock. "What did you say?" Shen Rang, having inadvertently spoken his mind, noticed her fright and felt compelled to clarify. "When I was a guard, any mistakes I made could lead to severe punishment, even execution, so I—" Upon hearing this, Yu Miaozhen looked at his chest and shoulders, where numerous intersecting scars were evident. A pang of sympathy struck her, and she gently brushed her fingers over them. "It's all right. Those are merely remnants of the past. From now on, with me by your side, no one shall bully you." Shen Rang's heart softened at her words, and he pressed a kiss to her comforting lips, smiling as he praised her. "Jinjin, having you is truly a blessing." However, Yu Miaozhen had little time to indulge in sentiment. With no opportunity for a proper wash, she hastily tidied herself and slid off his lap. She cast a glance at the man before her, who was now so unkempt that she could hardly fathom how he had transformed in such a short time. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, Put your clothes on. I'll go take a look outside. With that, she hurriedly dismissed the embarrassing images from her mind and rushed out. As she exited the room, she caught sight of Jiang Yi pushing aside Su Dong and striding into the courtyard. It was already the hour of the dog, and the lamps within had long been lit. Through the window, Jiang Yi caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure passing through the inner chamber. It was a man. Upon a closer inspection, however, he saw nothing amiss and could not discern reality from illusion. Instinctively, he approached the main room, but was met by a line of guards brandishing their swords to block his path. Yu Miaomeng stood beneath the eaves, her brow furrowed in confusion. The scene before her was eerily familiar. Just a month prior, a similar occurrence had transpired, though Jiang Yi had been far more assertive then. Why had this insipid cucumber's demeanor dulled considerably? She frowned and inquired, "What brings you here again? Have you come to deliver the divorce papers?" Jiang Yi surveyed the additional guards surrounding him, his heart sinking further. Hearing her words only deepened the blockage within him. He steadied his heart and lowered his posture. "Zhaoning, I have wronged you in the past, and I earnestly hope you might grant me another chance. I shall dismiss all the concubines from my household tomorrow, and I will make separate arrangements for my cousin. From now on, I wish to live a harmonious life with you." Yu Miaomeng gazed at him in astonishment, scrutinizing him repeatedly. The original self had many flaws, but one undeniable truth remained. She held genuine affection for Jiang Yi. Yet, he was ultimately an unsuitable match, having deceived and exploited her in various despicable ways. "Jiang Yi, cease your entanglement. Your selfishness and scheming are too apparent. There is no need for such hypocrisy. Let us part amicably." Jiang Yi stood frozen for a long while, realizing her resolute intent, and a surge of anger flooded through him at the thought of being cuckolded. He demanded, "Zhaoning, who was the man in your chamber just now?" Yu Miaomeng felt a tinge of panic. She could not admit the truth. "What nonsense are you spouting? There is no one else in my room." Jiang Yi suddenly sneered, "You lie. I just saw a man's silhouette within." Yu Miaomeng thought to herself, "What the heck? If you saw him, why even ask?" Jiang Yi, growing impatient with her silence, recognized that his schemes were futile. His tone turned malicious. "Zhaoning, consider this. If outsiders learn that the wife of the Marquis of Cheng'an has been unfaithful with another man, what fate awaits you?" Yu Miaomeng felt disgusted by his base nature. "Jiang Yi, there are many nobles in the eastern city. I do not wish to be the subject of ridicule. That is why I allowed you to enter. But do not push your luck. The decision for divorce was made a month ago, and yet you persist in your indecisiveness. Moreover, ask yourself why you cling to me and resist the divorce. Do you not feel any shame?" Jiang Yi's expression darkened. "As long as we have not divorced, I remain your husband." He then asked with a peculiar tone, "Do you know who that man is?" The identity of the man in her room was not to be disclosed lightly. Yu Miaomeng, losing her patience, ordered him to leave. "My affairs are none of your concern. I do not wish to see you." With that, she turned and commanded, "Expel him. Let him make a fuss if he wishes. You need not concern yourselves with it. It is merely a matter of embarrassment. Who is afraid of whom? After all, she had found someone she cherished, and she refused to be manipulated by Jiang Yi because of her reputation. She could not believe that the shameless man would care about losing face. Jiang Yi, seeing her refusal to deny, felt his suspicion solidify, yet he sensed something amiss in Zhaoning's demeanor. If that man were truly the king of the north, why was she so unfazed? Jiang Yi, indeed, valued his reputation and did not wish for a scandal. Thus, he departed with lingering doubts, planning to devise another strategy. Upon returning to her inner chamber, Yu Miaomeng found Shen Rang seated upon her bed, still disheveled. Recalling the events that transpired earlier, she hesitated to approach. "Jinjin, I have awaited you for a long time." Shen Rang had managed to put on his trousers, yet his shirt remained undone, his languid posture resembling that of a roguish young man. He appeared both wicked and untrustworthy. Yu Miaomeng could not fathom how a man, who typically embodied the virtues of an upright gentleman, could so readily succumb to indulgence today. Embarrassment tinged her cheeks as she softly remarked, "I have prepared some water. I shall bathe first. You may want to tidy yourself as well." With that, she turned and made her way to the bathing room. Shen Rang did not deter her. In fact, his thoughts wandered to deeper implications. A man of formidable desire for control and possession, he naturally intended to orchestrate a scheme upon their bed. He wished for Jinjin to bear the mark of his sole ownership, striving to provide her with the utmost experience in every regard. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Rang rose, fastening his belt with a deliberate grace before proceeding to the front courtyard to bathe and don a fresh attire. Upon his return to the inner chamber, he beheld the sight of a beautiful woman, poised at the edge of the bed, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Her countenance was as delicate as a lotus, her figure gracefully enchanting, a bloom of beauty that only he could truly appreciate. A smile graced his lips as he gently parted the beaded curtain and stepped into the inner room. Chapter 75. Emotion having engaged in a genuine exchange. The atmosphere between them deepened into a more profound intimacy. Yu Miaomeng lowered her head, sensing the presence of another person nearby, an inexplicable tension beginning to rise within her. Although Shen Rang's movements remained respectful and his voice soothingly gentle, his gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, fixed intently upon her. Jinjin, it was I who overstepped earlier. The fault lies with me, and you must harbor some resentment towards me. Yu Miaomeng shook her head, pausing for a moment before responding. It's merely that it was my first time doing something like this. Upon hearing first time, Shen Rang's heart swelled with unrestrained joy. He felt a primal urge surging within him, yet he maintained a patient demeanor towards Yu Miaomeng. What should I do? It is all my fault, and I fear you may come to despise me. Of course, Yu Miaomeng was not angry. Their hearts had already been bound together, and engaging in intimate actions felt entirely natural. If she were to part ways, advancing further would not be an issue. She was not a confined woman shackled by feudal constraints. Finally, she lifted her gaze to behold the impeccably dressed man before her, a sweet smile gracing her lips. I am not angry, and I shall not dislike you. Shen Rang gazed into her eyes, his reflection shimmering in her bright, clear pupils. She was forever so innocent, her eyes exuding a purity that could see through everything. He understood that only someone with an open heart and a pure nature could possess such clarity. Shen Rang felt a wave of tenderness wash over him as he leaned down to gently kiss her forehead and eyelashes, softly asking, "May I hold you?" It was merely a matter of courtesy before intimacy. He instinctively remembered the facade he wore and felt the need to be polite. Having just received a kiss on her forehead, Yu Miaomeng felt cherished, her heart soaring. At that moment, she reflected on how he had previously appeared as a reckless rogue, now transformed into a paragon of decorum. Suddenly, she became aware, lifting her head to scrutinize this man closely. Why did she inexplicably feel that he was somewhat eccentric, as if he possessed a split personality? Bewildered, Yu Miaomeng asked, "Are you deceiving me in some way? Why do I suddenly find your personality so strange?" Shen Rang adopted an expression of innocence, lowering his gaze momentarily before meeting her eyes again, revealing a hint of suppressed grievance. With a self-deprecating tone, he remarked, "To be misunderstood and disliked by the woman one admires is a heart-wrenching pain. Jinjin, please do not be angry. Tell me what I must do to earn your affection." With such a flawless, chiseled visage, his demeanor was utterly captivating. Yu Miaomeng found herself momentarily dazed, unsure of when she had ascended to the summit and plucked this rare flower from its lofty perch. Ultimately, she decided there was no need for doubt. At the very least, this man's physique and appearance were undeniably real, and she had nothing to lose. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist, nestling into the expanse of his chest, inhaling the faint scent of cool pine. "I'm not angry. You're quite wonderful." Shen Rang is gasfiqued, a smile playing on his lips as he lifted her onto his lap, softly coaxing, "Be good, call me brother so I can hear it." Yu Miaomeng hesitated slightly, then asked, "How many years older are you than I?" Previously, in the realm of Zhuangzi, Shen Rang had extracted numerous revelations, clearly discerning that both she and the original Zhao Ning were merely 20 years of age, sharing the same birthday. He was only approximately half a year her junior. Yet, aside from their age, Yu Miaomeng resembled an innocent young girl, and thus, it felt only natural for him to assume the role of her older brother. The age difference mattered little. What truly counted was his singular desire to be her brother. Pampered by his affection, Yu Miaomeng found it exceedingly difficult to decline, shyly calling out "Little Rang, brother." Upon hearing the term "Little Rang," Shen Rang's brows twitched sharply as he lifted her chin, fixating intently on her disobedient lips. "Call me again." Yu Miaomeng, unnerved by his penetrating gaze, dared not provoke him further and obediently altered her address. "Rang, brother, you make me so frightened." As a daughter of a prominent family, her disposition was inherently delicate, and when she indulged in her charms, her voice became melodious and enchanting. In the embrace of such beauty, Shen Rang was stirred by her dulcet tones, his temples pounding with desire. The physiological response of his body outpaced his conscious thoughts. He cast a glance at the woman before him, clad in layers, and found himself amused. Her attempts to shield herself from him were, indeed, quite disobedient. Shen Rang gently caressed her lips with his fingertips, his voice low as he inquired, "Zhen, it is sweltering in summer. Why are you dressed so warmly today?" The directness of his question left Yu Miaomeng flustered and at a loss for words. Shen Rang coaxed her, "You're overly dressed. Where's your nightgown? Shall I help you change?" Yu Miaomeng, blushing, shook her head. Although Shen Rang longed to rudely tear away the obstructive garments, he exhibited remarkable patience in his persuasion. Bewildered by his coaxing, Yu Miaomeng eventually nodded. "I'm wearing a nightgown, a robe, undergarments, and a slip." As she spoke, her embarrassment deepened, and her excessive layers in the heat of summer appeared rather futile. Shen Rang, however, did not press the matter further. With an elegant demeanor and gentle movements, he stripped her down to but a single slip dress, feeling satisfied to finally cease. Having come this far, it would be unmanly to restrain himself any longer. Before the kiss, he feigned decorum and asked, "Zhen, may I kiss you?" The juxtaposition of his refined appearance with such libertine words felt somewhat dissonant. Yu Miaomeng gazed into his eyes, which were serene, profound, yet tender. Softening inexplicably, she smiled and nodded. Shen Rang then lifted her onto his lap, as if she were a steed, gently kissing the smooth skin of her neck and shoulders, murmuring, "Zhen, you are so fragrant." Yu Miaomeng wrapped her arms around his neck, remaining silent for a time. Shen Rang paid no mind, gradually moving his attention to her collarbone, where a breathtaking expanse of beauty lay before him. He struggled to control his surging desires, retracting the impulse to strip away her remaining garments. His hands, gliding over the thin fabric, caressed her back and soft waist, while his cool lips pressed inch by inch against her shoulders. Yu Miaomeng, a remarkably healthy and mature woman, inevitably reacted to his advances. Fearing discovery, she shyly shifted from his lap, preparing to retreat beneath the covers. As he moved, Shen Rang grew concerned that his grip might be too forceful and harm her, prompting him to release her. Yu Miaomeng was clad in a long, apricot-hued nightgown, and she hastily darted towards the bed, only to be seized by the waist. The position was mortifying for her. Shen Rang glanced at her pert posterior, noting the astonishing proportions and curves of her waist and hips, which were undeniably alluring. If he were to consummate their union, he would indeed relish this form. He swiftly pulled her back, a mischievous intent flickering in his eyes, his tone deliberately tinged with feigned regret and confusion. "Zhen, there's something on your dress." Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng was instantly engulfed in crimson, her face flushed as though she were burning with fever. Shen Rang's heart ached with sudden compassion, regretting his teasing, for he was all too aware of what she was feeling. Zhen had developed feelings for him, while he had no intention of pursuing anything serious. He certainly did not wish to see her in distress. He pressed a gentle kiss to her flushed cheek, softly coaxing, "Do not be afraid, Zhen. If you can endure a little longer, please do." He then gazed deeply into her eyes and inquired, "If it becomes unbearable, I can assist you, though it may be quite intrusive. Would you be angry?" Yu Miaomeng, her mind and strength dwindling, instinctively expressed her most profound desire born from her physical instincts. "I want." Chapter 76. Perfection. Shen Rang was inherently flawed, with a mind that was both cunning and peculiar. At this moment, he felt a mixture of delight and heartache. On one hand, he was consumed by a desire to possess this woman, his body clamoring for wild ownership. On the other hand, he was reluctant. She was too pure, too obedient. He even regretted that his playful teasing had caused her such distress. Yet, the affairs of men and women, the joys of love, are often beyond one's control. From the very beginning, he had lost his composure, unable to resist, and now it was even more pronounced. As Shen Rang reflected on the books and illustrations he had perused last year, a wave of thoughts swept through his mind. Gently, he laid the distracted figure upon the bed, caressing the dark, thick strands of hair beneath his palm. He leaned down to kiss her, whispering, "Whatever you desire, I can provide." Subsequently, he loosened his garments and joined her on the bed, drawing the curtains closed. The oil lamp flickered dimly, casting an even darker hue within the bed, as a fervent atmosphere began to envelop them. Shen Rang encircled her, indulging in lingering kisses that traversed from her forehead to her cheeks, from her nose to her cherry lips. His low voice caressed her ear. "Jinjin, I'm exceedingly fond of you." Yu Miaomeng felt a tenderness swell within her, longing to remain by his side forever, never depart. Shen Rang held her back, allowing her to lean against him, unable to resist reaching for those delicate lips, playfully coaxing, "Call me husband." Yu Miaomeng's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she obediently replied, "Husband, husband." Her hands clung to his shoulders, nestled closely in his embrace. The mutual affection intoxicated her completely. Yet, she remained bashful, instinctively seeking reassurance. "Husband." As she uttered those words, she realized that she rarely addressed him by name, only knowing him as Shen Rang. A fleeting memory sparked in her mind, but vanished just as swiftly. Yu Miaomeng was about to delve into her recollections when his voice jolted her back to reality. "Jinjin, what are you thinking? Why are you so lost in thought? Is it that I do not suffice?" His warm breath brushed against her ear, accompanied by a brooding tone that was inescapable. Yu Miaomeng hastily withdrew her thoughts, acknowledging, "I see, husband, you are quite fierce." Hearing her call him husband filled Shen Rang with joy, and he skillfully coaxed her further. "Good, call me a few more times." As their feelings deepened, the atmosphere thickened with intimacy until the candles extinguished at the stroke of midnight. The following day, Yu Miaomeng lay in bed, lost in contemplation of the previous night. Her heart racing, she silently screamed within, reflecting on his remarkable qualities. Handsome, gentle, wicked, fierce, mad yet restrained, patient. Truly perfect. She patted her flushed cheeks and finally rose. Outside the door, Jinju and Xiangtao heard the movement and knocked. "Your Highness, I wish to enter and serve you." Yu Miaomeng composed herself before responding, "Come in." Upon entering the room, Xiangtao immediately sensed a change in the princess, who radiated a vibrant beauty as if in full bloom. With a hint of naivety, she inquired, "Princess, shall I fetch some more ice for you? Your face is flushed a rosy hue." Enveloped in a whirlwind of love, Yu Miaomeng felt no embarrassment upon hearing this and nodded in agreement. As Xiangtao stepped out to make arrangements, her gaze fell upon the youngest among them, Jinju. "Has young Master Shui departed from the front courtyard? If so, when did he leave?" Jinju blinked innocently, responding with a sweet demeanor, replying to the princess, "I am unaware." Last night's exuberance left Yu Miaomeng feeling somewhat guilty. She had hoped to glean some information from the youngest girl, only to receive this answer. Opting not to press further, she quickly dressed herself and, after partaking in a modest breakfast, made her way to the front courtyard. Seated in the main hall, she regarded the figure of Su Dong before her. To be deemed the most handsome by her discerning eye, he must indeed possess remarkable features. Su Dong had a fair complexion, stood tall, with long legs and a slender waist, exuding both scholarly grace and heroic vigor. His sharp brows framed striking eyes, a high nose accentuating his refined visage, which bore an air of both intensity and composure. Yu Miaomeng scrutinized him thoroughly before breaking the silence. "Su Dong, where did you serve previously? I believe you mentioned the south, specifically where?" Su Dong displayed no sign of fluster, responding respectfully, replying to the princess. "I was previously a guard in the residence of the Duke of Dingyuan in Lingzhou. After the Duke's estate was confiscated, several of us were sold to the capital." Yu Miaomeng was unfamiliar with the Duke of Dingyuan, but sought to test his sincerity. Observing Su Dong's calm demeanor, she sensed no deceit. After a moment's pause and considerable hesitation, she ventured, "Su Dong, I have a question for you. What do you believe of young Master Shui? Does he possess the skills of a guard? Which direction did he head upon leaving the residence this morning?" Su Dong took a brief moment to collect his thoughts, responding with poise, replying to the princess. Young Master Shui indeed possesses remarkable martial prowess, yet his identity appears to be quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yu Miaomeng straightened in her seat, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features as she whispered, "Have you also sensed something amiss?" "I have. What do you believe his true identity to be?" Chapter 77. The charges. Su Dong raised his head, a perplexed expression adorning his features as he furrowed his brow and replied, "Your Highness, my assertion of simplicity is not as fantastical as you might presume. What I meant to convey is that, given young Master Shui's exceptional martial prowess, coupled with the multitude of injuries he bears and his imposing demeanor, he must have endured considerable hardships in the past. Thus, it stands to reason that young Master Shui is either the leader of the guards or the chief of the covert operatives. At the very least, not a mere common guard." Having spoken, Su Dong sighed, his tone tinged with disapproval. "Your Highness, it is evident that young Master Shui harbors genuine affection for you. He consistently gazes towards the backyard, and on one occasion, even before dawn, he stood vigil in the courtyard, fixated on the rear premises. When I approached to inquire, he remained reticent, only later expressing that your noble status renders him inferior, and that he is plagued by his own troubles." Yu Miaomeng felt an acute embarrassment, akin to a clandestine affair, being unveiled. More so, she was engulfed by compassion and guilt. Compassion for the man who concealed his insecurities, and guilt for her own incessant suspicions. Regardless of his status, her feelings remained unchanged. Love transcended all. Even if he were a nefarious character, she would accept it. She feared that her unfounded doubts might fracture the bond they shared. Fracture? In an instant. Yu Miaomeng regretted her prying inquiries and hastily dismissed Su Dong, urging, "You must leave at once. Return and diligently practice your martial skills. In a few days, we shall need to move belongings to the Marquis's residence." Su Dong, eager to avoid any slip that could jeopardize his master's grand scheme, departed with remarkable swiftness, lamenting his own handsome visage. Not only was he burdened with excessive labor, but he also bore the risks associated with his covert role, a plight unfathomable for one whose sole responsibility was to eliminate adversaries. Once Su Dong had exited, Yu Miaomeng resumed her worrying, pondering the sweltering heat and the unknown hardships her beloved endured under the sun. Her mind began to weave an elaborate narrative, romanticizing the connection between the young lady and her guard, infused with a sense of destiny. After indulging in her sentimental reverie, she returned to the backyard. Earlier that morning, her body had been marred with bruises. Now, she hastily changed her garments, casting a glance at her swollen chest, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The pain was intense, particularly in the most tender areas. That wretched man, why did he have to be so vigorous? She removed her undergarments, inspecting her thighs, where the skin was nearly broken, evidence of the torment she had endured the previous night. With nothing to occupy her but her injuries, she awaited the arrival of her beloved as dusk approached. Meanwhile, Shen Rang had just exited the palace gates, making his way to the Ministry of Justice. Qin Ke, accompanying him, reported, "My lord, the individuals have been brought forth." To avoid drawing undue attention, Shen Rang opted for a carriage today and remained silent, tapping on the window as the vehicle glided smoothly through the streets of the capital. The Minister of Justice, Yi Zheng, at the age of 52, basked in the successes of his career. He had fathered 9 daughters throughout his life, once believing he was destined to be childless, yet fate had smiled upon him, granting him a son in the twilight of his years. He was acutely aware that his son, Yi Kong, was lacking in merit, however, being a late child. He truly cherished him deeply. Just days prior, Kong had engaged in a dispute at Yixiang Courtyard, with none other than a relative of the Duchess of Cheng'e. One would think that a fallen family like the Wan's would not intimidate him, yet brawling in a brothel tarnished one's reputation, and the consequences of such a scandal were too unpleasant to bear. Therefore, he had to swallow his pride. Little did he expect that today would present an opportunity. Yi Zheng stepped cautiously into the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, entering a solitary cell. Upon seeing the occupant inside, a cold smile flickered in his heart. Though his demeanor remained composed and circumspect, with a smile, he greeted, "I apologize for the inconvenience, young Master Jiang. This matter is of great significance, and I hope you will cooperate." Jiang Yi had been stripped of his sword and confined in the cell for about an hour. The night prior, he had contemplated extensively, whether it pertained to offspring or dowries. Coupled with the Duke's orders and his own ulterior motives, a multitude of thoughts urged him to retain Zhao Ning. He had intended to muster the patience akin to water wearing away stone, to sincerely apologize and mend things, preparing to head to the eastern part of the city at dawn. However, before he could exit his residence, he was brought here by the ministry's personnel. They had shown him enough courtesy not to make a grand spectacle of his arrest. Considering this, Jiang Yi endeavored to steady his mind, speaking with utmost courtesy. "Lord Yi, please feel free to inquire. I shall speak candidly." Yi Zheng, maintaining a detached demeanor, inquired solemnly, "What business did young Master Jiang have in Bingzhou a few days ago?" A sense of unease washed over Jiang Yi as he furrowed his brow and replied, "There was no significant matter. I merely ventured out of the capital for personal affairs." He then asked, "May I inquire, Lord Yi, have I committed any transgressions?" Yi Zheng's smile was superficial. If young Master Jiang had truly transgressed, his treatment would be far less lenient. On the very day young Master Jiang traveled to Bingzhou, agents of the Northern Di also departed the capital, vanishing near Bingzhou. Upon Jiang Yi's return to the capital yesterday, one of those agents inexplicably reappeared in the city, amidst the throngs entering and exiting the city gates. Only Jiang Yi's entourage was numerous, and due to his status, the scrutiny was not particularly thorough. "Young Master Jiang," he continued, "do you truly believe such coincidences exist in this world?" Jiang Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. Should he be implicated in treason, he would face dire consequences. In a fleeting moment, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the schemes against him had not yet concluded. A web of machinations ensnared him, and he found himself at the mercy of others. He hastily refuted, "I was merely attending to personal matters outside the capital. I have no ties with the agents. Lord Yi is known for his incorruptibility. I implore you to see through this matter with clarity." Yi Zheng, adopting a professional demeanor, was about to respond when an attendant rushed in and whispered a few words into his ear. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Zheng instructed one of his aides, "Make a record for young Master Jiang. If there are no issues, release him." Without waiting for Jiang Yi to respond, he exited with a stern expression. Jiang Yi, not lacking in intellect, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Duke had come to his aid. Yet an ominous premonition lingered in his heart, as he felt that remaining here was unwise. Though he harbored myriad thoughts, he dared not reveal even a hint of them, instead adopting a humble demeanor to cooperate with the officials of the Ministry of Justice. Yi Zheng never openly engaged in actions that would offend others. No matter how discontent he felt internally, he would not overtly target Jiang Yi. Moreover, at this moment, there was still the individual sent by the prince of before him. He bestowed a perfectly measured smile and approached to engage in conversation. He requested that the envoy convey to the prince that if young Master Jiang had committed no wrongdoing, he would soon be able to return. The visitor was none other than Ba Yi, a subordinate of Shen Rang, who smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Yi, for your leniency." Yi Zheng hesitated to accept such flattery, quickly dismissing it. "Not at all. I am merely acting in accordance with the rules." The implication being that if Jiang Yi were found to be at fault, he too would adhere to the proper procedures. As they exchanged pleasantries, another official rushed in, panic-stricken. My lord, the king of Jinbei has arrived." The mention of the king of Jinbei startled Yi Zheng, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. "What brings this esteemed ancestor here? Hurry, let's go welcome him." Before he could properly adjust his official cap, a cold, indifferent voice resonated from outside. "There is no need." Yi Zheng turned, abruptly startled by the voice, and upon seeing the newcomer, his heart sank in astonishment. Chapter 78. Shen Rang donned a fitted dark green attire, intricately embroidered with a five-clawed golden dragon and threads of gold and silver across his chest. His innate presence instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Yi Zheng, upon a mere glance, felt compelled to avert his gaze and hastily approached. "This humble official pays his respects to His Highness," he stammered, anxiety etched upon his face. He was acutely aware of this prince's ruthless methods, his sanguinary brutality starkly contrasting the gentle demeanor he projected. The thought of those spies, tortured and subsequently sent to him, chilled him to the bone, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow as he held his breath in trepidation. Shen Rang's strides were measured and unhurried, his countenance icy. His inscrutable, profound eyes surveyed the hall with an air of authority. Turning his gaze upon Yi Zheng, he scrutinized him for several moments, a semblance of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The officials in the hall, both high and low, remained breathless and tense, refraining from any indiscretion. Shen Rang ascended to the main seat, casting a glance imbued with a strange malice over the assembly before he waved his hand dismissively. In an instant by a scribe from the prince's residence who had just conversed with Yi Zheng, was beheaded. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, the thud of the severed head hitting the ground resonating ominously. The witnesses were left petrified, unable to lift their heads in shock. The stench of blood soon permeated the air, leaving all present in a state of frozen terror. Yi Zheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly cursing Prince N for his meddlesomeness, which had led to such peril. Trembling, he knelt and confessed, "This humble official has been negligent in his duties and deserves the gravest of punishments. I implore your highness to show mercy." Shen Rang's gaze shifted slightly, laden with significance. "Lord Yi, the matter of the Northern D spies is of utmost importance. Anyone daring to tamper with this affair shall face immediate execution." Yi Zheng hastily protested, "Your Highness, I was momentarily confused. I beseech you to show leniency." A smile flickered at Shen Rang's lips, his eyes sharp as a blade, his tone measured and inscrutable, revealing no hint of his emotions. The phrases "show mercy" and "spare lives" bore a striking resemblance. Yet Lord Yi was the first to dare propose conditions to the prince. "I have taken countless lives. One more will not tip the scale. Do you comprehend my meaning, Lord Yi?" Yi Zheng nodded vigorously. "Yes, I understand." He then proceeded to report, "Today, following the lead, I discovered that the heir of the Chengyan Marquis, Jiang Yi, is highly suspicious. I have already detained him and am arranging for an interrogation. I assure you, I will act impartially to swiftly unearth this traitor who dares to collude with the enemy." Upon hearing this clue, Shen Rang's smile widened with a hint of leisure. "I have long guarded the northern frontier and recently dealt with the Northern D. To my astonishment, these barbarians still dare to employ such despicable tactics." Yi Zheng grasped the implications of this statement. The affairs concerning the Northern D were within the prince's dominion. He quickly asserted, "Your Highness, I believe Jiang Yi is indeed suspicious. Perhaps you should personally attend." Shen Rang neither consented nor declined, and the atmosphere descended into silence once more. Yi Zheng, overwhelmed by fear, found his mind momentarily blank. A glance at the swords held by Qin Ke and others jolted him back to clarity. He cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, the matter of collusion with the enemy is of great gravity. Allow me to make the necessary arrangements." Yi Zheng waited for quite a while before hearing a cold laugh resonate from above. "Lord Yi, please." He removed his official hat and wiped away a bead of sweat, nearly losing his balance as he stepped into a puddle of blood, almost collapsing to the ground. Before he could steady himself and flee, the prince spoke again from above. The sight of Lord Yi, so frightened, was amusing. He instructed to deliver the freshly severed head to Prince Sin, lest such a novelty be wasted. If Yi Zheng were to critique the voice, he would describe it as akin to jade striking stone, clear and melodious, bringing a sense of tranquility. Yet at that moment, he felt as though this voice were that of a hellish specter come to claim his soul, sending shivers through his very core. He dared not linger, hastily rushing to make arrangements. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Rang leisurely made his way to the location Yi Zheng had prepared. The interrogation rooms of the Ministry of Justice were ranked in various tiers, and the one where Jiang Yi was situated had evidently been crafted with great care. This room was the most discreet, fully equipped with instruments of torture, and impeccably clean. Upon seeing the godlike man appear in this chamber, Jiang Yi's heart plummeted. A whirlwind of panic, fear, and rage surged within him. In the eyes of Shen Rang, there was nothing but disdain for the man before him. A person already marked for death by his decree. Naturally, he had little patience left. Kneel. It was customary for a man to bow to a prince, constrained by the hierarchy of status. Yet, out of a man's last shred of dignity, Jiang Yi found it impossible to bend his knee. Qin Ke stepped forward and seized him, applying pressure to the back of his thigh. Clenching his jaw to suppress a cry of pain, the tall figure finally knelt upright. Seeing him endure such humiliation brought a smirk to Shen Rang's lips. This man had no light within him apart from the facade he presented to the world. He was utterly shrouded in darkness. Thus, he seldom experienced genuine joy, yet he relished witnessing others in pain, helpless in their suffering. The more he observed, the more delight he felt. You should know why this prince seeks you. At that moment, Jiang Yi was devoid of fear, his heart brimming with fury. Nothing could be more unbearable for a man than his wife's infidelity. Such disgrace was preferable to a swift death. His eyes burned with resentment. The prince, in his quest to possess another's wife, had wantonly slaughtered the innocent, abused his power for personal gain, and even conspired against him under the guise of treason. Did the prince not fear exposure, the tarnishing of his reputation? Shen Rang remained impassive, casting a dismissive glance in his direction, coldly asking, "Who witnessed this wanton slaughter and abuse of power? Treason? Who apprehended you? If you seek vindication, find the one who wronged you. I am merely here to investigate the infiltrators, and you are the most suspect." Jiang Yi, incensed by such shameless words and that contemptuous gaze, completely lost his composure. Before he could rise, he was forcefully pressed back to the ground and bellowed, "You might as well kill me." Shen Rang truly held no regard for this man's bluster. If he were truly steadfast, he would not engage in such duplicitous behavior, which was laughably absurd. The notion of widowhood was one the prince despised. Killing you would be far too easy, but compelling her to remain faithful to you? You are unworthy of such a fate. You are destined for demise. However, thanks to her fortune, you may yet live a few more years. Jiang Yi instinctively sensed that this statement was not mere idle chatter. A few more years? How many precisely? The very notion that his fate lay in another's hands filled him with an unshakable dread. The prince wielded immense power, capable of obscuring the heavens, and would resort to any means necessary for Zhao Ning's sake. After finishing his words, Jiang Yi abruptly manifested a peculiar smile. Was Zhao Ning truly aware of the prince's character? If she were to uncover the truth, what then would become of the prince? Shen Rang, caressing his finger, revealed no sign of disturbance upon hearing this remark. She is the woman of this prince. A fragmented statement, yet Jiang Yi discerned its underlying implication. Whether Zhao Ning was aware or not was inconsequential. She had already fallen into a labyrinth of meticulous schemes, and the man before her had woven a gilded cage solely to ensnare her. Regardless of her own sentiments, no other man could claim her. Jiang Yi bowed his head, enveloped in silence for an extended period. He was not a fool. He had countless strategies, yet none could yield the desired outcome. He yearned for too much, but possessed not a single thing. He recognized his own hypocrisy and baseness. He exploited Zhao Ning's genuine affection for him, coldly witnessing her humiliation and the deceit surrounding her dowry. This was merely to ensure that both the Marquisate and he could benefit from the situation. He not only feigned ignorance, but also regarded it as a matter of course. It was precisely because he was certain of Zhao Ning's unwavering devotion that he deliberately refrained from consummating their union, thereby holding her in a delicate balance and even entertaining thoughts of taking a concubine. Jiang Yi was acutely aware of his betrayal toward Zhao Ning, yet he would never concede his faults. Even now, he could not relinquish his ambitions. With no options left, he understood the necessary sacrifices to extricate himself from his current predicament. What does the prince require of me? Shen Rang's gaze was frigid as he observed him for a moment, his words laden with significance. You truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. Viang Yi, do you take me for a fool? Chapter 79. Token of affection. Jiang Yi felt a profound embarrassment, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Yet he could not bring himself to admit it. What did the prince mean by his words? Shen Rang regarded him with a cold gaze, his eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. Originally, I had considered that in the matter of the divorce, you and she would inevitably have to meet. What if your blood-stained presence frightens her? Yet now it seems your stubbornness is simply a prelude for me to break your resolve. Have you ever pondered why I did not seize you privately, but instead expended considerable effort? Jiang Yi, you ought to devote your thoughts to significant matters rather than merely scheming against women. By employing others to execute your plans, I could multiply my control manifold. You wish to play tricks before me. Jiang Yi, you're not worthy. Shen Rang's gaze transformed into a frigid abyss as he rose and approached Jiang Yi. No one dares to covet what belongs to me. Since you are so odious, perhaps enduring some suffering will temper your foolish mind. Jiang Yi sensed the lofty demeanor of the prince, who surveyed him with a disdainful air akin to that of a deity looking down upon mere insects. The chilling intent was palpable, and his mind began to clear. He had overlooked the most critical issue. The Northern King had orchestrated much more than a mere divorce. The matter of treason, if substantiated, would ensnare not only the Jiang family, but also Princeton. The Northern King had evidently never regarded them as worthy adversaries, opting for a straightforward and brutal strategy to bring them under his control. While Jiang Yi's thoughts were confined to the present, the Northern King had already plotted 10 or even 100 steps ahead. He spared him for the sake of Zhao Ning and refrained from executing Prince unlikely due to the Empress Dowager's influence. Before Jiang Yi could utter a plea for mercy, the prince had vanished without a trace. Regret was futile now. The myriad of unspoken punishments loomed over him, filling his heart with despair. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Rang made his way to Linglong Pavilion. He entered the rear courtyard of the shop discreetly through the back door, casually stepping into a room. After a brief wait, Qin Ke entered with a delicate box in hand. "Your Highness, it is ready." The makeup box was not large, adorned with gilded floral patterns and inlaid with various gemstones in its cutout sections. Upon opening it, Shen Rang beheld its contents, a necklace of red jade. The jade's quality matched that of his ring, both originating from the same exquisite stone. This gem was of the finest caliber, smooth to the touch, its hue shifting with the light. Particularly under the sunlight, its vivid red resembled the flow of blood, evoking a sense of dynamic beauty. This was the first treasure he had procured from a northern D tribe, rumored to be a royal artifact. Shen Rang gently caressed the pendant. He had personally sketched and designed the necklace. Although he was no connoisseur of women's adornments, inspiration had guided his hand. This was the token of affection he had prepared. Yu Miaomeng's fair skin would surely be accentuated beautifully by it. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the enchanting scene from the previous night, igniting a fervor within his heart. Leaning against the couch, he toyed with the red jade pendant of his necklace. Yet his mind was consumed by thoughts of his next scheme. To wed her, this notion ignited a fervent urgency within him, though his intuition urged caution, insisting that the right moment must be seized without haste. Rarely did he experience such a twinge of melancholy. He pondered in this manner throughout the morning, only returning to the Ministry of Justice after midday. At that moment, Jiang Yi appeared pale and wan, his lips devoid of color, though unmarked by any external injury. It was evident he had endured considerable suffering. The palace had already dispatched envoys to hasten matters, and Shen Rang could hardly be troubled to waste time on a fool. The arrangements with the authorities were already in place, and the divorce decree would be prepared by tomorrow. The reasons for the separation were clear: your indulgence of a concubine at the expense of your wife, your nefarious intentions toward her dowry, and the mistreatment of a royal princess by your mother-in-law. In short, not a single slanderous word must tarnish her reputation. Should I hear any ill rumors regarding her, neither the titles of the Jiang family nor the lives of its members would be spared by your hand. Jiang Yi, be wise, do not court disaster. Jiang Yi bowed his head in silence, and when he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. Yes, your highness, I shall adhere to your instructions regarding the divorce. For the first time, Shen Rang found himself constrained in a matter his displeasure palpable. A divorce was never a favorable affair, and he wished to manage it as discreetly as possible. Sometimes, the whispers of the masses could distort the truth. Women often bore the brunt of unwarranted suffering. His concern for Yu Miaomeng was profound. He could not allow even the slightest harm to befall her. The optimal resolution to this predicament lay in silence. When the opportune moment arose, he would seek a royal decree for the marriage. Once Yu Miaomeng became his legitimate wife, none would dare question royal matters. Only then could he ensure absolute security. Shen Rang withdrew his thoughts and cast one last glance at the dazed Jiang before turning to depart. He then made his way to the Qilin Guard, where the reports concerning the Northern D spies were confirmed to be true, as were the allegations of collusion. However, these events dated back to the previous year, with the spies only apprehended this year. Shen Cheng and Guo Wenchang had conspired with these agents to bring about his demise. As for Jiang Yi, he was merely an unwitting pawn in Shen Rang's elaborate game. After a day spent laboring outside the palace, Shen Rang returned at the hour of Yu. The moment he stepped into the imperial study, he was met with a barrage of scolding. You squander your days in idleness, neglecting your duties at the Qilin Guard and resisting the opportunity to gain experience in the 6 ministries. What do you truly wish to achieve? I have raised you all these years, not merely to see you waste your life. Scoundrel! Wretch! Shen Rang could hardly suppress a smile. The typical tirade of autocratic fury failed to penetrate his resolve. Your Majesty, I have been practicing martial arts and studying since the tender age of 4. I rise earlier than a rooster and do not rest until the hour of the dog, often finding even dogs asleep before I am. None have toiled as diligently as I, nor has anyone so idly wasted their days. As for my duties, I'm not fond of idle chatter and have no desire to engage with those dullards. Thus, I must respectfully decline tasks beyond my capabilities. Emperor Jianping gazed at him for quite some time, sensing that this young man had undergone some subtle transformation. In the past, he resembled a mute, reluctant to utter even a single word. How could he now be so loquacious? What can you competently handle? Speak, and I shall make arrangements for you, he commanded. Shen Rang, however, yearned to return to the northern frontier, yet the thought of Yu Miaomeng suddenly crossed his mind. He was uncertain whether this sheltered blossom would desire to accompany him. As the words lingered on his lips, he hesitated, casting a glance at the elderly man clad in white, his brow furrowing deeply. What is the point of pretending to be a noble gentleman, inviting ridicule? He mused. His voice was devoid of warmth. As one who is idle, I wish to undertake nothing. Emperor Jianping lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the individual before him. He scrutinized that countenance for an extended period, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable significance. Shen Rang remained composed under this examination, but upon hearing those words, he abruptly lifted his head. Chapter 80. The orthodoxy Shen Rang's expression was grave, and his tone profound. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Emperor Jianping remained remarkably composed, reiterating his earlier statement. I wish to appoint you as the crown prince. Upon the conclusion of his words, a prolonged silence enveloped the hall. Why the silence? He continued, you are of royal lineage, nurtured by my own hands, possessing both literary and martial talents, endowed with wisdom and courage. I have high hopes for you. As Emperor Jianping awaited a response that did not come, he refrained from rebuking Shen Rang, choosing instead to elaborate further. You hail from an esteemed lineage, born into nobility, yet you also bear a heavy responsibility. I intend to declare you crown prince at the earliest opportunity, and when you are ready to govern on your own, I shall abdicate in your favor. I wish to take your mother out for a stroll. Shen Rang understood the emperor's intentions, yet he was taken aback by the candidness of such unspoken thoughts being revealed so soon. He had no desire to ascend to the throne. Rather than a reluctance to rule, it was his aversion to being controlled by others that plagued him. His desire for autonomy was profound, his rebellious spirit pronounced. He preferred to be the one orchestrating the game rather than a mere pawn. The thought of this astute emperor, who was always a step ahead, having fathered a foolish son, elicited a sardonic smile from Shen Rang. If your own son proves inadequate, you turn your attention to another's. He mused, finding the situation utterly shameless. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he spoke with an air of casual significance. Your Majesty, Princeton possesses a commendable demeanor, is courteous and respectful, and he is your only bloodline. He should be named Crown Prince. In my humble opinion, Princeton bears a striking resemblance to you in certain aspects. For instance, he is astute, inquisitive, and adept at concealing his true intentions behind a facade of charm, exhibiting an abundance of traits that are indeed hereditary. Emperor Jianping, beneath his calm exterior, harbored a volatile temperament. Yet, Shen Rang had a knack for provoking his ire effortlessly. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed aside the memorial he held and bellowed, "Impudent." Repeat that. Shen Rang deftly sidestepped the thrown document, choosing to temper his provocations, lest the elder man's fury lead to dire consequences for himself. Suddenly, he recalled Prince N's visage, his gaze shifting slightly. Your Majesty, there is no need for anger. Had Princeton been sent to the northern frontier under your direct guidance and rigorous training, that fool could have become a pillar of strength by now. At the mention of Prince N, Emperor Jianping's countenance turned icy, devoid of the warmth one would expect from father. There was neither a sense of disappointment nor a trace of paternal affection, only an unsettling neutrality. He fixed his gaze upon Shen Rang and sneered. You call him a fool, such an ambitious yet brainless creature, daring to conspire with the enemy, is hardly deserving of lament. My indulgence in his erratic behavior has a purpose, one I trust you can comprehend. Yet, my efforts have ultimately been in vain. Yielding no result, seemingly unconcerned, Shen Rang inquired, why force your own son into conflict with me? I have never been fond of the foolish and prefer not to engage with him. However, should I find myself in a foul mood one day and inadvertently take the life of your only son, it would be a grievous sin. With biological on one side and unique on the other, Emperor Jianping scrutinized him and suddenly smiled. If one were to kill, then so be it. If one loses their life due to their own incompetence, they cannot blame others. From the emperor's family down to the common folk, there are countless precedents of brothers in conflict and descendants harming one another. The strong simply prevail. What talk is there of guilt? After delivering his words, the emperor's gaze was laden with profound meaning, hinting at both confusion and an inexplicable nuance. I find that your arrogance, domineering nature, fierce temperament, and inscrutable disposition bear a striking resemblance to my own. Upon hearing this, Shen Rang felt a constricting sense of frustration, as if a thorn was lodged in his throat. To retort would only serve to reveal his own flaws, while remaining silent would feel like a silent acquiescence to defeat. Ultimately, he found himself at a disadvantage. Silence was indeed the most prudent response. Emperor Jianping smirked and cast a glance at him. If you perish at the hands of another due to your lack of skill, I would be sorely disappointed. You ought to value your life and refrain from further folly. Shen Rang had long been deprived of the ordinary comforts and affections that others took for granted. Leaving aside the uncertainty of his father, he had scarcely seen his mother, and what little he experienced was devoid of warmth or affection, filled instead with pain and resentment. Yet, regardless of the harshness of reality, he steadfastly believed himself to be the orphaned son of the late crown prince, with his mother, the Shui matriarch, residing in seclusion at the Western Mountain Palace. If one were to adhere to his worldview, the emperor before him could easily be seen as the murderer of his father. Yet, he harbored no desire for revenge. Strangely enough, he found a perverse justification in Shun Yan's words, "The strong prevail." Indeed, he was cold-hearted and detached. Shen Rang reined in his thoughts and ceased his search for conflict, his fleeting curiosity about Prince and dissipating into nothingness. He glanced at the sky, preparing to brush aside the matter at hand. Your Majesty, if there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Shen Rang had not been incorrect in his earlier jibe. Emperor Jianping, rarely curious, genuinely wished to inquire further. Are you in such haste to meet Zhao Ning? After pondering the young girl for a moment, he found himself perplexed. Zhao Ning was shy and timid, her demeanor hesitant. What could you possibly find appealing? Shen Rang answered none of these questions, but instead countered, what does your Majesty find appealing about my mother? When the name of Xuan Ning was mentioned, Emperor Jianping expressed no hint of remorse for coveting another's spouse, his demeanor even more forthright than that of her legitimate husband. Regardless of your mother's appearance, I hold her in high regard. Upon hearing this, Shen Rang pondered deeply. His feelings for Yu Miaomeng were far from simple admiration. He possessed an intense sense of possessiveness towards her. He felt jealousy when he perceived another man in her eyes and found himself inexplicably discontented with his royal status, experiencing rare moments of anxiety over what he might lose. Whether driven by primal desire or psychological impulse, he remained ensnared, unable to regain control. As his longing for her intensified, Shen Rang half-heartedly praised, "Your Majesty truly possesses a heart of sincerity as deep as the sea. It is profoundly moving. I shall take my leave." Hearing such insincere words, Emperor Jianping was not particularly pleased. He merely arranged matters in a low voice. The issue concerning the crown prince could be postponed, but both the Qilin Guard and the 6 ministries required your attention. As for the scheduling of duties, you must manage that yourself. Furthermore, since you have an affinity for Zhao Ning, bring her to the palace on another day. I wish to see her before making any decisions. Your choice of a primary consort must be approached with caution. I am not a rigid individual, nor do I take pleasure in disrupting the lives of lovers. However, your primary consort cannot be chosen lightly, and you cannot wed just one woman. Shen Rang was disinclined to delve into the underlying complexities. As for the primary consort, he was currently nothing more than a destitute guard, each evening assuming different roles. Indeed, he was compelled to navigate through a tangled web of circumstances. Strangely, he found himself somewhat captivated by it, experiencing a certain thrill in this forbidden entanglement. He could only respond perfunctorily, "Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall discuss this matter another day." Before taking his leave, he added, "Your Majesty, you are nearing the age of discernment. Wearing white is rather frivolous and lacks gravitas." Emperor Jianping, possessing a thick skin, displayed no sign of disturbance, merely responding with a cold smirk, "As long as your mother approves, it matters not. Besides, you are hardly in a position to criticize." In his youth, cloaked in dark attire, he seemed to fear that others might not perceive him as the hypocrite he truly was. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Shen Rang's dark green clothing, mocking it with unrestrained derision. "And the color you wear is indeed absurd and laughable. Do you aspire to project an air of composure through your attire, yet appear from afar like an old tree, quite unsightly?" After exchanging barbs, neither party emerged unscathed. Shen Rang scoffed, bowed, and took his leave. Emperor Jianping sat in silence for a while, reflecting on their recent conversation, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to Li Yud and instructed for Zhong Baiquan to be summoned. Chapter 81. The necklace. The Zhong family and the He family from years past both belonged to venerable lineages of medicine, having been passed down through generations. The He family, however, had long since faded into obscurity, retreating to their homeland due to a lack of successors. In contrast, the Zhong family flourished, producing remarkable talents in each generation, becoming increasingly prosperous. Among them, Zhong Baiquan exhibited exceptional talent and unparalleled medical skills, which led to his unprecedented appointment in the imperial court, attending to the emperor's health. This privilege indeed inspired envy among many, yet the reality was far less idyllic than the rumors suggested. At this moment, he felt the weight of imperial authority pressing upon him, accompanied by a chilling voice imbued with a lethal intent, rendering him unable to voice his sufferings. "Are you suggesting that the effects of the medicine can last no more than 4 years?" Zhong Baiquan, still in his youthful prime and unaware of the palace turmoil from years ago, found himself treating a patient who most certainly should not have been present in the palace. The mere thought that the late crown prince's widow now resided in the Yangxin palace made him feel as though his head was precariously tethered to his waist, liable to fall at any moment. Particularly concerning were the clandestine affairs he was involved in, which must remain undisclosed at all costs. Zhong Baiquan recalled the moment when the fierce and imposing king of the north cast a glance his way, leaving him trembling with trepidation. Steeling himself, he responded, "Your Majesty, there is one crucial medicinal ingredient that remains elusive. Every ingredient is indispensable. I shall exert every effort to formulate a new prescription to ensure that, even in the absence of that ingredient, the Empress will not recall her past. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jianping nodded and coldly admonished, regardless of the success of your formulation. If it poses any risk to her health, you must not present it. Do you understand? The thought of jeopardizing Ning's well-being was unbearable to him. Restoring her memories was inconsequential as long as she harbored resentment towards him. Such resentment was indeed warranted. As for his motives in administering the medicine, they were not solely driven by selfish desires. Ning had been burdened by emotional turmoil, her condition deteriorating year by year. After her forgetfulness, both her physical health and mental state improved remarkably, which naturally brought him joy. Yet, he could not fathom how long he could sustain this tranquil existence. Emperor Jianping furrowed his brow and rubbed his forehead, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave. Procure the finest medicinal materials without negligence. After issuing his directives, he resumed examining the memorials submitted by Shen Rang, not returning to the Yangxin Palace until the lamps were lit. At the initial hour of the dog, Shen Rang arrived punctually at the residence in the east of the city. As he walked towards the rear courtyard, he was enveloped by a sense of urgency, akin to a husband hastening home to find his wife waiting by the lantern. From a distance, he spotted the graceful silhouette on the imperial concubine's couch, prompting him to quicken his pace involuntarily. Yu Miaomeng also noticed him, hastily leaping from the couch, and they collided at the threshold of the room, embracing one another in an instant. An overwhelming sense of fulfillment flooded Shen Rang's heart as he lifted her, settling her upon his arm. He drew in the delicate fragrance from her slender neck, then adjusted his hold so that her legs encircled his waist. As he walked, he showered her with tender kisses on her chin and collarbone. Yu Miaomeng's cheeks flushed crimson. Shen Rang continued to carry her to the couch, placing her upon his lap. The summer dress she wore was thin, and as his gaze fell upon her neckline, his eyes darkened. He reached out to unfasten her waist belt. Let me see how your injury has fared. Have you applied any medicine? Does it still hurt? I cannot restrain myself just now and overstep my bounds. It is entirely my fault. Zhenjin, please do not be angry. Yu Miaomeng's resistance was futile, and in the blink of an eye, she was left with nothing but her slip. She felt a twinge of grievance, asking, where did you procure that medicine? It truly works wonders. The pain has subsided. Shen Rang, with a gentle yet assertive demeanor, examined her wounds, his brow furrowing upon witnessing the extent of her injuries. The mottled bruises were alarmingly severe. She was too delicate. Cradled in his hands, he felt a pang of pain as though she were not enough to bear. A familiar sensation washed over him, tightening his chest with an acute sense of sorrow. He tenderly caressed her for a moment before looking up to apologize. I shall be more cautious next time. Yu Miaomeng blushed shyly, her fair complexion tinged with pink, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Rang's heart softened at the sight. He pressed his lips to her brow, kissing the tip of her nose, and devotedly kissed her cheeks, leaving no inch untouched. Yu Miaomeng felt lightheaded and dazed, and they lingered in their intimacy for a while before parting. She looped her arm around his shoulder, inquiring once more about the medicine. Where did you acquire it? How did you deliver it? Shen Rang, unflustered, replied with unwavering composure. I purchased it from the finest apothecary using the silver you provided. I handed it to Su Dong while he was patrolling the gate and asked him to deliver it to you. Yu Miaomeng furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before softly asking, is it truly necessary for you to venture out during the day when the east of the city is so secure? Could you not remain within the confines of our home? Shen Rang was at a loss for words, falling silent as he contemplated whether to lay everything bare. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to alter his explanation. I need to go out to strive for the best for you. Yu Miaomeng's heart ached at his words, and she hesitated to voice too many concerns for fear of wounding his pride. After all, he was but a poor boy. She truly possessed wealth and did not care for such trivial matters. Status and riches held no significance for her. She confessed her true feelings. I desire nothing but you. Shen Rang's heart soared at her words, and he kissed her pouting lips, soothing her, do not worry. I shall return every night. Yu Miaomeng, reluctant to press further, still felt a hint of displeasure. What can you achieve out there? What will happen to me if you are injured? Shen Rang quickly shifted the topic, retrieving a necklace from his pocket and presenting it before her with a soft inquiry. Jinjin, do you like it? As Yu Miaomeng beheld the necklace in his palm, her eyes widened in wonder. It struck her as exceptionally unique at first glance. The design and material appeared understated yet luxurious and refined. The teardrop-shaped red jade was set in gold, with intricate patterns entwined around the stone, evoking the sensation of being ensnared in layers of chains. The pendant was not insignificant in size, measuring the length of a small finger. Thus, the gold chain was not overly delicate. Yu Miaomeng reached out to touch it, her gaze lifting to meet his. Where did you acquire this? It looks quite valuable. Shen Rang's expression turned serious as he placed the necklace in her hands and produced a small pouch. This is the pouch you crafted for me by hand. I cherish it as a token of our love. This necklace is a token of my affection for you, Jinjin. I sincerely hope you cherish it. Yu Miaomeng's heart raced, overwhelmed with emotion as she gently caressed the object in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. She lifted her gaze to emphasize, I truly love it. It is my most cherished possession. Shen Rang noticed the surprise and joy radiating from her eyes, bright and vibrant. He tenderly pressed a kiss upon those eyes, gazing deeply into them, his voice laced with allure and persuasion. Having accepted my token, you shall never harbor regrets, Jinjin. You are destined to remain by my side. Yu Miaomeng nodded willingly. As long as you remain devoted and treat me well, let us be together forever. Shen Rang beamed with genuine joy as he took the necklace and adorned her with it. Despite his slight ailment, he insisted on positioning the pendant perfectly in the center. After some adjustments, he felt immensely satisfied. Yu Miaomeng blushed and said, What are you doing? This doesn't guarantee it will stay right here. Shen Rang's gaze darkened, his smile enigmatic. Rest assured, the pendant suits you perfectly. You can easily conceal it. Jinjin is truly meant for me, perfectly complementing me in every way. At this moment, Yu Miaomeng recalled the events of the previous night, her face turning a deeper shade of crimson. Shen Rang embraced her, his eyes fixed intently upon her, his tone imbued with unspoken significance. From now on, wear this necklace. I am curious to see if it will indeed escape. With that, Shen Rang affectionately kissed her neck, his tone mischievous. If it does escape, I shall impose a penalty upon you. Chapter 82. Allegory. At this moment, Shen Rang reclined against the cushion, exuding an air of arrogance, with unruly brows and a reckless demeanor. His words were both indulgent and rebellious, rendering him far from the image of a virtuous man. Yu Miaomeng was momentarily taken aback. As their gazes collided, she perceived a glimmer of desire within those deep-set eyes, a tumult of emotions that appeared perilous yet inexplicably captivating, drawing her into a state of enchantment. Unable to withstand the allure, she softly uttered, However, it cannot always be like this. Too much indulgence is detrimental. Shen Rang reassured her, It is of no consequence. I am well aware of my own heart, so do not fret. Once she regained her composure, Yu Miaomeng found her face flushed with warmth, her thoughts spiraling into confusion. Where did you learn all this? How do you know everything? Have you been married before? Or had other women? Each word she spoke weighed heavily on her heart, bringing her to the brink of tears. Shen Rang quickly lifted her chin, relieved to find no tears, yet his heart ached for her distress. He explained, I have neither had other women nor been married. Jinjin, I have learned from books. You must trust me. An irate woman is often unreasonable, and upon hearing his words, Yu Miaomeng remained displeased. What nonsense have you been learning? This is why men are not to be trusted, always preoccupied with such matters. Those lacking resolve are easily swayed and will inevitably err. If you betray me, I shall never forgive you. After her outburst, she recalled her own youthful curiosities, having once secretly read similar texts. A wave of shame washed over her, and she felt a pang of guilt for her unruly behavior. Noticing her discontent, Shen Rang abandoned any previous flirtations, opting for a more conciliatory approach. Do not be angry. There is no one else for me, only you, and it shall always be just you. I should not impose demands. Please do not be upset. With that, he embraced her tightly, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Do not cry. It pains me. In truth, Yu Miaomeng was not angry, but rather felt a twinge of guilt. She shyly leaned closer to his ear and whispered, I am not angry. I will help you. Shen Rang shifted her into his line of sight, gazing deeply into her eyes. Are you truly not angry? Are you genuinely willing? Yu Miaomeng nodded, and, as if compelled, she began to remove her outer garment. Halfway through, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Seeing her unperturbed, Shen Rang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He pressed kisses to her cheeks and soft lips, his hand resting on her supple waist, akin to a cloud of cotton. Yu Miaomeng's heart softened, and a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. Shen Rang, previously concerned about her tears, now found it difficult to suppress his emotions, yet he patiently soothed her. Good Jinjin. Do not be angry. I am not skilled in comforting others. Yu Miaomeng, inherently bashful, instinctively nestled deeper into his embrace. Shen Rang, witnessing her delicate demeanor, felt his eyes welling with emotion. Her graceful figure, with a waist so slender it could be encircled with a single hand, was adorned with a red jade pendant resting just below her collarbone, resembling a captivating scarlet beauty mark. He gently caressed the pendant, sensing it was perfectly placed. Jinjin, I am right here, at the center of your heart. His deep voice, laced with a sense of obsession, evoked an uncanny sensation within Yu Miaomeng, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She hesitated slightly, stammering for a while before finally speaking. Brother Shen, you are quite frightening. What do you truly desire? Before she could finish her words, she was swept up and placed onto the bed. Shen Rang's voice was deep and resonant. I must impose upon you, Jinjin. Please, take a seat. Having reached this juncture, the poor Yu Miaomeng was still in a daze, utterly unresponsive. Sit properly, Shen Rang commanded, half coaxing, half asserting his authority. Reluctantly, she complied. Standing before Yu Miaomeng with an imposing stature, Shen Rang was alarmingly close, his powerful male presence enveloping her entirely. His profound gaze bore into her. Yu Miaomeng lowered her head, trembling visibly. Shen Rang, now somewhat composed, felt a pang of reluctance. He feared scaring her. With a gentle smile, he reassured her. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Concerned she might feel cold, he draped a robe over her shoulders and embraced her, murmuring, Jinjin, do not fear. Listening to his tender reassurances, Yu Miaomeng took a moment to gather her thoughts. After all, they were in love. Being cherished in such a manner compelled her to offer this man a touch of sweetness in return. I am willing. Despite the myriad of troubling thoughts, Shen Rang ultimately could not bear to cause her distress. He was concerned for her well-being. Hastily, he tidied up the space a bit and casually pulled her onto his lap. Jinjin, you are truly kind to me. When we marry, you must not cry over my actions. Yu Miaomeng lowered her gaze, too embarrassed to respond to his statement. She caressed the pendant at her chest and softly inquired, You have yet to tell me where you acquired this. Upon closer inspection, the intricate design winding around the red jade resembled a dragon, with the dragon's mouth clutching a red bead. The more she scrutinized it, the more her brow furrowed. This object becomes increasingly peculiar. The pattern is evidently extraordinary. Could it bring misfortune? Shen Rang chuckled softly, attempting to placate her. I undertook a task for someone and, after receiving compensation, sought out a craftsman to create it. As for the design, it was drawn from my whims. There is no cause for concern. Yu Miaomeng continued to gaze at the pendant. Indeed, the initial impression was one of beauty and wonder. The interplay of gold and red was vibrant and captivating. However, after a moment of contemplation, it exuded an unsettling aura, as if the red jade were suffocatingly ensnared by a malevolent dragon. Furthermore, the red bead in the dragon's mouth hinted at something more ominous. The dragon depicted in the design was not entirely dragon-like. It evoked an indescribable sensation, as if it were a creature clothed in dragon skin, concealing some unfathomable secret within. She fiddled with it for a while, her mind now in a whirl. Observing her reaction, Shen Rang's gaze darkened, his expression turning somber. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Jinjin, do you no longer cherish it? Chapter 83. significance. Yu Miaojin was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she did not harbor any dislike. Rather, she was suddenly struck by an inexplicable aura that left her heart in disarray. Yet, she could never betray the bond she shared with the two. She lifted her head and smiled, declaring, "I like it." Shen Rang gazed at her for a long while, caressing her cheek with a gentle touch, his voice soft. "Oh, Jinjin, you are not being honest. You are lying." Yu Miaojin, feeling flustered, sat upright in his embrace and fervently explained, "It's not that I don't like it. I just find this necklace a bit peculiar. Moreover, I sense it is rather expensive, and I worry you might have endured hardships for it. I cannot bear that." Shen Rang's steady gaze remained fixed upon her face. Yu Miaojin was truly beautiful, her eyes exceptionally large, resembling a serene lake, with pupils more enchanting than obsidian. Her long, curled eyelashes, high nose, and luscious lips complemented her full face, evoking memories of an exquisite, intricately crafted doll made of fabric, a tribute from overseas. She was both adorable and delicate, so captivating that he could hardly bear to confine her, even wishing to spare her from the slightest hint of grievance. Shen Rang understood that his affection for the woman before him required no justification. He simply desired to provide her with the finest of everything, to ensure her joy, and to liberate her from worries. He composed himself, a smile beginning to dance in his eyes, and reached around to the nape of her neck, preparing to unclasp the necklace. He soothingly reassured her, "It's all right. I too believe this does not suit you. I shall find you something even better." Before Yu Miaojin could fully comprehend, the necklace had vanished. A sudden wave of inexplicable sadness washed over her, and she reached out, pleading, "Give it back. I like it." Shen Rang observed her for a few moments, then gently coaxed, "Jinjin, you need never accommodate anyone but yourself when you are with me. Your presence by my side is all I desire. I would never allow anything to cause you discomfort." Upon hearing these words, Yu Miaojin felt a profound sense of being cherished. She looked up at him, her expression earnest. "The purse I gave you may not be beautiful or perfect, yet you cherish it. That was the first gift I offered you, and this is the first gift you have given me. It is our token of affection. No matter how exquisite the replacement may be, it will not hold the same significance. This is all a misunderstanding. Regardless of the necklace's meaning, I have chosen it, and I shall not relinquish it." With that, Yu Miaojin extended her hand once more. "So, please return it to me." A peculiar light shimmered in Shen Rang's eyes, imbued with boundless affection, and a barely perceptible tremor resonated in his voice. "Are you truly unwilling to let go?" Yu Miaojin nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with sincerity. "Indeed." Shen Rang inquired further, "Even if I fall short of your expectations, will you still not let go?" "I will not," Yu Miaojin replied, sensing an odd reaction from him that tugged at her heart. She stepped forward, enveloping him in her embrace, finding solace as a wave of security washed over her, soothing her earlier unease. "As long as you treat me well, I shall never let go. No one is perfect, and finding someone we cherish can be quite challenging. Dear brother Shen, let us not harbor any barriers or misunderstandings. It is essential that we resolve matters promptly, shall we?" At no other moment has Shen Rang felt as relaxed as he does now. His heart feels boundlessly tender. He believes he would do anything for her, providing her with whatever she desires. He gently kissed her forehead, affirming, "I will follow your wishes. Whatever you say shall be done. Jinjin is the one who holds my heart, and I care for you too deeply to let any rift arise between us." Shen Rang smiled as he fastened her necklace once more, brushing against her lips, his voice soft. "Jinjin, should there ever be a misunderstanding between us, would you grant me your forgiveness?" Yu Miaojin felt a delightful dizziness and nodded without much thought, though she remained mindful of her principles. "I may forgive, but it depends on the circumstances. If you betray our love, I shall not forgive you." Shen Rang felt a wave of reassurance wash over him and hastily assured her, "Rest assured, you and I are destined to be together for a lifetime. I would never betray you." Yu Miaojin, too, held a selfish secret. The oddity of her reincarnation weighed on her mind. If it were ever revealed, perhaps they could both take a step back without affecting their bond. She smiled and nodded. "I shall not betray you either." Thus, both carried an unspoken assurance in their hearts, content with their understanding. At this juncture, it was finally time for Yu Miaomeng to discuss the events of the day. In the afternoon, Jiang Yi had sent someone to inform her of his agreement to the divorce, requesting her presence the next day to finalize the matter. She felt curious. What could have prompted his sudden change of heart? Shen Rang wrapped his arm around her waist, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps he feels ashamed and has finally recognized his true nature. You are so wonderful. He is unworthy even to carry your shoes. Yu Miaomeng wholeheartedly agreed. The thought of regaining her freedom the following day filled her with uncontainable joy. How splendid! I shall obtain the divorce decree tomorrow. Shen Rang loved to see her smile. Yet concern still lingered. Why not let Jiang Yi come here to handle everything instead of you going to the Jiang residence? Yu Miaomeng, however, did not wish to evade the situation, shaking her head. I left in such a rush that many of my belongings, especially several important items, remain in the Jiang family storeroom. Moreover, avoidance is not a solution. If I settle everything at once, I can finally sever ties with the Jiang family. Shen Rang understood her reasoning, but he recalled their initial meeting, the peculiarities he had sensed at the Jiang household. His expression grew serious as he cautioned, unless absolutely necessary, I would rather you not return to the Jiang residence. Stay close to those around you tomorrow. Do not wander off and exercise caution, understood? After signing the divorce decree, there are still matters at the government office to address, and once the storeroom is cleared, the Jiang family must erase the Yu surname from their ancestral records. In summary, while it may not be overly complicated, the process remains somewhat tedious. Yu Miaomeng acknowledged this, nodding obediently. Shen Rang, burdened with thoughts, carried the individual to the bed. You ought to rest now, he said. Yu Miaomeng felt a pang of reluctance in her heart. Once we are divorced, we can marry sooner. This matter weighed heavily on Shen Rang's mind. Hearing her speak thus brought him immense joy. I too wish to marry you at the earliest opportunity. Yet I must provide you with the grandest wedding. He aspired to grant her the most exalted status, such that all who beheld her would bow in reverence, and none would dare to speak ill of her. After lulling her to sleep, Shen Rang proceeded to the front courtyard and summoned Ying. When can a maidservant sold by her arrive in the capital? Ying reported